when Lu Yuan summoned his first beast at the age of 18. The creature that emerged was none other than a one-star potential ornamental pet, the glowing butterfly. His classmates mocked him, his teacher expressed regret, and his rival publicly humiliated him. A waste paired with a useless pet, truly a perfect match. At that moment, Lu Yuan realized that the instant he summoned his beast, he had also awakened the unique Beast Master talent, the Beast Master's Codex. Beside the glowing butterfly, he noticed a book materializing. Route planning in progress. Route 1 common. Glowing butterfly, illusory butterfly, 2-star potential. Toxic powder butterfly, 3-star potential. Route 2 rare. Glowing butterfly, moonlight butterfly, 3-star potential. Starry divine butterfly, 5-star potential. Route 3 unique legend. Glowing butterfly, primordial light, form restructuring, 5-star potential. Chaotic light, god, Fibian, a half-star potential. When his rival's 3-star potential infernal hellhound battled Lu Yuan's glowing butterfly, a notification chimed. Ding, your glowing butterfly has evolved into primordial light. The audience froze in shock. What the hell? Is this an ornamental pet? Chapter 1, Primordial Light. 1-star potential, glowing butterfly. The cold, judgmental voice resonated through the loudspeaker, infiltrating Lu Yuan's ears. A moment of utter silence enveloped the crowd. The next instant, uncontrollable laughter erupted, drowning out the figure atop the platform. Lu Yuan's hand lingered on the summoning stone before him. The last glimmer of light from the stone faded away. A butterfly, no larger than the palm of his hand, with wings flickering with insignificant specks of light, timidly perched on his fingertip. The glowing butterfly, the lowest potential of 1 star, utterly devoid of combat capability that IT lacked even the qualification to progress to a higher rank. Haha, this is hilarious. A glowing butterfly? Lu Yuan, what on earth did you summon? A nightlight for your room? A voice exploded from the crowd. Shun Xingyu pushed through, stepping to the forefront, his face adorned with unmasked mockery and malice. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze. His eyes transcended the trivial life resting on his fingertip, locking onto Shun Xingyu's gleeful expression. He remained silent. 18 years of anticipation. Countless days and nights of longing. Was this the outcome? Of being only marginally better than someone who had failed to summon a beast, thus unable to become a beast master? The teacher responsible for the summoning ceremony now regarded him with eyes that had shifted from initial hope to palpable regret. When the teacher witnessed the light emerge as Lu Yuan placed his hand on the summoning stone, there was a glimmer of expectation for a new beast master. But now, the result was incomplete. The teacher shook his head, recording a note beside Lu Yuan's name. I in this world. Failing to become a beast master meant being condemned to the lowest strata of society, a mere vassal. Possessing a 1-star beast merely conferred upon him the title of waste, a slight advantage over those who had summoned nothing at all. The derision of friends, the lament of teachers, the humiliation from peers. Countless gazes pierced through him like daggers, just as Lu Yuan felt the world around him dim into a shade of despair. Within his vision, the glowing butterfly began to manifest an ancient, ethereal book beside it, unbidden. The pages turned without wind. Lines of resplendent golden text unfolded before his eyes with startling clarity. What is this? Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Beast, glowing butterfly. Potential, 1-star rank. Black iron low-tier racial skill. 1. Luminescence. Emits a faint light to illuminate the darkness. Data flowed past, finally halting at a few lines radiating with diverse glimmers of light. The master has summoned a beast. The unique talent Beast Master's Codex has awakened. The evolution route for glowing butterfly is now being planned, with the first evolution, requiring no resources. Route planning in progress. Route 1 common. Glowing butterfly, illusory butterfly, 2-star. Potential toxic butterfly, king, 3-star. Potential. Note, this route has a potential ceiling of 3 stars, rendering it valueless. Route 2 rare. Glowing butterfly, moonlight butterfly, 3-star. Potential moon god. Butterfly, 4-star. Potential starry divine butterfly, 5-star potential. Note, this route can evolve to 5-star potential, sufficient to become a dominant force. 5-star potential. Those 4 words sent Lu Yuan's heart racing uncontrollably. That represented a terrifying existence capable of shaking the very foundations of the city. If he so desired, this glowing butterfly, once the object of ridicule, could one day evolve into the starry divine butterfly, an entity for which many would fervently wish. However, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the line at the very bottom. That line radiated with an unparalleled purple-gold light. Route 3 Unique Legend. Glowing Butterfly Primordial Light. Form Restructuring 5-star Potential Radiant. Holy Spirit 5-star. Potential Chaotic Light God. 5-star Potential. Note: this is the only evolution route. The Chaotic Light God. In an instant, it dispelled all coldness and despair. This is not a worthless pet. This is a deity. Lu Yuan. What are you daydreaming about? Seeing Lu Yuan fixated on his butterfly, Shen Xingyu assumed he had been struck into madness, and his smile broadened. Stop staring. A waist belongs with a waist. A match made in heaven. He stepped forward. His voice dripped with arrogance and cruel malice. By the way, my summon initial beast is the 3-star potential Infernal Hellhound. Black Iron Mid-Tier. The teacher says I will surely achieve bronze in 2 years. 3-star potential. Oh my. An exceptionally rare demon-type beast. The Infernal Hellhound. The crowd erupted in gasps, their gazes toward Shen Xingyu instantly filled with awe, envy, and flattery. Shen Xingyu reveled in this attention, relishing the spotlight. He looked down at Lu Yuan, pronouncing each word with conviction. According to academy tradition, new students may engage in a friendly spar after summoning. Lu Yuan, do you dare accept? Or is it that your little lantern lacks the courage to fight before my Hellhound? As his words fell, a black summoning array erupted beneath his feet. A beast, towering taller than a man, engulfed in hellish black flames and resembling a ferocious wolf, roared into existence. The scorching waves of heat mixed with the stench of sulfur rushed toward them. Its crimson, beastly eyes locked onto Lu Yuan and the fragile, glowing butterfly on his fingertip. The terrifying pressure of a black iron mid-tier beast caused the surrounding students to involuntarily retreat in fear. Everyone believed Lu Yuan would decline. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. The glowing butterfly had not even the right to be a mere distraction before the Infernal Hellhound. Yet, Lu Yuan slowly raised his head. The confusion in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a disquieting, deathly calm as if gazing into a bottomless abyss. He looked at Shen Xingyu, then at the imposing Infernal Hellhound at his feet, and a cold smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Very well. Just 2 words. The entire arena once again succumbed to a profound silence. Had he gone mad? Shen Xingyu was also taken aback, but soon his face twisted into a malicious grin. How bold! I assure you, my Hellhound will be quite gentle. With a single bite, it shall devour your little lantern, and then let Yin Qianqian witness what a worthless wretch you truly are. Lu Yuan paid no heed to his taunts. His entire consciousness had already plunged into the ethereal tome before him. It rested upon the option that radiated with unparalleled purple-golden luminescence. Do you wish to select Route 3, the Soul Legend, Glowing Butterfly Primordial Light? Without the slightest hesitation, he proclaimed, select Route 3. Just as the chief judge approached to announce the commencement of this foregone conclusion of a battle, a sound akin to a divine revelation thundered within Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Your glowing butterfly has chosen the evolution route. First evolution initiated, evolving into Primordial Light. Chapter 2, Evolution. The third path of choice. At the moment Lu Yuan's thoughts descended, the entire world seemed to have been muted. The luminescent butterfly, once regarded as a mere ornamental pet at his fingertips, suddenly erupted with an indescribable brilliance. Buzz. Light. It was the epitome of purity. Reminiscent of the first ray of light at the dawn of the cosmos, when heaven and earth were birthed. This illumination was not a blinding white, but rather a regal hue of purple and gold, warm and sacred. The radiance rippled outward, instantly enveloping the entire summoning hall. Beneath Shen Xingyu's feet, the proud hellish black flames of his infernal hound were rendered utterly silent in the presence of this divine glow, vanishing without a trace. The searing scent of sulfur was entirely purified, replaced by an aura of solemnity and sanctity that emanated from the primordial divine court. Ah, what is this? My eyes. I cannot see. Is this light emanating from the butterfly? The gasps of the crowd were drowned in the brilliance, as everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Yet that light penetrated all barriers, reaching deep into their souls. It evoked a shudder and a sense of submission stemming from the very essence of life. Shen Xingyu's malicious grin froze in place. To his horror, he discovered that his black iron intermediate infernal hound trembled beneath this radiance, its limbs giving way as it collapsed to the ground. It had lost even the courage to raise its head. This was an absolute domination derived from the hierarchy of life. Evolution. The teacher presiding over the ceremony stood agape, his eyes fixated on the source of the light, his voice trembling violently with disbelief. On-the-spot evolution? No. This is impossible. A beast master with 1-star potential cannot possibly break through the barriers of rank. Below the high platform, in a corner of the crowd, a girl with twin ponytails and a doll-like face was desperately pushing her way forward. Make way. Please, let me through. She had intended to rush to Lu Yuan's side before he could concede, to shield him from harm, and then deliver a well-deserved lesson to the detestable Shen Xingyu. But the scene before her caused her doe-like eyes to widen in astonishment. Yuan's little butterfly? At that moment, at the heart of the radiance, the outline of the luminescent butterfly began to dissolve, disintegrating into the purest particles of light. These particles then reassembled along an incomprehensible trajectory, weaving and reshaping themselves. The brilliance gradually converged. A sacred being, roughly half a meter in height, and composed entirely of flowing light, quietly floated beside Lu Yuan. It bore no facial features or limbs, only a vague humanoid silhouette, as if it were the very embodiment of the concept of light, merely existing there. It radiated an aura of divinity and authority that was too daunting to behold. The entire hall fell into silence. Mockery, derision, pity, and schadenfreude vanished, leaving only a profound sense of awe. In Lu Yuan's mind, a new page in the illustrated compendium turned. Evolution successful. Beast, primordial light. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, high black iron. Racial skills, 1, sacred radiance. Existence is a domain, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energies. Can also fire light particles for purification. 2, light servants. Summon 3 light spirits of intermediate black iron rank to fight alongside. The strength of the light spirits will always be slightly lower than that of the primordial light. 3, light judgment. Condense light energy into a 100-meter light spear for projection, dealing substantial light-type damage, inflicting double damage on dark targets. Performing tricks. A furious shout shattered the silence. Shen Xingyu's face turned a deep shade of purple. He could not accept that the waste he had just trampled upon had, in the blink of an eye, manifested such a miraculous entity. Merely a fade. My hound is a black iron intermediate. He forced himself to rally, bellowing at the now recoiling infernal hound. Waste. Attack. Tear it apart. Under the master's harsh command, the infernal hound suppressed the fear deep within its bloodline, reigniting a flicker of black flames, transforming into a shadow that lunged toward Lu Yuan. Yuan, be careful. Yun Qianqian gasped, instinctively preparing to summon her own beast. However, Lu Yuan merely stood still. He gazed at the oncoming hellhound, his expression akin to that of one observing a moth drawn to a flame. Through the soul contract, he delivered his first command to the primordial light. 2 words. Purify. The outline of the primordial light stirred slightly. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, no cataclysmic energy. It simply raised its arm, composed of light, and gently pointed at the charging infernal hound. A speck of purple-gold light, no larger than a grain of rice, shot forth, vanishing in an instant. It was an epitome of swiftness. It was also an epitome of purity. The light pinpoint accurately penetrated the hound's forehead. There was no explosion, no anguished cries. The infernal hound's forward momentum abruptly ceased. The ferocity and savagery in its eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a blankness and purity, as if its very soul had been thoroughly cleansed. Then, to the astonished gazes of all present, the last flicker of hellish black flames burning upon it extinguished completely. Whimper. It emitted a sound akin to a whimpering puppy, tucking its tail and bolting to hide behind Shen Xingyu, presenting its rear to the platform, its entire body quaking like a leaf. 1 strike. It could not even be deemed an attack. It resembled a form of purification. The black iron intermediate infernal hound, notorious for its ferocity, had its most intrinsic attributes of hell and demonhood entirely eradicated. This. The judge stood agape, unable to utter a single word. This had transcended his comprehension. Shen Xingyu remained frozen in place, as though struck by lightning. He could feel that his beast had been rendered useless. My hound, what have you done to it? He pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yuan, his voice shrill and on the brink of collapse. Lu Yuan did not respond. At that moment, Yun Qianqian had squeezed her way to his side, her sparkling eyes scanning him up and down, confirming that he was unharmed. She excitedly grabbed his arm and shook it vigorously. Yuan, you are just too cool. I knew it. I knew you were the best. The pride in the girl's tone was palpable. Then, her expression hardened as she turned to face Shen Xingyu, her previously sweet voice now as cold as ice. Shun, do you still wish to fight? Shall I bring out my Dark Ranger for a friendly spar? Shen Xingyu's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Yun Qianqian's Dark Ranger was a genuine 5-star potential entity, of high black iron rank. At last, Lu Yuan made a move. He patted Yun Qianqian on the head, indicating for her to remain calm. Then, he took a step forward, his gaze settling calmly on the disheartened Shen Xingyu. The attention of the entire hall converged upon him alone. He looked at his opponent, his tranquil voice resonating like the final verdict of judgment, reaching the ears of every spectator present. Now is it bright enough? Chapter 3, Inquiry. Now is it bright enough? Lu Yuan's voice was soft, yet it unleashed a tumultuous wave throughout the summoning hall. Is it bright enough? Not merely bright enough. The radiance pierced through the eyes of all present, searing their very souls. The atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Every gaze was fixed upon Lu Yuan and the divine luminescence that enveloped him. It was no mere lamp illuminating the shadows. It was unmistakably a sun of purple and gold, suspended in the air. Shen Xingyu trembled violently, the last vestiges of color draining from his face at an alarming rate, leaving it ashen and lifeless. His pride in his 3-star potential, his mid-tier black iron rank, and his infamous Hellhound, all became a mere farce in this moment. A pitiful whimper shattered the silence. The Hellhound, now completely purified, exuded none of the ferocity of its infernal lineage. It nuzzled against its master's pant leg with innocent, wide-eyed curiosity, as if asking, "Master, can we go home now?" This whimper became the final straw that broke Shen Xingyu's spirit. No, no, you cheated. Where did you hide the luminous butterfly? This beast is not yours. He shrieked, his face contorted with madness as he pointed at Lu Yuan. In a fit of rage, his eyes burned crimson, as if he were ready to charge recklessly forward. Enough! A commanding voice boomed. The teacher presiding over the ceremony finally emerged from his stupor and stepped in front of Shen Xingyu with a swift motion. Losing is losing. To throw a tantrum in front of the entire faculty and student body is utterly disgraceful. The teacher's presence loomed large. Shen Xingyu, overwhelmed by the force of authority, felt as if he were a deflated balloon, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. The teacher, not sparing him another glance, turned to Lu Yuan with a mixture of ecstatic bewilderment. He stepped to the center of the platform, took a deep breath, and announced through the loudspeaker, "The victor of this duel is Lu Yuan." As the proclamation echoed, the crowd erupted from their stupor. Lu Yuan truly won, with just a single move? What kind of beast was that? I've scoured every compendium and have never encountered such a creature. What on earth did that 1-star luminous butterfly evolve into? It was terrifying. When that beam of light swept over us, I felt my very soul tremble. The students who had previously mocked Lu Yuan now felt their cheeks burn with shame. They dared not raise their heads to behold the figure on the platform, each one bowing their heads, wishing to vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, a quicker thinking segment of the crowd ignited with fervor. Lu Yuan, congratulations. I knew you were destined for greatness. A boy exclaimed, his face brimming with flattery as he rushed forward. Indeed, Lu Yuan, we were all tired of Shen Xingyu's arrogance. You have truly done us a great service. Another chimed in, Lu Yuan, do you have time this evening? A Beast restaurant has opened nearby. I'd be honored to treat you to a meal and forge a friendship. In an instant, a torrent of flattery and praise surged forth, encircling Lu Yuan, leaving him with no room to breathe. Just a moment ago, they had regarded him as a pariah. Now, they would gladly kneel and cling to his leg. Such is the nature of reality. Throughout it all, Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, disinterested in the fickle nature of those around him. His gaze traversed the sea of heads and landed upon Yun Qianqian, who was stomping her foot in frustration at being unable to get through. Make way. Everyone, step aside. Yun Qianqian, like a small tigress, forcefully parted the crowd, creating a path until she finally reached Lu Yuan's side. Without a word, she inspected him from head to toe, confirming he was unharmed. Only then did she pivot sharply, hands on her hips, and scold the surrounding students. What are you all doing? Why are you crowding around my Yuan? Can't you see he just finished a battle and needs to rest? Disperse, disperse. With a glare from her beautiful peach blossom eyes, she exuded the authority of a celestial being, coupled with her identity as a 5-star potential beast master. The students around her chuckled awkwardly, but were indeed compelled to retreat several steps. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yun Qianqian's demeanor shifted. The fierce little tigress transformed into a beaming presence as she linked her arm through Lu Yuan's, clinging to him like a koala, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ah Yuan, you were absolutely magnificent just now. That primal light. Even the name sounds enchanting. I knew you were the most amazing. The unique fragrance and soft touch of the girl radiated from her arm, easing the tension that had gripped Lu Yuan since the summoning began. He reached up and, quite naturally, ruffled her hair. All right, it's time for us to leave. Home. Yun Qianqian nodded enthusiastically, obediently following his side. At that moment, the teacher presiding over the ceremony hurried to catch up. Lu Yuan, please wait. He approached Lu Yuan. I am Wang Jun, the academic dean. Your beast situation is exceedingly unique, unprecedented, in fact. The higher-ups of the academy are quite interested and would like to discuss it with you in detail. Would that be convenient for you? He rubbed his hands together, fearful that this newly risen prodigy might refuse. It was no joke. A beast capable of evolving a one-star luminous butterfly in the heat of the moment transcended the definition of genius. This was a monster. A prodigy capable of altering the landscape of beast tamers in the entire dragon kingdom and beyond. Lu Yuan glanced at the primal light, which floated serenely beside him, radiating a divine glow, and understood intuitively. With a mere thought, he recalled the primal light. He nodded in affirmation. Very well. Upon receiving his confirmation, Wang Zhen's face lit up with joy as he eagerly gestured for Lu Yuan to follow. This way, please. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian trailed behind him. As they passed, the crowd parted like the Red Sea, parting to grant them passage, all eyes filled with reverence. As they walked, Yun Qianqian's excitement remained unabated. She leaned closer to Lu Yuan, lowering her voice, tinged with a hint of jealousy and a strong sense of pride. Ah, Yuan, you're going to be a big celebrity now. So many girls will write you love letters. She shook his arm playfully, letting out a soft, playful huff. You mustn't pay them any mind. Lu Yuan chuckled at her protective demeanor, retorting, and what about you? With your 5-star potential Dark Ranger? Aren't there countless suitors lining up outside the academy gates? That is different. Yun Qianqian immediately puffed up her chest defiantly. I'm a girl. Besides, I wouldn't bother with those smelly boys. She paused, her voice suddenly dropping to a whisper. I just want my Yuan. Lu Yuan felt a subtle stir in his heart, but didn't have the chance to respond before Wang Zhen halted before a door marked with the sign of the principal's office. We arrived. The principal and several department heads are already waiting for you inside. He glanced back at Yun Qianqian, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Yun, do you think you could wait outside for a moment? Why should I? Yun Qianqian immediately expressed her discontent, exclaiming, I am a family member of Yuan. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. The expression of Director Wang Zhen instantly froze. Lu Yuan, somewhat helpless, gently urged Yun Qianqian, please wait for me outside. I will be out shortly. Reluctantly, Yun Qianqian nodded but still anxiously insisted, make sure to come out quickly. If they dare to bully you, just call for me. I will have my father demolish this building. Chapter 4. The Qualification for the Secret Realm. As the office door swung open, Lu Yuan felt several gazes converge upon him simultaneously. The room was dimly lit, lacking illumination. Behind a massive mahogany desk sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Yet his spirit remained vigorous. He wore a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose, and his gaze was far from clouded. This was Zhou Huayan, the principal of the North City Medium Beast Taming Academy. Flanking the desk were 3 middle-aged individuals exuding a profound aura, presumably the heads of various departments. Director Wang Zhen leaned forward and pulled out a chair for Lu Yuan while respectfully positioning himself behind the principal. Please, have a seat, Principal Zhou Huayan said. Lu Yuan took his place, meeting the eyes of this authoritative figure with calm resolve. He exhibited no signs of anxiety or discomfort, a tranquility that astonished the directors present. They thought to themselves, this young man possesses an extraordinary psychological fortitude. Lu Yuan, Zhou Huayan began, removing his glasses to polish them with a cloth. I trust you understand why we have summoned you. After a brief pause, he set his glasses on the desk and interlaced his fingers. Your beast, that orb of light, according to the Academy's records, was supposed to be a luminous butterfly with 1-star potential. Yet, within a mere minute, it evolved into an entirely unprecedented species before the eyes of all. Not only did its potential increase, but its rank also ascended significantly. Zhou Huayan inquired. Can you elucidate how this transpired? All gazes focused intently on Lu Yuan, anticipating his response. Lu Yuan lowered his eyelids as though reminiscing about the moment. After a pause, he slowly raised his head, allowing a hint of trepidation and confusion to surface on his face. Principal, esteemed directors, I must confess that I do not fully comprehend what occurred. His voice was clear and unhurried. When I summoned the luminous butterfly and forged a pact with it, I could sense its frailty and despair. I thought that my life would remain stagnant. His words elicited subtle nods from the leaders present. They had witnessed such sentiments before and could wholly empathize. However, at that moment, a transformation took place. Lu Yuan's tone shifted abruptly. The summoning stone, which should have extinguished, instead radiated a blinding brilliance. I felt as though my mental energy was being drawn into an abyss, drained in an instant. My vision darkened, and I nearly fainted. He spread his palms, gazing into them as if recalling the sensations of that moment. When I regained consciousness, my luminous butterfly had metamorphosed into the primordial light. The entire process was beyond my control, and I struggled to comprehend it, rather than me facilitating its evolution. It seemed to choose a different path in its desperate state, An unprecedented mutation. Having concluded his explanation, Lu Yuan fell silent, allowing the eminent figures before him time to absorb his words. He refrained from mentioning the Beast Taming pictorial, opting instead for the term mutation, which he had prepared as a perfect explanation upon encountering countless evolution paths in the pictorial. The world of beast taming is fraught with uncertainties. Mutation, while an exceedingly rare occurrence, is not altogether impossible. This was the only explanation they could comprehend and accept. A prolonged silence enveloped the office. Zhou Huayan and the directors exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment. One somewhat portly director could not contain himself, exclaiming, "A spontaneous awakening mutation. I have only encountered similar records in ancient texts. It is said that the first generation of martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom possessed a one-star armored turtle as their initial beast, which underwent a beneficial mutation at the moment of contract and ultimately evolved into the legendary Xuanwu, suppressing an era." "Are you implying that Lu Yuan's circumstances are akin to that martial saint?" inquired another director, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "That is not an impossibility," Wang Zhen interjected excitedly. "Lu Yuan's explanation is entirely plausible. The instantaneous depletion of mental energy is a typical phenomenon during a beast's evolution, as it siphons energy from its master. Such an extraordinary evolution would naturally require vast amounts of energy. This all makes sense." Their discourse affirmed Lu Yuan's hypothesis. Rather than place their faith in a fictional pictorial capable of mapping out divine-level evolution paths, they preferred to believe they had witnessed a miraculous occurrence. A new martial saint emerging right within their academy. Zhou Huayan took a deep breath, regarding Lu Yuan with eyes that no longer scrutinized him, but rather perceived him as a rare gem. "Excellent. Splendid," he exclaimed, rising from his seat and personally approaching Lu Yuan, delivering a hearty pat on his shoulder. "Lu Yuan, you are remarkable." The principal's attitude underwent a complete transformation, prompting Wang Zhen and the others to exhale in relief, their faces adorned with smiles. "Child, there is no need for you to feel anxious. The academy will not pry into your secrets. On the contrary, we shall devote all our resources to protect and nurture you." Zhou Huayan's voice brimmed with reassurance. He returned to his desk and continued, "By the way, you defeated Shen Xingyu on stage today, correct?" "Indeed," Lu Yuan nodded. Shen Xingyu's infernal Hellhound ranked 5th in potential during this new student summoning ceremony. According to tradition, the top 5 participants are granted entry into the Academy's introductory secret realm. By defeating him, you have naturally usurped his position. "The secret realm?" "Precisely," Wang Zhen interjected eagerly. "The secret realm exists in a subspace independent of our primary world, featuring a unique environment abundant in treasures that have long since vanished from the outside world, as well as some peculiar beasts. This time, the introductory secret realm is named the Moonlight Forest, which offers immense benefits to Black Iron Tier beast tamers and their beasts, especially for your primordial light. Being of the light attribute, the core area of the Moonlight Forest is rich in an energy crystal known as Moonlight Stone, which remarkably aids the growth of light attribute beasts." Lu Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Although his primordial light possesses extraordinary potential, it currently stands at a high rank of Black Iron. To enhance its rank swiftly, a vast amount of resources is required. The Moonlight Forest could not have arrived at a more opportune moment. "I understand," Lu Yuan replied with a nod. "Excellent," Zhou Huayan said, satisfaction evident in his gaze. "We shall depart in 3 days. Director Wang will inform you of all arrangements. During these 3 days, focus on resting and solidifying your bond with your new companion." As Lu Yuan exited the office, he immediately spotted Yun Qianqian waiting by the door. "Ah Yuan," she exclaimed, gripping his arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Did they give you a hard time? Did they bully you?" "If they dared, no," Lu Yuan interjected. Lu Yuan interrupted her incessant chatter, raising his hand to gently tousle her hair. "They have granted me a spot to enter the secret realm." "The secret realm? Is it the Moonlight Forest?" Yun Qianqian exclaimed, her happiness instant and radiant. "Splendid. My Dark Ranger has secured the top position this time. I already had a slot, and I was just fretting over how to bring you along." She playfully shook Lu Yuan's arm, her voice brimming with delight. "Now it's perfect. We can go together." The girl beamed like a blooming flower, capable of melting away all the world's gloom. Lu Yuan gazed at her, his heart softening a touch. Chapter 5. Conditions for Evolution. At the entrance of the academy, a sleek, jet-black hover car hovered silently half a foot above the ground. Its side bore an intricately engraved family crest, composed of auspicious clouds and a sword, exuding opulence. Surrounding students cast envious glances, yet dared not approach too closely. This was the Yun family's vehicle. "Ah Yuan, hurry up," Yun Qianqian insisted, tugging at Lu Yuan's arm as she dashed into the spacious and comfortable cabin. The car door closed automatically, sealing off all external clamor. Lu Yuan leaned back against the soft leather seat, the faint fragrance of the girl mingling with the scent of the car's incense wafting through the air. This aroma was one he had grown accustomed to over the past 17 years. Ever since his parents entrusted him to the Yun family at the tender age of 1, he had been raised in such an environment. His parents and Yun Xianxian's parents, Yun Jintian and Su Yueli, were close friends from the prestigious North Sea Beastmaster Academy. After graduation, the couple ventured into the world, establishing the illustrious Yun family with their extraordinary skills and acumen. In contrast, his parents remained at the North Sea Academy. When he was 1 year old, they made their last appearance at the Yun family, cradling him in their arms. Yun Jintian and Su Yueli treated him as their own, never showing him any less kindness. Yet, deep down, Lu Yuan understood that the Yun family was not his true home. He was merely an entrusted orphan. Yun Jintian and Su Yueli had always told him that his parents were great beastmasters on a vital secret mission. However, Lu Yuan knew that was merely a benevolent lie. One fateful night when he was 6, he got up for a drink and inadvertently overheard a conversation between Yun Jintian and Su Yueli in the study. It's been 5 years, and still no news from North Sea. That expedition team. Yun Jintian's voice was heavy with weariness and sorrow. Stop it. Xiao Yuan is still young. We can't let him know. Su Yueli's voice trembled with suppressed tears. From that moment on, Lu Yuan understood. His parents might no longer be alive. The so-called mission could very well be a one-way road. The last place they had been seen, the North Sea Beastmaster Academy, became his sole obsession. He had to become a powerful beastmaster. He had to gain admission to the highest academy in the Dragon Nation to uncover the traces left by his parents. Even if there was but a 1 in 10,000 chance, he needed to verify it with his own hands. This was the fundamental reason he could not accept his inability to summon the luminous butterfly, nor could he reconcile himself with becoming an ordinary person. It was not merely about his future. It bore the weight of his singular hope in pursuing the truth. Beside him, Yun Xianxian tilted her head, resembling a lazy kitten as she leaned against his shoulder, her small mouth murmuring softly, seemingly defending him even in her dreams. No one is allowed to bully Maya Yuan. Lu Yuan turned his head to gaze at the tranquil visage of the girl. Her always sparkling peach blossom eyes now peacefully shut. The heaviness in his heart gently unfurled, becoming softer. Perhaps, the Yun family had long ceased to be just a place of fostering for him. He reached out, gently adjusting Yun Xianxian's head, ensuring she was more comfortable. After doing so, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the depths of his mind. An ancient, ethereal book materialized, suspended within his spiritual realm. The spectral tome reappeared. Master, Lu Yuan. Rank, High-Tier Black Iron Beastmaster. Talent, Beastmaster's Compendium, Unique. Contracted Beasts. 1. Beast, Light of Primordial Chaos. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, High-Tier Black Iron. Earlier in the summoning hall, the situation had been urgent, allowing him only time to select an evolution path without the luxury of a thorough examination. Now, the pages of the compendium turned automatically, settling on a pristine new page. At the center of this page, the sacred silhouette of the light of primordial chaos was depicted, with purple-golden radiance flowing across the page as if imbued with life. Below the illustration of the light of primordial chaos, an evolution path became strikingly clear. Evolution path, unique legend light of primordial chaos radiant Holy Spirit. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the requirements for evolution. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast's rank must reach silver grade. 2. Evolution material. Holy Crystal, Epic, X1. 3. Evolution material. Angel's Feather, Epic, X1. Indeed, Lu Yuan's heart comprehended. The compendium had made it clear. Only the initial choice of evolution for a beast incurs no cost. Every subsequent transformation must meet specific criteria. Silver grade. This indicated that the light of primordial chaos must ascend from its current high-tier black iron status, surpass the peak of black iron, and break through the low, mid, high, and peak levels of bronze before finally stepping into the threshold of silver. This was a considerable challenge in itself. The 2 materials mentioned thereafter caused his eyelids to twitch slightly. Epic. The ranks of beasts and beastmasters are categorized as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, and monarch. The materials follow suit. The rarity of epic materials is such that even a diamond-tier powerhouse would covet them. To evolve the light of primordial chaos into the radiant Holy Spirit would indeed be quite a formidable task. Any individual, upon encountering these 2 terms, would likely feel their scalp tingle with trepidation, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination, with a goal in sight. It was far better than wandering aimlessly. No matter how daunting, there was always a possibility of realization. His thoughts drifted towards the Moonlight Forest 3 days hence. Director Wang Jun had mentioned that the moonlight stones abundant there were exceptionally beneficial for the growth of light attribute beasts. That would serve as the first stepping stone for the light of primordial chaos to strive for silver grade. As for the epic materials, Lu Yuan couldn't help but relent. What a jest. The Yun family is renowned in the Dragon Nation. Acquiring some epic materials should be a breeze. Though it might seem a tad dependent, one should seize the opportunity while it lasts. With a clear assessment and plan forming in his mind, Lu Yuan slowly withdrew his consciousness. The purple-golden data stream deep within his pupils quietly faded, returning to its enigmatic depths. The hover car traversed the bustling districts of North City before finally arriving at a top-tier villa area, shaded by lush trees and fortified with strict security. The vehicle came to a smooth halt before a villa boasting an expansive garden and training grounds. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, noticing Yun Qianqian sleeping soundly beside him. A trace of glistening drool at the corner of her mouth, clearly lost in delightful dreams. He shook his head with a hint of amusement, choosing not to rouse her from her slumber. Instead, he cautiously opened the car door and stepped out first. Just as he steadied himself, the grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing the imposing figure of Yun Jintian. Chapter 6. The Yun Family. Yun Jintian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Although he was clad in casual home attire, an aura befitting a long-established authority radiated from him, exuding power without the need for anger. He regarded Lu Yuan, who had just emerged from the vehicle, and a rare smile graced his typically stern face. You, my boy, have certainly not disappointed your aunt and me. We have already viewed the video from the summoning ceremony. Lu Yuan met Yun Jintian's gaze, exhibiting the respect a younger generation ought to show to their elders. Uncle Yun. Before he could finish his greeting, a graceful and beautiful woman swiftly approached from within the villa. It was Su Yueli, the mother of Yun Qianqian. Her eyes were slightly red-rimmed as she seized Lu Yuan's arm, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You child, you nearly gave Annie a heart attack. Su Yueli chided, her voice tinged with both reproach and a hint of fear. Yet, pride and joy were more prominent in her tone. When that luminous butterfly emerged, your Uncle Yun and I almost crushed our communicator. Yun Jintian interjected with a chuckle, and then she smashed the communicator, declaring that she was going to school to teach that boy Shin Xingyu a lesson. Nonsense, Su Yueli retorted, her cheeks flushing as she playfully swatted at Yun Jintian. She then turned back to Lu Yuan. Don't heed his nonsense. But well done. I have long found that boy from the Shun family unbearable, always trailing after Qianqian like a bothersome fly. Observing this scene, Lu Yuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Here, there was no scrutiny or investigation, only the purest concern and joy of family. All right, no need to linger at the doorway. Yun Jintian gestured for them to enter. Wait, Su Yueli suddenly recalled. Where is that girl Qianqian? Lu Yuan glanced back to see Yun Qianqian still peacefully asleep in her seat. Su Yueli felt both exasperated and amused. That girl has such a carefree spirit. Xiao Yuan, don't mind her, let her sleep in the car. She'll catch a chill otherwise. Despite her words, she was already turning to fetch a blanket. Yun Jintian regarded Lu Yuan with interest. It seems that today at school, this girl worked hard for you. She was protecting you and cheering you on. He paused, shifting his tone to a more serious note. Ah Yuan, what did you say about your beast at school? Lu Yuan's heart tightened, recognizing that the topic had shifted to something significant. He succinctly recounted the explanation he had given to the principal regarding the mutation. Yun Jintian listened in silence, withholding judgment. Once Lu Yuan finished, he slowly nodded. A mutation that occurs in the heat of the moment? That explanation should suffice for those scholarly old-timers at the academy. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Yun Jintian continued, the world of beasts is vast and boundless. Miracles happen every day. Whether it is a mutation or a fortuitous encounter, it is a chance that belongs solely to you. He stepped closer. That mighty hand which had once lifted the young Lu Yuan high above his head now rested heavily, yet warmly upon his shoulder. Every strong individual harbors their own secrets. You need not explain yourself to anyone, including us. You only need to remember one thing. Yun Jintian's gaze was intensely earnest. The path must be forged by your own efforts. But home will always be here. The Yun family will forever be your steadfast support. Boom. These words flowed through Lu Yuan like a warm current, shattering the dam of alienation that had lingered in his heart for 18 years. He had enjoyed the abundant material comforts of the Yun family, yet had always felt a subtle distance within. He was an entrusted orphan, a guest of the Yun family. But in that moment, he truly comprehended that in the hearts of Yun Jintian and Su Yueli, he had never been an outsider. Did you hear that, Xiao Yuan? Su Yueli returned with a light blanket, having overheard her husband's words. She affectionately tousled Lu Yuan's hair, her gesture imbued with warmth. If anyone dares to question the origin of your beast, just call for Andy. It's been ages since NES Rosefire Fox has been out and about. That sounds good, Yun Jintian concurred. Lu Yuan looked at them, his eyes glistening with warmth. 1,000 words were lodged in his throat, ultimately manifesting as a solemn nod. This weighty trust and protection would be something he vowed to honor for a lifetime. All right, look at that girl. She is about to drool a river. Su Yueli pointed at the car, dispelling the tender atmosphere. Lu Yuan turned to see, both amused and exasperated. He approached the vehicle, leaned in, and gently patted Yun Qianqian's cheek. Qianqian, wake up, we're home. Don't disturb me. Yun Qianqian scrunched her nose, mumbling in her sleep. Yuan. You're not allowed to take mine. She even smacked her lips after saying that. Lu Yuan. Yun Jintian and his wife watched from outside, thoroughly entertained. That girl, I say she is beyond saving. Yun Jintian shook his head, unable to hide the smile that crept upon his lips. With no other option, Lu Yuan extended his arms, carefully maneuvering around her knees and back, lifting her in a princess carry. The girl's body was light, carrying a unique fragrance as she nestled comfortably against him. Perhaps having found a more comfortable pillow, she even adjusted her position, nuzzling her head against his chest and sinking deeper into slumber. Lu Yuan cradled her as he stepped out of the car. Su Yueli hurried over, wrapping her daughter in a blanket while quietly complaining to Lu Yuan. It's all your Uncle Yun's fault for raising her like a boy since childhood. She doesn't exhibit a shred of femininity. Who will dare to take her in the future? Lu Yuan cast a glance at the tranquil face of the girl in his arms, remaining silent. Yun Jintian cleared his throat, hands behind his back as he strode toward the villa, his voice carrying from ahead. By the way, Xiao Yuan, although your primordial light possesses boundless potential, accelerating its growth requires a vast amount of resources. You needn't worry about resources. I'll arrange for more funds for you to purchase advancement materials. 10 billion should suffice for a black iron level beast. 10 billion? Even Lu Yuan, with his composed demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by that figure. What? Is that too little? Yun Jintian arched an eyebrow as he turned back. Then let it be 20 billion. Qianqian's Dark Ranger training also requires that much. I cannot show favoritism. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, suddenly recalling the thoughts he had entertained about living off the generosity of others while in the car. This kind of generosity is rather overwhelming. He held the very source of his troubles close. The enigmas left by his parents, the secrets of the Beast Guide, the path of a future powerhouse. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Yuan's voice was soft, yet profoundly sincere. Holding Yun Qianqian, he followed Yun Jintian and his wife into the brightly lit villa. As the heavy doors slowly closed behind them, sealing off the outside world entirely, a singular thought resonated in Lu Yuan's heart. He had returned home. Chapter 7. The Journey to the Secret Realm. 3 days later, at the special teleportation square on the eastern side of the academy. In preparation for this expedition to the secret realm, the academy had cleared the entire square, leaving only 3 individuals. They were the top 4 newcomers from the summoning ceremony, excluding Shin Xingyu. Each hailed from distinguished backgrounds, their expressions haughty, accompanied by extraordinary beasts by their sides. In the center of the square, a girl clad in a fiery red outfit, her high ponytail swaying, wore a look of impatience as she vented her frustrations to those beside her. Who exactly is Lu Yuan? How could he possibly displace Shin Xingyu and leave us waiting for him? The girl, known as Qin Yu, had summoned a 4-star potential flame sorceress, securing her position as the second strongest among the freshmen. Beside her, a boy with a deep voice interjected, "What does it matter who he is? I heard he merely defeated Shin Xingyu with a 1-star mutated glowing butterfly. It's pure luck. He was Shirley, ranked 3rd with a 3-star potential earth bear, renowned for its defensive prowess." Another individual remained silent, yet their expression clearly echoed this sentiment. To them, Lu Yuan was but a fortunate fool, starkly different from the geniuses who had ascended the ranks through genuine talent. At that moment, 2 figures approached the entrance of the square, a male and a female, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Lu Yuan was dressed in his simple black casual attire, hands tucked into his pockets, while Yun Qianqian flitted beside him like a joyful bird, chattering animatedly. Upon noticing the unfriendly glares from the group in the square, her expression shifted to seriousness as she linked her arm with Lu Yuan's, asserting her claim. "Humph, finally here," Qin Yu scoffed, crossing her arms. Lu Yuan barely glanced in her direction, his gaze sweeping past them to the center of the square, where an area enveloped by runic energy beckoned. There, the space shimmered with a watery distortion, evidently the entrance to the secret realm. This blatant disregard infuriated Qin Yu, and she stepped forward, her voice rising slightly. "Hey, are you Lu Yuan?" Lu Yuan turned his head. "What is it?" "I am Qin Yu," she declared proudly, puffing out her chest. "My flame sorceress is also of high black iron rank. Once we enter the secret realm, I hope your little light can do more than purify useless little dogs." Her words crackled with intensity. Before Lu Yuan could respond, Yun Qianqian erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What are you saying? Do you even know how to speak? She positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Yuan. Maya Yuan's primal light is not merely for purifying little dogs. It can also cleanse fiery-mouthed tigresses like you. Qin Yu's cheeks flushed with anger, and her petite flame sorceress erupted with flames. Unyieldingly, Yun Qianqian retorted, what? Want to fight? Fine, let my Dark Ranger come out and play with your little fire sprite. The fury on Qin Yu's face faltered momentarily. The Dark Ranger, possessing 5-star potential, represented a disparity in power that could not be bridged by mere skill. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the director, Wang Zhan, hurried over. All right, we're all classmates here. We are about to enter the secret realm together, so let's unite. He attempted to mediate, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Well aware that offending any of these exceptional students was unwise, he stepped to the front of the line, cleared his throat, and began to outline the precautions. The Moonlight Forest is an extraordinarily unique beginner's secret realm, characterized by attributes of moonlight and shadow. It is relatively safe during the day, but at night, the power of moonlight peaks, and many summoned beasts become highly aggressive. Your primary objective is to gather moonlight stones. These energy crystals are immensely beneficial for the growth of your summoned beasts at this stage. Furthermore, you may encounter rare spiritual herbs from the outside world. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your own abilities. Remember, malicious actions among classmates are prohibited in the secret realm, but sparring is allowed. If you encounter insurmountable danger, immediately crush the teleportation talisman in your possession. It will swiftly transport you out. Wang Zhan distributed several softly glowing jade talismans to the group. The teleportation entrance will stabilize in 10 minutes. You may make your final preparations. With that, Wang Zhan stepped aside, leaving time for these prodigies. Qin Yu shot a fierce glare at Yun Qianqian before turning to check her gear. Shirley began feeding energy cubes to his earth bear. Yun Qianqian rummaged through her spatial bracelet, presenting a collection of bottles and jars to Lu Yuan like a treasure. Yuan, this is a high-grade healing spray. This is an antidote. This is a stamina recovery pill. And this concentrated nutrition bar can keep you full for 3 days. She stuffed the items into Lu Yuan's arms. Continuing to search, let me find more. I remember my dad gave me several defense scrolls. Lu Yuan looked at the towering pile of supplies in his arms, bemused. Each item would fetch a handsome price outside, yet Yun Qianqian offered them as if they were mere candies. That's enough. I have some. Lu Yuan gently pressed down on her still-searching hand. You do? Yun Qianqian blinked, her expression skeptical. Lu Yuan smiled, opting not to elaborate. He had already utilized a small portion of the 20 billion bestowed upon him by Jintian through the Yun family's channels. He had acquired equipment far superior to what Yun Qianqian offered. However, he had stowed it all in his storage space. While he was indeed benefiting from her support, a man could not rely solely on a girl for everything. Seeing that Lu Yuan was not jesting, Yun Qianqian pouted, reluctantly reclaiming her items, but still worriedly admonishing. Once you go in, stay close to me. Do you hear? If you lose even a single hair, I will settle the score with them. As she spoke, her fierce gaze swept over the other three. Qin Yu and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, choosing to turn away, opting for a visual retreat. Lu Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze returning to the increasingly stable spatial whirlpool. To his astonishment, the Beast Master compendium materialized before him. Flipping open a page, it revealed Secret Realm, Moonlight Forest. Attributes: Light, Dark Wood. Core output: Moonlight Stone, Rare, Shadow Grass, Rare, Starlight Wood, Epic, extremely low probability of appearing in the core area. Area Danger Level Assessment: Periphery, Low, Central, Moderate. Core Area, High Risk. Compendium hint: at the bottom of the Moonlight Lake in the core area, a high-purity light energy source is suspected to exist, greatly benefiting the primal light. A high-purity light energy source. The Beastmaster Compendium possessed such capabilities. Suddenly, the spatial whirlpool before him shuddered violently, stabilizing into a majestic portal 10 meters high. Within lay a distinctly different landscape, where towering ancient trees and flowing moonlight were faintly visible. The entrance has opened. Duration: 7 days. Good luck to you all. Wang Zhen's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Let us go. Qin Yu was the first to respond, unhesitatingly stepping through the luminous archway with her flame sorceress, her figure vanishing in an instant. Shirley and the other individual followed closely, fearing that a moment's delay would allow others to seize their opportunities. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian remained in the square. Shall we go as well? Lu Yuan inquired. Yes. Yun Qianqian nodded vigorously, taking the initiative to grasp Lu Yuan's hand. Yuan, hold on tight. We mustn't get separated. Lu Yuan reciprocated her grip, and together they stepped into the portal. Chapter 8, Instant Kill. A fleeting sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and the scenery before their eyes shifted rapidly. In the next moment, the grounding feeling of solid earth returned, accompanied by the invigorating scent of verdant foliage mingled with a hint of the crisp energy of moonlight enveloping them. They found themselves deep within an expansive forest. The trees here towered majestically, their immense canopies nearly obscuring the entire sky, allowing only wisps of silvery moonlight to cascade through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled patterns of light upon the forest floor. The entire world emanated a serene beauty, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. Wow, it's so beautiful. Yun Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. However, Lu Yuan immediately expanded his mental energy. His brow furrowed slightly. What is it? Ah Yuan? Yun Qianqian promptly sensed his unease. The others are not here, Lu Yuan replied in a low voice. This space seems to have a mechanism for random teleportation. The 5 of us have been transported to different locations. Upon hearing this, rather than feeling anxious, Yun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She shook the hands they held tightly and cheerfully remarked, "Isn't that even better? That way, no one will disturb us." Her tone brimmed with the joy of their private world. However, no sooner had her words left her lips than a rustling sound emerged from the bushes behind them. A creature, entirely cloaked in dark green scales and sporting a single silver horn atop its head, resembling a cheetah, stealthily stepped out of the shadows. Its piercing green vertical pupils locked onto Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Lu Yuan regarded the beast, and suddenly, a page in the Beast Taming compendium flipped open. Beast, Moonshadow Leopard. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, mid-level black iron. Compendium note, highly adept at stealth and ambush. Its horn can launch moonlight blades, a common predator on the outskirts of the moonlight forest. The smile on Yun Qianqian's face instantly vanished. Humph, an ignorant creature. Just right for me to warm up my skills as a dark ranger. She was about to summon her beast when Lu Yuan raised a hand to stop her. No need. Lu Yuan's gaze remained steady on the Moonshadow Leopard, which had begun to crouch, preparing to pounce. This creature does not warrant your ranger's intervention. With a flicker of thought, a warm and sacred purplish-golden light began to manifest beside his shoulder. Yun Qianqian halted her summoning motion, turning her head with her sparkling, doe-like eyes reflecting confusion and concern. Ah Yuan? But the Moonshadow Leopard is supposed to be mid-level black iron and incredibly fast. She understood that Lu Yuan's primordial light was formidable, but it should only match the Moonshadow Leopard's level. The reason he could easily dispatch the Hellhound was due to their equal strength and perhaps a favorable elemental affinity, though the Moonshadow Leopard shared the shadow attribute. Its incredible speed made it unlikely that the primordial light could easily defeat it. Lu Yuan offered her a reassuring glance, imbued with an almost magical quality. Yun Qianqian found herself swallowing back the words she had intended to voice, choosing instead to trust him unconditionally. Roar. The Moonshadow Leopard, clearly lacking patience, interpreted Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's silent exchange as a blatant disrespect towards it, a top predator. It let out a low growl, its limbs coiling with power, and in an instant, its body transformed into a dark green blur, darting towards Lu Yuan's flank with a devious, erratic arc. Its form flickered in and out of the dappled shadows of the forest, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Be careful. Yun Qianqian's heart leapt into her throat, just as the Moonshadow Leopard was about to leap from behind a massive tree shadow. The purplish-golden orb of primordial light beside Lu Yuan shimmered slightly. With a hum, devoid of any grandiose display, an invisible wave emanated from the center of the primordial light. Rippling outward, the sacred radiance transformed the area into a realm of illumination. In an instant, all shadows cast by the tree canopy within 100 meters were, as if erased by an unseen hand. Those dim and mottled corners were thoroughly illuminated, penetrated, and purified by a warm and majestic purplish-golden glow. The entire world shone brightly, as if it were midday. The Moonshadow Leopard, poised to launch a deadly strike from the shadows, suddenly froze, stumbling out of its rapid stealth state, exposed beneath the unrelenting light. The ferocity and cunning that had filled its eyes were swiftly replaced by an instinctual terror and confusion. Where are the shadows? Its prized stealth ability was rendered utterly ineffective in this domain of sacred light. It was akin to an assassin stripped bare, standing defenseless before its foe, all its advantages stripped away. Yun Qianqian gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her small hand. She understood that light countered darkness, but she had never imagined that such dominance could be so profound. This was no mere skill confrontation. It was a crushing superiority at the level of fundamental laws. It directly deprived the opponent of its very habitat. Roar. The Moonshadow Leopard was engulfed in panic, abandoning any thoughts of close combat. It opened its jaws wide, the silver horn atop its head blazing with brilliance. A crescent-shaped silver energy blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, shot towards Lu Yuan's face. The Moonlight Blade, the Moonshadow Leopard's most potent ranged attack. Faced with this lethal strike capable of slicing through steel, Lu Yuan's will directed through their soul bond commanded the primordial light for a second instruction. Judgment of Light. The silhouette formed by the primordial light stirred slightly, materializing into a spear, which it hurled towards the impending Moonlight Blade. It lacked the grand spectacle of the Moonlight Blade and exhibited no energy fluctuations. It simply floated forward. Under Yun Qianqian's tense gaze, the spear and the fierce Moonlight Blade met in midair. The anticipated explosive clash did not occur. With a soft sound reminiscent of a bubble bursting, the Moonlight Blade dissolved upon contact with the purplish-golden light. The spear, having purified the Moonlight Blade, retained its brilliance without dimming, maintaining its speed as it traced a straight trajectory, instantly piercing into the Moonshadow Leopard's brow. With a cry, the Moonshadow Leopard's body convulsed violently. Its forward momentum abruptly halted. The fear and fury in its eyes swiftly dissipated. In the next moment, its agile form began to disintegrate from within, transforming into specks of silver light that scattered with the wind. Mere seconds had passed, and an elite predator of mid-level black iron was completely obliterated. All that remained was a horn shimmering with a soft silver light and a fist-sized dark green crystal pulsating with faint energy. The forest fell silent once more. Yun Qianqian stared at this scene, stunned, before snapping back to reality several seconds later. Wow, Ah Yuan, you are so incredibly cool. Her exclamation shattered the stillness as she rushed over, tightly wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan's arm and shaking it enthusiastically. Her beautiful doe-like eyes sparkled with admiration and pride. That light, it completely eradicated the shadows. There was that tiny glimmer, and with a swish, poof, the nefarious villain vanished. She gesticulated animatedly, her excitement surpassing even that of a personal victory. Lu Yuan allowed her to cling to him, revealing a hint of a helpless smile on his face. He stepped forward, bending down to pick up the unicorn horn and crystal that lay on the ground. Unicorn horn of the Moonshadow Leopard. Black iron contains pure moonlight energy, capable of providing a small amount of energy to light attribute beastmasters or serving as excellent material for crafting moonlight attribute staves or equipment. The haul was quite satisfactory. Humph. Just then, a soft grunt reached Lu Yuan's ears. He turned to find Yun Qianqian puffing out her cheeks, gazing at him with a hint of dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Lu Yuan inquired. You promised you'd protect me, yet I did nothing and the battle ended. She complained. You're making me, your guardian, lose face. Lu Yuan was amused by her demeanor and affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, next time, I'll definitely let you take part. That's more like it. Yun Qianqian nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yuan casually stowed the spoils into his storage space and then raised his gaze towards the depths of the forest. According to the guidebook, the Moonlight Lake should be in this direction. Let us go. The quality of the moonlight stones here is too low to be of any value, he stated. Yun Qianqian paused momentarily. Huh, aren't we going to collect the moonlight stones? Didn't Director Wang say they were important? There are better things awaiting us. A meaningful smile curved at the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth. He offered no further explanation, merely took Yun Qianqian's hand and led her deeper into the forest. Better things? What are they? Yun Qianqian queried with curiosity. Something that would make even your Dark Ranger envious. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled instantaneously. Let's go, let's hurry. The girl, who had just complained about not having a chance to shine, now cast aside thoughts of protecting Lu Yuan. Her mind filled with treasures that could make her beloved beast envious, quickening her pace. The two figures soon vanished into the serene forest shrouded in moonlight. Shortly after their departure, Qin Yu's fiery red silhouette, accompanied by her fiery enchantress, emerged in the clearing. She surveyed the lingering, not yet dissipated purifying aura on the ground, as well as the unmistakable remnants of the Moonshadow Leopard's energy, her delicate brows knitting tightly. Such a domineering energy. A battle has clearly just taken place here. She crouched down, pinching a bit of soil and bringing it to her nose. It was the Moonshadow Leopard, and the battle had concluded with astonishing swiftness, almost instantaneously. To obliterate a mid-tier black iron Moonshadow Leopard in an instant, its strength must at least be at the high tier of black iron, or even at its peak. Could it have been Yun Qianqian's Dark Ranger that intervened? Qin Yu mused. She could conceive of no other possibility. In her eyes, Lu Yuan, that glowing orb transformed from a luminous butterfly, lacked such power. Humph, relying on women. Qin Yu stood upright, her face a mask of disdain. Chapter 9. Yun Qianqian takes action. Deeper within the moonlight forest, the light grew increasingly dim. Towering ancient trees intertwined their branches, and the air was thick with heightened energy. Lu Yuan, what exactly is that glowing orb of yours? Yun Qianqian, like a curious lark, trailed closely behind him, having asked the question no less than 10 times. The spectacle of obliterating the Moonshadow Leopard had left her utterly astounded. She knew Lu Yuan's beast was unique, but she had not anticipated its extraordinary capabilities to such an extent. Lu Yuan, slightly exasperated by her incessant inquiries, could only respond vaguely. It's a form of domain suppression. A domain? So powerful. Does that mean that as long as your glowing orb is present, all shadowy villains will be thoroughly vanquished? Pretty much, Lu Yuan nodded. The purifying field of divine radiance was indeed the absolute nemesis of all dark, undead, and cursed attributes. Yay, that's wonderful. Yun Qianqian gleefully looped her arm through Lu Yuan's. With our combination, light and dark, we are truly invincible. As she spoke, she suddenly released her grip, running ahead with a sense of mock seriousness. Shoo, stay quiet. I'll scout ahead. We agreed that the next battle belongs to me. Lu Yuan chuckled at her professional demeanor as a scout, but nodded in agreement. Yun Qianqian crouched down, tiptoeing cautiously as she parted a cluster of ferns taller than herself. A wu? A fluffy white fox with 3 tails, nestled behind the ferns, startled awake, staring at her with drowsy eyes. The two beings locked gazes for a moment, the atmosphere tense. Eek! An ambush! Yun Qianqian let out a cute squeal, instinctively leaping back and assuming a battle stance. The 3-tailed white fox, frightened by her reaction, quivered, its fur bristling, emitting a more pitiful awoo before swiftly transforming into a white blur and vanishing into the forest. Lu Yuan approached, observing Yun Qianqian's still alert demeanor, and gently patted her head. That was merely a low-tier black iron beast, a 3-tailed spirit fox, herbivorous and more timid than a rabbit. Yun Qianqian's face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning from embarrassment, as she lowered her hands and muttered softly, I was strategically retreating to ascertain the enemy's details. Lu Yuan chose not to expose her, his gaze scanning the surroundings as his expression grew serious. All right, enough play. This time, something is genuinely approaching. No sooner had he spoken than several ferocious wolf howls echoed from the shadows surrounding them. 3 robust, pitch-black wolves, their eyes glowing green, stealthily emerged from the shadows of the trees, encircling the pair. Each step they took melded them deeper into the darkness. The Beastmaster's guidebook automatically displayed information. Beast, Shadow Wolf. Potential, 2 stars. Tier, Black Iron Mid-Tier. Guidebook note, a social creature, adept at utilizing shadows for coordinated hunting. Their claws carry shadow energy that can erode the life force of their prey. 3 mid-tier black iron wolves. Yun Qianqian's expression turned serious, yet excitement danced in her eyes. Finally, she could showcase her skills. Lu Yuan, step back and watch me. The girl's voice was crisp and confident as she stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Lu Yuan. With a thought, she commanded, come forth, Dark Ranger. A slender figure composed entirely of shadow energy gradually materialized. It was a humanoid being of adult height, cloaked in a flowing mantle woven from shadows. Its features obscured, only 2 points of crimson light glimmered from beneath the hood, resembling blood-red stars against the night. In each hand, it wielded a black dagger forged from pure shadow energy, and a longbow was slung across its back. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, Black Iron High Tier. Guidebook note, the ultimate shadow assassin, a born ruler of the night. Attack, Yun Qianqian commanded. The silhouette of the Dark Ranger seamlessly melded into the shadows of the ground, vanishing from sight. The lead wolf seemed to sense the impending danger and let out a vigilant roar that echoed into the sky. Yet, it was already too late. With a soft thud, the shadows behind one of the shadow wolves began to writhe abruptly, and the figure of the Dark Ranger materialized like a wraith. The twin blades in his hands transformed into a crisscrossed sanguine cross, precisely slicing through the wolf's neck. The massive wolf's head soared skyward, failing to emit even a single cry of agony before its body collapsed with a resounding thud. A fatal blow. The Dark Ranger's figure once again melted into the shadows, as if he had never existed. The remaining 2 shadow wolves were instantly plunged into a frenzy, howling madly in all directions in a futile attempt to locate the hidden enemy. However, their once proud shadow stealth was rendered utterly inept before the Dark Ranger. Thud, thud. The crimson glimmer flickered repeatedly within the shadows. Each flash was accompanied by the fall of yet another shadow wolf. The Dark Ranger's strikes were devoid of any superfluous motion. Each attack was precise and lethal. He resembled a masterful artist, orchestrating the grim art of death with the lives of his foes. In less than 30 seconds, all 3 mid-tier shadow wolves lay dead. The entire process was fluid and seamless. The Dark Ranger's form reassembled beside Yun Qianqian, where he knelt gracefully on one knee, one hand over his heart, and performed an elegant bow to his master before transforming into motes of light and returning to the contract space. Mission accomplished. Yun Qianqian clapped her hands in delight. So what do you think? Is my Dark Ranger not incredibly dashing? However, the prey she anticipated did not arrive immediately. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on the corpse of one of the shadow wolves, his brow slightly raised. He strode forward, crouched down, and excavated a black crystal the size of a fingernail from the wolf's chest. Shadow Wolf King Crystal Core. Bronze. A Wolf King can only be born from 1,000 shadow wolves, and its crystal core contains the purest essence of shadow origin power, which can enhance the strength of shadow-type beast masters or forge equipment. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Yun Qianqian watched as Lu Yuan became engrossed in studying the shard of stone, completely disregarding her, and her eager smile instantly faded. She puffed out her cheeks like a little pufferfish and approached him, lightly kicking Lu Yuan's leg with her toes. Lu Yuan looked up and saw her sulking expression. Only then did he realize he had seemingly overlooked this valiant contributor. Were these dead wolves truly more impressive than my splendid performance? The hint of grievance in the girl's voice was palpable. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. He rose to his feet and extended the crystal core towards her, ingratiatingly saying, I was just pondering what spoils of war would properly reward our brave heroine, Yun Qianqian. Yun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, staring at the crystal core radiating pure energy, her cheeks flushing once more. Is this for me? Certainly. Lu Yuan insisted as he placed the crystal core into her hands. Your Dark Ranger will surely appreciate this gift. Yun Qianqian's small hand clasped the warm crystal core, and her fleeting annoyance evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of sweetness. She happily tucked the crystal core away. Unable to resist, she leaned closer to Lu Yuan and whispered, So, was my performance just now truly heroic? Lu Yuan gazed into her newly brightened eyes and earnestly nodded. Yes, very dashing. Those two words made the girl's smile shine brighter than the moonlight filtering through the trees. Then let us hurry to seek out the next treasure that this hero must rescue. Lu Yuan grinned as he took her hand, leading them deeper into the forest. The two continued their journey for about half an hour before the scene ahead suddenly opened up. A vast lake emerged before them. The water shimmered silver, while the sky above was adorned with a tapestry of stars. The dense, almost liquefied moonlight energy enveloped the entire lake like a gossamer veil, rendering everything here dreamlike and ethereal. Moonlight Lake. They had finally arrived at the core of this secret realm, just as they stepped out of the forest. Lu Yuan noticed that on the opposite shore of the lake, Qin Yu and Shirley's groups had also just arrived. Not only that, but in the very center of the lake, on an island, a small tree radiating a crystalline glow and exuding silver light was stretching its branches under the nurturing moonlight. On that small tree hung two fruits, each the size of a fist. Chapter 10, Starfruit. Starfruit. Epic blooms in a century, bears fruit in a century, ripens in a century. Consuming it can enhance the potential of beast masters below the golden tier, proving remarkably effective for any attribute of beast master. The small tree on the island, barely over a meter tall, seemed like the sole occupant of this central lake. The two fruits hanging from it flowed with starlight. An epic grade treasure, the starfruit. A coveted item that could make even platinum tier experts fight tooth and nail was now laid bare before them. Starfruit. A voice filled with greedy derision shattered the silence. Qin Yu's eyes were now ablaze with fervent desire. She licked her lips, her gaze sweeping over Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian as if they were invisible. Yun Qianqian, Lu Yuan, consider yourselves fortunate to witness such a treasure. She arrogantly raised her chin. Now, leave at once. Those two starfruits belong to Shirley and me. Shirley, standing beside her, remained silent, merely stepping forward. His earth bear let out a low, rumbling growl. You claim them? Who do you think you are? Yun Qianqian exploded with fury, immediately positioning herself protectively behind Lu Yuan. In this secret realm, whatever one obtains belongs to them. We discovered this first. Yun Qianqian, don't push your luck. Qin Yu's expression darkened. I know your Dark Ranger has 5-star potential, but he is still merely a high-tier black iron. Together with Shirley, do you really think you can gain the upper hand? Furthermore, Qin Yu's gaze shifted to Lu Yuan. You still have to drag along such a burden. What can his light do besides shine? Say that again. Yun Qianqian's face flushed with indignation. However, Lu Yuan gently pressed down on her shoulder. Yun Qianqian was taken aback and turned to look at him. Lu Yuan's face bore no trace of anxiety. He even smiled at her, signaling for her to remain calm. This calm demeanor irked Qin Yu and Shirley inexplicably. What are you trying to play at? Hey Lu, hiding behind a woman isn't a mark of strength. Shirley mocked. If you have the guts, step forward. Oh, I can do that, Lu Yuan replied, stepping out from behind Yun Qianqian. Since you desire it so much, go ahead and take it. What? Qin Yu was taken aback. Shirley furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lu Yuan's intentions. What? Afraid? Lu Yuan's tone dripped with provocation. An epic treasure lies within reach. You wouldn't dare, would you? Preposterous. I have nothing to fear. Qin Yu seethed with anger at his demeanor. She coldly snorted and commanded the fire sorceress beside her. Go, retrieve the fruits from that tree. The petite figure of the flame sorceress was engulfed in flames, transforming into a streak of fire that surged toward the island at the heart of the lake. However, just as it was about to make contact with the silvery waters, a hissing sound erupted. The lake's surface seemed to come alive, and silver chains of energy burst forth from the depths, swiftly ensnaring the flame sorceress. With a piercing shriek, the flame sorceress felt her flames dim and extinguish the moment they met the silver chains. How could this happen? Qin Yu's expression shifted drastically. She sensed that the energy of her summoned beast was being frantically siphoned away by the lake. Come back, she commanded urgently. Yet, the silver chains proved remarkably resilient. No matter how fiercely the flame sorceress struggled, they remained unyielding. Earth Bear, Rock Spike. Beside her, Shirley reacted promptly, immediately directing his beast to assist. The Earth Bear stomped the ground, causing sharp stone spikes to erupt from the lakeside, colliding forcefully with the chains. However, these spikes, capable of piercing steel, were reduced to powder upon impact with the chains. Futile, Lu Yuan's voice echoed in the ears of Qin Yu and Shirley. This moonlight lake is inherently a natural energy field. Any energy that does not belong to the light attribute will be perceived as an invader, subjected to suppression and consumption. The more intense your attacks, the stronger the backlash will be. Lu Yuan's words were the answer provided by the Beast Taming Compendium. The faces of Qin Yu and Shirley turned ashen as they realized they had been played by Lu Yuan from the very beginning. You knew all along. Qin Yu pointed accusingly at Lu Yuan, trembling with rage. I warned you earlier. You simply chose not to listen, Lu Yuan replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. Ha! Yun Qianqian, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Oh dear, some individuals truly possess a simplistic mind and underdeveloped limbs. My dear Lu Yuan told her to retrieve it, and she actually went. Qin Yu was nearly driven to the brink of spitting blood from indignation. Lu Yuan, what are we to do now? After having her fill of laughter, Yun Qianqian leaned closer to Lu Yuan, unable to resist asking, though she firmly believed he would have a solution. Lu Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the radiant light of the primordial dawn hovering at his side. With a thought, he issued a command through their bond. In the next moment, the outline of the primordial dawn shimmered slightly. A soft, purplish-golden halo radiated from it, creating ripples across the silvery lake's surface. Remarkably, the once turbulent moonlight lake began to calm. The silver chains binding the flame sorceress loosened instantaneously, retreating obediently back into the water. Once freed, the flame sorceress returned to Qin Yu's side, her flames now dimmed to insignificance. Before they could recover from their astonishment, a bridge entirely composed of solidified moonlight stretched out from Lu Yuan's feet, extending straight toward the island at the lake's heart. The entire scene was imbued with a sacred and harmonious beauty. How is this possible? Shirley stammered, utterly bewildered. Qin Yu stood motionless, shocked. Her flame sorceress, deemed a mortal enemy, yet Lu Yuan's light could compel this lake to bow in submission, paving a path for him? What manner of beast was this? Lu Yuan paid them no further heed, taking the hand of the awestruck Yun Qianqian as they stepped onto the moonlight bridge. Together, they walked side by side, as if traversing solid ground, advancing toward the epic treasure that lay within reach. On the shore, Qin Yu and Shirley could only watch in stunned silence, devoid of even the strength to feel envy. In the face of such absolute, incomprehensible power, any petty thoughts appeared pale and laughable. Reaching the celestial tree, Lu Yuan plucked 2 fruits from its branches. The fruits felt warm in his hands, an overwhelming energy swirling within his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he handed one to Yun Qianqian. Huh, for me? Yun Qianqian hesitated, instinctively waving her hands. No, this is yours. I did nothing to earn it. Take it. Your Dark Ranger will need it after the advancement. Gazing into Lu Yuan's eyes, she could no longer utter a refusal and obediently accepted the star fruit. Well, all right then, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as her cheeks flushed. Thank you, Lu Yuan. Fool, he teased, ruffling her hair before stowing away the remaining fruit. This one, he intended for the primordial dawn. Having completed their task, they turned back, retracing their steps across the moonlight bridge. As they returned to the shore, the bridge vanished silently, and the moonlight lake returned to its former state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, disinterested, did not spare a glance at the two behind them, instead heading resolutely in the opposite direction toward the forest. Lu Yuan, where are we going now? To the bottom of the lake. Chapter 11. The Heart of the Moonlight Lake. To the bottom of the lake. Lu Yuan's voice was soft, yet left Yun Qianqian, who had just stowed the star fruit, momentarily stunned. Huh, to the bottom of the lake? She gestured toward the shimmering expanse of water emanating a powerful energy suppression. How do we get there? The water is strange. Just moments ago, Qin Yu's flame sorceress was nearly devoured. It won't harm us, Lu Yuan reassured her, leading her to the lakeshore. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Shirlei, having retreated to the forest, could only watch as Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian claimed the epic star fruit and now prepared to explore the Moonlight Lake, a place they could not even approach. This was beyond a mere discrepancy in strength. What kind of monster has he contracted? Qin Yu's voice was hoarse. Shirlei remained silent for a long while, finally murmuring, "It seems we have wronged the wrong person." At the lakeside, Lu Yuan paid no mind to the two behind him. Once more, he connected his consciousness with the primordial dawn. This time, the command he issued was met with a powerful response. The purplish-golden radiance of the primordial dawn surged forth, an invisible yet supreme pressure descending like a sovereign, instantly enveloping the entire Moonlight Lake. The waters began to roil violently, yet this tumult was not chaotic. It was one of submission. Before Yun Qianqian's astonished gaze, the lake appeared to be cleaved by an unseen sword. The silver waters rose high on either side, forming towering walls of water, held in place by a mysterious force, not a single drop spilling. A path made of various crystals from the lake bed materialized beneath their feet, leading deeper into the heart of the lake. The entire spectacle was nothing short of miraculous. My heavens! Yun Qianqian thought to herself that the shocks she had received today far surpassed those of the previous 17 years combined. Yet Lu Yuan held her hand as they stepped onto the newly revealed path. Stay close to me. Oh. Yun Qianqian finally snapped back to reality. The two walked along the parted lake bed, flanked by the gently flowing silver walls of water. They could clearly see various ethereal light element creatures swimming within, curiously observing the two newcomers, yet daring not to approach. As they journeyed further into the lake's heart, the energy of the light elements grew ever denser. After walking for approximately 100 meters, Lu Yuan came to a halt. Before them, at the very heart of the lake's depths, lay a crystalline structure, heart-shaped and roughly the size of a house, embedded within the earth's veins. This crystal radiated the purest hue of azure. With each subtle pulse, it caused the energy of the entire lake to ebb and flow. This was, as indicated by the Beast Master's compendium, a source of high-purity light attribute energy known as the heart of Moonlight Lake. Once again, Yun Qianqian was awestruck by the sight before her. Ah Yuan, is this what you referred to as something better? Indeed, Lu Yuan affirmed with a nod, releasing Yun Qianqian's hand. Stay here and do not approach. With that, he stepped forward alone towards the massive crystalline heart. As he drew closer, the radiance emitted by the primordial light intensified, gradually resonating with the pulsating frequency of the lake's crystal in an enigmatic harmony. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Lu Yuan's hand gently made contact with the surface of the crystalline heart, a sudden transformation occurred. The entire crystal heart erupted in blinding light. A robust beam of pure energy shooting skyward, instantly enveloping Lu Yuan and the primordial light. Ah Yuan. Yun Qianqian's heart raced, her face drained of color. Without a second thought, she attempted to summon her Dark Ranger to rush to him. Yet, a gentle yet irresistible force held her firmly outside the beam of light. Within the light, Lu Yuan remained composed. He could sense vast waves of energy surging through his body as a conduit, flooding into the primordial light with fervor. He felt like a transformer, a gateway for energy. Beast, primordial light, currently absorbing high-purity energy source, heart of Moonlight Lake. Absorption progress, 103,070. Warning. Energy levels are excessively high. Master's body is reaching its limit. Lu Yuan let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his body might burst from the pressure. Beads of blood even seeping through his skin. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. He understood this was both an opportunity and a trial. He still needed to seek out his parents at Beiming Academy. He could not be obstructed by such a force. Absorb, he mentally shouted. The primordial light seemed to sense its master's will, emitting a clear, resonant sound. The absorption rate surged dramatically. Absorption progress, 100. Primordial light, rank elevated. Black iron high tier, peak of black iron. Successfully breaking through the rank barrier. Primordial light, rank elevated. Bronze low tier. Boom. An aura far more sacred than before exploded from the beam. Lu Yuan also received a boon from the beast advancement. The beam of light gradually dissipated, revealing Lu Yuan's figure once more. At his shoulder, the form of the primordial light had undergone a subtle transformation. Previously a mere orb of purple-gold light, it now bore a vague human silhouette at its center, with a pair of ethereal wings composed entirely of light particles extending from its back. Though still in its infancy, the air of sanctity and majesty it exuded was magnified tenfold. Beast, primordial light. Potential, 4 stars. Each major advancement will reduce 1 star. Cannot advance further after reaching 1 star. Rank, Bronze low tier. Newly comprehended skills. Light Wings, allows for high-speed flight for a short duration. Holy Light Guardian, bestows a shield upon allied units that absorbs damage. Ah Yuan, are you alright? Yun Qianqian rushed over, her eyes reddening at the sight of his bloodied form, her voice tinged with concern. She hurriedly fumbled through her spatial wristband for a high-grade healing spray, directing a flurry of it towards Lu Yuan. I'm fine. Lu Yuan grasped her hand, transferring a stream of pure energy to her. Yun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. She could feel this energy coursing through her body, relaying it to the Dark Ranger in their contracted space. The Dark Ranger's strength surged rapidly, even showing signs of breaking through to the peak of black iron. A portion of the heart of Moonlight Lake's energy is for you, Lu Yuan smiled. Having absorbed such immense energy, the leftover was no longer needed by the primordial light, and he decided to share a part of it to enhance Yun Qianqian's Dark Game's prowess. This is too unfair. Yun Qianqian exclaimed with joy as she felt the Dark Ranger's enhancement, while other beast masters had their beasts nurturing them. How is it that Lu Yuan seemed to be feeding his beasts madly, even benefiting others' beasts in the process? Let us go. There's no need to linger here any longer. Lu Yuan glanced at the now dimmed heart of Moonlight Lake, which had shifted from its crystalline hue to an ordinary shade, and turned to lead Yun Qianqian away. As they returned to the shore, the previously parted waters surged back together with a crash, sending sprays of water into the air. However, the lake had lost its former mystical energy, now reduced to mere weak waters. The core power of the secret realm had been significantly drained by Lu Yuan. Ah Yuan, where to next? Shall we continue treasure hunting? Yun Qianqian's excitement was still palpable. No, Lu Yuan shook his head, glancing at the teleportation jade symbol in his hand. It's time to exit. The gains from this secret realm have far exceeded expectations. With the starfruit in hand, the primordial light has ascended to bronze. And I've also grasped various uses of the Beastmaster's compendium. Staying longer would serve little purpose. Oh, all right. Yun Qianqian nodded obediently. I'll follow your lead. Lu Yuan smiled, shattering the jade symbol in his grasp. In an instant, their figures were enveloped by a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 12. Utilizing the starfruit. As the white light dissipated, the unique sensation of spatial distortion associated with the teleportation array gradually faded. The cool, damp air of the moonlight forest was replaced by the dry winds of the Academy's plaza. The familiar clamor of the real world echoed in their ears once more. We're back. Yun Qianqian blinked, taking in the well-known square. Lu Yuan's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. The plaza was deserted. He leaned closer to Yun Qianqian and whispered in a tone only they could hear. Do not mention the starfruit to anyone. Innocent men suffer from having precious treasures. An epic-grade treasure was enough to ignite envy in many. Understood. Yun Qianqian nodded vigorously, her face a mask of comprehension. Lu Yuan was right. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from the edge of the plaza. Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian. You're out so soon. Wang Zhen jogged over. How was it? Were you hurt? Did everything go smoothly in the secret realm? His gaze flitted between the two. Director Wang, we are unharmed, Lu Yuan replied calmly. This journey has been fruitful. We are grateful for the Academy's opportunity. That is good to hear, good to hear. Wang Zhen exhaled. You two are the future of our Academy. Nothing must happen to you. He tentatively inquired. And what of your gains? How did the collection of moonlight stones fare? Just as Yun Qianqian was about to boast, she recalled Lu Yuan's warning and paused, adopting an expression that implied, do I even need to say? Lu Yuan chuckled softly. I gathered some moonlight stones and encountered various other fortuitous opportunities. All in all, this journey was not in vain. Haha, splendid. As long as it was worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhen felt reassured. If a youth of Lu Yuan's temperament proclaimed that the journey was not in vain, the rewards must undoubtedly be substantial. He refrained from inquiring further about the gains and swiftly shifted the conversation. Since you're back, it would be wise to rest thoroughly. The expedition into the secret realm is mentally taxing, necessitating time for digestion and reflection on your experiences. By the way, how do you perceive your beasts? His primary concern lay with the growth of their magnificent beasts. Yun Qianqian finally found a point to boast about. My Dark Ranger seems on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of black iron. Oh, so soon. Wang Zhen's eyes sparkled with interest. He then turned his gaze to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not conceal his progress, for one cannot hide the essence of one's rank. My primordial light has fortuitously broken through to the bronze rank. Bronze rank. In just a few days? From high-tier black iron, transcending the peak, and directly breaking through the substantial rank barrier to advance to low-tier bronze? Even a beast with 5-star potential, consuming vast resources, could not accomplish such a feat so swiftly. The notion of mutation seemed to be the only explanation for this extraordinary occurrence. Excellent, splendid. Wang Zhen appeared exceedingly thrilled. The principal will surely be overjoyed upon hearing this news. At that moment, the teleportation array behind them illuminated once more. Two figures stumbled forth from the light portal, Qin Yu and Shirley. At this moment, neither bore the slightest trace of the arrogance and vigor they had upon entering. Qin Yu's complexion was pale, and her flame which appeared utterly deflated. Shirley was hardly in better spirits. Both he and his earth bear wore expressions of dejection. Upon their emergence, they spotted Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian engaged in jovial conversation with Wang Zhen. Their eyes met. Qin Yu and Shirley appeared disheveled, while Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian radiated vitality. The disparity in their fortunes struck them hard. They had returned with little, while their counterparts returned laden with success. A feeling of being crushed, so profound that it stifled even jealousy, surged within them. Qin Yu bit her lip, silently recalled her beast, and hurriedly lowered her head to exit the square from the opposite side. Shirley forced a smile towards Wang Zhen before hastily departing as well. Wang Zhen observed their retreating figures, subtly shaking his head, fully aware of the implications. It seemed that the greatest victor of this expedition into the secret realm was already beyond doubt. All right, you should return as well. From now on, focus on preparing for the National Joint Entrance Examination for Beastmasters in 2 months. That will be your true stage. Thank you, Director. We understand. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian bid farewell to Wang Zhen and walked side by side out of the square. They boarded the familiar floating vehicle belonging to the Yun family. As the doors sealed, isolating them from the outside world, Yun Qianqian could no longer contain herself. She erupted into laughter, nearly rolling in the soft seat, her delicate legs flailing in the air. Ah Yuan, did you see Qin Yu's face just now? It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Such a relief. Tears of mirth almost spilled from her eyes. Lu Yuan gazed at her carefree demeanor, shaking his head with amusement. Once she had calmed down from her laughter, she nestled beside Lu Yuan like a little kitten. Ah Yuan, shall we prepare for the exam now? Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded. The National Joint Entrance Examination for Beastmasters was the first significant leap for all Beastmasters. The examination, comprised of a points-based assessment and a combat arena, would determine which esteemed institution they could enter. His goal had always remained singular, the Beiming Academy of Beastmasters. There, perhaps, he might uncover clues left by his parents. We must ensure we both get accepted. Yun Qianqian clenched her fists. I want to be a Yuan's classmate for life. Agreed. Lu Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. He opened his palm, revealing the starfruit that lay quietly within. Yun Qianqian also retrieved her own from her spatial wristband. Ah Yuan, do we really need to use it now? Yun Qianqian expressed reluctance. This is an epic treasure. Consuming it feels like such a waste. A treasure only holds value when utilized, Lu Yuan replied. If we keep it, it remains merely a fruit. It is only by transforming it into strength that we can rise to greater heights in 2 months. Saying this, he presented his starfruit to his primordial light. The newly formed ethereal wings of the primordial light emitted a wave of joy, enveloping the starfruit entirely. A surge of magnificent energy erupted, which the primordial light absorbed completely. Beast, primordial light. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low-tier bronze. The potential surged from 4 stars back to 5. Lu Yuan could distinctly sense the essence of the primordial light solidifying further, its ethereal wings becoming increasingly defined. Wow! Yun Qianqian exclaimed, watching the transformation of the primordial light. You can use yours to help the Dark Ranger advance to bronze, which will replenish the lost 1-star potential, Lu Yuan advised. Oh, right. Yun Qianqian nodded enthusiastically, then produced the Shadow Wolf King crystal core and handed it to her Dark Ranger. Instantly, she felt her Dark Ranger firmly stepping into the pinnacle of black iron, just a step away from breaking through to bronze. Wonderful, the girl exclaimed excitedly. This way, I can better protect you. The floating vehicle glided smoothly along, the scenery outside whizzing past. Leaning against the seat, Lu Yuan gradually closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into his mind. The Beastmaster Compendium floated serenely before him. The pages turned to the one detailing the primordial light, revealing its next evolutionary pathway clearly before him. Evolution Path, Unique Legend Primordial Light, Shining Holy Spirit. Evolution Conditions. 1. The beast's rank must reach Silver. 2. Evolution Material, Holy Crystal, Epic, X1. 3. Evolution Material, Angel's Feather, Epic, X1. A significant leap from Bronze to Silver, along with the 2 Epic grade materials. Chapter 13, The Choice. The floating vehicle smoothly entered the villa district, finally halting in front of the Yun family's villa. The doors opened, and Yun Qianqian practically leaped out. her excitement from the successful expedition, and the sight of Qin Yu's humbled expression still coloring her cheeks with a rosy hue. The living room was brightly lit, where Yun Jintian sat on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of tea, while Su Yueli was beside him, trimming a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing the two return, Su Yueli immediately set down her scissors and walked over with a smile. "You're back? Come sit. I've prepared a late-night snack for you." "Thank you, Mom." Yun Qianqian cheered, rushing over to embrace her mother's arm, chattering excitedly about their heroic exploits in the secret realm. Naturally, she cleverly omitted any mention of the starfruit and the events at the bottom of Moonlight Lake, only sharing amusing anecdotes about battling the shadow wolves. Yun Jintian listened intently, yet his gaze was fixed upon Lu Yuan, who had remained composed throughout. Setting down his teacup, he spoke in a steady voice. Yuan, it's your turn to share." Yun Qianqian's narration abruptly ceased as she stuck out her tongue and obediently settled to one side. Lu Yuan did not conceal anything. He laid bare the crucial discoveries from the secret realm, including the starfruit and the heart of moonlight, to Yun Jintian. For this pair of elders who regarded him as their own, he chose to offer absolute trust. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's account, even Yun Jintian's face displayed a look of astonishment. Su Yueli covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Epic tier treasures could alter the core energy source of an entire secret realm. "What a remarkable boy," Yun Jintian remarked. Su Yueli, regaining her composure, gazed at Lu Yuan with a mixture of pride and apprehension. "You mustn't take such risks next time. It sounds terrifying." Lu Yuan chuckled softly before his expression turned serious as he addressed Yun Jintian. "Uncle Yun, there is one more matter I would like to entrust to you upon my return." "Speak," Yun Jintian replied, his demeanor solemn. "I require 2 materials." Lu Yuan paused, clearly articulating a few words: epic tier holy crystals and epic tier angel feathers. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. A profound silence enveloped the living room. Yun Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Lu Yuan needed such legendary items. Yun Jintian's hand, which held the teacup, hovered momentarily in midair before he took a sip. 2 epic tier materials. Each one was sufficient to prompt the assistance of an ordinary epic tier beastmaster. Yet, here was a boy who had only just awakened, boldly requesting 2. He refrained from inquiring what Lu Yuan intended to do with these items. For Yun Jintian understood that Lu Yuan had never troubled the Yun family throughout his life. His request this time surely held great significance. "I understand," Yun Jintian said slowly, placing the teacup back on the table with a gentle clink. "Leave this matter to me." There was no hint of hesitation, nor a single question asked. Lu Yuan felt warmth in his heart, knowing he had bet right on this trust. "Thank you, Uncle Yun." Yun Jintian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. He shifted the topic, though his curiosity was evidently heightened. "How much mental strength have you gained from your primordial light's ascension from the Black Iron tier to the Bronze tier? What is your current rank as a Beastmaster?" Every advancement in a beast's strength would provide a corresponding benefit to its master. A breakthrough in the beast's rank would lead to a qualitative leap in the Beastmaster's mental strength. "I have just stabilized at the lower Bronze tier," Lu Yuan replied honestly. "What?" This time, the exclamation came from Su Yueli, who could no longer maintain her poise as a noblewoman. Yun Jintian's pupils widened in shock. The lower Bronze tier. In a week. From an ordinary person with no beasts to a Bronze tier Beastmaster in just a week. What does this signify? Even Yun Qianqian, who summoned a 5-star potential beast on her first attempt, required at least a month. This was under the condition of having an exceptionally high potential beast and extraordinary innate talent. Lu Yuan had utterly shattered common sense. Yun Jintian forced himself to suppress the tumultuous waves of astonishment within. He remained silent for a long while, and the atmosphere in the living room grew heavy. Finally, he asked solemnly, "Xiao Yuan, upon ascending to the Bronze tier, a new contract position awakens, allowing you to contract a second beast. What are your plans regarding your second beast?" Lu Yuan recognized that this was the crux of the evening's discussion. Yun Jintian continued, "Currently, there are 2 primary methods for beastmasters to acquire beasts. First, as with your primordial light, through a summoning stone for a lifebound call. Beasts summoned this way are tightly bound to your soul, exhibiting unwavering loyalty and mutual understanding, providing greater benefits upon rank advancement. However, this method carries a perilously high degree of uncertainty. One can never predict what type of beast the summoning stone will yield. Thus, over 90% of beastmasters opt for the second method, venturing into the wild or secret realms to personally capture and contract beasts. While this approach requires later cultivation for loyalty and cooperation, and offers lesser benefits, it allows one to clearly see the beast's species, rank, and potential. The initiative rests in one's own hands. He looked at Lu Yuan, Most individuals would rather expend significant resources to contract a visible 3-star potential beast than gamble on the highly uncertain summoning ritual. Xiao Yuan, the path you choose must be yours alone. In the living room, the gazes of the other 3 individuals converged upon Lu Yuan, all eagerly anticipating his answer. Yun Qianqian tightened her hands nervously, hoping Lu Yuan would select the more secure second method. I choose the first one. Lu Yuan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of the 3. Ah Yuan. Yun Qianqian could not help but exclaim. Lu Yuan offered her a reassuring glance before continuing to Yun Jintian. I choose to use the summoning stone. Possessing the Beast Illustrated Handbook, no beast could escape his scrutiny. Potential had never been a concern for him. For Lu Yuan, the absolute loyalty and soul binding of the summoning stone, along with the greater benefits from more beasts, held the highest value. Yun Jintian studied him, seemingly attempting to discern even a hint of hesitation from his visage. Yet he failed. Lu Yuan's gaze was as steadfast as a rock. Very well, Yun Jintian finally uttered. Since you have made your decision, we shall fully support you. I will promptly seek out the epic tier materials you mentioned. As for the summoning stone of the bronze tier, our Yun family happens to possess a top quality one. For the next few days, you and Qianqian need not concern yourselves with anything. Focus on your training at home, solidifying your rank, and preparing for the national examination in 2 months. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, recalling his earlier musings in the car regarding the idea of living off someone else's support. This support was not only substantial, but also fulfilling. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Thank you, Auntie. Chapter 14, The Second Summoning. A few days later, on a clear morning, at the private training grounds behind the Yun family villa, whoosh, an arrow, forged from pure shadow energy, pierced through the air with a sharp whistle. Silently shooting forth from the shadows of the trees, aimed directly at the hovering golden-purple orb above. Dark Ranger, splendid job. Shoot its wings. Yun Qianqian, her small fists clenched with excitement, stood at the sidelines, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. However, before the arrow could draw near, a soft halo of holy light enveloped the surface of the primordial light. A semi-transparent golden shield materialized, firmly blocking the shadow arrow and sending out only a ripple of disturbance. Holy Light Guardian. Cursed. Yun Qianqian puffed out her cheeks, stamping her foot in frustration. Ah Yuan, you're cheating. Your orb is already at the bronze tier, and yet you still summon a shield. On the other side of the field, Lu Yuan watched the scene with a smile. The ethereal wings behind the primordial light fluttered gently, transforming the entire orb into a streak of light. The primordial light traced an elegant arc through the air, swiftly avoiding the relentless pursuit of the Dark Ranger, while simultaneously conjuring clusters of sacred light particles. Light wings, combined with sacred radiance. The figure of the Dark Ranger became sluggish within the purifying domain of the primordial light, its proud stealth abilities severely suppressed, forcing it to emerge from the shadows and dodge clumsily. Oh, my Dark Ranger. Ah Yuan, you're bullying me. Yun Qianqian cried out in exasperation. Although it was merely a spar, witnessing her own Dark Ranger being thoroughly subdued still tugged at her heartstrings. Despite being of 5-star potential, the Dark Ranger remained stuck at the pinnacle of Iron rank. Confronted with the already ascended bronze rank and the attribute countering Taichu Zhiguang, the battle proved to be quite restricting. Lu Yuan observed her pouting expression and signaled Taichu Zhiguang to halt. You were the one who suggested helping me test the practicality of my new skills, he reminded her. Yun Qianqian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance. Yun Jintian had appeared at the edge of the training ground, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the scene before him. Lu Yuan had demonstrated remarkable precision in controlling his summoned beast, showcasing an impressive tactical acumen. This young man not only astonished others with the speed of his beast enhancement, but also exhibited significant potential in strategic planning. Uncle Yun, Lu Yuan said, his thoughts directed towards Taichu Zhiguang, which transformed into a flurry of light before returning to rest upon his shoulder. Dad. Yun Qianqian joyfully recalled her Dark Ranger and dashed over. Yun Jintian nodded at his daughter, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan. He approached slowly, holding a box crafted from warm jade. Here is what you requested, he said. As the box opened, a glimmering green summoning stone of bronze rank lay quietly within, emanating an immense yet pure spatial energy. Yun Qianqian's smile faded, and she anxiously tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve. Ah Yuan, are you truly certain about this? Her voice was soft, laced with concern. What if the summoned beast is yet another useless 1-star creature? It's perfectly fine to contract one in the wild. Dad can help you find the best. She understood Lu Yuan's determination, but as the moment approached, her worry resurfaced. The uncertainty that accompanies summoning loomed like the sword of Damocles over every beastmaster. Lu Yuan turned his head, offering her a reassuring glance, and then turned back, accepting the jade box from Yun Jintian's hands. Thank you, Uncle Yun. Yun Jintian regarded him silently, opting not to offer further counsel. He merely stepped back, granting Lu Yuan the space he needed. Let us begin. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, cradling the green summoning stone in his palm. He closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy into the stone, which felt icy to the touch. With a hum, the summoning stone burst forth with radiant light, sending a green glow soaring skyward and tearing open an unstable spatial rift in the air before Lu Yuan. Yun Qianqian held her breath in anticipation. Her small hands clenched tightly. Su Yueli had arrived at the edge of the training ground as well, her expression equally grave. The rift continued to expand. Typically, one would expect roars of beasts or powerful energy fluctuations at this stage. However, this time, the array was enveloped in eerie silence. There were no sounds, no signs of life. Yun Qianqian's heart sank. Could it be a failure? Yun Jintian's brow furrowed in concern. Such a situation was unprecedented. Just as everyone believed the summoning was about to fail, something emerged from the spatial rift. Its form astonished all present. It was simply a mirror, roughly the size of a palm. What is this? Yun Qianqian exclaimed. The summoning stone conjured a mirror? What does that mean? A beast? Or a weapon? Yun Jintian and Su Yueli stood in stunned silence. Throughout their lives, they had encountered countless extraordinary creatures, yet they had never heard of such a peculiar occurrence. Yun Jintian spoke. This mirror possesses the aura of a summoned beast. It must be a tool beast. As everyone remained in shock, the floating bronze mirror suddenly rippled, and in the next moment, it moved without warning. It darted toward Lu Yuan with such speed that even Yun Jintian couldn't react in time. Ah Yuan, be careful! Yun Qianqian screamed. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted, yet his body was rendered motionless. The mirror showed no intent to attack. It merely tapped gently against Lu Yuan's forehead. Buzz! The contract was formed. There was no resistance. No struggle, not even a need for Lu Yuan's consent. The mirror completed the contract on its own. Once this was accomplished, the bronze mirror's glow subdued, and it gracefully descended, hovering above Lu Yuan's palm. The surface of the mirror quivered slightly, as if it were playfully nuzzling its new master. Yun Jintian and his wife were utterly speechless. Yun Qianqian gaped, alternating her gaze between Lu Yuan and the mirror, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Ah Yuan, can it fight? Is it just for looking at faces? Lu Yuan paid no heed to the astonishment around him. At the moment the contract was established, the ancient compendium in his mind flipped open to a new page, revealing lines of familiar purple-golden data flowing swiftly across the text. Chapter 15, The Mirror of Insight. Beast, Mirror Spirit. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, Low Bronze. Species Skills, 1. Mirror Reflection, a passive ability that reflects 10 of physical damage and has a chance to completely reflect light-based skills. 2. Weak Reflection, can temporarily record a black iron rank skill, lasting 10 minutes, usable only once during this period. All of Lu Yuan's focus concentrated on the newly unveiled page of the Beast Compendium. 2-star Potential, Low Bronze Rank. The skills appeared rather mundane, even somewhat underwhelming. Were it any other Beastmaster, they would likely feel disheartened at this revelation. A bronze summoning stone had yielded such an unremarkable beast, with potential capped at the silver rank. However, at the bottom of the compendium, a familiar line of golden text appeared, igniting Lu Yuan's anticipation. Mirror Spirit Evolution Route Planning. First evolution without consumption. Indeed, the Beast Compendium never failed to surprise him. Soon, 3 distinctly different evolution paths surfaced clearly on the page. Path 1, Ordinary Mirror Spirit Hardened Mirror Beast. Potential, 2 stars. Prism Guardian. Potential, 3 stars. Characteristics, Defense Specialization, but low potential ceiling. Note, an ordinary mirror is ultimately just a tool. Path 2, Epic Mirror Spirit Phantom Mirror Attendant. Potential, 3 stars. Thousand-Faced Mirror Demon. Potential, 4 stars. Void Mirror Dragon. Potential, 5 stars. Characteristics, can replicate enemy forms and skills. The final form possesses spatial traversal abilities. Note, the one who reflects all will ultimately become the master of all. Path 3, Unique Legend Mirror Spirit Mirror of Insight. Potential, 5 stars. Deceiver's Mirror. Potential, 5 stars. Ruler of the Mirror Realm. Potential, 5 stars. Characteristics, reflects myriad forms. Capable of reflecting rule-level skills, such as time stop, causal attacks. The ultimate form can create a mirror universe, rewriting reality to a certain degree. Note, when the mirror can reflect truth, it becomes the truth itself. Lu Yuan's gaze fixated on the second and third paths. The second path's assertion that the one who reflects all would ultimately become the master of all stirred his heart. Yet, the third path, the unique legend. The ability to reflect rules at the level of skill, mapping a myriad of truths, transcends the comprehension of an ordinary beast master, touching upon the fundamental laws of the world itself. Without hesitation, he focused his will, utilizing the inexhaustible opportunity for evolution on this path. In the external realm, the ancient bronze mirror, suspended above Lu Yuan's palm, emitted a prolonged hum. The originally unadorned bronze frame began to reshape itself. The mottled verdigris faded away, replaced by an obsidian hue, upon which countless intricate and profound silver patterns emerged. The mirror's surface transformed from ordinary bronze into an abyss of pitch black, reflecting no image at all. A mysterious aura, seemingly capable of probing into the human heart, wafted forth from the mirror, starkly contrasting the previous unremarkable mirror spirit. Another mutation and evolution? At the training ground's edge, the previously silent Yun Jintian could no longer maintain his composure. The summoned beast underwent a transformation at the moment of contract. Such an event occurring once again with Lu Yuan was astonishing. Previously, Lu Yuan had claimed that his luminous butterfly evolved into the light of primordial chaos in a similar manner. At that time, Yun Jintian had dismissed it as mere evasive jargon from the school, yet now he found himself devoid of a more rational explanation. "Hey Yuan, are you alright?" Yun Qianqian asked with concern as she glanced at the ominous mirror, instinctively inching closer to Lu Yuan. Su Yueli also tightened her grip on her husband's arm in anxiety. Lu Yuan remained silent, merely observing the freshly updated information in the Beast Codex. Beast, Mirror of Insight. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Mid-Bronze. Race skills, 1. Mirror replication. Select one enemy or ally beast. Perfectly replicate its form and skills for a duration of 10 minutes. Cannot replicate beasts of a higher rank than the Mirror of Insight. 2. Light of Reversal. Absorb and double the effect of one enemy beast's skill. 3 uses per day. 3. Illusory Link. Select an ally beast to establish a mirrored connection, lasting 1 minute. During the link, all connected units receive a 20% reduction in damage, with the remaining damage evenly distributed. Currently allows a maximum of 5 units to connect. Mid-Bronze. 5-star potential. 3 skills. Each one remarkable in its own right. Particularly the first skill, Mirror Replication, which is nothing short of a tactical marvel. In team battles, it signifies an instantaneous enhancement of the team's combat power. The second skill serves as a fearsome countermeasure against single targets, while the third is pivotal for survival and collective combat. The fully evolved Mirror of Insight settled obediently into his palm, its surface chilling to the touch, a dark luminescence flowing within its depths. Evolution Path, Unique Legend Mirror of Insight, 5-star potential. Deceptive Celestial Mirror, 5-star potential. Evolution requirements. 1. Beast rank must reach gold rank. 2. Evolution material, 1000 Illusions Glass, Epic, X1. 3. Evolution material, Synchronization Crystal, Epic, X1. Yet another 2 items of epic quality. As Lu Yuan surveyed the requirements displayed in the Codex, he felt no pressure. Rather, it seemed entirely reasonable. Such a powerful beast warranted such a cost. Yuan, are you okay? Yun Qianqian, noticing his return to awareness, quickly inquired. I am fine. Lu Yuan retracted the Mirror of Insight. He turned to the 3 members of the Yun family. Yun Jintian took a deep breath, refraining from questioning Lu Yuan about the mirror's extraordinary transformation, recognizing it as Lu Yuan's personal secret. As an elder and the leader of a faction, he understood what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. He simply asked in a steady voice, what is its strength? This question was pivotal. Mid-Bronze, Lu Yuan replied calmly. To have summoned it and immediately achieve Mid-Bronze? This surpasses all reason. A twitch in Yun Jintian's eye revealed his astonishment. He pressed further. What about its potential? This was his utmost concern. Mutations often accompanied a leap in potential. Lu Yuan glanced at the expectant Yun Qianqian and smiled, uttering 2 words, 5 stars. The training ground fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yun Jintian and his wife were evidently taken aback. Another 5-star potential? Moreover, such an enigmatic beast? What kind of anomaly was this young man? Oh, the tranquility was shattered by a piercing scream. Yun Qianqian sprang up, wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan's, shaking him vigorously. Her excitement and pride eclipsing even the joy of having contracted a 5-star beast. 5 stars. Another 5 stars. Yuan, you are incredible. I knew it. I always knew my Yuan was the best. Her eyes sparkled with shining stars. She oscillated her gaze between Lu Yuan and the vanished mirror, murmuring to herself. This is wonderful. Now you have 2 5-star beasts. Just wait and see who dares to bully you now. Yun Jintian observed his daughter's gleeful demeanor, then glanced at Lu Yuan, unable to suppress a smile. Having lived a long life, he considered himself seasoned by countless storms. Yet the events unfolding with Lu Yuan today stirred a tempest within his otherwise calm heart. In the span of a week, he had risen from an ordinary individual to a mid-bronze beastmaster. The first summon resulted in the mutation of the 5-star potential light of primordial chaos. The second summon yielded yet another mutated beast with 5-star potential. Chapter 16, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. In the blink of an eye, a month slipped by unnoticed. Only 1 month remained until the National Beastmaster Academy's joint entrance examination. Within the private training grounds of the Yun family villa, the atmosphere was solemn. A tall figure darted through the shadows, fleet as a wraith, wielding dual blades that sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Before it, a bronze-level training dummy was instantly marred with numerous gashes. The figure of the Dark Ranger coalesced beside Yun Qianqian. The aura emanating from it, composed purely of shadow energy, had solidified several fold since a month prior, and the crimson glow beneath it had deepened further. The pinnacle barrier of black iron had finally been shattered, thanks to the accumulation of vast resources. Wonderful. Yun Qianqian felt the surge of greater power emanating from the contract. Without hesitation, she retrieved the star fruit Lu Yuan had gifted her from her spatial ring. Upon consuming it, the Dark Ranger knelt respectfully, accepting the resplendent fruit, and devoured it whole. In an instant, a torrent of celestial power erupted within it, restoring the potential it had lost from breaking through to a higher tier. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low bronze. Marvelous. The potential has returned. Yun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight. Her gaze shifted toward Lu Yuan, her face etched with determination. A Yuan, I too wish to use a summoning stone. This was a request she even confided to her father. Lu Yuan regarded her twinkling eyes, seemingly having anticipated this response, and simply smiled. The couple, Yun Jintian and Su Yueli, approached from a distance, having evidently overheard their daughter's declaration. A look of concern adorned Su Yueli's face, while Yun Jintian, having experienced Lu Yuan's astonishing summoning, appeared remarkably calm. Qianqian, have you made up your mind? This is no trivial matter. I have made up my mind. Yun Qianqian interjected, eagerly linking her arm with her mother's and playfully shaking it. Dad, Mom. Yuan's fortune is my fortune. If he can summon a 5-star beast, I can too. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but think that such fortune was hardly a given. This illogical reasoning left Yun Jintian and his wife in a state of bemusement. However, witnessing their daughter's resolute demeanor, they ultimately chose to acquiesce. Yun Jintian sighed, yet a look of indulgence graced his features. He turned to retrieve another jade box, its preciousness rivaling that of the one he had previously given to Lu Yuan. Very well, very well. A daughter cannot be kept at home. Here, take this jade box. Dear, regardless of the outcome, you will always be the pride of your father and mother. Thank you, Dad. Yun Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, accepting the jade box and making her way to the center of the training ground. She inhaled deeply, mimicking Lu Yuan's earlier actions, cradling the bronze summoning stone in her palm, pouring her mental energy into it without reservation, in stark contrast to the eerie stillness that accompanied Lu Yuan's previous summoning. This time, the summoning stone reacted violently upon making contact with Yun Qianqian's mental energy. Boom. The air was not torn asunder, but ignited instead. A towering crimson beam of light shot upwards, and the ferocious energy of fire elements surged forth, engulfing the entire training ground. The temperature of the entire space rose swiftly. What astounding energy fluctuations! Yun Jintian's pupils constricted, instinctively shielding his wife behind him. The force emanating from this event was far more terrifying than that of an ordinary bronze-tier beast. In the heart of the swirling fiery formation, a piercing cry reverberated throughout the Yun family training ground. Shortly after, a colossal bird, entirely ablaze with crimson flames, soared forth from the vortex of fire. Its wingspan exceeded 5 meters, each feather gleaming like molten gold. The resplendent tail feathers trailed a long flame, exuding an air of nobility. Its arrival raised the temperature of the training ground by several degrees. The red giant bird circled gracefully in the air before landing beside the young girl. There was no sense of oppression, no intimidation. It reigned in its overwhelming flames, gently nuzzling the girl's cheek with its beak. At that moment, a contract was formed. Wow. Yun Qianqian reached out to stroke the giant bird's fiery feathers, her eyes filled with awe and affection. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's beast manual flipped open a page. Golden data streams appearing rapidly. The beast manual had already provided an answer. Beast, Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, mid-bronze. Another 5-star potential. And it began at the mid-bronze rank. Yun Jintian and his wife watched in astonishment at their daughter's extraordinary talent and fortune. However, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon a special note that had appeared at the bottom of the manual. Special note. This beast possesses the Nirvana trait. When its potential drops below 2 stars due to external forces, it will automatically trigger Nirvana, evolving into the unique Beast Flame Phoenix, restoring its potential to 5 stars and gaining a new form and skills. Lu Yuan stared at this annotation, his heart racing with shock. Nirvana, evolving into the Flame Phoenix. This was no mere issue of high or low potential. It signified that Yun Qianqian's Holy Flame Fire Sparrow possessed a safety mechanism. As long as it did not fall in the interim, its future was destined to enter that coveted realm of supremacy that countless beast masters yearned for. If his own beast manual was a cheat that defied fate, then Yun Qianqian was truly a favored child of the world. Her luck was simply beyond reason. Ah Yuan. Ah Yuan. Look. The girl's excited call jolted Lu Yuan back to reality. Yun Qianqian was caressing the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, introducing her new companion to Lu Yuan. Its name is Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. It also has 5-star potential, and it starts off as mid-bronze rank, just like your peering mirror. Lu Yuan gazed at her adorable expression, his astonishment transforming into genuine joy. This little girl likely had no idea of the extraordinary being she had summoned. He refrained from mentioning the Nirvana trait of the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, instead stepping forward to ruffle her hair, his eyes filled with approval and tenderness. Yes, very impressive. These simple 3 words brought more satisfaction to Yun Qianqian than any elaborate praise. She proudly lifted her chin, affectionately wrapping her arms around the neck of the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Then she turned to Lu Yuan, her voice brimming with boundless aspiration and confidence. Hee, now I have 2 5-star beasts. Ah Yuan does too. We will definitely get into the same academy. By then, I'll be even more capable of protecting you. Chapter 17. The Top 100 Arena Competition. A month passed quietly amidst the daily rhythms of training and adjustment. The morning sun streamed through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Qianqian. This is the last time I'll say it. Today is the final item of the grand examination, the arena competition, a real combat confrontation. You mustn't engage in reckless bravado. Do you hear me? Su Yueli fussed over Yun Qianqian's collar as she repeated her admonitions. And little Yuan, you are steady in nature. You must keep an eye on Qianqian. She can be reckless when she gets carried away. Yun Qianqian sighed slightly. Mom, you've said this all morning. My ears are about to get calluses. Don't worry, Ah Yuan and I are an unbeatable team. Lu Yuan stood to the side, smiling at the interaction between the mother and daughter. Such warm scenes had unfolded almost daily over the past month. Auntie, I will take good care of Qianqian. Lu Yuan assured. Little Yuan is quite thoughtful. Su Yueli nodded in satisfaction. All right, Yueli. Finally, Yun Jintian, who had been silently sitting on the sofa watching the news, spoke up. He stood, his gaze softening as it fell upon the 2 children. Let them go. Fledglings must leave the nest. A towering tree cannot grow in a greenhouse. Today is their stage to showcase themselves to the entire Dragon Kingdom. We should have faith in them. With that, Su Yueli ceased her admonitions, though the worry in her eyes remained undiminished. Yun Qianqian stuck out her tongue, taking Lu Yuan's hand and racing outside. Mom and Dad, we're off. Wait for our good news. Hey, slow down, child. Su Yueli's voice trailed behind them. The hover car ascended, swiftly merging into the flow of traffic heading towards the colossal examination venue in the city center. Ah Yuan, do you think we can come in first today? Yun Qianqian asked, glancing sideways. Over this month, both her and Lu Yuan's beasts had stabilized at mid-bronze rank. Her Dark Ranger and Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, under the practice sessions with Lu Yuan's Peering Mirror and Primal Light, had developed a more harmonious coordination, their combat strength far exceeding that of their peers. Just do your best, Lu Yuan replied, his gaze drifting to the Nest Sports Center, now in view at the heart of the city. The National Beastmaster Academy's joint entrance examination was set to last 3 days. A couple of days ago, an individual points competition took place, wherein all participants were immersed in dozens of simulated secret realms, accumulating points through the hunting of magical beasts and the gathering of resources. Today marks the final day, the most anticipated of all, the Top 100 Arena Competition. The top 100 contenders, ranked by points, shall engage in a decisive battle within the Nest City Sports Arena, a magnificent venue capable of seating 500,000 spectators to determine the true standings. As the hovercar came to a halt, the 2 stepped out, immediately enveloped by the cacophony and heat of the crowd. A colossal electronic screen hovered above the arena, looping highlights from the previous day's points competition. Most striking was a continuously scrolling leaderboard displaying the rankings. First place, Lu Yuan, points, 128,540. Second place, Yun Qianqian, points, 128,500. Third place, Ji Xian, points, 98,700. Fourth place, Zhao Hao, points, 95,400. The names of Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian loomed at the top, showcasing a staggering lead over the third place by tens of thousands of points. The remarkably close scores served as a glaring testament to their teamwork. Wow, Yuan, look. We're amazing, exclaimed Yun Qianqian, pointing at the screen. As they walked side by side towards the designated contestant passage, countless gazes converged upon them. Are they really Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian? This is unbelievable. Their combined points surpassed those of the third to fifth places. I heard they ventured into the perilous Phantom Swamp realm, so such scores are to be expected. Indeed, a friend of mine witnessed Yun Qianqian's Firebird Beast, which effortlessly dispatched a high-tier bronze swamp crocodile with a single strike, and Lu Yuan's light obliterated a horde of vengeful spirits in an instant. Monsters. They are true monsters. Amidst the murmurs, a discordant voice intruded. Humph, they merely relied on mutated beasts and sheer luck. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian paused. Turning towards the source of the voice, Qin Yu stood a short distance away, her complexion somewhat haggard, yet her eyes glimmered with unabated pride and resentment. Beside her, Shirley kept his head down, his expression a complex mix, seemingly unwilling to meet Lu Yuan's gaze. These two actually squeezed into the top 100. Yun Qianqian's brows furrowed in indignation, ready to retort. However, Lu Yuan gently tugged at her sleeve, shaking his head. He offered no glance in Qin Yu's direction, instead guiding Yun Qianqian past her. This blatant disregard cut deeper than any mockery. Qin Yu trembled with rage. Fixating on Lu Yuan's retreating figure, she spat. Lu Yuan, don't get too smug. In the points competition, you merely relied on your beast advantages to achieve such scores. Today's arena battle is the true test of skill. I will show you just how weak your glowing little creature is in real combat. Her words momentarily silenced those around. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan continued on, unfazed. Yun Qianqian turned back, retorting, a defeated foe dares to speak of bravery? You better not be the first to confront us in the arena, or you'll miss even the chance to showcase your so-called combat prowess. How pitiful that would be. With a playful grimace, she then pulled Lu Yuan into the contestant lounge. A chuckle erupted from the crowd, unable to contain their amusement. Inside the lounge, Yun Qianqian reveled in her earlier quip. Ah, Yuan, didn't I sound incredibly cool just now? One sentence and I had her all flustered. Lu Yuan gazed at her triumphant demeanor, shaking his head in resignation as he casually handed her a bottle of water from the table. Conserve your energy, you'll need it soon. At that moment, the large screen in the lounge illuminated, and a voice echoed throughout the venue. Esteemed contestants and audience, welcome to this year's National Beastmaster Academy Joint Admission Examination, the final showdown of the top 100 arena competition. After 2 days of intense competition, our 100 most exceptional talents have emerged. Now, I shall announce the rules for the final battle. This arena competition will adopt a team survival mode. All contestants will be randomly divided into 20 squads of 5, immersed in our meticulously crafted simulated urban battlefield. You can earn points by slaying the beasts within the simulated city. The stronger the beasts, the more points awarded. You may also engage other teams in combat. Within the battlefield, you are free to attack any contestants not on your team. Each opponent you eliminate will yield you 50 points, while the eliminated will incur a deduction of 50 points. Fight fiercely against your adversaries. Without concern for any injuries to you or your beasts, we guarantee that everything occurring within the simulated city is entirely virtual. Ultimately, rankings will be determined based on the total points of your team, as well as individual performance. The simulated city harbors numerous scenes and treasures awaiting your discovery, so observe carefully. Remember, this is a team battle. Trust or betrayal, cooperation or plunder. Your choices will shape your fate. Now, let the random grouping commence. On the screen, 100 names and avatars began to whirl rapidly. Yun Qianqian anxiously clutched Lu Yuan's sleeve. Ah, Yuan, we must be placed on the same team. Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the swiftly changing screen. The skills of the Mirror of Insight and the Guardian Light of Primordial Radiance would wield unimaginable power in a team battle, regardless of who the teammates were. As long as he was present, the survival capability of the entire team would be elevated to an extraordinary level. Finally, the names on the screen settled. Lu Yuan's eyes scanned the list, quickly locating his name among Team 7. Team 7. Members, Lu Yuan. Members, Yun Qianqian. Members, Wu Tian. Members, Shen Yisuo. Members, Guo Linchuan. Relieved to see his and Yun Qianqian's names together, Lu Yuan exhaled. At that very moment, as their names solidified in Team 7, several pairs of eyes turned towards them in the lounge. A silver-haired youth, upon seeing the list, initially froze, only to be overtaken by overwhelming joy. Old Wu, we got in. We're on the same team as God Lu. The one referred to as Old Wu strove to maintain his composure, though the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his excitement. Calm down, Shen Yisuo. Remember, we are among the top contenders. Calm down, my foot. That's Lu Yuan. The Lu Yuan at the top of the leaderboard. Shun Isao exclaimed, unabashedly expressing his enthusiasm as he pulled his companion towards Lu Yuan, the final member of their team. A sturdy young man also opened his eyes at this moment. His gaze lingered on the screen's list, and then on Lu Yuan before he silently joined them. God Lu. Shin Isao approached Lu Yuan, towering at 1.8 meters, yet appearing like an adoring fan before an idol. I'm Shin Isao, this is my brother Wu Tian. And that's Guolinchuan. We're all from Team 7. As he spoke, he nudged Wu Tian with his elbow. Wu Tian stepped forward, extending his hand towards Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. With utmost sincerity, Wu Tian addressed his classmates, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. It is an honor to meet you both. I am Wu Tian, and my summoned beast is the Forest Spirit, a peak black iron tier entity, proficient in summoning nature guardians and controlling vines. This is Guolinchuan. His summoned beast is the Ice Tortoise Serpent, also at peak black iron tier, serving as a quintessential heavy tank. And that is Shinifu. His summoned beast is the punitive Shadow Wolf King, adept in stealth and assassination, equally of peak black iron tier. In just a few words, he clearly delineated the positioning and capabilities of their beasts. Finally, Wu Tian proclaimed, from now on, Lu God, you shall be the captain. In the forthcoming battle, the three of us will follow your commands without question. Shin Yifu, standing beside him, thumped his chest with enthusiasm. Indeed, Lu God, if you tell us to head east, we shall never stray west. If you wish me to charge into a wall, I shall do so without hesitation. Guolinchuan also nodded slightly at Lu Yuan, affirming, I will heed your orders. The group displayed no hint of doubt, no inclination for rivalry over command. Their demeanor was profoundly earnest. The stark lead on the points board served as the most compelling testament to their prowess. In the eyes of these prodigies, who emerged from the simulated realm, strength was the singular truth, and Lu Yuan epitomized that truth. Yun Qianqian beamed with delight. Fear not. Following my dear Yuan, you shall savor the finest rewards and accrue points aplenty. She unabashedly made a promise on Lu Yuan's behalf. Absolutely. Shinifu chuckled, scratching his head. Lu Yuan observed his three distinctly characterized yet utterly trusting companions. He was not one to indulge in elaborate social niceties. Thus, this straightforward and direct team suited him perfectly. Acknowledging their resolve with a nod, he simply stated, in battle, follow my lead, that is all. No sooner had he spoken than the entire lounge, along with the ground beneath them, erupted in a dazzling white light. Warning, teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. All candidates, please prepare. The target battlefield, Simulation City. Ruined Anin number 7. Wishing you all a prosperous journey. The authoritative broadcast echoed as the white light surged upward, engulfing all 100 candidates. The disorienting sensation of warped space flickered and vanished. In the next moment, Lu Yuan and his team found themselves amidst a landscape of crumbled walls. The air was thick with the scent of rust. Gothic structures lay half in ruins, and skyscrapers, cracked and leaning, threatened to topple at any moment. Beneath them, the asphalt road was fissured, and abandoned vehicles littered the area, forming a metallic graveyard. This was ruined Anin. Goodness, this place feels utterly oppressive, Shinifu exclaimed, surveying his surroundings with a frown. Everyone, be cautious, such a complex terrain is ripe for ambush, Wu Tian promptly warned. Yun Qianqian summoned forth the sacred flame fire sparrow, its crimson flames lighting up the dim urban landscape like a comforting bonfire, dispelling the surrounding chill. All eyes instinctively turned to Lu Yuan, awaiting their captain's first command. Lu Yuan did not speak immediately. The ability of the Beast Codex had already activated, rapidly cataloging the city's strategic locations, potential resource refresh points, and subtle fluctuations in the surrounding energy fields. A fleeting golden glimmer flickered in his eyes. Shinifu, summon your punitive Shadow Wolf King. Shinifu nodded, and a pitch-black wolf, exuding the aura of royalty, silently appeared. A hum resonated as the mirror of observation reflected a flash of light. In the next moment, an identical punitive Shadow Wolf King materialized beside Lu Yuan. Mirror duplication. Wu Tian and Shun Yifu's eyes widened in astonishment. An additional peak black iron punitive Shadow Wolf King had appeared out of thin air. What sorcery was this? Let it scout ahead. Your punitive Shadow Wolf King will accompany us, Lu Yuan commanded. Guolinchuan, position your Ice Tortoise Serpent at the forefront. Qianqian, your Fire Sparrow will secure the flanks. Wu Tian, Shinifu, and I will hold the center. Maintain formation, let us proceed. His directives were clear, decisive, and devoid of any ambiguity. Understood. The four responded in unison, their voices brimming with unwavering conviction and exhilaration. With such a captain, victory was assured. The team sprang into action, adopting a nearly flawless tactical formation as they navigated the ruins with remarkable speed. Guolinchuan's ice tortoise serpent acted as a moving fortress, effortlessly clearing any debris in its path. Meanwhile, Yun Qianqian's sacred flame fire sparrow assumed the role of a pathfinder, igniting any shadowy recesses that might conceal foes, compelling the lurking mutated creatures to flee, only to be silently culled by Shun Yifu's Wolf King. The entire operation flowed with an almost terrifying efficiency. Wu Tian and the others were left astounded, though they considered themselves top talents from their respective academies. It was only beside Lu Yuan that they truly grasped the essence of teamwork. Lu Yuan operated as a precise command center, always issuing the most appropriate orders at the most opportune moments. Before long, the grand yet dilapidated chanting cathedral loomed ahead. The punitive Shadow Wolf King, sent forth by the Mirror of Observation, dissipated silently at the end of its reconnaissance, having fulfilled its purpose. Stop! Lu Yuan raised his hand once more. The group halted, holding their breath in anticipation. Ah Yuan, what is it? Yun Qianqian whispered. Lu Yuan's gaze fixated on a long dry fountain statue at the entrance of the cathedral. Chapter 19. Specializing in defeating all forms of defiance. It was a statue depicting an angel embracing a child, significantly weathered. Covered in moss and cracks, it appeared utterly unremarkable. A common sight amidst the ruins. An ambush? Where? Shun Yifu promptly summoned his punitive Shadow Wolf King to the front, scanning the towering ruins warily. Could it be from those windows? Wu Tian furrowed his brow, sensing no anomalous life force. The fountain, Lu Yuan replied. The other forecast their gazes upon the statue, scrutinizing it for some time, but gleaning nothing substantial. Captain, is this not merely a broken statue? Shun Yifu scratched his head, genuinely perplexed rather than skeptical. Guolinchuan exhibited a similar expression of confusion. Even his ice tortoise serpent's earth vein sensing ability detected nothing amiss. Yet Yun Qianqian interjected, whatever Ah Yuan says goes. Be ready to act. Lu Yuan offered no further explanation. Under the analysis of the Beast Codex, the statue's disguise was laid bare. Mimetic stone golem. Potential, 4 stars. Tier, mid-bronze. Racial abilities, rock mimicry, petrifying ray, group taunt, confounding sound wave. Status, lurking. Any core attack from the mimetic stone golem will be significantly weakened. A perfect trap, utilizing a beast with formidable defense and control as bait to lure enemies into an ambush zone, while other teammates strike from the shadows. Alas, they had encountered Lu Yuan. Qianqian. Lu Yuan turned his head. Here. The girl responded immediately. Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. Unleash your most potent single-target attack upon the right eye of that statue. Wu Tian and Shun Yifu were momentarily taken aback. Attack the eye? Why not simply shatter the statue? Before they could ponder further, Yun Qianqian had already taken action. Received. Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, unleash a powerful strike. The fire sparrow let out a piercing cry, its wings flaring as it soared skyward. The crimson sacred flames enveloping its body suddenly contracted, coalescing into a pure white fireball the size of a fist, radiating brilliance like the sun. Sacred Flame Explosive Orb. The fireball hurtled towards the right eye of the statue angel. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated. Contrary to expectations of flying stone fragments, the statue emitted a chilling roar, unlike anything human, at the moment of impact. Its entire form trembled violently, the hard rocky surface cracking inch by inch, revealing a grayish-white muscular tissue beneath. Instead of dust, molten lava flowed from the struck eye socket. Roar! The disguise of the mimetic stone gargoyle was instantly uncovered. It let out an enraged roar, and an invisible sound wave spread out, attempting to plunge Lu Yuan and his companions into chaos. Meanwhile, from 5 ruins surrounding the church, 5 silhouettes suddenly sprang forth. How could this be? How did he discover us? The leading young man, with a grim expression, watched in disbelief as his summoned beast was severely wounded in a single blow. He was none other than Ji Xian, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. His team had been lying in wait for a long time, employing this strategy to eliminate 2 other teams, amassing points abundantly. He had intended to deliver a devastating blow to Lu Yuan, the top contender, but was caught off guard. Enough of this. Attack together and take down that firebird. Ji Xian issued the command. 5 bronze tier summoned beasts of varying attributes launched their assault in an instant. Energy beams, toxic bone spikes, and howling whirlwinds converged from all directions, targeting the most conspicuous sacred flame fire sparrow in midair. They were acutely aware that this explosively powerful flying beast was the primary target that needed to be dealt with swiftly in a team battle. Faced with such a siege, Yun Qianqian was about to instruct the sacred flame fire sparrow to evade. Yet, Lu Yuan's calm voice resonated in each teammate's ear. Guolinchuan, Ice Crystal Tortoise Serpent. Activate the Guardian Shell and take the brunt of it. Wu Tian, use the Vine Cage to restrict the movement of the left side Wind Blade Mantis. Shun Yifu, Send your wolf to flank the right rear shadow mouse. Qianqian, disregard defense and continue attacking the stone gargoyle. Without hesitation, Guo Linchuan commanded the ice crystal tortoise serpent to activate the guardian shell, its massive form positioning itself directly in front of the sacred flame fire sparrow, a thick layer of ice blue armor forming instantaneously. Simultaneously, the ethereal projection of the mirror of reflection flickered behind Lu Yuan. Mirror synchronization. A nearly imperceptible illusionary light chain instantaneously connected the primordial light, ice crystal tortoise serpent, forest spirit, divine punishment shadow wolf king, and sacred flame fire sparrow together. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks struck solidly against the shell of the ice crystal tortoise serpent. A smile crept onto Jixian's face. Even if you are a heavily armored tank, enduring concentrated fire from 5 summoned beasts cannot be pleasant. However, as the dust settled, the ice crystal tortoise serpent remained firmly in place, even the layer of ice armor showing no signs of cracking. What? Jixian's smile froze on his face. His teammates were equally dumbfounded. This level of defense is utterly absurd. Unbeknownst to them, the damage capable of severely injuring a mid-tier bronze beast was evenly distributed among Lu Yuan's 5 summoned beasts thanks to mirror synchronization. The damage was mitigated, and when shared with the other beasts, it became pitifully low. Just as they were reeling in shock, Wu Tian's forest spirit and Shen Yifu's wolf king had already accurately located their respective targets. Damn it! Stay calm, hold your ground, and keep attacking, Ji Xin bellowed. His other summoned beast, a low-tier bronze hell 3-headed dog, conjured 3 energy orbs of different attributes, hurling them toward Guo Linchuan. A flicker of indifference flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. The mirror of reflection appeared before him. In the mirror, ghostly light swirled, aimed at the 3 incoming energy orbs. Reversal light. Buzz. The 3 energy orbs were entirely consumed upon contact with the mirror's surface. In the next moment, the mirror suddenly blazed brightly. A beam of energy more potent than the 3 energy orbs erupted ferociously from the mirror. The target was that hell 3-headed dog, which had yet to react. No. Ji Xian's pupils dilated. Boom. The beam pierced through everything. The hell 3-headed dog didn't even have the chance to emit a cry before its massive form was obliterated into countless motes of light, eliminated on the spot. The battlefield plunged into a deafening silence. Ji Xian's teammates stood transfixed, their courage to attack evaporating. Rebound attack? And double the power? What kind of infernal skill is this? I concede. One teammate immediately surrendered. With one leader stepping back, the remaining members lost their spirit for battle, choosing to forfeit as well. In an instant, only Ji Xian remained on the field, alongside the mimetic stone gargoyle, which was battered and on the verge of collapse under the assault of the sacred flame fire sparrow. He stared at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with shock. Who exactly are you? Before Lu Yuan could respond, Shen Yifu retrieved his wolf king, stepped beside Lu Yuan, and flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. You must be blind not to recognize our Lord Lu, he said with a sense of pride. Remember, we are Team 7, dedicated to rectifying all injustices. Ji Xian was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood and chose to forfeit. With his team's concession, a substantial amount of points surged into each member's badge of Team 7. Lu Yuan retracted the mirror of reflection and turned his gaze toward the grand, yet dilapidated chanting cathedral. All right, the warm-up is over, he said calmly. Inside the cathedral lies the grand prize of our examination. Chapter 20, Divine Perspective. The group felt a shiver run through them, instantly quelling all frivolous thoughts. Under Lu Yuan's lead, they pushed open the 2 oak doors of the cathedral. Creak. The scene behind the door unfolded before their eyes. The interior of the cathedral was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, with a soaring Gothic ceiling. Sunlight streamed through holes in the stained glass, casting beams of light. Elaborate murals adorned the stone pillars on either side, most of which had peeled away, rendering them indistinct. Rows of pews lay askew, and a thick layer of dust coated the floor. The air was thick with a musty, decayed odor. It was eerily silent here. It feels as though no one has lived here, Shen Yifu whispered. Stay focused, came Lu Yuan's voice. He didn't even glance at the dusty pews and collapsed altar. His gaze pierced through the hall, locking onto the wall at the very back of the cathedral. The other 4 immediately followed suit, forming a flawless defensive formation. Guo Linchuan's ice crystal tortoise serpent secured their retreat at the cathedral's entrance. Shen Yifu and Wu Tian flanked left and right, protecting the most vulnerable sides of the team. Yun Qianqian stayed closely behind Lu Yuan. Their trust, after the overwhelming battle that had just transpired, had been irrevocably transformed into muscle memory. Lu Yuan paused before the enormous mural. Is there something wrong with this wall, Lord Lu? Shen Yifu inquired curiously, unable to discern any mystery within the damaged wall. Lu Yuan remained silent. He extended his hand, slowly exploring the cold, rough surface of the wall. His fingers brushed against the left hand of the most inconspicuous angel statue nestled in a corner of the mural, giving it a gentle tug. With a crisp click, the sound echoed through the church. To everyone's astonishment, the massive wall split open down the middle, silently sliding apart to reveal a dark, profound passage. A metallic sheen, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, emerged from the corridor, starkly contrasting with the antiquity of the church. Wah, this is possible! Wu Tian and Guo Linchuan exclaimed in disbelief. Only Yun Xianqian maintained an expression that conveyed her unwavering belief in Lu Yuan's prowess. Ignoring his teammates' astonishment, Lu Yuan was the first to step forward, entering the pitch-black passage. It was not long before he reached a massive, heavy alloy door gleaming with a cold metallic light. At its center lay an intricate energy receptacle, within which a faint blue data stream swirled slowly. Does it require an energy supply? Wu Tian furrowed his brow. This could pose a problem. Such an energy source demands at least 5 bronze-tier beasts working in unison. Currently, we only have 3 bronze-tier beasts, Lord Lu's and Miss Yun's. Lu Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Indeed, we require at least 5, but that does not imply we are lacking. The Taichu light was summoned, and Yun Xianqian called forth the Dark Ranger. The Taichu light, the Mirror of Faces, the Dark Ranger, and the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, all 4 bronze-tier beasts emerged, channeling energy into the receptacle. Meanwhile, Wu Tian and the others summoned their beasts to contribute energy as well. Yet, it still proved insufficient. In the next moment, the Mirror of Faces flickered, its dark surface reflecting a copy of the Taichu light. Though the Taichu light was merely a low-tier bronze beast, its energy was the most formidable among them. With a resounding rumble, the alloy door emitted a deep groan and began to rise. Beyond it lay a vast circular hall infused with futuristic technology. At the center hovered a colossal energy device, and below it was a circular control console brimming with numerous twinkling virtual buttons and holographic screens. This was, unmistakably, the monitoring room for the entire simulated battlefield of the ruined city of Anan. As Wu Tian beheld the scene before him, he instantly grasped the significance of this place. Lu Yuan approached the console, casually tapping a few points on the main screen. With a hum, the central cylindrical device abruptly illuminated, and a massive three-dimensional light screen unfurled. It revealed an expansive real-time map of the entire ruined city of Anan. Skyscrapers, streets, ruins, and every corner of the urban landscape sprang to life. On the map, 15 red dots of varying sizes moved slowly. Each dot represented a competing team, their real-time locations, movement directions, and even the number of surviving members clearly visible. A god's eye view. We have truly attained a god's eye perspective, Wu Tian murmured. From this moment forth, the examination had transcended into something beyond mere survival matches. Yun Xianqian leaped up with a squeal, wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan's neck. Ah Yuan, you are incredible. I knew it. I always knew you were the best. Lu Yuan allowed the girl to cling to him like a koala. His gaze explored the vast map. Before this map, all strategies became mere jest. All ambushes transformed into foolish waits, and every stealthy approach turned into an open performance. From this point onward, they were no longer mere pawns on a chessboard. They were the players. Lu Yuan's eyes gradually swept across the map, ultimately resting on the nearest red, a 5-member team moving cautiously. Wu Tian, present. Wu Tian straightened his posture immediately. Analyze this team's movement route and predict where they will appear in 3 minutes. Understood. Wu Tian immersed himself in analysis, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard, conjuring a cascade of data streams before his eyes. Lu Yuan then turned to Shinifu and Guo Linchuan. You two, get ready. Received. They responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle, brimming with a thirst for blood. Chapter 21. The next target report, Captain. Wu Tian stood upright before the console. Team 13, fully staffed with 5 members, consists of 2 melee, 1 ranged, 1 support, and 1 scout. All at high to peak Black Iron tier, based on their movement trajectory and speed over the past 15 minutes. They are currently searching towards the eastern commercial square along the main thoroughfare. In 3 minutes, they will arrive at the intersection, which is an essential route to the square. Having completed his report, he reveled in the strategic mastery, the exhilarating sensation of orchestrating victory from afar. Lu Yuan's gaze skimmed across the 3-dimensional map, his finger pinpointing the intersection. Instantly, the map magnified, revealing the intricate details of the surrounding buildings and road structures. To the southeast corner of the intersection stood an abandoned department store, its rooftop adorned with an intact billboard. To the northwest lay the entrance to a subway station. Sloping downward, directly north was a bank, flanked by 2 stone lions at its entrance. We will set our ambush here. Shinifu, present. Your judgment shadow wolf will infiltrate the shadows of the department store, awaiting my signal to swiftly eliminate their support beast. Guolinchuan. Understood. The Xianbing tortoise snake will conceal itself beneath the slope of the subway station entrance, using its frost breath to block their retreat, forcing them toward the bank. Wu Tian. Captain, speak. Your Mushin spirit will entangle the two stone lions at the bank with vines, creating a trap. Once they approach, activate the parasitic strangulation immediately. Qianqian. Got it. Yun Qianqian interjected before Lu Yuan could finish outlining the strategy. Fire Sparrow and I will be hiding behind the billboard on the rooftop of the department store. Striking from above with a fiery barrage, right? Lu Yuan regarded her and nodded, tacitly approving her plan. He then addressed the group. My Taichu light will bestow the protection of holy light upon you. The mirror of faces will replicate Guolinchuan's Xianbing tortoise snake, serving as a second line of defense at the western side of the intersection. The entire process must conclude within 30 seconds. Yes, the three responded in unison, their voices brimming with barely contained excitement. This was no longer mere combat. It was a dimensional strike utilizing information superiority. Shen Yifu could almost envision the bewildered expressions of their 5 opponents as they blithely stumbled into their meticulously laid trap. This is exhilarating. Battling alongside Lord Lu is far more thrilling than claiming first place myself. Move out, Lu Yuan commanded, and the 5 swiftly departed from the central control room. 3 minutes later, at the crossroads of the desolate city of Yan'an, a slender youth rubbed his arms and remarked, Captain, why does this place feel so eerie? Are we truly supposed to pass through here? The robust young man, dubbed the captain, shot him a disdainful glare. What are you afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. The top 10 on the leaderboard are undoubtedly crowding into the core area. Let us clear the periphery and secure a solid position within the top 30. Exactly, Wei. You are just too timid, chuckled the sole female member of their team. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of cold eyes had already fixated on their presence. Atop the department store, Yun Qianqian concealed herself behind a massive billboard. Through the narrow gaps, she observed the unsuspecting quintet below and signaled an okay to Lu Yuan. Leaning against the support of the billboard, Lu Yuan savored the unfolding drama, one whose script had long been penned. The target has entered the predetermined position. Guolinchuan, proceed. A thunderous roar erupted from the entrance of the subway station. Before the team could react, an expansive torrent of icy blue breath swiftly engulfed the street behind them. Crack, crack, crack. A thick layer of ice spread with alarming speed, sealing off their escape route in the blink of an eye. Enemy attack. It's an ambush. The captain, reacting with remarkable swiftness, summoned his beast, the fire giant lizard, attempting to melt the icy barrier. Yet just then, Lu Yuan's voice reverberated once more. Shen Yifu, it's time. Shen Yifu's celestial punishment shadow wolf erupted from the shadows of the department store's first floor like a bolt of black lightning. Its target was the auxiliary beast, Moonlight Rabbit, which was currently chanting a healing spell among the opposing team. Watch out. Protectia. The melee beasts of the opposing team hastily retreated, but it was all too late. The Wolf King's speed was unparalleled, with claws glimmering ominously. It executed a devastating strike that effortlessly shattered the protective shield the Moonlight Rabbit had hastily conjured, sending its fragile form hurtling through the air, where it disintegrated into motes of light. A successful strike. Damn it. The opposing captain's eyes widened in fury as he commanded the fire giant lizard to abandon its task of melting the ice and instead charge at the celestial punishment shadow wolf. Wu Tian. The team instinctively huddled toward the bank, seeking refuge behind the stone lions. Yet they had unwittingly stepped into their final trap. Buzz. The vines entwined around the 2 stone lions sprang to life, ensnaring their melee beasts with unyielding tightness. The thorns on the vines pierced into the beasts, voraciously draining their strength. Now, Qianqian, leave it to me. With a triumphant cry, Yun Qianqian leapt from behind the billboard. Holy flame fire sparrow. Meteor fire rain. A piercing call echoed through the heavens as the holy flame fire sparrow spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of fist-sized white fireballs, resembling a dense meteor shower, raining down upon the immobilized enemies below. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions melded into a cacophony, flames consuming all in their path. From the first icy breath to the final flicker of flame, the entire spectacle transpired in less than 20 seconds. The 5 members of that team stood in stunned silence, gazing at the emptiness surrounding them, unable to fully comprehend how their beasts had vanished. The captain opened his mouth, confusion and disbelief etched across his face. What is this? Divine retribution? Shen Yifu whistled as he emerged from the department store, flanked by his formidable Wolf King. Guolinchuan and Wu Tian also revealed themselves from their respective ambush points, forming a triangular formation that encircled the opposition. Brothers, don't just stand there. Do you prefer to maintain your dignity, or shall we grant you some? Shen Yifu grinned. The captain regarded them, then looked up at the imposing figures towering over him. We concede. A substantial amount of points flooded into their badges as Lu Yuan descended from the rooftop with Yun Qianqian. That was absolutely exhilarating. It wasn't a fight. It was like harvesting crops. Shen Yifu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wu Tian approached, striving to appear composed, though his animated tone betrayed him. A flawless tactic, unparalleled execution. I would dub it a textbook ambush. Guolinchuan remained silent, positioning himself behind Lu Yuan, signaling his allegiance through action. Yun Qianqian proudly huffed, wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan and nuzzling her head against his shoulder, as if to assert her claim. This is merely the beginning. He turned to face the direction of the church. Let us return, the next target awaits. Chapter 22, Mirror Image Assassination. Let us return, the next target awaits. Lu Yuan issued his new directive. Wu Tian, Shen Yifu, and Guolinchuan promptly turned and followed suit. Back in the central control room, the extensive three-dimensional map revealed that the light representing Team 13 had completely vanished, while Team 7's points surged significantly higher. How exhilarating. Such battles are simply thrilling. Shen Yifu could hardly cease his chatter, relishing the memory of the earlier confrontation. Wu Tian exhibited remarkable composure, analyzing from a tactical perspective. This ambush was nothing short of perfection, luring the enemy, segmenting, controlling, concentrating fire, and clearing the field, all elements harmoniously interlinked. Yun Qianqian hummed a tune and inquired of Lu Yuan. Ah Yuan, who shall we target next? How about that sneaky one hiding in the sewer? They seem shifty. They must be up to no good. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the moving and stationary lights on the map, disregarding Yun Qianqian's suggestion. His finger ultimately settled on a swiftly moving 5-member squad on the eastern side of the map. There lay the financial heart of the desolate city, characterized by towering edifices and broad streets. Easy to attack, yet challenging to defend. Team 4, Zhao Hao points, 95, 400. Target, Team 4. Upon hearing the target, none of the members expressed doubt. Captain Wu Tian stepped forward. Zhao Hao, a star candidate from last year, is repeating this year and has claimed 4th place in the points competition with his formidable strength. His beast is a mid-tier bronze lava tyrant, a 4-star potential fire beast. According to surveillance, his team comprises 3 combat beasts, 1 auxiliary, and 1 tank, having bulldozed their way across the western side of the city with an exceedingly domineering style. Domineering? Let us show them what it means to be unreasonable, Lu Yuan smiled. He extended his finger, tracing an interception line on the map, culminating at a massive multi-level parking structure. Wu Tian, calculate the time they would require to reach this point and the possible entry points they might choose. Shen Yifu, Guolinchuan, you two head to the second basement of the parking structure and set up traps. Qianqian, you take the top floor and prepare to clear the field. Understood. Received. No problem. The 3 responded without hesitation, promptly setting off to fulfill their orders. Before departing, Yun Qianqian asked, and you, Yuan? Lu Yuan met her gaze, revealing his plan. As for me, I will act as bait. 10 minutes later. How go? We're almost at the central square. Those timid fools certainly wouldn't expect us to take the main road. A blonde youth trailed behind Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, a tall figure, snorted coldly. A bunch of insignificant pests. Do they think I'll take the long way around? Anyone who dares obstruct my path in the arena will be crushed without hesitation. Beside him loomed a colossal beast, towering 5 or 6 meters high, entirely enveloped in dark red rock armor, its mouth and nostrils continuously exhaling a sulfurous aroma, emitting a deep, resonant growl. This was none other than Zhao Hao's lava tyrant. At that very moment, a figure emerged from around the street corner, obstructing their path. The individual donned a black hoodie, hands shoved into pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely strolling down a sidewalk rather than navigating a perilous examination arena. Who are you? Step aside, shouted the yellow-haired youth behind Zhao Hao. Lu Yuan glanced at them with a casual flick of his eyes, and then performed an action that left Zhao Hao and his entire team in stunned silence. He retrieved an apple from his pocket and began to munch on it, the crisp crunch echoing distinctly in the empty street. This was no mere provocation. It was a flagrant display of disdain. Seeking death, Zhao Hao's expression darkened instantaneously. He could hardly be bothered with idle chatter and waved his hand decisively. Lava Tyrant, unleash lava beam. With a roar, the lava tyrant opened its cavernous maw and a dark red beam shot forth, aimed directly at Lu Yuan. A victorious grin spread across Zhao Hao's face as he envisioned the imminent scene of this adversary being vaporized by the oncoming ray. However, at the very instant the beam was about to make contact, the space before Lu Yuan rippled, and a mirror of shadowy hue materialized silently. Reverse light. The searing lava beam, upon touching the mirror's surface, did not explode as anticipated but was entirely absorbed. The entire process transpired without a sound. Zhao Hao's smile froze, and his team members widened their eyes in astonishment. In the next heartbeat, the dark mirror erupted with an intensity twice that of before, unleashing a thicker, more ferocious and terrifying lava beam that surged forth from the reflective surface. It was a case of returning the favor and double the punishment at that. No. Zhao Hao's pupils contracted violently. He attempted to command the lava tyrant to evade, but the speed of the beam was simply too swift. Boom! The explosion resonated through the long street. The lava tyrant emitted a pained howl as its rocky armor was pierced through by its own doubled attack. The massive creature collapsed to the ground, not eliminated on the spot, yet grievously wounded. In one strike, their strongest beast lay incapacitated. The entirety of Team 4 was rendered motionless, their minds blank. Now, shall we converse properly? Lu Yuan discarded the apple core and clapped his hands. Behind him, the mirror's surface shimmered, and a beast identical to the fallen lava tyrant emerged, stepping forth from the mirrored realm. Mirror replication. 2 lava tyrants, one injured and one unharmed. One real and one illusion, now stood before Zhao Hao. This revelation shattered not only Zhao Hao, but also the psychological defenses of his teammates. What in the world is this? Exclaimed the yellow-haired youth as he plopped down onto the ground. Zhao Hao fixed Lu Yuan with a stunned gaze, unable to fathom how such an unreasonable beast could exist in this world. Who exactly are you? He demanded. Lu Yuan offered no reply. Instead, a voice emerged from a distant multi-story parking structure belonging to Shen Yisu. Listen closely. We are Team 7, experts at dealing with all forms of defiance. Chapter 23. The examination concludes. Friend, are you convinced? Zhao Hao's lips trembled as he barely managed to utter a reluctant affirmation. He had faced defeat before, but never had he experienced such an unfathomable loss. From the onset of battle to its conclusion, a single individual and a peculiar mirror had obliterated his strongest beast and shattered the morale of his entire team. This sensation left him profoundly defeated. We concede. The moment those 4 words escaped Zhao Hao's lips, a torrent of points surged into each member's badge of Team 7. Within the parking structure, Shen Yisu's figure finally emerged, leaning against a pillar, whistling towards Zhao Hao and his companions across the street. Farewell, everyone. Zhao Hao's teammates seethed in silence at Shen Yisu's brazen demeanor. Lu Yuan retracted the mirror and the replicated lava tyrant. Let us depart. Back in the central control room, the luminous dot representing Team 4 vanished from the vast 3-dimensional map, while the points of Team 7 soared once more. Next, shouted Shen Yisu, Lu Shun. Who shall we target next? How about those hiding in the underground warehouse of the shopping center? They've been motionless for half an hour. They must be growing mushrooms by now. He pointed at a dot on the map. Lu Shun. Team 11 consists of 3 members, all with peak black iron tier beasts, currently holed up in the midsection of the B7 subway tunnel. They have set numerous explosive traps, believing the underground to be their safest refuge. Wu Tian reported on Team 11's situation. Let us move. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the map, his finger lightly tapping on 2 exits of the tunnel. Qianqian, you and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow will head to the east exit, using Holy Flame Breath to seal it off, but do not incinerate the area entirely. Leave them a glimmer of hope. Understood. Yin Qianqian replied eagerly. Guolinchuan, you and the Ice Turtle Serpent will take the west exit, employing Absolute Zero to freeze it. Shen Yisu, have your Wolf King remain behind the ice wall at the west exit, waiting for them to come crashing in. Copy that. Understood. Thus, a mere 10 minutes later, Team 11, basking in their own cleverness within the tunnel, suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy from both sides. One side radiated a terrifying heat, casting the tunnel entrance in a crimson glow, warping the very air around them. The other side emanated a chilling aura, the sound of cracking ice reverberating ominously. What the hell? Have we been discovered? Quickly, run west. There's ice. We can break through together. The trio dashed towards the west exit, hastily commanding their beasts to shatter the ice wall. What they did not anticipate was that the ice wall was not as formidable as they imagined. It crumbled under just a few strikes, wasting their beasts' energy. Just as they thought they had escaped to fresh air, 2 wolf-shaped beasts appeared to block their path. Report, Captain. Wu Tian relayed again. Team 9 consists of 4 members, with 2 black iron tier peak beasts and 2 black iron tier high beasts. They occupy the roof of the A tower of the Twin Towers, where the peak beasts, both long-range attackers, the wind-chasing wolf and the frostbite terror bird, indiscriminately strike passing teams. Shall we take aim? Lu Yuan inquired. He turned to Yin Qianqian. Would you like to fly? Absolutely. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a hum, the mirror of observation appeared before Lu Yuan, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow flickering within it. In the next moment, a Holy Flame Fire Sparrow manifested at Lu Yuan's feet. Mirror replication. Wow. A Yuan. Your beast is incredibly powerful. Yun Qianqian exclaimed enviously. Let us go. Lu Yuan grasped Yun Qianqian's hand, and together they summoned the radiance of primordial light and the holy flame fire sparrow, 3 aerial units soaring skyward from the church. At the summit of the Twin Towers, the 4 members of Team 9 were reveling in their victories. Haha, eliminated another one. The score of this individual is astonishingly low. The captain is truly wise. This position is utterly invincible. Just as they reveled in their triumph, one team member suddenly felt the sunlight above them being obscured. Instinctively, he looked up. 3 figures were suspended in the air above them, gazing down with an imposing presence. There's something in the sky, the team member exclaimed. What awaited them was the radiance of the primordial light, accompanied by the fiery wrath of 2 sacred flame fire sparrows. Time swiftly slipped away amidst one encirclement after another. In the central control room, Wu Tian was responsible for analysis, Lu Yuan for command, Shen Yifu for pre-battle bravado and post-battle mockery, Guo Linchuan for roadblocks and serving as the gatekeeper, and Yun Qianqian for her exquisite beauty. Thus, a flawless assembly line was formed. The other teams in the ruined city of Anan were utterly driven to madness. They encountered an unprecedented horror. Whether they hid in the deepest underground or concealed themselves atop the highest rooftops, whether they formed a defensive turtle formation or engaged in swift guerrilla tactics, the eliminated teams in the waiting area discussed their plight. Team 7 always managed to locate them with uncanny precision, deploying a set of tactics they could not fathom, resulting in their instantaneous obliteration. Is Team 7 a devil? We were found even while hiding underground. Enough. When our team was eliminated, they only sent 1 person. And 2 wolf-shaped beastmasters took us all down. I swear I saw Lu Yuan. He soared into the sky riding the shadow of a firebird. He is not human. Gradually, the red dots on the map dwindled. The remaining teams had completely relinquished the idea of earning points. Their sole thought was to find a corner to hide away, praying for the examination to conclude swiftly and preserve their scores. Finally, after Shen Yifu once again relished in the defeat of the last team daring to resist, a broadcast echoed throughout the ruins. All candidates, please take note. The time for the top 100 arena competition has concluded. The examination is officially over. The teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. All candidates, please prepare. In the central control room, the 5 exchanged glances. Shen Yifu parted his lips. His habitual praise of Captain Lu was left unspoken as he heard the announcement. Wu Tian leaned against the console, wearing a beaming smile of pride. It's over. Yun Qianqian softly remarked, willingly releasing her grip on Lu Yuan's arm, her voice tinged with fatigue. Lu Yuan gazed at the vast 3-dimensional map, then at the girl beside him and the 3 teammates who now regarded him as their faith. He reached out, gently ruffling Yun Qianqian's hair. A single word. Yet it encapsulated the perfect summary of this day-long examination. A brilliant white light enveloped the 5. Chapter 24, I speak for the captain. As the white light dissipated, the blinding lights and the cacophony of cheers consumed the 5 in an instant, transitioning from the desolate ruined city of Anan to the cavernous Nest City Sports Arena, which could accommodate 500,000 people. The stark contrast left Shen Yifu and the others momentarily dazed. They instinctively clustered together, with Lu Yuan at the center. We made it out. Wu Tian's voice was hoarse. A Yuan, we should be in first place, right? Yun Qianqian's voice bore fatigue. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded, smoothing her bangs. Just then, the entire arena plunged into darkness. All beams of light converged upon the enormous electronic screen suspended above. The host's voice boomed through the sound system, resonating throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed candidates, after a full day of fierce battles, the results of this national joint examination for Beastmaster Academies, the top 100 arena competition, are about to be revealed. Which team will seize the crown and be declared the strongest of this session? Let us await the outcome. The data on the screen began to refresh rapidly. In the front rows of the audience, Yun Jintian and Su Yueli closely monitored the screen. Even though Su Yueli was already an epic-tier Beastmaster, the trembling of her fingertips betrayed her inner tension. In the candidates' waiting area, the expressions of the eliminated contestants varied widely. Zhao Hao appeared despondent, no longer concerned about his ranking. He merely wished to know the heights attained by the man who had utterly defeated him with a mere mirror. Ji Xian's eyes brimmed with resentment as he fixed his gaze on the screen. At long last, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the final scoreboard came to a halt. Silence. A deathly stillness. The breath of 500,000 individuals in the Nest City Sports Arena seemed to be collectively drawn away at that moment. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the final rankings suspended high above. First place, Lu Yuan, score, 785, 400, Team 7. Second place, Yun Qianqian, score, 785, 000, Team 7. Third place, Wu Tian, score, 512, 300, Team 7. 4th place, Shun Ifu, score, 512, 200, Team 7. 5th place, Guolinchuan, score, 512, 100, Team 7. 6th place, Ji Xian, score, 115, 600, Team 3. The names of the top 5 dominated the collective vision in a nearly savage manner. Moreover, the scores of the top 5 left the 6th place far behind. The 1st place, Lu Yuan, had amassed a staggering 780,000 points. This figure surpassed the combined scores of the 6th to 20th places. Even more astounding, all 5 of the top scorers belonged to Team 7. They did not merely achieve victory, they had devoured the entire competition. After a deathly silence that lasted a full 3 seconds, an explosive uproar erupted. The Nest City Sports Arena reverberated with the astonished shouts and discussions of 500,000 spectators, creating a tumultuous wave that nearly threatened to topple the arena's dome. My heavens, what did I just witness? 780,000 points. Did they just sweep through the other 19 teams? Insanity. Absolutely madness. What kind of devilish team is Team 7? They have monopolized the entire ruined city of Anan. Look, the scores of the top 5 are so high. And the 6th place has plummeted like a cliff. This indicates they have consumed every team they encountered. Who on earth are these individuals from Team 7? I have never heard of these names before. The audience was in an uproar, while the candidates' waiting area was engulfed in profound silence. Zhao Hao gazed at that number and suddenly smiled. The opponent was not even competing with him, but was merely cleansing the map of all teams. Ji Xian collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant. Impossible, this cannot be real. Qin Yu murmured, staring at the familiar name at the top. Yet, at the eye of the storm, the 5 members of Team 7 remained remarkably composed. Wu Tian elaborated, based on the scores, we must have eliminated at least 15 teams, acquiring 50% of their total points, plus the scores from clearing high-tier beasts. This number falls within a reasonable range. Guolinchuan silently gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Yun Qianqian joyfully leaped into the air, wrapping her arms around him, her little head nuzzling against his chest. A Yuan, we are first. Truly first. Holy smokes. A shout finally shattered the tranquility among the group. Shen Yishu first gazed at the screen, then at Lu Yuan, and back to the screen, confirming repeatedly. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, pointing at the screen and shouting with all his might to the audience of 500,000. Do you see that? That is my captain. Lu Shun is incredible. This roar resonated through the arena via the microphone on his chest, echoing in every corner. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Countless eyes zeroed in on the flamboyant young man with silver hair. Wu Tian, taken aback, nearly choked on his own saliva. He hurriedly covered Shun Ishu's mouth, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Be low-key. Mind your image." "Mind your image? I speak only the truth." Shin Ishu retorted defiantly. "I am the spokesperson for my captain." This unexpected exchange elicited laughter from the audience, dissipating much of the oppressive atmosphere brought on by the terrifying scores, replaced instead by a burgeoning curiosity about the team. In the VIP section, several recruitment heads from the top Beastmaster academies in the Dragon Nation had lost their usual composure. "Instructor Qin, do you have any information on this Lu Yuan from Longshao?" inquired a man with a receding hairline. The individual referred to as Instructor Qin, the head of Longshao Academy, glanced at the materials in his hand and replied, "This Lu Yuan is the one who mutated with the fluorescent butterfly just 2 months ago." The girl beside him, Yun Qianqian, is the little princess of the Yun family. The mention of the Yun family as princess caused the Mediterranean man to narrow his eyes. To have the Yun family's little princess so convinced, and to be trailing by just a hair in points. This Lu Yuan is likely more formidable than merely a powerful beastmaster. He paused, observing the youth below. Almost simultaneously, representatives from other academies and major factions issued the same command. "Investigate. Immediately. I want all the information on Lu Yuan. And on everyone in Team 7. The host, his voice slightly strained from excitement, finally spoke again. "Let us give the warmest applause. Please welcome the top 5 teams of this National Beastmaster Academy Joint Recruitment Examination. Our undisputed champions, Team 7, to the stage." The spotlight suddenly illuminated Lu Yuan and his 4 teammates. Chapter 25, The Struggle for Supremacy. As the host's passionate voice rang out, several spotlights precisely locked onto Team 7's figures. Lu Yuan maintained his composure, while Yun Qianqian clung to his arm, her small face beaming with uncontainable joy. Wu Tian attempted to stay calm, but the redness creeping to his ears betrayed him. Guolinchuan remained silent, his steps growing more resolute. The only one whose demeanor contrasted was Shun Ishu, who stood tall, proudly meeting the gaze of 500,000 spectators, his expression declaring, "Look, this is the territory my captain has conquered." Just as they ascended the steps to the award stage, the massive screen above abruptly shifted. The desolate and gloomy scenes of the ruined city of Yan'an, accompanied by a suffocating background score, filled everyone's view. Ladies and gentlemen, now, let us revisit the shining moments of the champion Team 7 during this top 100 arena competition. The image froze on an unremarkable fountain statue in front of the singing church. Lu Yuan merely cast a casual glance at the statue before turning to Yun Qianqian to issue a command. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Unleash your strongest single-target attack on the right eye of that angel statue. Precise, decisive, with no hint of hesitation. In the next moment, a pure white, holy flame explosive shot whistled forth, striking true. The disguise was instantly pierced, and the mimetic stone statue howled in rage. What? How did he notice? Is his observational skill monstrous? Gasps rippled through the audience. Immediately after, Ji Xian's team burst forth from the ruins. 5 beasts launching a concentrated attack from all directions at the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. The imminent danger made many in the audience instinctively hold their breath. Yet, Lu Yuan on the screen didn't even flinch. Guolinchuan used the Xianbing Tortoise Serpent to initiate the Guardian Shield, absorb the impact. Wu Tian used the Vine Prison to restrict the movement of the Wind Blade Mantis on the left. Shen Yishu, send your wolf to flank the Shadow Mouse on the right. Qianqian, ignore defense and continue attacking the stone statue. Commands flowed from his lips, each strategy crystal clear. Behind him, the Mirror of Insight shimmered briefly, connecting all beasts. Boom. The concentrated damage was wholly absorbed by the Xianbing Tortoise Serpent. So it was all part of his plan. In the player waiting area, Ji Xian watched the unfolding events on the screen. They now comprehended the true nature of the monster they faced. The scene transitioned, revealing Ji Xian's Hellhound initiating an attack. 3 energy spheres soaring forth. Then, everyone witnessed an unforgettable moment. The Mirror of Insight quietly appeared, its surface shimmering with ethereal light. Reversal light. The energy was devoured, and then returned double. Boom. The Hellhound was obliterated into a myriad of light points. In that instant, the entire stadium, filled with 500,000 spectators, fell into a 2-second vacuum of silence. Deathly stillness. A rebound attack? And it's doubled? What kind of absurd skill is this? That mirror is too overpowered. If the first scene showcased Lu Yuan's command, this one displayed the unreasonable might of his beasts. The screen shifted once more, now revealing the interior of the church. The audience watched as Lu Yuan ambled toward a wall, pressing lightly on an inconspicuous corner, causing a secret passage to the central control room to open. The camera then transitioned to the monitoring control room of the ruined city. When the audience saw Lu Yuan standing before the enormous 3-dimensional map, surveying the entire city, casually marking his next prey on the map, the realization dawned on everyone. They finally understood how that staggering score gap had come to be. With a god's perspective, they had control over the entire city. So that is how it was. They grasped the whole situation. No wonder. The mystery unveiled, all prior doubts regarding Team 7's scores dissipated in that moment. They were not merely lucky. They were wielding a goddess perspective, playing a hunting game. The ensuing footage morphed into a one-sided massacre. At a crossroads, Team 13, humming a tune, stumbled into a trap, never catching sight of the enemy before being dispatched entirely. In the subway tunnel, Team 11, thinking themselves clever, found their exit blocked by ice and fire, desperately rushing toward the waiting Wolf King. At the Twin Towers summit, Team 9 attempted to play the high ground, only to be overwhelmed by 3 aerial units, sent crashing off the rooftop along with their beasts. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, with a powerful rhythm, accompanied by stirring music, resembling not merely a montage of battles, but rather a work of art. An art directed by Lu Yuan, titled Dimensional Strike. When at last, Lu Yuan stood alone, munching on an apple, blocking Zhao Hao's lava tyrant, the atmosphere in the arena reached its climax. Reversal light. Mirror replication. As 2 lava tyrants appeared simultaneously on the screen, Zhao Hao covered his face with his hands. He finally understood. The opponent was not provoking him, but had never regarded him as a threat from the very beginning. Enough. Don't hold back. A cry arose from the eliminated candidates. This was not a highlight reel. It was, quite evidently, the 7th team's public execution of over 80 other prodigies. In the VIP section, the atmosphere had grown gravely tense. The admissions officers from several prestigious academies were fixated on the screen. The white-haired elder of the Radiant Beast Academy, who was referred to as Lu Yuan, spoke with a voice that was dry and raspy. The aura of light he wielded was the purest form of elemental energy I had ever witnessed. Furthermore, the mirror he employed at the end, presumably a tool for beast manipulation, utilized a rebound and replication skill that was unheard of, more than the beasts themselves. I was intrigued by him as an individual. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe from the Azure Wind Beast Academy remarked solemnly, "Observe his command." Every decision he makes, every tactical specification he devises, is nothing short of astonishing. The entire wasteland city of Anan is merely his chessboard. Such a talent is a born tactical master. The admissions officer from the Dragon Sky Beast Academy, a woman of striking form and commanding presence, was none other than Minter Chin. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Rather than engaging in the discussion, she promptly produced a specialized communicator and dialed a number. Principal, it's me. Yes, I'm at the examination site. I've discovered someone, no? I should say I've unearthed a gem that could become the cornerstone of our future at Dragon Sky. Yes, the one called Lu Yuan, who ranked first. I hope to be granted some authority. We must recruit this genius into our Dragon Sky Academy. As her words concluded, the admissions representative from the North Underworld Beast Academy, a woman in blue, immediately interjected. Oh, Minter Chin, that S rather inconsiderate. There's a matter of order. We mustn't appear too greedy. She spoke with assertiveness. This student, Lu Yuan, is also highly regarded by our North Underworld Academy. Moreover, as I understand it, the little princess of the Yun family has parents who hail from our North Underworld Academy. Surely, she will come to North Underworld. And wouldn't it be a delightful affair for this young couple to be in the same academy? She directly invoked Yun Xianxian, making it clear that if they sought to claim Lu Yuan, they would need to consider the Yun family's sentiments. Lily sisters, do not use the Yun family as a bargaining chip. Minter Chin retorted without backing down. Geniuses belong to the world, not for romantic entanglements. We at Dragon Sky can offer him the best resources, including access to S-rank secret realms. What can you provide from North Underworld? An archaeological expedition into the spatial rifts you discovered? Our North Underworld's spatial rift program desperately requires talents like Lu Yuan. Rubbish. He is far more suited for the cultivation series of our Radiant Academy. In an instant, the entire VIP section erupted into a cacophony over a mere adolescent who had just reached adulthood, obliterating the usual decorum and authority. Meanwhile, on the stormy stage, the spotlight and the thunderous applause completely enveloped the five individuals. Wu Tian and Guo Linchuan appeared somewhat reserved, while Shin Yifu was flushed with excitement, repeatedly waving to the audience. Yun Xianxian nestled her small head against Lu Yuan's shoulder, relishing the familiar aura. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the sea of eager, adoring faces below, ultimately resting on the slightly flushed earlobe of the girl beside him. He reached out, gently squeezing her palm from an unseen angle, whispering, "Don't be nervous, it's over." Chapter 26, North Underworld Beast Academy. The spotlight dimmed, and the applause and clamor receded, yet they continued to echo in their ears. As the five descended from the high platform, they were immediately guided through a special passage by the staff, evading numerous media representatives and various factions attempting to rush forward. Lu God, did you hear that? 500,000 people are shouting our names. Shin Yifu exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Passing through the passage, two familiar figures awaited them. Yun Jintian, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, bore a face that, while usually stern, now radiated warmth and pride. Beside him, Su Yueli, adorned in a moon-white gown, had eyes sparkling with joy. Dad, Mom. Yun Xianxian cheered, releasing her grip on Lu Yuan's arm to leap into Su Yueli's embrace. We came in first. Yes, our Xianxian is the best, Su Yueli replied, smiling as she affectionately stroked her daughter's hair. Yun Jintian's gaze lingered on Lu Yuan, scrutinizing the young man he had watched grow up, his eyes reflecting a tapestry of emotions, gratitude, admiration, and an unrecognized wistfulness. The once silent boy, fostered in the Yun household and concealing all his thoughts, had, unbeknownst to anyone, matured to a stature that commanded the attention of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Well done, Yun Jintian stated succinctly, yet it was the highest form of affirmation. Lu Yuan met his gaze, greeting the couple. Uncle Yun, Auntie Su, let us go. You must be famished. Auntie Su has reserved the finest private room for a celebratory feast, Su Yueli invited with a smile. At the pinnacle of the Nest City, in a private viewing room not open to the public, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the city's dazzling nightscape, with hovering vehicles weaving through the myriad lights. Shin Yifu and the others discreetly refrained from joining, recognizing that this was a moment for family. The dining table was lavishly adorned with dishes that were a feast for the senses, yet no one had touched their chopsticks. Yun Xianxian animatedly recounted their adventures hunting in the wasteland city of Anan, gesturing vividly, which elicited continuous laughter from Su Yueli. Yun Jintian listened in silence, his gaze occasionally drifting to Lu Yuan. Finally, as Yun Xianxian grew parched from her storytelling and gulped down a glass of juice, Yun Jintian set down his chopsticks. With the conclusion of this examination, you both must start contemplating your future academies. His voice instantly silenced the room, signaling the gravity of the matter. I've already made up my mind. Yun Qianqian interjected eagerly. Lu Yuan, let us attend the Dragon Sky Beast Academy together. I've heard that behind Dragon Sky Academy lies an S-rank Dragon Nest secret realm, teeming with powerful dragon-type beasts and rare materials. Plus, it's close to home, making it the perfect choice for us. Her little scheme was clearly laid out. Dragon Sky Academy boasts top-tier strength, and given your results, you can apply to any academy. They will undoubtedly send recruitment officers to entice you with numerous offers, Su Yueli added, nodding in agreement. The other three turned their attention to Lu Yuan, who had remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, he set down his utensils, lifted his head, and spoke with unwavering determination. I plan to return to North Underworld Beast Academy. The 4 words emerged from his lips, causing the air in the room to feel as if it had solidified in that instant. Yun Qianqian's south smile froze in place. Lu Yuan, what did you just say? North Underworld? It's so far and remote. What would we go there for? What perplexed her even more was her parents' reactions. The moment her words fell, she distinctly observed her father Yun Jintian's hand, which had been poised with a teacup, freeze midair. Meanwhile, the gentle smile on her mother Su Yueli's face vanished, replaced by a complex array of emotions. The atmosphere shifted. Yun Jintian's gaze sharpened, fixating on Lu Yuan. A thought flickered in his mind. Did Xiao Yuan uncover something? Lu Yuan, wouldn't it be better to join us at Dragon Sky? Yun Qianqian tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, gently shaking it with a hint of playful affection. It's so much fun there. Let us embark on an adventure together and grow stronger. Don't you love gathering materials for your beasts? The S-level secret realm must be brimming with them. Lu Yuan gazed into the girl's eyes, which were filled with a mixture of grievance and confusion, and his heart softened ever so slightly. Yet, he remained resolute, pulling his sleeve from her grasp. I'm sorry, Qianqian. He spoke softly, his tone imbued with determination. I must go to the Beiming Beast Academy. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Yuan abruptly stood up and bowed deeply to Yun Jintian and Su Yuli. Uncle Yun, Aunt Su. He lifted his head, his obsidian pupils reflecting the myriad lights outside, appearing even more profound than the starry sky. I am grateful for your nurturing over the years. However, this time, I have a reason that compels me to leave. This bow, this reason, acted as a key, unlocking the long-sealed door within Su Yuli's heart. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. How could she forget? That place was where they had last received word. This child must ultimately seek an answer. Su Yuli reached out, covering her mouth as tears pooled in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. She looked at Lu Yuan, her gaze filled with pain and reluctance, which ultimately transformed into support. Go, her voice trembled. Xiao Yuan, go seek the truth. She rose and walked to Lu Yuan's side, gently straightening his collar, just as she had done every time before he set out. The Yun family will always stand behind you. Yun Jintian observed his wife and Lu Yuan, the sharpness in his eyes fading into a long, deep sigh. He lifted his teacup and drank the lukewarm tea in one go. Yes, go. Yun Qianqian stared, wide-eyed, at the unfolding scene. She saw her mother's suddenly reddened eyes, Lu Yuan's serious demeanor, and her father's solemn expression. She was not foolish. She understood in an instant. Lu Yuan's journey to Beiming was not one of recklessness. There was something he must seek there, something so significant that he would defy his own will, something that brought such expressions to her parents' faces. What could that secret be? Countless thoughts raced through Yun Qianqian's mind, yet they coalesced into an unwavering decision. She sprang to her feet, hurried to Lu Yuan's side, and grasped his hand once more. This time, she did not whine or inquire. She simply looked at him, her peach blossom eyes now filled with unprecedented seriousness. Then I shall accompany you to Beiming. Chapter 27, The Art of Exploitation. After dinner, the atmosphere on the way back to the Yun family villa from the top floor of the nest was starkly different from before. Inside the hovering vehicle, no one mentioned the heavy topic from the dinner table, a silent understanding flowing among the 4 of them. Yun Qianqian no longer chattered as usual. Instead, she quietly leaned against Lu Yuan, lost in her thoughts. Upon returning to the villa, they each went to their rooms. Lu Yuan's chamber remained as tidy as ever. He locked the door and drew the curtains, enveloping the space in a tranquil dimness. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and the ethereal ancient tome manifested at his call. Golden data flowing gently across its cover. Master, Lu Yuan. Rank, Intermediate Bronze Beastmaster. Talent, Beastmaster's Compendium, Unique. Contracted Beasts, 2. Beast, Primordial Light. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Low Bronze. Race Skills, 1. Divine Radiance. Existence is a domain, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energies. Can also emit light particles for purification. 2. Servants of Light. Summons 3 light sprites whose rank is always 1 tier lower than Primordial Light to fight alongside. 3. Judgment of Light. Condenses light energy into a 1-meter-long light spear to throw, inflicting devastating light damage with an absolute suppression effect on dark-type targets. 4. Wings of Light. Allows for high-speed flight for a short duration. 5. Sacred Guardian. Bestows a shield on allied units that absorbs damage. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast rank reaches Silver. 2. Evolution material. Sacred Crystal, Epic, X1. 3. Evolution material. Angel's Feather, Epic, X1. Beast, Mirror of Revelation. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Intermediate Bronze. Race skills, 1. Mirror duplication. Selects an enemy or allied beast to perfectly replicate its form and skills for 10 minutes. Cannot replicate beasts of higher rank than Mirror of Revelation. 2. Reversal of Light. Absorbs and doubles a skill from an enemy beast 3 times per day at the current stage. 3. Illusion Mirror Synchronization. Selects an allied beast to establish a mirrored link, lasting 1 minute. During the link, damage taken by all linked units is evenly distributed. Up to 5 units can be linked at this stage. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast rank reaches Golden. 2. Evolution material. Illusory Glass, Epic, X1. 3. Evolution material. Synchronization Crystal, Epic, X1. As Lu Yuan gazed at his panel and that of his beasts, he willed the compendium shut. The night outside was profound, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. This day had been immensely taxing for him, both mentally and emotionally. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap into the room, Lu Yuan had already completed his morning routine and made his way to the living room. The aroma of toasted bread and milk wafted through the air. Click. The door to Yun Qianqian's bedroom swung open, and she emerged, her tousled hair and sleepy eyes giving her an endearing appearance, clad in an adorable pink pajama set. Rubbing her eyes, she spotted Lu Yuan and mumbled, "A Yuan." "Good morning." "Good morning," Lu Yuan replied, handing her a cup of warmed milk. "Qianqian, hurry and freshen up. We have important guests visiting today. Don't forget your manners." Su Yuli gently reminded from the kitchen. Yun Qianqian responded with an "oh," accepting the milk and sipping it slowly before drifting into the washroom at her own leisurely pace. Before long, it was 2 in the afternoon. A long black hovering vehicle came to a smooth stop at the villa's entrance. Yun Zhentian alighted first, followed by 5 individuals, each exuding a distinct aura. Among them were some clad in pristine white garments, radiating kindness. Others donned loose azure robes, embodying a scholarly demeanor, and one striking woman, seemingly in search of something. These 5 individuals were the recruitment heads of the 5 most prestigious academies in Long Kingdom. Inside the spacious reception room of the villa, the atmosphere grew palpably delicate. Just as Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were about to enter, Su Yuli pulled them aside, steering clear of the 5 solemnly seated recruiters. "Wait a moment. They will extend recruitment invitations to you both," Su Yuli spoke in a hushed tone, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. "Although we already have our minds set, we must still play the part." She glanced at Lu Yuan and her daughter. Continuing on, she remarked, "You may listen to the conditions they propose, and even present some of your own demands where appropriate. These academies are each brimming with wealth, having amassed centuries of heritage. In their pursuit of prodigies such as yourselves, they are prepared to offer anything." At this juncture, Su Yuli shifted her tone, especially Beiming Academy. "Do not be deceived by its seemingly diminished status compared to the others, for its resources are renowned for their abundance. Though it is the alma mater of both your Uncle Yun and myself, we shall not let a single opportunity slip by." Yun Qianqian's eyes instantly sparkled. "Mom, you are incredible," she whispered. "I understand. This is what we call strategic negotiation." She felt she had acquired a valuable lesson. Lu Yuan observed the elegant and poised figure before him, who at that moment resembled a cunning fox, calculating how to stockpile provisions for her young. He had previously thought only Uncle Yun was a wily old fox, but he was surprised to find Aunt Su was the one who concealed her acumen most deeply. Nevertheless, he admired her. A smile began to curve at the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth as he glanced at the 5 admissions officers who were being entertained by Yun Zhentian, ostensibly sipping tea, yet their attention was wholly directed towards this side. Resources that present themselves should not be disregarded, particularly with Beiming Beast Tamer Academy, since attending is inevitable. One must naturally strive to secure the greatest benefits. Su Yuli observed the 2 children's expressions of understanding with satisfaction and nodded. "Go forth, display your champion spirit." She preceded them into the reception room, approaching Yun Zhentian, her face once again adorned with a gentle and dignified smile, as if the earlier encouragement to her children to seize opportunities had never transpired. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged a glance, each detecting a spark of eagerness in the other's eyes. Chapter 28, Competing for Geniuses. As Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian reached the entrance of the reception hall, before they could step inside, A few emotionally charged voices of discussion already drifted out. Instructor Qin, one cannot frame it this way. The choice of a genius is a matter of freedom. Though Longshao Academy is situated conveniently, one cannot monopolize, can they? Indeed. The Holy Light Academy's cultivation sequence for the Saint Sun is undoubtedly the most suitable for student Lu Yuan. Cease the squabbling. In my view, both students have their own considerations. Our Qingfeng Academy has always respected the personal wishes of our students. The voices filtering through the crack of the door engaged in a subtle exchange, hinting at an unspoken rivalry. A war without gunpowder had already commenced. Yun Qianqian quietly mouthed to Lu Yuan, "How intense." A glimmer of amusement flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he leaned closer to Yun Qianqian's ear, teasing, "Wait. You should first choose Longshao." All right, Yun Qianqian stammered. "Just follow my lead," Lu Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. Yun Qianqian immediately understood, nodding repeatedly, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Just then, Lu Yuan pushed open the door to the reception hall. Swish. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. 5 intense gazes converged upon the pair at the doorway. Yun Jintian occupied the main seat, leisurely holding a teacup, exuding an air of nonchalance as if merely a backdrop. Meanwhile, Su Yueli cast an encouraging glance at the two children. Yun Qianqian instinctively shrank back behind Lu Yuan at the sight, perfectly embodying a shy young girl. Yet Lu Yuan remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the pressure of those 5 scrutinizing glances. He took Yun Qianqian's hand and seated himself at the end of the table with an unhurried demeanor. Silence prevailed. The admissions officers, all astute individuals, hesitated to speak first, reluctant to reveal their cards. Ultimately, it was the serious and strikingly beautiful Instructor Qin from Longshao Academy who could no longer contain herself. She glanced at Yun Qianqian before fixing her gaze on Lu Yuan. "Qianqian, Lu Yuan, I won't beat around the bush," Instructor Qin stated bluntly. "Our Longshao Academy, situated in the heart of the city, is in the most prosperous area of Long Nation. Most importantly, our academy oversees an S-rank dragon nest secret realm. Once you join us, the secret realm will be accessible to you. Dragon-type beasts, rare materials, everything you could desire." Her words struck like a thunderbolt, revealing a trump card. The expressions of the other admissions officers shifted slightly. Lu Yuan exchanged a glance with Yun Qianqian, prompting her to commence her performance. Her eyes initially sparkled, only to falter as she bit her lip in hesitation, casting a pleading glance at Lu Yuan and then at her parents, displaying a conflicted yet intrigued expression. "I think Longshao Academy sounds really wonderful," she murmured uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Instructor Qin's smile blossomed instantly. She cast a triumphant glance at her 4 colleagues, her expression seemingly saying, "Did you see that? We've secured her." Indeed, Qianqian possesses remarkable insight. She rose to her feet. "Lu Yuan, a prodigy such as yourself should certainly join forces with Qianqian to progress together. We at Longshao shall extend the highest courtesy to welcome both of you." She was almost certain that once she secured Yun Qianqian, Lu Yuan, the devoted protector, would inevitably follow. However, Lu Yuan offered no acknowledgement, deliberately ignoring Instructor Qin's triumphant demeanor. Instead, he turned to the admissions officer from Qingfeng Academy, who donned a scholarly blue robe. "May I inquire if Qingfeng Academy can provide 2 pieces of epic-level materials?" The Qingfeng officer appeared taken aback by Lu Yuan's query in light of Longshao's offer. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly replied, "Please, Lu Yuan, go ahead. As long as our academy possesses it, we shall do our utmost to accommodate." Qianhuan Liuli and Tongdiao Shuijing, Lu Yuan enunciated clearly. The moment the names escaped his lips, a hush fell over the reception hall. Epic-level materials. The Qingfeng Academy officer pondered whether his academy could meet such a request. The elder from Holy Light Academy, clad in pristine white robes, suddenly interjected, his eyes glinting with resolve. "Lu Yuan, we at Holy Light Academy can provide those 2 materials." His voice was unwavering. "Our cathedral treasury just happens to house these 2 treasures. Should you choose to join Holy Light Academy, they shall be yours." The atmosphere grew tense. Instructor Qin's expression darkened considerably. Yet Lu Yuan merely nodded, neither agreeing nor refusing, leaving Holy Light Academy's offer hanging in the air. Much like an auctioneer awaiting a higher bid, the ambience became palpably delicate once more, with all attention now resting on the representative from Beast Tamer Academy, who had remained silent throughout, quietly savoring her tea. Dressed in a simple blue attire, her demeanor was as cool and ethereal as the moon, her beauty striking. She gradually set down her teacup, the delicate clink of porcelain resonating in the quiet. "Young friend Lu Yuan," she finally spoke. "You have heard their conditions, yet have yet to make a decision. I suppose you are awaiting my words from Beiming?" Her statement pierced through Lu Yuan's thoughts. She regarded him with a gentle smile. "Very well, let me express Biming's sincerity. First, regarding the two epic-level materials you mentioned, Qianhuan Liuli and Tongyao Shuijing. Biming can indeed provide them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elder from Holy Light Academy and the scholar from Qing Foam Academy tightened. Secondly, if you desire the finest resources from the secret realms, I can grant you access to the prestigious S-Class Dragon Nest secret realm that our Longshao Academy takes great pride in. What? Minter Qin could no longer remain seated. Springing to her feet abruptly. Liuli, what do you mean by that? The Dragon Nest secret realm has been under the jurisdiction of Longshao since the inception of our academy. On what grounds do you claim access? The woman in blue, Liuli, appeared unfazed by Minter Qin's outburst. She spoke softly. Sister Qin, why the agitation? Although the Dragon Nest is governed by Longshao, surely you do not forget the alliance agreement made a century ago? Our Biming is entitled to 3 entry quotas each year. Is there any issue with allocating one of those quotas to a genius from Biming? Minter Qin was momentarily rendered speechless. It was then that Liuli proceeded to articulate her third and most crucial condition. Thirdly, we can include you on the member list for the Spatial Rift Project. The Spatial Rift Project? Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the other admissions officers turned peculiar. Minter Qin seized upon what she perceived as a flaw, immediately retorting, Liuli, you are endangering the talents of our Dragon Nation. Who does not know that your Biming's Spatial Rift Project is a bottomless pit? High risk, zero return. What assurance do you have in sending student Lu Yuan to such a place? Is that so? A smile graced Liuli's lips. She surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the 4 other admissions officers. You are only aware of one aspect, ignorant of the other. Are you not curious why our Biming Academy, situated in the remote northern borders, boasts resource reserves that rival, and often surpass, those of any of your institutions combined? One utterance awakened the others from their stupor. The expressions of the admissions officers from the 4 prestigious academies shifted dramatically, as if they had all simultaneously grasped the same realization. Liuli no longer regarded them, her attention returning to Lu Yuan. Indeed, all of our surplus resources are derived from there. By joining Biming and participating in this project, you, student Lu Yuan, will possess an inexhaustible well of resources at your disposal. Chapter 29, Joining Biming. An inexhaustible well. Liuli's voice stirred ripples throughout the reception hall. The 4 admissions officers from the elite academies exhibited a range of expressions. They were aware of Biming's Spatial Rift Project, yet had never considered that what the outside world deemed as high risk and yielding no returns was, in fact, the true key to Biming Academy's wealth. In an instant, the reception hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Minter Qin clenched her fists tightly. The Dragon Nest secret realm was her greatest trump card, yet it had been effortlessly countered, even turned against her. The elder from the Holy Light Academy stroked his beard, his expression grave. All eyes converged upon Lu Yuan, awaiting his final decision. Meeting the gaze of all present, Lu Yuan's demeanor remained unchanged. He simply looked calmly at the ethereal woman from Biming Academy. I choose Biming. 5 words, succinct and decisive. The dust settled. Minter Qin's body wavered slightly, the last vestiges of color draining from her face, replaced by a look of unwillingness and disappointment. The elder from the Holy Light Academy let out a long sigh, slowly closing his eyes. They had lost in this contest for talent. Liuli from Biming Academy finally revealed a breathtaking smile, akin to the first thaw of ice and snow, at the prospect of securing Lu Yuan, such an unparalleled genius. Under her banner, its significance far surpassed any material resources. However, just as everyone believed this battle for talent had reached its conclusion, Lu Yuan made an unexpected move. He turned his head, looking at the quietly observant Yun Qianqian beside him, his gaze softening for a rare moment. I will come to visit you at Longshao, he said, his voice low and his tone nonchalant, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Yet, as he spoke, he bestowed upon Yun Qianqian a glance that only she could comprehend. The crowd in the reception hall was taken aback. They suddenly realized that this champion duo, heralded as a match made in heaven, were about to part ways. Minter Qin abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of hope igniting in her dim eyes. Yun Qianqian blinked her beautiful, peach blossom eyes, initially displaying a mix of surprise and grievance, her lips slightly pouting in a manner reminiscent of accusing Lu Yuan of being heartless. Yet, deep within her gaze, a glimmer of cunning flickered. She understood. In the next instant, the girl swiftly turned to Liuli, the mentor from Biming Academy, her large, watery eyes brimming with impulsiveness and spontaneity. Mentor Liuli. Her voice carried a sense of urgency. If I also wish to join Biming, could you grant me a secret realm quota, so that I may receive the same treatment as a Yuan? By the end, her tone was laced with a hint of cautious inquiry, perfectly embodying the image of a girl who had suddenly changed her mind to follow her heart's desire. Liuli was evidently taken aback by the sudden turn of events. rendered momentarily speechless. She had initially thought that securing Lu Yuan was a tremendous victory. Yun Qianqian, on the other hand, had given up hope. But now a buy-one-get-one-free offer? No, this was akin to a double jackpot landing squarely in her lap. Absolutely. Of course. Liu Li blurted out almost instinctively, fearing that if she hesitated, this little princess might reconsider. As long as you come, all the privileges extended to student Lu Yuan will be yours. This was a windfall. Receiving an affirmative response, Yun Qianqian promptly turned around, bowing apologetically to the now-stunned Minter Qin from Longshao Academy. Minter Qin, I'm sorry, but I wish to attend the same school as a Yuan. She lowered her head, her voice filled with remorse, making it difficult for anyone to reproach her. Minter Qin stared at this scene, watching as Yun Qianqian instantly switched allegiances for Lu Yuan, then glanced at Lu Yuan, who had remained calm throughout. She finally realized her misunderstanding. From the beginning, she had been misguided. It was not Lu Yuan who wished to follow Yun Qianqian, but rather this little princess from the Yun family who was determined to follow Lu Yuan steadfastly. All her efforts to break through from Yun Qianqian had been misdirected. The true core lay with that young man. Coming to this realization, the bitterness and disappointment in Minter Qin's heart dissipated, replaced by a bemused sense of relief. She let out a long sigh, gesturing toward the two with a complex smile. Well then, I wish you both boundless prospects. With that, she stood up and bowed slightly to the couple, Yun Jintian and his wife. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and exited the reception hall without looking back. The other three admissions officers, recognizing the tide had turned, also rose to take their leave. Soon, the vast reception hall was left with only the members of the Yun family and a satisfied Liu Li. Outside the villa, as Minter Qin stepped out the door, the despondent expression on her face vanished without a trace. She glanced around and quickly made her way to a corner of the courtyard, where Su Yueli was leisurely leaning against a pillar, a sly smile gracing her features. Qinyan, your performance was simply outstanding. Su Yueli jestingly remarked. If I weren't already privy to the circumstances, I might have been easily deceived by you. The Minter known as Qinyan, the very from Longshao Academy, displayed no trace of disappointment as she shot a glance at Su Yueli. Indeed, these two little ones have steadfastly resolved to head to Beiming. All I can do is assist your son-in-law in elevating his worth a notch higher. Indeed, the recent contest in the reception hall was nothing more than a grand performance orchestrated by Su Yueli and Qinyan. Upon learning of Lu Yuan and Qian Qian's decision the previous day, Su Yueli immediately reached out to her dear friend for assistance in staging this play. The intent was to compel Beiming Academy to extend its utmost sincerity, ensuring the two children secured the greatest benefits. As for the reason, by the way, Yueli, Qinyan suddenly recalled something, concern etched on her face. Is it truly wise for us to conspire against Lu Li like this? If she finds out, might she not come charging into Zhongcheng with her sword? It should be fine, right? Su Yuli's expression shifted into a subtly awkward one. Furthermore, if it weren't for Lu Li back in the day, Xiao Yuan's mother would never have. Their conversation trailed off into silence. Qinyan, Su Yueli, the illustrious Lu Li of Beiming, and Lu Yuan's mother had once been the four brightest blossoms of Beiming Academy, bound by an unbreakable sisterhood. They were merely striving to secure the best future for their friends' children. Rest assured, Su Yueli reassured as she patted Qinyan's shoulder, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. Lu Li is quite astute. Once she comes to her senses, she'll realize we are aiding her in retaining a genius. She'll be grateful to us, if anything. Could one take advantage of their own dear friend-ish child? Certainly not. But could one take advantage of their own dear friend? Absolutely. Indeed, one ought to take full advantage. Chapter 30, The Meeting Gift. After bidding farewell to Su Yueli, Qinyan claimed she had a few promising candidates to scout for potential opportunities and promptly boarded the hovering vehicle. In the corner of the courtyard, Su Yueli found herself alone. She gazed at the vehicle as it vanished into the sky. The sly smile she shared with her friend gradually fading into contemplation and anticipation for the future. In the reception hall, the tension that had once pervaded the atmosphere dissipated as several departed. Yun Jintian cast a meaningful glance at the satisfied Lu Li before stealing a look at the two youngsters. He then rose to his feet. You two continue your conversation. I have some official matters to attend to. He made an excuse, leaving space for them. The spacious reception hall now contained only Lu Li and the two younger generations. Lu Li lifted her teacup, elegantly sipping from it. Her cool gaze lingered on Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, a faint smile gracing her lips. Welcome, both of you, to Beiming Beast Master Academy. Her voice was light and airy. Though Beiming resides in the northern reaches, which may seem rather remote, it is precisely for this reason that it conceals many opportunities and advantages not found elsewhere. After speaking, her gaze shifted to the inquisitive Yun Qianqian, and she changed her tone. Little girl, do you know who I am? Yin Qian scrutinized Lu Li closely, shaking her head. She only knew the mentor's name, but nothing beyond that. Lu Li set her teacup down and leaned slightly forward, a smile illuminating her cool eyes. By the way, you ought to call me godmother. Yun Qian exclaimed, her expression one of bewilderment and disbelief. Godmother? This is too much information. My little mind is a bit overwhelmed. Just then, the door to the reception hall was gently pushed open. Su Yuli entered, carrying a platter of sliced fruit, and happened to overhear Lu Li's latter statement. Lu Li, what nonsense are you spouting this time? Su Yuli shot her a disapproving glance while placing the fruit platter on the table. Lu Li merely chuckled lightly, gazing at her old friend. Nonsense. Yuli, do you take me for a fool? She replied languidly. Did you think I couldn't see that the earlier performance was orchestrated by you and Qin Yin? Su Yuli's gesture of offering fruit to her daughter paused, surprise flitting across her face, yet deep within her eyes lay understanding. If Qin Yin was truly determined to take those two youngsters, Lu Li's voice was subdued. Let alone me. Even if you brought the principal of Bei Ming from the Northern Territory, she too would not yield to such demands. You all are simply overthinking it. She directed her gaze at Su Yuli, her expression tinged with helplessness. For Qian Qian and Xiao Yuan, even if you hadn't staged this play, I would still provide the best treatment Bei Ming has to offer. Am I the sort to neglect my own children? Upon hearing this, Su Yuli's irritation evaporated entirely, replaced by a resigned smile. Indeed, nothing evaded this woman's perception. She had assumed Lu Li would take at least a day or two to catch on, yet she had been exposed on the spot. Lu Li disregarded Su Yuli and redirected her attention back to Lu Yuan. This time, her icy demeanor melted away, replaced with a complex blend of affection and concern. You must be Xiao Ya's son, and you bear an uncanny resemblance, especially with those eyes. She murmured softly. As if through Lu Yuan, she glimpsed another face. Lu Yuan's heart fluttered gently. Xiao Ya. This was the first time he had heard his mother's name from another's lips. Lu Li quickly composed herself, her expression turning solemn as she regarded Lu Yuan. I am aware of your intentions regarding Bei Ming. Therefore, I have directly included you in the Spatial Rift project. She paused, her tone taking on a more serious note. However, that place is far too perilous for you at this juncture. Thus, until your strength reaches the golden rank, you may only venture into smaller spatial rifts that we have thoroughly explored for training and resource acquisition. Once you are sufficiently powerful, I will personally report and apply for your entry into deeper regions. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, meeting Lu Li's sincere eyes, and nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mentor Lu Li. This expression of gratitude emanated from the depths of his heart. It is my duty. Lu Li inclined her head slightly. She then turned her attention to Yun Qian, her expression instantly softening as if she were gazing at her own daughter. Little girl, it's your turn now. Speak up, what epic materials do you desire? As long as it's within our Bei Ming treasury, feel free to choose. This question seemed to have been anticipated by Yun Qian. Without a hint of hesitation, she turned to Lu Yuan, her face alight with expectation. Yuan, what materials do you still need? Lu Yuan paused momentarily, gazing at the girl's expression of unwavering certainty. He understood that Yun Qian was, in her own way, striving to share this monumental opportunity with him, laying bricks for his future path. He did not refuse with false modesty. He recognized that for Yun Qian, being able to assist him brought her immense joy. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. There's no hurry. We can discuss it once we arrive at school. Agreed. Lu Li listened to the exchange between the two youngsters, her eyes gleaming with delight. Then it's settled. The two materials you need will be delivered directly to you once you arrive at school. You have 2 months to prepare, and after that, head straight to Bei Ming Academy in the Northern Territory. As she spoke, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon her. With a flick of her wrist, 2 resplendent black cards materialized in her hand. The cards were crafted from an unknown crystal, adorned with intricate silver patterns, and at their center lay the depiction of a shattered mirror. Xiao Yuan, Qian. During our first formal meeting, I cannot come empty-handed. This is a token of our introduction for both of you. She handed the cards to the two youngsters. These were invitations to a secret realm known as the Mirror Shadow Realm, set to open in a month. This realm was particularly unique, with an environment that shifted and transformed endlessly. Her gaze intentionally lingered on Lu Yuan. I believe this realm will yield significant rewards for your special summoning beast, Xiao Yuan. Lu Yuan accepted the card, feeling a chill run through his fingertips. The Mirror Shadow Realm. Clearly, this gift from Mentor Lioli had struck a chord within him. All right. Lon Lioli stood, stretching gracefully and revealing her perfect silhouette. With all matters addressed, you two may go and play. Your Aunt Sue and I have some private matters to discuss. It was evident she was subtly ushering them away. Lu Yuan and Yun Qian exchanged knowing glances and, understanding the hint, rose to take their leave, granting the two long-separated friends their space. Chapter 31. Mutual Advancement. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian devoted nearly all their time to the expansive private training grounds of the Yun family. Notably, on the third day after the major examination, Yun Jintian delivered the two materials he had promised Lu Yuan. One was a translucent crystal, within which a holy light seemed to flow, holy crystal. The other was a pure white feather, radiant with a gentle glow, angel's feather. With this, the two core materials for the evolution of the primordial light were now complete. All was in readiness, save for the attainment of the required rank for the primordial light itself. Within the training grounds, the sound of energy reverberated. A pure white sphere of light hovered in the air, representing the primordial light. Compared to a month prior, it now emitted a more solid radiance, exuding a greater pressure. Surrounding it were three bronze-tier light spirits, fluttering gracefully. Opposite them, a lithe black figure darted across the training ground at high speed, wielding a longbow formed of shadow energy, releasing a flurry of precisely aimed arrows. It was none other than Yun Qianqian's Dark Ranger. Whoosh! An arrow of shadow soared through the air, aimed directly at the primordial light. Lu Yuan remained composed, a thought flickering through his mind. One of the light spirits in front of the primordial light instantly surged forward, its petite form bursting with radiance to collide with the shadow arrow, both vanishing in a brilliant flash. Qianqian, your Dark Ranger speed is commendable, but its attack power could use some enhancement, Lu Yuan calmly remarked. Humph, don't get too cocky, Yuan. Yun Qianqian retorted with a playful huff, her face slightly flushed with concentration. My holy flame fire sparrow hasn't even joined the fray yet. No sooner had she spoken than a melodious bird call resonated throughout the training ground. A fiery sparrow descended from the heavens, its wings aflame, and with a flutter, it unleashed a torrential downpour of holy flame explosive orbs upon the primordial light. The searing energy distorted the very air around them. In the face of this overwhelming assault, the primordial light stood firm. Holy Light Guardian. A golden shield unfurled instantaneously, enveloping both the primordial light and Lu Yuan. Boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, illuminating the training ground with fire and holy light. Yet, the golden shield remained steadfast, merely rippling under the onslaught. All right, let's call it a day. Yun Qianqian stamped her foot, recalling her two summoning beasts. Yuan, your primordial light comes with 3 bronze-tier summoning beasts. How can I compete? She rushed to Lu Yuan's side, her face alight with joy. But Yuan, my holy flame fire sparrow is formidable too. It's now a high-tier bronze. She puffed out her chest with pride. Thanks to the successive advancements of her summoning beasts, her own mental prowess had significantly improved, allowing her to transition from a mid-tier bronze summoner to a high-tier bronze summoner. Indeed, quite impressive, Lu Yuan remarked, his lips curling into a smile as he ruffled her hair. The fruits of their month-long arduous training were evident. The primordial light had successfully advanced from a low-tier bronze to a mid-tier bronze. Yun Qianqian's 2 summoning beasts had also made strides. The Dark Ranger had reached mid-tier bronze, while the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow had achieved high-tier bronze. The only one lagging behind was the Mirror Reflection Beast, which appeared to face greater challenges in its elevation. Despite substantial resources being devoted, it had only made incremental progress on its path to mid-tier bronze, still far from high-tier bronze. As the two took a brief respite, Suyuli approached with 2 glasses of chilled juice. Look at you both, drenched in sweat. You should hydrate. She offered the drinks, her gaze warm and gentle. Mom, what brings you here? Yun Qianqian asked as she eagerly gulped down half a glass. I came to inform you. Suyuli set down the tray. The Mirror Shadow Realm that Liuli mentioned is about to open. At the mention of the Mirror Shadow Realm, both Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian perked up. Suyuli settled into a nearby chair, her tone becoming more deliberate. This realm is unique. Its space is divided into 3 layers, the outer layer, the middle layer, and the core layer. Within it dwells a peculiar creature known as the Mirror Beast. Mirror Beast? Yun Qianqian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yes, mirror beasts, Suyuli nodded. They come in various forms, lacking a fixed appearance, and are quite enigmatic. They can transform into anything, a rock, a tree, even your own summoning beasts. Lu Yuan's expression sharpened. Creatures capable of mimicking summoning beasts immediately brought his mirror reflection beast to mind. Perhaps this realm could indeed enhance its power significantly. The most coveted aspect of the Mirror Shadow Realm was the existence of a unique summoning stone. Suyuli revealed a significant detail. Like ordinary summoning stones, it is used to summon summoning beasts and forge contracts. However, the distinction lies in the fact that any beast summoned with it will solely be a mirror beast from this realm. Because of this, countless summoners yearn for such summoning stones, hoping to contract a mirror beast with boundless potential. However, these stones appear only in the core layer. and one must possess both strength and a stroke of luck to access it. As she spoke, Suyuli's gaze settled on Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. You two little ones, I believe your future summoning beasts will predominantly require contracts forged through summoning stones. Thus, if the opportunity arises to enter the core layer, be sure to seek it out. A powerful mirror beast would undoubtedly be the ideal companion for any summoner. Yun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement, a glimmer of eagerness illuminating her features. Lu Yuan, however, remained more composed, having detected the gravity in Su Yuli's words. Aunt Su, is this secret realm dangerous? Su Yuli regarded him with approval, her smile dimming slightly as her tone turned serious. Bear in mind that the greatest peril within the secret realm does not stem from the mimicry of the mirror beasts, but rather from the environment itself. The spatial laws of that secret realm are in utter disarray, giving rise to a plethora of illusions. Some of these illusions can be so convincingly deceptive that a moment's inattention could lead to irrevocable doom, rendering one defenseless. Those with wavering resolve, once ensnared by these phantoms, may find themselves eternally lost within, unable to escape. Such words instantly cast a weighty pall over the previously light-hearted atmosphere of the training ground. Yun Qianqian also subdued her excitement, her small face now adorned with seriousness. Su Yuli observed the solemn expressions of the two children and nodded with satisfaction, before resuming her gentle demeanor and rising to her feet. All right, there's no need to be overly anxious. Preparation is always beneficial. She approached Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, gently patting their shoulders. When the secret realm officially opens, I will personally escort you there. Chapter 32, The Cloud Howling Sky Falcon. Before long, the day of the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm's opening arrived. In the expansive grounds before the Yun family villa, Su Yuli stood at the center of the lawn, smiling warmly at Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Are you ready? It's time for us to set off. As her words fell, an abrupt shift in her aura took place. A fierce wind suddenly surged, rustling the edges of Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's garments. With a thunderous cry that pierced the heavens and split the stones, a colossal bird materialized beside her. A giant falcon, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, loomed before the trio. Its body was enveloped in azure feathers, the edges of which shimmered with flickering sparks of electricity, while its beak was of obsidian texture. The overwhelming pressure rendered the air itself heavy. This was Lu Yuan's first time witnessing Su Yuli South Beast at such close quarters. Until now, he had only encountered this cloud-howling sky falcon and another, the Rosefire Fox. Almost simultaneously, his ethereal ancient tome silently flipped open, golden data streaming forth, revealing a fresh page of information. Beast, Cloud-Howling Sky Falcon. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Platinum Pinnacle. Species skills, 1, Skyfall Dive, soaring from the clouds at sonic speed. It delivers devastating wind and thunder damage to enemies in a straight line. 2, Storm Summon. By flapping its wings, it conjures a thunderstorm domain with a 100-meter radius, lasting 30 seconds. Within this domain, allies experience a significant increase in flight speed, while enemies are struck by precise lightning every 3 seconds. 3. Lightning Leap. Transforms into lightning for short-distance teleportation, leaving behind a bait trap composed of electricity at the original location. Attackers of this trap will suffer intense lightning damage and be momentarily paralyzed for 1 second. 4. Thunder and Wind Beak. The beak, entwined with high concentrations of wind and lightning elements, unleashes an unstoppable piercing peck at the target. 5. Sky Shadow Strike. Instantly creates 3 lightning phantoms that dive in sync with the body, each capable of inflicting 30% of the body's damage. 6. Wind and Thunder Resonance. Grants any allied beast the wind's blessing or thunder's resonance. Thunder's Resonance. Attacks inflict an additional 10% splash lightning damage. Wind's Blessing. Movement speed is increased by 40%. Gazing at the panel displaying 1-star potential and Platinum Pinnacle, Lu Yuan realized that this cloud-howling sky falcon had reached its limit unless it encountered fortuitous events. He pondered when Su Yuli had forged a contract with this magnificent creature. Little Wind. Yun Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, darting towards the cloud-howling sky falcon. The formidable creature, upon seeing the girl, softened its sharp gaze, transforming into a vision of unending gentleness. It affectionately lowered its massive head, gently nudging Yun Qianqian's small face with its beak, while emitting a series of low, melodic sounds. All right, Qianqian, enough of that, Su Yuli chuckled, waving her hand. Come up. She gracefully leapt onto the broad back of the cloud-howling sky falcon with Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Let us depart. With a powerful beat of its wings, the falcon transformed into a streak of azure lightning, soaring skyward, swiftly disappearing into the clouds. On its back, an invisible barrier shielded them from the violent currents of air. Yun Qianqian leaned over the edge, her small face brushed by the mist. She turned to Lu Yuan. Ah Yuan, isn't little wind amazing? It was the first beast my mother summoned at the age of 18 using a summoning stone. This revelation left Lu Yuan utterly astonished. The first beast must be summoned through a summoning stone, and its potential carries immense uncertainty. The fact that Su Yueli's first summon was this cloud-howling sky falcon implied that it originally possessed 5-star potential. Under Su Yueli's nurturing, it had now reached its zenith. Lu Yuan's gaze grew complex. Since his earliest memories, having been fostered by the Yun family due to his sensitive identity, he had always maintained a deliberate distance from the family. He confined himself within a small world, never proactively inquiring about Uncle Yun and Aunt Su, rendering him almost entirely ignorant of these two dearest elders. He had always felt like an outsider. Thus, throughout his upbringing, he had known little about the beasts of Yun Jintian and Su Yueli. In his childhood, he had merely observed from afar as the two summoned their beasts, feeling their overwhelming presence without truly grasping it. However, now, with the beast compendium revealing their panels, Lu Yuan finally comprehended the true strength of Su Yueli and Yun Jintian. The cloud-howling sky falcon flew with astonishing speed, and within a mere 3 hours, the scenery below transformed dramatically. Lu Yuan glanced downward, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Below lay an exceptionally bizarre region. The space appeared as if shattered by a colossal force, presenting countless distorted, folded fragments. Each fragment reflected a different fantastical image, intermingling chaotically. A wave of spatial fluctuation emanated from within. They had arrived at the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Encounter. Before the three could land, a more resounding and vibrant cry echoed through the air. The sound waves rolled forth, and a magnificent golden giant rock, with a wingspan of several dozen meters, burst through the clouds, coming into view. Its feathers gleamed like gold, radiating a metallic luster under the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary aura that rivaled that of the cloud-howling sky falcon beneath Su Yueli. Beast, Celestial Golden Rock. Potential, 1 star. Rank, Platinum Pinnacle. Species Skills, 1. Sky Sword Feather. Fires a multitude of metallic sword feathers, inflicting area damage upon enemies within a wide radius. 2. Eternal Cycle. Creates a metal storm vortex with a 100-meter diameter, continuously drawing all units within toward the center, dealing minor damage. 3. Thousand Feather Mirage. Temporarily reshapes its feathers into 3 distinct forms. Choose 1. Blade Wing Form. Significantly increases attack power, but decreases defense. Shield Wing Form. Significantly enhances defense, but slows speed. Flowing Wing Form. Greatly boosts speed, but reduces attack power. 4. Thousand Feather Light Prison. 12 golden light pillars descend upon the target area, forming a confinement field lasting 4 seconds. 5. Wrathful Wing Barrier. Instantly unfurls a 10-meter wide wing barrier, blocking all flying projectiles. 6. Sky-Splitting Dive. With golden wings unfurled, it dives toward the target area, inflicting massive damage upon the landing zone. Yueli, your movements are remarkably swift. I thought I might get ahead. A familiar feminine voice resonated from the back of the golden rock. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian turned their gazes in the direction of the sound and beheld a poised and competent woman standing atop the majestic creature. It was none other than Qin Yan, who had previously accompanied Su Yueli in elevating Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's status. Behind Qin Yan, another figure emerged, whose face lit up with surprise upon spotting Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. With palpable excitement, he waved at them from the enormous back of the golden rock. It was their comrade from Team 7, Wu Tian. The cloud bird beneath Su Yueli let out a gentle cry, gradually descending onto a clearing in front of the entrance to the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Almost simultaneously, the colossal golden rock folded its wings and landed steadily. Sister Yan, what brings you here? Su Yueli exclaimed, dismounting from the Qinghuan with a smile illuminating her face. If a mother can make the journey for her child, as a teacher, I certainly cannot lag behind. Qin Yan replied as she leaped down from the golden rock. She cast a glance at Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian behind Su Yueli, her gaze lingering on Lu Yuan for a couple of seconds, her admiration unmistakable. Wu Tian hastened over, first offering a respectful bow to Su Yueli before turning to Lu Yuan. Lord Lu, Yun Qianqian, I never expected to encounter you here. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, while Yun Qianqian curiously inquired, Wu Tian, how did you end up with Mentor Qin? It's a long story. Wu Tian scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. After the major examination, Mentor Qin specially recruited the 3 of us. Now, both Shen Yisua and Guo Linchuan are students at Longshao Academy. He paused momentarily before adding, moreover, she has accepted me as her disciple. As he spoke, reverence and gratitude shone in his eyes. He understood that being taken under the wing of an epic tier beastmaster was an opportunity granted by Lu Yuan. Had it not been for the astonishing performance he exhibited alongside Lu Yuan during the arena matches, this humble talent would never have garnered such attention. Even if he managed to enter Longshao. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Yun Qianqian expressed her genuine joy for him. What about Shen Yisuo and Guo Linchuan? How are they faring? Upon mentioning Shen Yisuo, Wu Tian rubbed his forehead. Guo Linchuan remains the same, either training or on his way to train. As for Shen Yisuo, he left for Longshao Academy a week ago. That fellow boldly proclaimed Lord Lu is amazing in front of the entire school at a gala. And he has since become quite the celebrity at Longshao Academy. Oofed. Yun Qianqian couldn't contain her laughter, as this was indeed something Shen Yisuo would do. Lu Yuan chuckled as well. Wu Tian continued, I recently broke through to the bronze tier. And Minter mentioned that there is a special summoning stone produced within this mirror shadow secret realm. I plan to use the summoning stone to call forth my next beast, hence my presence here in hopes of striking luck. He gazed at Lu Yuan, filled with reflection. The disparities between individuals sometimes seemed greater than those between man and beast. While he had just recently ascended to the bronze tier and was preparing to summon his second beast, Lu Yuan had already stirred the winds of the major examination over a month ago with his 2 bronze tier beasts. Enough, we can reminisce later. Qin Yin interjected, breaking their conversation. She glanced at the shattered mirror, where the spatial ripples intensified. The secret realm is about to fully open, so let us not linger. Su Yueli added. Produce your invitation cards and stand before the mirror. Simply walk in. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian, and Wu Tian ceased their chatter. They each retrieved their invitation cards from their storage spaces. The moment the cards met the external air, they spontaneously ignited without wind, transforming into 3 gentle beams of white light that enveloped the trio. Go forth. Su Yueli's gaze was tender. Look out for one another inside. Qin Yin cautioned Wu Tian. The 3 exchanged glances, then stepped forward together toward the enormous, shattered ancient mirror. Chapter 34, The Illusion of Beasts. As they stepped inside, the world spun around them. They found themselves within a labyrinthine maze composed of countless mirrors. Above, below, to the left, to the right, mirrors surrounded them, reflecting their images into a multitude of versions. The air was thick with a spatial distortion, and each breath felt as though they were inhaling shards of glass, causing their spirits to tense. This place is truly eerie. Wu Tian steadied himself and turned to Lu Yuan. We should split up for greater efficiency. It will allow us to seek opportunities more effectively. Having been guided by Lu Yuan throughout the major examination, he was eager to prove his own capabilities now. Before Lu Yuan could respond, Yun Qianqian interjected, No way. My mom said we should stick together in here. Wu Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. He was about to explain that he understood the importance of caution when a sudden anomaly occurred. From one of the mirrors beside him, his own reflection unexpectedly curved into a sinister grin. In the next instant, a fearsome, giant crocodile lunged forth from the mirror, its gaping maw nearly poised to sever Wu Tian in 2. The suddenness of the event caused Wu Tian's expression to shift, but his reflexes were swift. He exerted force beneath him and retreated rapidly. Little Wing, Nature's power. At his calm command, a flash of emerald light appeared, revealing a diminutive sprite about 10 centimeters tall before him. The sprite, known as the forest spirit, possessed delicate wings and eyes shimmering with the light of life. Clutching an exquisite staff in her right hand, the forest spirit followed his directive, waving her staff to conjure dozens of vines that erupted from the ground, weaving into a large net to confront the giant crocodile. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. The crocodile's body effortlessly pierced through the vine-constructed cage as if the resilient vines were mere vapor. Its speed remained unabated as it barreled toward Wu Tian. Physical attacks are ineffective? Wu Tian's pupils constricted in shock. Be careful. It's an illusion. Lu Yuan's voice rang out just in time. Almost simultaneously, all the surrounding mirrors began to ripple. Roar. 1 beast, 2 beasts, 10 beasts, and then hundreds and thousands of monstrous phantoms erupted from the mirrors, roaring in unison. There were lion kings spewing flames, giant pythons swirling with frost, and eagles wielding thunder. An endless army of illusions descended upon the trio, overwhelming them completely. This is infuriating. Yun Qianqian exclaimed, summoning her Dark Ranger and Holy Flame Fire Sparrow at her side. Dark arrows and Holy Flame projectiles intertwined, creating a tempest of energy directed at the illusions. Yet, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. All energy attacks simply passed through the bodies of the illusions, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The illusions' retaliatory strikes, however, were not illusory. Waves of energy surged forth, claws rending the air, though they did not cause physical harm. They struck at the trio's very spirits. Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian felt their heads pounding, each attempt to defend themselves draining their mental fortitude. The forest spirit tirelessly summoned vine barriers, striving to halt the advance of the illusions, but to no avail. Yun Qianqian unleashed her beasts with full force. Yet it was to no effect. The girl's complexion gradually paled. Lu Yuan, these things can't be killed, she cried out in a flurry of anxiety. Wu Tian's countenance darkened considerably, his teeth clenched tightly, and his heart was awash with regret. Just moments ago, he had declared his intention to venture alone. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, dragging his companions down with him. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan remained remarkably composed amidst the tumultuous eye of the storm. Endless phantoms unfolded before his eyes, revealing an entirely different tableau. In his perception, the entire world was woven from countless lines. Those seemingly ferocious apparitions were merely ephemeral shades conjured from chaotic spatial energies. The source of these energies pointed resolutely in one direction. Beastmaster-S Compendium Analysis in progress. High-intensity spatial energy conglomerate detected. Phantom focal point locked. Coordinates, 37 meters ahead and 3 meters above the ground. Qian, instruct your Dark Ranger to unleash its full might upon the 13th mirror to your left. Wu Tian, direct your beast to strike the mirror directly above you with its vines. Lu Yuan's commands were clear and calm, imbued with an undeniable authority. Trusting Lu Yuan implicitly, Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian wasted no time, promptly directing their beasts to launch their assaults. Whoosh! Bang! An arrow infused with the Dark Ranger's full power and a vine spear charged with the essence of nature struck precisely at the location Lu Yuan indicated. Crack! A sound rang out, crisp as shattering glass. The two mirrors that had been targeted shattered, but it was not the mirrors themselves that crumbled, but rather the void 3 meters in front of them. A diamond-shaped transparent crystal emerged, its surface marred with fractures. Now, concentrate your fire, Lu Yuan shouted. The flames of the holy flame fire sparrow followed suit, erupting with a tremendous roar. Boom! The diamond-shaped crystal shattered completely under the fierce assault, scattering into countless specks of light. As the focal point disintegrated, the ceaseless tide of phantoms dissipated in an instant. The world returned to its original state, now merely a myriad of mirrors. The crisis averted, Yun Qianqian exhaled a sigh of relief. Wu Tian silently recalled his beast, approaching Lu Yuan with an air of embarrassment. He scratched his head and spoke sheepishly. Thank you, Lord Lu, for your assistance. He now comprehended that the chasm between himself and Lu Yuan was not merely one of beast strength, but rather the composure and insight in the face of crisis. Lu Yuan glanced at him and smiled. No need for thanks. However, Yun Qianqian leaned in, playfully nudging Wu Tian with her elbow, teasing, So, still keen on acting alone? Not anymore, not anymore. Wu Tian waved his hands in denial. I'd rather give my life to Lord Lu than go solo again. His demeanor elicited a fit of laughter from Yun Qianqian, alleviating the tense atmosphere that had just enveloped them. Yet, as the trio took a moment to rest, a mirror directly ahead suddenly melted away without warning, resembling liquid mercury. A pool of silver liquid flowed from the mirror to the ground, and before their eyes. It began to reorganize. The liquid swiftly elongated, coalescing into limbs and a torso, its features gradually becoming distinct. Ultimately, it transformed into a figure strikingly identical to Wu Tian. Every aspect, height, build, and appearance, was replicated with astonishing fidelity. A mirror image Wu Tian stood before them, devoid of expression, its hollow eyes fixated on the real Wu Tian. Under the gaze of his doppelganger, an unsettling chill ran down Wu Tian's spine. Is this the mirror beast that my mother spoke of? Yun Qianqian's voice held a note of astonishment. Wu Tian inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening anew. Having lost face before the phantoms, he now faced what appeared to be a tangible adversary. He had to reclaim his honor in this moment. Stepping forward, he positioned Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian behind him, declaring with gravity, "This foe is mine." As his words fell, a flash of green light flickered beside him, and the adorable forest spirit re-emerged. The instant the forest spirit appeared, the mirror beast Wu Tian began to shift as well. Its form shed a portion of silver liquid and quickly reformed. Moments later, a mirror beast forest spirit identical to Wu Tian's appeared beside its counterpart. Same form, same essence, indistinguishable in every respect. Chapter 35, Mirror Beast. Wu Tian's expression grew serious as the mirrored version of himself and his beast exuded an eerie familiarity. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the first strike. Little Wing. Harness the power of nature, pierce with your vines. Wu Tian's forest spirit waved its staff, and the ground erupted with sharp vines that surged toward the opposing forest spirit. However, the mirrored forest spirit executed an identical maneuver, albeit with greater swiftness. More vines, thicker stems, striking from more advantageous angles. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sounds of shattering resounded as Wu Tian's conjured vines were effortlessly obliterated by the counterparts. The assault from the mirror beast did not relent. The remaining vines pressed forward, closing in on Wu Tian. His expression shifted as he swiftly dodged, several vines whistling past him, leaving deep marks on the ground. Such rapid reflexes, such formidable power. This was no mere replication. Wow, Wu Tian, it seems your doppelganger is outclassing you. Yun Qianqian observed sharply. Wu Tian felt a flush of heat rise to his face, leaving him no time to retort. He commanded again, Queen's decree. A burst of light appeared before the forest spirit, and a seed of nature descended, swiftly transforming into a pinnacle natural guardian that charged at the enemy. Almost simultaneously, the mirror beast Wu Tian issued the same command. An identical natural guardian was summoned, meeting Wu Tian's guardian head-on. The two vine guardians clashed. Yet the tide of battle clearly favored the mirror beast. The guardians summoned by the mirror beast exhibited superior strength and resilience, shredding Wu Tian's guardian into fragments in mere exchanges. How could this be? Wu Tian's heart sank. Every skill and tactic he possessed was flawlessly replicated by his opponent, and executed with greater power, speed, and precision. How could he possibly contend with this? It felt as though he was battling a version of himself that surpassed him in every aspect, each move anticipated, each counterattack crushed by a similar but stronger force. The rhythm of the fight was entirely dictated by the enemy. Wu Tian and his forest spirit could only evade in desperation, continually attempting to retaliate to no avail. Ah Yuan, Wu Tian. Yun Qianqian's face betrayed her concern. Lu Yuan remained silent. From the moment the battle commenced, he had stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on a golden stream of data swirling that only he could perceive. In his vision, the mirror beast Wu Tian and its spirit were not genuine life forms. They resembled a conglomerate woven from countless intricate silver threads, each reconfiguration precisely mimicking the energy fluctuations of Wu Tian and his forest spirit. Beastmaster-esque compendium analysis in progress. Target, mirror beast, bronze intermediate. Analysis. By harnessing spatial energy from the environment, it rapidly analyzes the energy model of the target organism and conducts optimized simulations. Combat logic. Centered around the optimal counter strategy. It triggers passively. Weakness. Lacks autonomous attack logic, rendering it incapable of effectively predicting and assaulting defensive targets. All of its actions stem solely from countering enemy attacks. So it is. This contraption, in essence, is a soulless combat machine that reacts solely according to a predetermined program. Suddenly, Wu Tian, caught off guard, had one of his tendrils shattered and then brutally whipped against his back, causing him to lurch forward and spit out a mouthful of blood. Wu Tian's forest spirit autonomously reacted, launching a tendril spear at the mirror beast Wu Tian. Simultaneously, the mirror beast spirit hurled a colossal tendril spear, which not only shattered the original spear aimed at the mirrored Wu Tian, but also continued its trajectory with unrelenting force towards Wu Tian himself. Yun Qianqian gasped, instinctively preparing to summon her beast for rescue. Wu Tian, abandon the attack. Focus entirely on defense. The voice of Lu Yuan resonated in Wu Tian's ears. Abandon the attack? Focus entirely on defense. What does that mean? Wu Tian's mind was a blank slate. Instinctively, he issued one last command to his forest spirit. Shaoyi, nature's power. Wood shield. A surge of green light emanated from the forest spirit, channeling all its energy into defense. A formidable circular wooden shield, intricately woven from countless tendrils, materialized instantly before Wu Tian. Just then, the lethal tendril spear crashed down. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, splinters of wood scattering in the air. The wooden shield Wu Tian conjured was directly pierced. However, the tremendous impact was significantly mitigated. The spear's tip ultimately halted mere inches from his brow. Wu Tian's body stiffened, cold sweat soaking his back. He had survived. Yet, what astonished him further was the scene that unfolded next. Following a failed strike, the mirror beast and its spirit inexplicably froze in place, motionless. The silver light flowing around them began to falter, their forms flickering intermittently. They had succumbed to a state of logical disarray. Wu Tian assumed a purely defensive stance, refraining from launching any further attacks. The mirror beast's core logic revolved around perfect counteraction. Devoid of the input signal of an attack, its program crashed, rendering it incapable of calculating its next move. Now's the moment. Lu Yuan's voice echoed once more. Wu Tian snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the immobilized adversary. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded, Shao Yi. First conjure the wooden shield, then use life drain immediately. Siphon its essence. The forest spirit grasped its master's intent, promptly utilizing nature's power to conjure shield after shield. The mirror beast, evidently unable to counter this non-aggressive maneuver, found itself at a disadvantage. The forest spirit approached slowly, entering the skill range. Life drain, full force. Two streams of green light emerged from the mirror beast and its spirit, drawn into the forest spirit's form. The receding silver light rapidly dimmed. By the time the mirror beast attempted to retaliate, it was too late, as its energy-formed body began to disintegrate. Creak. An unnatural sound, uncharacteristic of any living being, resonated as the mirror beast dissolved into silver motes, leaving behind an object. The battle had concluded. Wu Tian, panting, knelt on the ground. Yun Qianqian rushed over, surveying the disheveled Wu Tian, and cheerfully remarked, "I told you, sometimes doing nothing is the most powerful move. Look, you remained still, and it did not move." Wu Tian forced a wry smile and shook his head. Rising, he approached Lu Yuan and expressed his gratitude earnestly. "Lord Lu, I owe you once again." His heart brimmed with appreciation and astonishment. Had it not been for Lu Yuan, he might have met his end here today. Lu Yuan promptly helped him to his feet, while Yun Qianqian retrieved the item that had fallen moments ago. Fragment of the mirror. Type, special material. Effect, a shard containing the pure principles of mirroring and spatial energy. Can be used for beast evolution or equipment forging. Chapter 36, The Heart of the Mirror River. Lu Yuan handed the shard to Wu Tian. Wu Tian hastily declined, but Lu Yuan insisted, citing that it was his victory that warranted Wu Tian to keep it. Lu Yuan then gazed at the mirror maze ahead. "Let us proceed. This is merely the outer layer." The trio continued onward. This time, Wu Tian had learned his lesson, closely trailing Lu Yuan by half a step, no longer suggesting they split up. Yun Qianqian walked naturally at Lu Yuan's other side. After approximately 10 minutes, the scene ahead opened up dramatically. They emerged from the mirror maze into a vast expanse of wilderness. The ground of the plain exhibited an eerie grayish-white hue, with the fluctuations of spatial energy more tumultuous than before. Finally out, Wu Tian exhaled deeply, the atmosphere of the maze having been stifling. Just as he intended to take a step forward, a hand clasped firmly on his shoulder, anchoring him in place. It was Lu Yuan. "Do not move." Lu Yuan commanded authoritatively. Wu Tian was taken aback, following Lu Yuan's gaze to see nothing but emptiness ahead. "What's wrong?" Lu Yuan offered no reply. Instead, he scrutinized the information from the beast guide. This seemingly flat expanse was riddled with invisible spatial rifts. These rifts resembled concealed traps, crisscrossing erratically. Stepping on one would lead to being ensnared. Analyzing beast guide. Area analysis. Unstable spatial faults. Detected numerous microspatial traps. Touching them may result in random teleportation or being torn apart by spatial forces. Planning safe pathway. Completed. Stay close to me. Tread only where I step, not a single misstep. Lu Yuan finally spoke, taking the lead. He stepped forward, then shifted left 3 paces, followed by an inexplicably odd step backward, the route defying description. Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian stared in bewilderment. "Ah Yuan, are we playing hopscotch?" Though curious, they perfectly replicated every position Lu Yuan traversed. Wu Tian's lips twitched. He resolved to follow suit obediently. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded upon the plain. 3 figures moved along an eccentric route, alternating between advancing and retreating, as if engaged in some mysterious ritual. Each step Wu Tian took was fraught with apprehension. Several times, he felt a force capable of rending steel flash perilously close to his feet. Only then did he realize that Lu Yuan was not wandering aimlessly. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Uncertain how much time passed, Lu Yuan finally ceased his peculiar path. At that moment, Wu Tian's back was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. He glanced back at the seemingly tranquil plain, his eyes filled with trepidation. "Let us proceed. The path to the middle layer lies ahead." Lu Yuan's voice snapped him back from his fear. The 3 traversed the plain, arriving at an even more peculiar locale. A river, approximately 100 meters wide, stretched before them. To call it a river is to acknowledge its gentle flow. Yet, what courses through it is not water, but a liquid. Mirror-like substance strikingly reminiscent of the anatomical structure of the previous mirror beast. This entire river manifests as a colossal, flowing mirror, reflecting the sky and the 3 figures. The surface remains tranquil and undisturbed, devoid of even the faintest sound of water. On the opposite bank, spatial fluctuations are markedly more intense, revealing glimpses of bizarre phenomena. That place must be the mid-layer of the secret realm. This mirror river is the soul passage. "I shall give it a try," Wu Tian volunteered, picking up a stone the size of his fist and hurling it with all his might toward the opposite bank. The stone traced a parabolic arc through the air. However, as it neared approximately 10 meters above the mirror river, it was abruptly distorted and vanished into thin air. There is a spatial restriction in place. It cannot be crossed. Wu Tian's expression grew grave. He approached the riverbank once more and commanded the nature spirit. "Harness the power of nature." A vine erupted from the earth, slithering toward the river's surface like a spiritual serpent. With a resounding crack, the moment the vine made contact with the liquid mirror, an identical spectral vine shot forth from the reflection, striking the original vine with precision, shattering it into fragments before disappearing. Physical attacks are perfectly mirrored and rebounded. What of energy attacks? Wu Tian, undeterred, instructed the nature spirit to condense a green energy sphere and direct it toward the river's surface. The result was disheartening. The energy sphere silently melded into the mirror upon contact, failing to create even the slightest ripple. It is immune to energy damage. Wu Tian was at his wit's end. He turned to Lu Yuan, who had been quietly observing the enigmatic mirror river, his gaze fixed on his own reflection upon the surface. His Beastmaster Codex had not provided any solutions, but it did contain a peculiar annotation. Mirror river, the manifestation of laws, the boundary between reality and illusion. What is seen is not necessarily what is obtained. What is believed is the truth. What is believed is the truth. Lu Yuan suddenly chuckled, as clarity dawned upon him. The primordial light. With a gentle call, a pure white orb of light hovered above his shoulder, summoning a light servant. A smaller light spirit than the primordial light emerged, fluttering curiously around Lu Yuan. Go, cross to the other side of the river. Treating the flowing river below as solid ground, Lu Yuan issued a command that puzzled Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian. The newly summoned light spirit could not grasp the complex concepts of rivers, danger, or reflections. In its world, there existed only the commands of its master. Upon receiving the instruction, it flapped its tiny wings and boldly approached the river's surface. Under the watchful eyes of Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian, the light spirit delicately stepped onto the flowing mirror. It was neither repelled nor submerged, standing firmly as if the liquid mirror beneath were a solid crystalline floor. It tilted its small head, seemingly perplexed by the sensation beneath its feet, before bouncing forward step by step toward the opposite bank. Its reflection danced in harmony with its movements, an oddly enchanting scene. This continued until the light spirit's figure vanished entirely from sight on the other side. What just happened? Wu Tian inquired. This river tests not strength, but the heart, Lu Yuan elucidated. If you perceive it as a river, it becomes an insurmountable chasm. If you view it as a path to traverse, it is merely a common road. A river of the heart? Wu Tian murmured. Such matters, entwined with the very fabric of laws, far surpassed his current understanding. Close your eyes, Lu Yuan instructed, turning to Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian. Empty your minds of distractions. Do not envision the river beneath you, nor gaze upon the reflections in the water. Simply regard it as walking upon solid ground. Follow my voice. Yun Qianqian, without hesitation, closed her eyes, a trusting smile gracing her lips. For her, Lu Yuan's words were the absolute truth, requiring no doubt. Wu Tian, however, hesitated, taking a deep breath as he endeavored to cast aside the images of physical rebounding and energy immunity from his mind before slowly closing his eyes. Now, Lu Yuan took Yun Qianqian's hand and led the way, taking the first step. An extraordinary sensation coursed through his feet. He had succeeded. Subsequently, Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian followed suit, stepping onto this river of the heart. The river's surface felt as solid as rock beneath them. The three of them, eyes closed, marched forward under Lu Yuan's guidance toward the bank where the spatial energy surged with greater ferocity. Chapter 37. The Mirror Heart Lotus. As the firm sensation of solid ground registered beneath Wu Tian's feet, his tense body relaxed suddenly. He opened his eyes to a fantastical, distorted forest. The trees here, unlike ordinary ones, were constructed from countless prisms. Their trunks and branches refracted vibrant light, distorting the silhouettes of the three into uncanny shapes. The spatial energy in the air was even more tumultuous. This is the mid-layer, Wu Tian thought, glancing back at the quietly flowing mirror river. His admiration for Lu Yuan had surged to newfound heights. Now, even Shunifu could not match his reverence for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was already far ahead of them all. Yun Qianqian, however, felt little of this. Upon touching solid ground, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, reaching out to touch the trunk of a prism tree, recoiling slightly at its icy touch. Ah, Yuan, these trees are peculiar. They seem to be watching us. No sooner had she spoken than countless mirrored surfaces on the tree revealed Yun Qianqian's own face. Each visage was identical, and strangely, even as she moved away, the reflections retained her previous actions. Wu Tian instinctively took a half-step back, startled. Do not be afraid. Lu Yuan's voice remained calm as he grasped Yun Qianqian's hand, encouraging her to continue forward. These are merely residual images of energy. They pose no threat. His Beastmaster Codex had already provided an analysis. This environment unconsciously records and replay the emotions of any beings that enter. It functions like a recording device. The trio traversed the bizarre forest, and before long, they heard the violent roar of energy and the sound of furious growls. It was the unmistakable sound of battle. Wu Tian's spirit surged. Exchanging glances, the three of them stifled their presence and stealthily advanced toward the source of the noise. In a relatively open glade among the trees, they beheld two opposing forces engaged in combat. On one side stood 5 young beast masters clad in standardized combat attire. Judging by the insignia on their uniforms, they were students from the prestigious St. Light Beast Academy, renowned alongside Long Xiao and Bei Ming. Through the Beastmaster Codex, Wu Tian discerned that their beasts had attained silver rank. Their adversary, however, was a peculiar mirror beast, standing about 3 meters tall. Its entire form a liquid silver without a fixed shape. At present, it was coalescing into a fearsome, gigantic clawed bear, each swipe of its claws radiating terrifying power, forcing the 5 students from the Sacred Light Academy to retreat steadily. Zhao Kuan, this cannot continue. Our attacks are utterly futile. Instead, they only seem to empower it further, exclaimed a female trainee, evading strikes as she shouted towards the young man at the forefront. The youth, named Zhao Kuan, wore a countenance as dark as storm clouds. His gaze was fixated on a crystalline lotus flower, glimmering with ethereal beauty, situated behind the mirror beast not far away. The lotus, polished to a mirror-like sheen, emanated an extraordinarily pure spatial fluctuation. The mirror heart lotus, Wu Tian observed from the shadows. It was a treasure capable of rapidly enhancing the abilities of beast tamers specializing in light or illusion. Unleash everything we've got. I refuse to believe we cannot exhaust it. Zhao Kuan, resolute and unyielding, showed no inclination to heed warnings, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Beside him, a colossal figure engulfed in dark red flames roared, its fists pounding the ground, sending dozens of enormous lava fireballs soaring into the sky, hurtling towards the mirror beast. Roar! In the face of such an onslaught, the mirror beast did not attempt to evade. Rather, it let out an even more ferocious roar. Its form swelled dramatically, silver light coursing over its surface, transforming it in an instant into a larger, more formidable giant. It too struck the ground with its fists, unleashing an even greater barrage of blazing lava fireballs that collided thunderously with Zhao Kuan's assault. Boom! The violent explosion engulfed the entire clearing in flames, the shockwave causing the surrounding prism trees to hum ominously. As the smoke dissipated, Zhao Kuan's lava giant was forced back, its fiery arms dimming slightly. In stark contrast, the giant formed from the mirror beast remained unscathed, its presence even more imposing than before. Beast Tamer's Guide Analysis in progress. Target, Guardian Mirror Beast. Characteristics, Mind's Mirror. Its form and strength depend entirely on the challenger's heart. The greater the murderous intent, the more it transforms into an indomitable killing machine. The more hostility it perceives, the more it becomes an uncontrollable, ferocious demon. Countermeasure, abandon hostility and murderous intent. So that was it. Yet another trial of mental fortitude. From the very beginning, Zhao Kuan and his companions had employed the wrong approach. Just as the 5 were on the verge of collapse, Lu Yuan ceased his concealment, emerging from behind the trees alongside Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian. Who goes there? Zhao Kuan and his companions immediately became vigilant. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and his companions emanating a bronze-level aura, Zhao Kuan's wariness swiftly morphed into unabashed disdain. What a ragtag bunch. If you value your lives, scram. Hey, how can you speak like that? Yun Qianqian retorted, visibly irritated. The road doesn't belong to you. We'll go wherever we please. Zhao Kuan snorted disdainfully, unwilling to waste further attention on them. In his eyes, these 3 were merely opportunists seeking to reap benefits, unworthy of his consideration. He turned back to direct his beasts, preparing to launch another wave of ferocious attacks. Lu Yuan ignored him, striding resolutely towards the center of the battlefield. Yuan, what are you doing? Both Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian gasped in alarm. Kid, are you seeking death? Zhao Kuan noticed Lu Yuan's movements. The mirror beast was in a frenzied state, and a bronze tier brat approaching it could only mean disaster. However, what transpired next left all present wide-eyed in disbelief. As Lu Yuan drew closer, the once rampaging lava giantess flames began to extinguish at a visibly rapid pace, its massive form shrinking before their eyes. When Lu Yuan stood a mere 3 meters away from it, it had reverted to a pool of liquid silver mercury, quietly flowing upon the ground, devoid of any aggression. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. How is this possible? A female trainee behind Zhao Kuan gasped in astonishment. Zhao Kuan's expression morphed into one of sheer incredulity. They had exerted tremendous effort, deploying all their trump cards to no avail against this terrifying beast, yet it appeared as docile as a kitten before this young man. Lu Yuan paid no heed to their astonished gazes. He simply observed the silver liquid on the ground, his mind focused. A mirror manifested beside him, the eye of reflection. Upon its appearance, it emitted no discernible aura. It merely hovered quietly, its surface facing the silvery liquid, radiating gentle ripples of energy. It was a form of communication, or perhaps a resonance. The liquid began to respond, rippling in kind, devoid of hostility or malice, emanating a primal instinct for protection. In turn, the eye of reflection transmitted no murderous intent, no enmity. Moments later, the liquid parted to either side, creating a pathway to the central pool. It had acknowledged Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped forward, reaching the water's edge and effortlessly plucking the mirror heart lotus from its depths. Having accomplished this, he turned and departed with Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian, never having unleashed a single attack. Zhao Kuan was left in a haze, unable to comprehend where he had faltered. Meanwhile, at Yuan, "You were incredible," Wu Tian exclaimed. "That fool pounded away for ages, and you merely strolled over and had a chat. And Voil, the treasure is yours." Ever since acquiring the mirror heart lotus, the eye of reflection had been emitting a soft hum. Chapter 38, Reflection Storage. The trio left the clearing and ventured deeper into the prism forest. Lu Yuan entrusted the mirror heart lotus to the eye of reflection for absorption. "Yuan, you were so dashing just now," Wu Tian added. That Zhao Kuan looked positively purple with rage, like a mystical eggplant. Following behind, Wu Tian had fully entered sage mode. Since entering the secret realm, the shocks he had experienced surpassed those of the past 18 years combined. Whether it was unraveling the illusionary array, traversing the wasteland, or navigating the mind's mirror river, and now this latest maneuver of bypassing the guardian beast, each of Lu Yuan's actions had reshaped his understanding. "I can't help but feel that the knowledge I've learned about beast taming is worlds apart from yours. Before you, I seem like a complete novice." "How could that be?" Yun Qianqian turned back. "It's just that this is your first encounter with a teammate as formidable as a Yuan." Wu Tian, "That argument seems irrefutable." Lu Yuan chuckled at the exchange between the two. At that moment, the eye of reflection stirred. The mirror heart lotus had been fully absorbed. Lu Yuan halted, addressing his companions. "Let us take a moment to rest and regain our composure." Wu Tian, in need of time to process his shattered worldview, nodded eagerly in agreement. Yun Qianqian had no objections either. She found a clean root of a prism tree to sit upon and kindly patted the space beside her for Lu Yuan. Once seated, the ancient tome floated silently, opening to the page dedicated to the eye of reflection. On the mirror's surface, golden streams of data began to coalesce, ultimately forming several lines of new text. Detected the eye of reflection absorbing high-purity homologous energy. The skill mirror replication is undergoing mutation. Please select the direction of mutation. Here it comes. Lu Yuan's spirit surged with excitement. This was the opportunity bestowed by the mirror heart lotus. The eye of reflection was indeed undergoing a transformation. He concentrated, scrutinizing the options. Option 1. Upon deeply replicating the target, the eye of reflection will also gain one characteristic of the replicated beast during the replication process, extending the duration of the replication by a factor of 2. Direction 2. The mirror storage, in addition to the instantaneous replication of a familiar, allows for the prior duplication of a familiar, with the resulting image stored within the mirror's space, ready to be released at any moment during battle, lasting for 3 minutes. Current storage capacity, 1. 2 options represent 2 distinctly different paths for enhancement. Lu Yuan's gaze oscillated between the 2 choices. The deep replication, without a doubt, was extraordinarily powerful. By duplicating an enemy, one could also acquire a passive trait without cost. For instance, replicating a defensive stalwart such as the Xian Yin turtle. During the replication process, the Mirror of Glimpses would also gain the defensive characteristics of the Xian Yin turtle, undoubtedly propelling its combat prowess to new heights. Moreover, the duration of the replicated familiar would extend to 20 minutes. This was indeed a commendable direction for mutation. Conversely, the mirror storage represented an entirely different concept. The ability to preemptively replicate and store an ally's familiar image meant that Lu Yuan could summon 2 additional familiars at will during combat. He could store the initial light, the Dark Ranger, or Yun Qianqian's Sacred Flame Sparrow before the battle commenced. In the heat of battle, he could simultaneously summon 3 initial lights, creating a triad of sacred radiant purification domains, or 9 light servants working in unison. Alternatively, should the team find themselves in peril, he could unleash a stored healing familiar, turning the tide of battle in an instant. The only drawback was that preemptive replication required some time, unlike the original mirror replication that allowed for immediate duplication. Thus, enemy familiars could not be stored. Yet, this flaw did not overshadow its merits, particularly the alluring prospect indicated by current storage capacity, 1. This suggested that with the enhancement of the Mirror of Glimpses, the number of familiars that could be preemptively duplicated might increase. Both mutations were beneficial, and Lu Yuan desired both, yet ultimately opted for the second path. I choose Direction 2, Mirror Storage. Mirror Replication is undergoing mutation. Mutation complete. New skill Mirror Storage has been generated. Mirror Storage. Select one enemy or ally familiar. Perfectly replicate its form and skills, lasting for 10 minutes. Cannot replicate familiars of a higher tier than the Mirror of Glimpses. Preemptively duplicate one familiar, storing that image within the mirror space. Ready to be released at any moment during battle, lasting for 3 minutes. Current storage capacity, 1. As the skill of mirror replication transformed within the illustrated guide. A phantom slot mark coalesced behind the Mirror of Glimpses. This was the mirror space for storing images. Ah Yuan, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Yun Qianqian's voice pulled Lu Yuan back from the mutation of the Mirror of Glimpses. He looked at her concerned visage. It's nothing, he replied, rising to stretch his limbs. I was merely contemplating how close we should be to the core layer. With that, his gaze shifted to Yun Qianqian as if a thought had suddenly struck him. Qianqian, could you summon your sacred flame sparrow for a moment? Oh, sure. Although Yun Qianqian was puzzled, she always complied unconditionally with Lu Yuan's requests. A melodious call resonated as the bird, ablaze with sacred flames, appeared beside her. Lu Yuan said nothing, merely focusing his thoughts. The Mirror of Glimpses silently aligned with the sacred flame sparrow. In the next instant, a faint silver beam emanated from the mirror, enveloping the sacred flame sparrow. The bird sensed no discomfort, gazing curiously at the Mirror of Glimpses. The entire process lasted merely 10 seconds, after which the silver light retracted back into the mirror. All appeared normal, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, only Lu Yuan knew that within the mirror space behind his Mirror of Glimpses, another image of the sacred flame sparrow had been added. Ah Yuan, what are you doing? Yun Qianqian blinked, her face awash with confusion. Wu Tian, standing nearby, was equally baffled by Lu Yuan's actions, which were always so difficult to comprehend. It's nothing. Just a small experiment. Lu Yuan replied casually, retracting the Mirror of Glimpses without further elaboration. All right, we've rested enough. Let us continue our journey. Lu Yuan clapped his hands together. I'm quite looking forward to the special summon stones of the core layer. The trio resumed their trek. This time, Lu Yuan felt a greater sense of ease and determination. As they traversed the enigmatic prism forest, a vast expanse opened before them. A colossal archipelago floated into view, with countless islands of varying sizes suspended in midair, connected by distorted light bridges. They emanated a spatial energy more potent than any place they had previously encountered. There lay the final tier of the Mirror Shadow Realm, the core layer. Chapter 39, The Chasm of the Heart. Upon reaching this place, the earth vanished, leaving only numerous fragmented islands suspended in the air. However, to reach the ultimate core layer, one clearly had to traverse the connections between these islands. The twisted beams of light served as bridges, linking certain islands and forming pathways. The rich, intense spatial energy flowed languidly through the air. Is this truly the core layer? Wu Tian gazed at the magnificent floating islands ahead, his voice tinged with awe. Aunt Su mentioned that entering the core layer requires not only strength, but also luck. Lu Yuan's eyes swept over the luminous bridges connecting the islands. Now I believe I understand what she meant by luck. Luck? Yun Qianqian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she evidently did not perceive anything unusual. What do you mean by luck? Lu Yuan did not answer immediately, but instead stepped onto the nearest light bridge. The bridge felt remarkably solid beneath their feet. The trio soon arrived at the first floating island. The island was modest in size, composed entirely of a grayish-white crystal, and was devoid of any features. At the opposite end of the island, 3 bridges of different colors appeared, each leading toward a distinct direction and 3 separate floating islands. A choice of 3? Is this a lottery game? Is this the moment we test our luck? Yun Qianqian murmured. Wu Tian wore a grave expression, unable to discern the conditions of the islands connected by the 3 bridges. Is this what they call luck in the core layer? Familiar Codex analysis in progress. Regional law analysis, spatial beacon resonance. Analysis result. The light bridges in this area are not randomly generated, but resonate with the potential of the familiars of those who tread upon the islands. The higher the star rating of a familiar's potential, the easier the path to the core region becomes. Potential assessment in progress. The team possesses 4 5-star potential familiars: Initial Light, Mirror of Glimpses, Sacred Flame Sparrow, Dark Ranger, and 1 4-star potential familiar, Musin Sprite. I see now. So-called luck was predetermined from the outset. This realm, at its core, serves as a trial ground for the true elite. The greater the number of high-potential familiars a team possesses, the more accessible the core layer becomes. This meant that even if Lu Yuan and his companions wandered aimlessly, the light bridges would still guide them into the core layer. Let us take the left one, Lu Yuan said casually. He took Yun Qianqian's hand and stepped onto the bridge that radiated a soft golden glow. Wu Tian followed suit without hesitation. At this point, he had long abandoned contemplation. Following in Lu Yuan's footsteps was the optimal strategy. As they set foot on the second island, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Damn it! How could there be so many mirror beasts beyond this luminous bridge? The trio followed the sound, only to behold Zhao Kun and his companions from the Holy Light Academy, valiantly defending against a swarm of mirror beasts on a floating island. It was evident that this island was a trap, lured by the bridge they had chosen. Zhao Kun spotted Lu Yuan and his group, who were unscathed and poised to step onto a new bridge, and his countenance instantly darkened. Why? Why were these three seemingly out of nowhere sailing smoothly while they, the elite of top academies, faced relentless hardships and repeatedly fell into traps? Zhao Kun, we can barely hold on. The mirror beasts on this island are endless, cried a female student beside him anxiously. It must be them. They must have employed some despicable means to discover the correct path. Zhao Kun glared at Lu Yuan and his companions, attributing his failures entirely to them. Look at that eggplant. It seems to have become even more purple. Yun Qianqian remarked quietly to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan chuckled, ignoring her. At this moment, he didn't even need the Beast Mastery Handbook's assistance to expertly evade all traps and dead ends. Along the way, they had encountered a few wandering mirror beasts, but they were mere trifles, easily dealt with by Yun Qianqian's Holy Flame Fire Sparrow with a few explosive shots. Wu Tian followed behind, utterly numb. Observing Lu Yuan make decisions with unwavering confidence, and witnessing their every arrival at the next location unscathed left him with nothing but reflection. He finally understood that Lu Yuan was not merely fortunate. Lu Yuan himself was the embodiment of luck. Yet, this path was only a chaotic venture for Lu Yuan. After traversing an unknown number of floating islands, when they stepped onto another island, the scene before them opened up dramatically. Ahead, there were no other floating islands or bridges. It was an immense central island, resembling a floating continent, quietly suspended in the void. At the heart of this land, a colossal spatial rift was slowly rotating. With each turn of the rift, the entire space trembled, exuding terrifying spatial energy. Through the distorted fissure in its deepest recess, several diamond-shaped crystals radiating a kaleidoscope of hues floated serenely. The special summoning stones of the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. Weve finally found them. Yun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Tian felt a surge of exhilaration, his breath quickening. However, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed, having glimpsed the contents of the Beast Mastery Handbook. Final trial, the gap of the heart. Analysis. This location is a nexus of mind and space, a manifestation of laws. To claim its gifts, one must endure its trials. Trial content. Confront the deepest fears within one's heart. Reward. Those who pass the trial may obtain one or several mirror source stones, based on their performance. Warning. Those with weak willpower risk severe mental damage and permanent loss in the illusion of heart demons. Lu Yuan averted his gaze, his expression reverting to calm. He turned to the exhilarated Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian. Obtaining those stones is not so simple. He began slowly. That rift is a trial. It will compel us to face our innermost fears, the so-called heart demons. This is perilous. One could become eternally lost in the illusion. It hasn't begun yet, and there is still time to retreat. The rewards from this journey have been worthwhile. Do you wish to withdraw? Chapter 40. Heart Demon. Lu Yuan's words instantly drained the excitement from Yun Qianqian and Wu Tian's faces. Heart demons always reflect what one fears most. Wherever a Yuan is, I shall be. Yun Qianqian was the first to break the silence. She stepped forward, chin slightly raised, her eyes unwavering. What is a heart demon? I want to see what can make me. Yun Qianqian, who has feared nothing since childhood, falter. The girl's declaration resonated with conviction. Wu Tian inhaled deeply, casting a determined glance at the slowly rotating spatial rift. I came here to grow stronger. Having come this far, how could I leave? He stated solemnly. Moreover, if one cannot even face their own heart, what future is there to speak of? Coming from a common background, he understood better than anyone that opportunity often coexists with risk. To retreat would mean to remain forever stagnant. Lu Yuan observed the resolute expressions of his companions. Their minds were made up. He ceased his persuasion, for some paths must be walked alone. Since they had decided, then let us proceed. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, stepping toward the rift that pierced through the heavens and earth. The closer they drew, the more terrifying the force that tugged at their souls became. As their toes grazed the edge of the rift's distorted radiance, the entire world collapsed around them. Wu Tian found himself standing in a vast banquet hall. Beside him was a banner proclaiming Wu Tian's successful ascension to diamond-level Beastmaster. He wore splendid attire, adorned with a badge symbolizing his status as a diamond-tier beastmaster. Countless guests milled about, greeting him with smiles and showering him with flattery. Lord Wu Tian, so accomplished at such a young age, truly the pride of our North City and East Sea. Indeed, indeed. I heard that Lord Wu Tian's beasts are on the verge of breaking through to the epic tier. He had succeeded. He had truly become a renowned beastmaster. Yet, a profound sense of unease enveloped Wu Tian, leaving him devoid of any joy. Dad, Mom. He pushed through the crowd and rushed backstage. There he found no guests. Only two familiar figures. His parents stood in coarse garments, anxious and out of place amidst the opulence of the banquet hall. The wrinkles on their faces appeared deeper than he remembered. Little Tian, you've come. His mother's face broke into a smile upon seeing him. Why are you still wearing this? Wu Tian's brow furrowed. He had sent home an abundance of money. We can't get used to those fine fabrics, his father stammered. Just then, the atmosphere shifted ominously. Dark figures entered from outside, radiating unmasked malice, sealing off the entire banquet hall. The leader, clad in black, wore a grotesque mask, his voice hoarse. Wu Tian, you killed our young master. Today, you shall pay with your parents' lives. Enemies. Wu Tian's pupils constricted as he summoned his beasts. Yet, to his horror, the formidable beast that should have been at the diamond level now appeared frail, struggling to even stand. No. He watched helplessly as the black-clad figures raised their blades, advancing toward his terrified parents. He desperately tried to rush forward, but his body felt as if it were laden with lead, immobilized. All he could do was let out a desperate scream, witnessing the blades descend before him. He saw the fear in his parents' eyes, helplessly watching them perish before him. It was he. He had brought this calamity upon them. In his quest to become a renowned beastmaster, he had led his family into utter disaster. Yun Qianqian found herself adorned in a resplendent gown, standing within the hallowed halls of the North Ming Beastmaster Academy. Above her, the celestial dome shimmered with the flow of starry rivers. At the heart of the hall, a familiar figure was receiving the adoration of the multitude. It was Lu Yuan. Clad in an ebony robe etched with divine runes, his obsidian eyes were profound as the abyss, enveloped by an aura of terrifying pressure that made gazing upon him a daunting challenge. In that moment, he appeared as a deity. Yuan. Yun Qianqian, lifting her skirts, beamed with a radiant smile as she navigated through the throng, hastening toward her beacon of light. Yet, just as she was about to reach him, Lu Yuan subtly turned aside, his indifferent gaze sweeping over her. In those eyes, there was no tenderness, no affection, only a chilling detachment that repelled her, mingled with impatience. Miss Yun, please conduct yourself with dignity. His voice was akin to a blade tempered in ice, piercing through Yun Qianqian's heart. Her smile froze upon her lips, and she stared at him in disbelief. Yuan, what is wrong? Do you no longer recognize me? Are we not familiar? The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twisted into a mocking curvature. The visage she once cherished now bore the most agonizing expression. At that moment, a woman garbed in a pristine white gown, exuding an air of noble grace, glided to Lu Yuan's side, affectionately linking her arm through his. Yuan, who is this? The woman's voice was melodious, yet her gaze towards Yun Qianqian brimmed with condescension. Just an inconsequential person, Lu Yuan replied, withdrawing his attention, never to glance at her again as he strolled with the unfamiliar woman amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, advancing towards the exalted throne. Yun Qianqian felt as though the entire world had transformed into shades of gray. She stood rooted in place, watching the figure that once vowed to protect her, receding ever further. It felt as if her heart had been hollowed out, leaving only a void through which the cold wind whistled. Before Lu Yuan lay a desolate wasteland, a realm steeped in dense spatial energy that contorted everything into grotesque forms. He recognized this place, the site where his parents had sent their last message during the spatial fissure project of the North Ming Beastmaster Academy. He had searched for a decade. From a derided underachiever, he had persevered to stand before this rift. All his endeavors, all his struggles, had culminated in this moment. He believed they were still alive, waiting for him on the other side of the fissure. His Beastmaster Compendium analyzed the spatial laws of this location, charting the safest path for him. Step by step, he ventured deeper into the rift. Yet, there was no other side, no reunion as he had envisioned. Only a small grave mound constructed from desiccated bones. Atop the mound lay two long dry skeletons, entwined as if to resist the world's chill with their final embrace. In the grasp of the smaller skeleton's bony fingers was a pendant, clasped tightly. The pendant bore the character for elegance. Lu Yuan understood that these were his parents. He merely gazed silently upon the bones and the pendant. The once all-powerful Beastmaster Compendium now displayed the most unwelcome message. Detected residual life energy matching that of the host. Life signs analysis, extinct. Estimated time of extinction, 10 years ago. 10 years ago. On the very day he awakened as a beast master, filled with joy and the belief that he could finally search for his parents. They had perished in this very place. All hope, all obsession, all the beliefs that had sustained him to this point collapsed in an instant. Chapter 41. Conquering the Inner Demon. Wu Tian knelt amidst a pool of blood, each breath laden with agony. The fearful gazes of his parents in their final moments were like daggers, piercing his heart. It was his fault. It was all because of him. Had he not become a beast master, had he not longed for success, they would not have died. No, it's not like this, Wu Tian murmured, his consciousness drowning in regret and guilt. Just as despair threatened to consume him entirely, a thought flickered through his chaotic mind. No, something is amiss. If I truly am a diamond tier powerhouse, how could I possibly be unable to withstand such a ragtag group? If my beasts are indeed that formidable, how could I be too weak to even stand? This illusion was riddled with flaws. It magnified his deepest fears, fears that his success would bring disaster upon his family, but it also clumsily wove a tale that could not hold water. I pursue power not for glory or to bask in the limelight, but to possess the ability to protect those I cherish. Wu Tian roared, struggling to rise from the ground. I will not forsake my path out of fear of the unknown. If enemies truly exist, I will become stronger than them. Strong enough to crush every threat. His voice, once trembling, grew ever more resolute. As his words resonated, the opulent banquet hall, the guests, the menacing foes, and even the corpses of his parents began to crumble away, disintegrating into countless motes of light. The entire world shattered before his eyes. Are we familiar? That frigid voice was colder than the winds of the north. Yun Qianqian stood dazed, gazing at the familiar silhouette. She felt as though her world had lost all color, reduced to an endless expanse of gray. The Ah Yuan who would tousle her hair, exuding both exasperation and affection as he called her Qianqian, was gone. The one who silently tidied up her mess after her missteps had vanished. The one who, despite the skepticism of others, revealed his truest self to her had disappeared. The man before her now seemed to embody a lofty deity. Her heart ached profoundly. Tears, unbidden, welled in her eyes, blurring her vision. Yuan, let us depart. The unfamiliar woman spoke softly to Lu Yuan, adopting a posture of triumph. He did not cast another glance at Yun Qianqian. No, this is not right. Just as Lu Yuan was about to ascend the divine throne, Yun Qianqian abruptly wiped her tears away, rekindling a flame in her eyes, not of sorrow, but of fury. You are not him. The girl's voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the grand hall of honor. All eyes turned to her. Even Lu Yuan, poised to claim the throne, finally paused, brows furrowing in confusion. Stay right there. Yun Qianqian resembled a cat roused to anger. You are an impostor, a liar, a thief. As she berated him, she stepped forward. My Yuan would never regard me with such eyes. Even if he were to become a god, a supreme overlord, he would still be my Yuan. He may find me bothersome, may call me foolish, but he would never say we are not familiar. Moreover, Yun Qianqian approached him, extending her hand, her fingers nearly poking his nose. My beloved Yuan would never be fond of that delicate lotus flower, who seems so fragile that she gasped for breath after merely taking a few steps. He prefers someone like me. The more she spoke, the more conviction she felt, her voice growing increasingly resolute. Each word she uttered stemmed from the profound trust she harbored for Lu Yuan. This illusion before her may mimic Lu Yuan's strength and visage, yet it could never replicate the unique tenderness that belonged solely to her. You counterfeit, revert to your true form. Yun Qianqian exclaimed defiantly, as her words echoed. The lofty deity, along with the woman beside him and the entire opulent hall, shattered before her like a fleeting mirage. Ruins, skeletal remains. Estimated time of demise, 10 years ago. The cold golden text inscribed in the Beastmaster's compendium. The compendium that had once bestowed upon him countless hopes now plunged him into profound despair. 10 years. It dawned on him that the belief he had clung to for a decade was merely a jest. All his efforts and struggles had lost their significance from the very beginning. It turned out that just as he finally earned the right to seek them, they had perished here. An unprecedented void and darkness unfurled from the deepest recesses of his heart. He stood silently before the modest grave mound, motionless, as if erecting a tombstone at its forefront. Time lost its meaning here, uncertain of how long it had been, perhaps a fleeting moment or an eternity. Lu Yuan bent down, extending a trembling hand towards the pendant. His parents had embraced each other until their last breath. They must be so cold, in this lightless place, eroded day and night by the chaotic currents of space. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the remains, they halted. A sudden smile broke across his face, soft yet tinged with sorrow and self-mockery. False. Everything was false. He lifted his gaze, his black eyes devoid of tears, filled only with tranquility. This illusion had seized upon his innermost obsession and offered him the most despairing answer. It yearned to witness his collapse, to see him sink into despair. Lu Yuan gradually straightened his posture. He no longer sought to shatter the illusion, nor did he search for any supposed flaws. He turned away from the grave that threatened to crush his spirit, taking deliberate steps back towards the path he had come from. Even if it were true? Even if they were truly gone? So what? Must his journey cease here? Images of the primordial light and the mirror of insight flickered in his mind. They were still awaiting him. He envisioned Yun Jintian and Su Yuli standing at the entrance of the Yun family villa. They said, "The Yun family is your home." The image of Yun Chanqian's always radiant face resurfaced in his mind. She declared that she would ensure he would be a kept man for life. Lu Yuan's footsteps steadied with each passing moment. The ruins behind him, the grave. The two skeletal remains began to twist and collapse violently, as if attempting to pull him back. Yet he did not look back. The search for his parents had once fueled his forward momentum, but from this moment onward, he would live for the present and fight for the future. Lu Yuan shouted, "If this is the truth, then I shall verify it with my own hands. If this is fate, then I will overturn it completely." As he took the final step out of the ruins, darkness receded, and light returned to his world. In the core layer, before the spatial rift, Wu Tian was the first to open his eyes, gasping for breath, his gaze reflecting remnants of fear, but more importantly, an unprecedented resolve. Almost simultaneously, Yun Chanqian also awakened. She momentarily stared blankly, then suddenly rushed to Lu Yuan's side, scanning him from head to toe. "Ah, Yuan, are you alright? Did you see a very annoying counterfeit impersonating you? They even claimed not to know me. It infuriated me." Just then, Lu Yuan, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. His black eyes seemed to have traversed a cycle of rebirth. He gazed at the anxious Yun Chanqian, paused for a moment in silence, then reached out to gently ruffle her hair. "How could I not recognize you?" His voice was tender. In an instant, Yun Chanqian felt reassured, her lips curving back into a sweet, dimpled smile. Her Yuan had returned. The moment the three of them fully awakened from their inner demons, the massive spatial rift ahead began to spin with increased velocity. Following that, several beams of light shot forth from the depths of the rift, hovering before the three of them. For in total, two of them slowly drifted towards Wu Tian and Yun Chanqian, while the remaining two hovered in front of Lu Yuan. The Mirror Source Stone, a reward from the trial, had arrived as promised. Chapter 42, Farewells. Lu Yuan extended his hand to grasp the two hovering before him. Meanwhile, Yun Chanqian and Wu Tian also secured their own. Wu Tian gazed at the crystal stone in his hand, a mixture of excitement at acquiring a treasure and lingering apprehension from the recent trial. He was acutely aware that without Lu Yuan, he would likely never have reached the core layer, let alone passed this final trial. As they stored away the Mirror Source Stones, the surrounding space began to fluctuate violently. "Prepare yourselves, we are about to leave," Lu Yuan spoke solemnly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a force enveloped the three of them. When their vision cleared once more, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Mirror Shadow secret realm. Not far away, Su Yuli and Qin Yin stood side by side, seemingly engaged in casual conversation. "Do you think they managed to acquire that legendary special summoning stone inside?" Qin Yin inquired with curiosity. Su Yuli gently shook her head, gazing at the distorted space. That special summoning stone was originally acquired by a renowned beast master during their youth. Since then, no one has been able to bring out a second one from this secret realm. That senior's rise to fame as a beast master lent the stone some renown. She paused, but the difficulty is self-evident. The Mirror Shadow secret realm is enigmatic and unpredictable. Each time it opens, the internal scenery reconstructs. Not only is it challenging to enter the core layer, but even exiting from the mid-layer unscathed is no easy feat. I only hope they can return safely. And any gain would be a blessing. Qin Yin nodded in agreement. Just then, ripples surged through the space ahead, and a flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing Lu Yuan, Yun Chanqian, and Wu Tian. "Mom." Before Su Yuli and Qin Yin could react, Yun Chanqian leaped into Su Yuli's embrace, raising the diamond crystal stone aloft. "We got it. This is the special summoning stone from the Mirror Shadow secret realm, called the Mirror Source Stone." The girl's melodious voice reached the ears of the two elders. Su Yuli and Qin Yan's gazes were riveted upon the resplendent crystal stone. They had just been discussing the difficulty of obtaining it, and in the next moment, it appeared before them. Qin Yin swiftly stepped forward, taking the Mirror Source Stone from Wu Tian's hands for a closer examination. After briefly summarizing the general situation in the secret realm, Qin Yin patted Wu Tian's shoulder. "Let's go. It's time to return and properly digest what we've gained." After a brief reunion and pleasantries, Qin Yin prepared to take Wu Tian's leave. "Yuli, since they have come out, I shall escort Wu Tian back first, There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at the academy. Qin Yin approached Wu Tian, her demeanor returning to its usual competence. Be cautious on your journey. Su Yuli nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Tian stepped before Lu Yuan, gazing intently at him. God Lu, I extend my gratitude for this expedition into the secret realm, he said earnestly. However, I shall not always remain in your shadow. In 1 year's time, at the Advanced Beast Master competition, I will stand upon the arena and challenge you openly. I await that day, Lu Yuan replied. Wu Tian smiled, his expression brimming with fighting spirit. He refrained from further words, turning to follow Qin Yin as they leapt onto the back of the golden rock. With a powerful flap of its wings, the rock stirred a tempest, accompanied by a resonant cry, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished into the horizon. Let us return home, Su Yuli said, retracting her gaze. On their journey back, Yun Xianxian, shedding the tension experienced in the secret realm, reverted to her loquacious self. Clinging to Su Yuli's arm, she animatedly recounted her adventures in the Mirror Shadow realm. Su Yuli listened quietly, her expressions shifting from initial surprise to later seriousness, culminating in a bemused smile. The most infuriating was that last trial of the heart demon. Yun Xianxian exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Mom, you wouldn't believe it. There was even a fake Lu Yuan in that illusion, dressed impeccably. Furthermore, he had the audacity to claim he didn't know me. With a flash of ire, she mimicked the tone of the illusionary Lu Yuan, roughening her voice. Miss Yun, please comport yourself. It drove me mad. At that moment, I wanted to let the Dark Ranger shoot an arrow through his brain. Su Yuli couldn't suppress a laugh. And he was accompanied by a woman. Yun Xianxian continued, her agitation rising. She appeared so fragile that merely taking a few steps left her breathless, like a delicate white lotus. Her anger intensified as she shook her tiny fists. How could my Lu Yuan possibly be drawn to such a type? With her hands on her hips, she concluded with unwavering certainty. Thus, I immediately recognized it was a counterfeit. The spirited demeanor of the girl brought amusement to Su Yuli, who affectionately pinched her daughter's puffed cheeks. Her eyes filled with tenderness. After their laughter subsided, Su Yuli's gaze fell upon the ever-silent Lu Yuan. She chose not to inquire about his heart demon. As an epic-tier powerhouse, she understood better than anyone that the stronger one was, and the deeper their inner obsessions, the more terrifying the trials they faced would be. Yun Xianxian's ease in overcoming the illusion stemmed both from her innocent heart and the unwavering trust she held for Lu Yuan, which became her sharpest weapon. In contrast, Lu Yuan's quest to find his parents had become his obsession. With a gentle sigh, Su Yuli approached Lu Yuan and patted him on the shoulder. It's all in the past. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze to meet Su Yuli's gentle eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the Yun family villa and after dining, he retreated to his room. He took out all the fragments of the mirror he had acquired during the expedition in the secret realm. Most of these fragments were obtained from defeating the mirror beasts in the outer labyrinth and the mid-level prism forest, amounting to dozens of pieces, varying in size. Each fragment promised to significantly enhance the capabilities of the peering mirror. The peering mirror manifested beside him, its surface emanating waves of yearning. Go ahead. How much you can absorb depends on you. With the master's permission, the peering mirror ceased to be polite. A beam of silver light shot forth from its surface, sweeping up the mirror fragments scattered on the ground. The moment the fragments encountered the silver light, they transformed into the purest stream of energy and were absorbed. As the number of absorbed fragments grew, the previously bronze mid-tier aura began to ascend, soon reaching a bottleneck. Suddenly, the peering mirror erupted with an even more potent radiance, unleashing a powerful aura that far surpassed its former state. Bronze high tier. It's done. At the precise moment of the peering mirror's ascension, a reciprocating force surged into Lu Yuan's body. Boom. The bronze mid-tier bottleneck that had troubled him for so long was effortlessly shattered by this overwhelming force. Bronze high-tier Beast Master. He glanced at the peering mirror, now floating before him with a stabilized aura. This expedition into the secret realm had yielded tremendous rewards. Not only had he acquired the Mirror Source Stone, but the peering mirror's skills had also mutated, allowing them both to break through. Chapter 43, Journey to Beiming. 3 weeks passed quietly amidst the routine of day-to-day life. At last, the day arrived for the reporting to Beiming Beastmaster Academy. Once again, Su Yuli personally escorted the two. However, unlike their previous journey to the Mirror Shadow Realm, the trio did not board the cloud-soaring rock directly. Instead, they arrived at the transportation hub in North City. The design of the platform was imbued with a postmodern sense of technological advancement. A luxurious carriage, pulled by a silver-white electric steed with its hooves entwined in faint arcs of electricity, awaited them. The electric steed was remarkably majestic, exhaling faint arcs of electricity with each breath. This was the Thunder Train, specifically designated for travel between major core cities and the northern region. Suyuli explained to the two younger ones that it was far more stable and comfortable than flying beasts. Once aboard the carriage, the internal space proved far more spacious than it appeared, featuring soft sofas and exquisite refreshments, almost indistinguishable from the Yun family's reception room. With a melodious neigh, the electric steed set off, transforming into a streak of silver lightning, instantly vanishing from the platform. The scenery outside the window whizzed past, transitioning from the bustling urban jungle to vast plains and rolling mountains. In just 3 hours, the landscape outside transformed dramatically. The air became less stifling and more refreshing. They had officially departed from North City and entered the northern region, contrary to Lu Yuan's expectations of icy desolation. What lay before them was a panorama of magnificent and pristine natural beauty. The train halted at a terminal surrounded by towering mountains. Suyuli led Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian out of the station and into an open space. "Let us wait here for a moment," Suyuli remarked. Glancing up at the sky, Yun Qianqian looked puzzled. "Mom, aren't we going directly to Beiming?" Suyuli smiled without responding. Before long, a clear and melodious neigh resonated from deep within the clouds. Both Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian looked up simultaneously to see a pure white celestial horse, radiating golden light, gracefully descending from the sky, flapping its enormous wings. The celestial horse exuded a holy and noble presence. A woman clad in simple blue attire leapt lightly from its back. It was Master Lu Li, the admissions tutor from Beiming Academy. "Teacher Lu Li," Yun Qianqian exclaimed joyfully. Waving her hand, Lu Li nodded in acknowledgement, then turned her gaze to Suyuli, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "You've come? I didn't expect you to personally escort these two little ones to Beiming. I thought you wouldn't step into the northern region again," Lu Li remarked. "Indeed," Suyuli simply replied. "This blazing sun celestial horse cannot accommodate all 4 of us." Lu Li patted the majestic celestial horse beside her. "It's best to let your beast come out." Suyuli, upon hearing this, shot her a playful glare. "We are, after all, guests who have traveled from afar. You, the host, do not offer transport and expect us to do the hard work instead?" Though she voiced her complaints, she nonetheless summoned her beast. With a piercing cry of an eagle, the formidable cloud-howling sky falcon, boasting a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, reappeared. Observing Suyuli's nonchalant demeanor, Lan Luli directly exposed her charade. "Oh, are you pretending to be a distant guest? Have you forgotten that you are also from Beiming? My esteemed honorary mentor of Beiming?" She deliberately elongated the final words, her tone laced with mockery. At this, Yun Qianqian, poised to leap onto the falcon's back, froze mid-motion, abruptly turning her head, her enchanting peach blossom eyes widening in surprise. "What?" Lu Yuan was equally taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Suyuli. His eyes filled with unprecedented astonishment. "An honorary mentor? Aunt Su is actually an honorary mentor of Beiming Academy?" This revelation was so astounding that even Yun Qianqian, her own daughter, was hearing it for the first time. Since his earliest memories, Suyuli had always embodied the gentle and loving maternal figure. Faced with the astonished gazes of her daughter and Lu Yuan, an unnatural expression flitted across Suyuli's face, followed by a fierce glare directed at Lan Lu Li, as if reproaching her for her indiscretion. That was ancient history from over a decade ago, she vaguely explained, her gaze inadvertently drifting into the distance. "I am not familiar with the current Beiming." Seeing this, Lan Lu Li refrained from further teasing, promptly calling out, "All right, enough standing around. Let us make haste." The 4 of them ascended onto the broad back of the cloud-howling sky falcon. Yun Qianqian leaned closer to Suyuli, eager to inquire further, but was met with a stern look from her mother that silenced her curiosity. Pouting in frustration, she suppressed her myriad questions for the time being. "Let us depart." With Suyuli's command, the cloud-howling sky falcon flapped its wings with vigor, transforming into a streak of azure lightning as it soared skyward, racing towards the mist-laden mountains in the distance. There lay one of the premier beast taming academies of the Dragon Kingdom, the Beiming Beast Academy. The cloud-howling sky falcon glided smoothly through the clouds for nearly an hour. In Lu Yuan's line of sight, a colossal archway materialized. Towering at a height of 100 meters, it spanned the gap between 2 snow-capped peaks. Intricate carvings of ancient ice dragons entangled with the leviathan of the northern sea adorned the pillars, every scale and tentacle clearly delineated, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Atop the arch, a massive ice crystal sphere, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, hovered majestically. Suyuli's gaze also fixated upon the archway. Leaning casually against the falconess back, her expression grew distant, as if she were peering through the door to witness a long-forgotten past. Lan Lu approached her side, following her gaze with a sigh. "Even after your departure of over a decade, Biming remains unchanged, steadfast in its essence. Suyuli remained silent, offering no response. The cloud-howling sky falcon continued its course unimpeded, heading straight for the grand archway. Just as they were about to pass through, Lu Yuan felt an invisible force sweep past him. The ethereal beast encyclopedia silently flipped open. Detected high-intensity law barrier, Biming barrier. Energy source, the ever-frozen core above the abyssal gate. Effect, automatically identifies and obstructs all biological entities lacking an entry beacon registered with Biming. Energy response is extremely high. Conventional methods cannot penetrate. It all makes sense now, Lu Yuan realized. Understanding that the force he had felt was the protective barrier of Biming Academy. Wow, what a peculiar sensation. Yun Qian exclaimed, touching her arm. It feels as though I've passed through a layer of cool water. Lan Lu Li chuckled lightly, explaining, this is the Biming barrier, the Academy's first line of defense. It screens all individuals entering and exiting. Those lacking access will have their positions exposed and their abilities suppressed within the Academy. If their location remains unchanged for more than 5 minutes, the Biming guard will take action. She cast a glance at the still silent Suyu Li, then shifted the topic. But who could stop you when your mother is Suyu Li? The Biming barrier still records her information, so it did not obstruct you. However, you two little ones have yet to officially enroll, and without a registered beacon, you can sense the barrier's presence. How troublesome. Yun Qian pouted immediately. Can't they just disable the barrier for new students? Lan Lu Li shrugged. There's nothing to be done about it. Yuli, stop daydreaming. First, take these two little ones to the Ice Mirror Hall to complete their enrollment procedures and obtain their identity beacons. It will make future access much more convenient. Suyuli nodded gently, guiding the cloud-howling sky falcon towards a specific direction deep in the mountains. Chapter 44. The Villa Halfway Up the Mountain. The cloud-howling sky falcon navigated through numerous edifices, ultimately landing before a grand hall entirely sculpted from ice crystal. There were no guards at the entrance. Only 2 ice phoenix sculptures emanating a chilling aura. This was the Ice Mirror Hall, where all new students' information would be recorded. Lan Lu Li spoke as she stepped inside. The interior of the hall was spacious, and at its center floated a circular ancient mirror, exceeding 5 meters in diameter. With a frame forged from ice crystal, the mirror's surface shimmered in a deep blue hue. This is the Ice Mirror, one of the landmark structures of Biming Academy. Lan Lu Li introduced. Simply place your hand upon it. It will automatically read your mental waves and beast information to generate your identity wristbands. Yun Qian, brimming with curiosity, was the first to approach, gently pressing her small hand against the mirror's surface. With a hum, a point of golden light ignited in the center of the ice mirror's deep blue surface, and countless data streams raced across it. Yun Qian felt a force envelop her, as if she were being thoroughly examined, yet it was not intrusive. Moments later, the brilliance of the mirror faded, and a wristband radiating a soft blue light slowly emerged from the surface, hovering before Yun Qian. She took the wristband, which felt icy to the touch, and as she donned it upon her wrist, it automatically adjusted to the perfect size, fitting seamlessly against her skin. The surface of the wristband was as smooth as water, featuring only a small emblem of Biming Academy. Now it's your turn, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded, stepping forward to place his palm against the mirror. In stark contrast to Yun Qian's gentle response, the moment Lu Yuan's hand made contact with the ice mirror, the entire surface quivered violently. The deep blue of the mirror rippled as if a stone had been cast into still water. Lan Lu Li's expression shifted slightly, and even Suyu Li, who had appeared distracted, turned her gaze toward him. The ice mirror's reaction was far too intense, indicating that the mental energy of the subject being tested exceeded conventional limits. Data streams surged across the mirror at a frenzied pace, exponentially faster than moments before, until a wristband of the same design, but in blue, emerged from the mirror. Lu Yuan retrieved the wristband and affixed it, the entire process remarkably tranquil. As if the earlier commotion had not involved him at all. Lan Lu Li cast a glance at Lu Yuan, her astonishment deepening. She then explained, this wristband serves as your identity credential at Biming. It encompasses numerous functions. For instance, all Academy notifications will be distributed through it. It also contains a built-in map of the Academy and an internal forum for you to explore at your leisure. A forum? Yun Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began fiddling with the wristband. Does that mean we can see all the gossip in the Academy? Lan Lu Li chuckled. Pretty much, but I recommend you peruse the new student handbook first. Alright, the formalities are complete. Let me take you to your living quarters. Suyu Li urged the Yun Xiaotian falcon to soar once more into the azure sky, while Lan Lu Li stood beside her, guiding their course. Is Biming Academy truly this accommodating? Have they even arranged for our accommodations? Yun Qian perched atop the falcon, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed down at the swiftly passing structures, brimming with excitement for the impending academic life. Before long, the Yun Shao Tian Falcon glided towards a peak nestled deep within the academy. Though the mountain was not the tallest, its scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Mist coiled around its midsection, and a crystal-clear waterfall cascaded from its summit, glimmering under the sun's rays. At a gentle plateau halfway up the mountain, a three-story villa with an independent courtyard sat quietly, seamlessly blending with the surrounding natural landscape. The Yun Shao Tian Falcon gracefully descended onto the open space in front of the villa. Wow! Yun Qian leapt from the falcon's back, her eyes transforming into starry orbs as she beheld the exquisite villa. Mom, Mentor Lan Luli, Beiming Academy is simply magnificent. Freshmen are allowed to reside in a villa right away. This treatment is truly extraordinary. Lan Luli chuckled at her exuberance, then explained, how could that be? No matter how generous Beiming may be, they cannot provide every newcomer with their own villa. This residence was awarded to your mother during her time at Beiming Academy. The look of astonishment on Yun Qian's face immediately froze, and she slowly turned to gaze at her mother. Awarded? Lan Luli continued, indeed. It was many years ago. I never expected she would allow you to stay here. It brings back fond memories. There was even a room here that belonged to me. Feeling slightly uncomfortable with their banter, Su Yuli raised her hand, intending to give Lan Luli a playful nudge, but the latter skillfully dodged with a smile. All right. I've delivered you all safely. My task is complete. Lan Luli waved at Lu Yuan and Yun Qian. You will receive a message regarding your freshman registration time tomorrow via your wristbands. I shall take my leave now. With that, she summoned the blazing sun Pegasus once more, transforming into a streak of golden light as she departed. Only Su Yuli and the two youngsters remained, and the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Yet, Su Yuli appeared unfazed, pushing open the villa's courtyard door and stepping inside. What are you waiting for? Come in and choose your rooms. The villa's interior mirrored its exterior, exuding a simplistic yet cozy charm, fully furnished and impeccably maintained, clearly cared for by someone on a regular basis. Yun Qian dashed up to the second floor, exclaiming, I want that south-facing room. It has the best sunlight. Lu Yuan opted for the adjacent room. After settling their belongings, they emerged from their rooms only to find Su Yuli rolling up her sleeves, making the bed in a guest room on the first floor. Mom, what are you doing? Yun Qian leaned in, puzzled. We're not hosting any guests. Lu Yuan stood beside her, observing Su Yuli's diligent figure. Su Yuli smoothed the blanket and patted down the wrinkles before turning to face the two youngsters. In a tone as casual as ever, she replied, Who said this is for guests? I will also be residing at Beiming, so of course, I will live with you. Yun Qian was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Su Yuli approached her, playfully pinching her cheek. What do you mean, Do you think I would trust you two little rascals to stay here all by yourselves? What if someone bullies you? What if you cause trouble? And besides, I have a surprise for you both. Though her words were tinged with admonishment, her gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Yuan, revealing her underlying concern. The trial of inner demons in the Mirror Shadow's secret realm still weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her unable to fully relax. Lu Yuan, with his deep-seated obsessions, made her feel uneasy if she did not keep a watchful eye on him. Once Yun Qian processed this information, her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she flung herself into Su Yuli's embrace, nuzzling against her like an affectionate kitten. This is wonderful. I thought I wouldn't see Mom for a long time. Chapter 45, The Dual Rankings of Beiming. After settling everything, Su Yuli did not allow the two youngsters to remain in the villa for long. Let us go. Now that we are at Beiming, we must explore its most renowned landmarks, she declared. Leading them through a series of pathways paved with crystalline ice, they arrived at an expansive central square. This square was more vibrant than any place they had previously encountered, bustling with youthful students in groups of 3 or 5. All eyes, whether intentional or not, converged towards the far end of the square, where two distinctly different landmark structures stood tall. To the left was a colossal circular wheel, over 12 meters in diameter, entirely black. Upon this wheel, 100 silver names rotated slowly. To the right stood an 18-meter-tall stele, forged from an unidentified ice crystal, its surface adorned with gilded characters, clearly displaying 97 names from bottom to top. At the pinnacle of the stele, 3 frost giant swords hung suspended in midair, their tips pointing downward, inscribed with the names of the top 3 individuals. Wow, how spectacular! Exclaimed Yun Qian, gazing up at the two structures, her mouth agape in awe. Many freshmen in the square shared her sense of shock and curiosity. This is a symbol of honor at Beiming Academy. Su Yuli's voice resonated beside them. Laced with nostalgia, she pointed towards the 2 monuments, elucidating. This is the most famous place at Beiming Academy, the dual rankings of Beiming. The wheel on the left is called the Cold Abyss list, while the steel on the right is known as the Heavenly Frost list. These honor rolls were established by the Academy to motivate students. Those who make it onto the list can earn a substantial amount of points each week. Points are the currency in the Academy, usable for exchanging training resources, rare materials, and even purchasing access to secret realms. Yun Xianxian's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Is there such a good deal? How can we get on the list? Simply earn your place, Su Yuli replied succinctly. Every individual on the list must face at least one challenge each week from students ranked below them. The loser drops off while the winner ascends. She paused, her gaze shifting to the left at the Cold Abyss list. The Cold Abyss list is exclusively for first and second-year students, a privilege for newcomers with relatively less competitive pressure. In contrast, the Heavenly Frost list is open to all students across the academy. Su Yuli's expression grew serious as her gaze landed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you must aim to ascend the Heavenly Frost list as soon as possible. From what I know, most students aspiring to participate in the Academy's Spatial Rift Exploration program will first prove their capabilities on the Heavenly Frost list. Though you have secured a spot, competition still exists within the program, and you must demonstrate exceptional performance to expedite your opportunity to join the core exploration team. The Spatial Rift program. A ripple finally crossed the calm surface of Lu Yuan's eyes. His gaze traversed the crowd, fixating on the Heavenly Frost list, which symbolized Beiming's highest honor. The clear inscriptions on the three Frost Giants' words displayed the identities of the Academy's most formidable individuals. Heavenly Frost list first, Su Yin, 4th year, Platinum low-grade Beastmaster. Heavenly Frost list second, Qi Shi Yi, 3rd year, Platinum mid-grade Beastmaster. Heavenly Frost list third, Qi Fong, 4th year, Platinum low-grade Beastmaster. Heavenly Frost list 99th, Chengguan Nan, 3rd year, Gold high-grade Beastmaster. Heavenly Frost list 100, Jiang Xuelon, 3rd year, Gold high-grade Beastmaster. Each name was accompanied by their respective ranks as Beastmasters. The names of the three Frost Greatswords have all ascended to the Platinum tier. To her astonishment, the second-ranked individual even surpasses the first in status. Yun Xianxian detected a blind spot, her expression one of confusion. The rankings on the Frost list do not reflect the level of Beast Tamers, but rather the victories and defeats in the arena, explained Su Yueli. That Qi Shi frequently conquers various secret realms and, as rumored, has joined the Spatial Rift project, placing her focus on those endeavors rather than the rankings on the Frost list. As for Su Yin, although he is merely a low-tier Platinum, he contracted a 4-star potential Frost Dragon during his time in the Silver tier at the Dragon's Nest secret realm, subsequently nurturing it. Once it reached Platinum, he continuously challenged the top 3 on the Frost list and claimed the first position. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to the nearby Cold Abyss list. Cold Abyss list first, Situ Nanyue, 2nd year, Peak Silver Beast Tamer. Cold Abyss list second, Xue Jiufeng, 2nd year, Peak Silver Beast Tamer. Cold Abyss list third, Nan Chongning, 2nd year, Peak Silver Beast Tamer. Cold Abyss list 99th, Yu Ziyuan, 2nd year, High Tier Silver Beast Tamer. Cold Abyss list 100, Lin Mu, 2nd year, High Tier Silver Beast Tamer. The top rank of the Cold Abyss list has already reached the peak of silver. Lu Yuan silently assessed his own strength. Currently, his Primordial Light is at the mid-bronze level, while his Facade Demon Mirror is at the high-bronze level. While he is not without the power to contend against silver ranks, ascending this list is undeniably a formidable challenge. Ah Yuan look. Yun Qianqian tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards the end of the Cold Abyss list. The 100th rank is a high-tier silver. If we strive hard, perhaps we can surpass him soon. The girl's face radiated with eager anticipation, as if the names on that list were already within her grasp. Observing her carefree demeanor, Lu Yuan felt a slight alleviation of his burdens. He remained silent, his gaze moving inch by inch from the bottom of the Frost list, sweeping over the unfamiliar names. Ultimately resting at the pinnacle, Su Yin. That name, he committed to memory. Chapter 46, Provocation. Su Yueli withdrew her gaze, observing the starkly different expressions on the faces of the two youngsters. Mother, did you ever appear on the Frost list back in Beiming? Yun Qianqian inquired with childlike curiosity, clutching Su Yueli's arm. What rank did you achieve? Did you ever reach the top? Upon hearing these words, several students nearby, straining to eavesdrop, cast inquisitive glances. After all, Su Yueli's demeanor and prowess were unmistakably exceptional. It was evident she was no ordinary person. With a gentle tap on her daughter's head, Su Yueli chided. Why the endless questions, little one? Evading the inquiry, she turned to lead them away from the square. Let us go. I'll show you somewhere else. She must have been ranked, perhaps even higher. Yun Qianqian, unperturbed by the gentle reprimand, continued excitedly, whispering to Lu Yuan, Look at my mother's expression. There's definitely a story there, but she is too shy to share it now. The trio departed the bustling square, traversing the main thoroughfare deeper into the academy. Flanking the path were structures of diverse architectural styles. Some were massive battle arenas with partially open domes, from which the roars of beasts and the thunder of energy could intermittently be heard. Others were ancient towers with long queues at their entrances, seemingly places for undertaking academy tasks. Almost all public facilities at Beiming Academy were tied to points, Su Yueli explained as they walked, accessing battle arenas, simulated training rooms, and the high-level reading area of the library required points. The fastest way to earn points, aside from ranking, was completing academy-issued tasks or exchanging rare materials. She gestured towards a vast area ahead. There, dozens of battle platforms of varying sizes floated in midair, where numerous students were commanding their beasts in fierce confrontations, creating a vibrant scene. This is the floating battle platform, the Academy's most fundamental public arena, and the most direct venue for settling personal grievances. As long as both parties agree, they can engage in combat at any time. Of course, the loser must pay points to the victor, the amount determined at the time. At that moment, on a nearby battle platform, a fight had just concluded. A robust steel quill hedgehog let out a wail as it was sent flying by a massive wolf cloaked in frost, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated. I concede, Junior. The owner of the frost wolf, a haughty young man, retrieved his beast, bowing slightly to the pale-faced student below, his tone devoid of any remorse. Senior Chung is indeed a master on the frost list. We students have a long way to go. Several students immediately flattered from the audience below. The young man referred to as Chung Guannan was the 99th ranked on the frost list. He relished this attention, casually scanning his surroundings until his gaze halted upon Su Yueli and her companions. Yun Xianxian, observing the aftermath, remarked, "If we defeat someone on the cold abyss list here, does their rank become mine?" Su Yueli nodded in affirmation. Chung Guannan happened to catch Yun Xianxian's words. His gaze lingered on Su Yueli for a moment before shifting to Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian, noticing their brand new identity wristbands. A look of disdain immediately flickered in his eyes. Another pair of fresh students daring to come here for a spectacle? Chung Guannan's voice, though not loud, was clear enough for those nearby to hear. They truly are unaware of their own insignificance. Do they think being admitted to Beiming guarantees their safety? This place is certainly no haven for sheltered blossoms like you. His entourage erupted in laughter. Every year, we see such naive newcomers, believing themselves to be exceptional, only to be thoroughly crushed within the first month. Senior Chung is right. Perhaps you should first memorize the rules of the Cold Abyss list, they jeered, their mockery causing Yun Xianxian's brows to furrow in anger. Just as she intended to confront them, Lu Yuan held out a hand to restrain her. Seeing that Lu Yuan and Yun Xianxian were intimidated into silence, the smugness on Chung Guannan's face deepened. He redirected his gaze to Su Yueli, adopting a self-important demeanor as he spoke. "Madam, I presume you are merely a parent accompanying these youngsters for their enrollment? While Beiming Academy is indeed liberal, I would advise you to keep a close watch on them to avoid any unnecessary entanglements on their first day." His words carried an unmistakable threat. Su Yueli's eyes turned icy in an instant. It had been many years since she had encountered such an oblivious youth. Oh, stepping forward, she unleashed the terrifying pressure of an epic-tier powerhouse, crashing over Chung Guannan like an invisible tidal wave. "Entangle them with you?" Boom. Chung Guannan felt as though his mental realm had been struck violently, his mind instantly blanking, and his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The frost demon wolf, which had moments ago exuded confidence, now emitted a mournful howl, its fur bristling as it tucked its tail, trembling in fear. The expressions of Chung Guannan's companions paled, retreating in haste. The entire floating battle platform area fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the enchanting woman, utterly unprepared for her sudden and unprovoked assault. "Who are you?" Chung Guannan forced himself to stand, his voice trembling. "I am their guardian," Su Yueli replied coolly, "and my people are not for you to discipline." Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a bright, melodious voice rang out from a distance. "Oh, what is happening here? Yueli, on your very first day back, are you trying to frighten the experts of our Academy's frost ranking to tears?" Following the sound, they beheld Lan Liuli approaching with a light-hearted stride. A teasing smile adorned her face, as if she was completely oblivious to the charged atmosphere. Upon seeing Lan Liuli, Chung Guannan felt as though he had spotted a savior and promptly bowed in respect. "Instructor Lan Liuli. All right, I've seen enough. This lady is not someone I wish to provoke." Lan Liuli waved her hand dismissively, her gaze sweeping over Chung Guannan. 99th on the frost ranking. Does that afford you much prestige? Instead of bullying newcomers here, perhaps you should consider how to maintain your position. Chung Guannan's face shifted through shades of green and white, Yet he dared not utter a word in rebuttal, slinking away with his entourage in utter disgrace. The tempest had subsided just as swiftly as it arose. I told you to keep a low profile, Lan Liuli remarked as she approached Su Yueli, nudging her playfully with her elbow and whispering with a laugh. And here you are, back to your old ways in mere half a day. Are you planning to challenge the entire ranking from bottom to top like you did over a decade ago? Alas, you're not permitted to act now. Su Yueli shot her a glare, exasperated. He brought this upon himself. Mom, did you really challenge the entire ranking over a decade ago? Yun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Absolutely not, Su Yueli vehemently denied, pulling her daughter away. Liuli, didn't you have something to attend to? Why are you back? I finished my errands and decided to drop by, Lan Liuli replied, catching up with Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Tomorrow afternoon. There will be an opening ceremony at the central auditorium. Don't be late. She paused before adding, by the way, after the ceremony, there will be a freshman challenge match, serving as an appetizer for you little ones. The top 10 will earn substantial points. And I've heard the first place has additional rewards. Chapter 47. The mysterious mentor upon returning to the villa, Yun Qianqian dove into the plush sofa, immediately fiddling with the identity wristband on her wrist. Ah Yuan, come look. This biming forum is so entertaining. Her fingers glided over the smooth surface of the wristband, projecting a virtual screen into the air, filled with a flurry of posts. The most trending title was boldly highlighted in red. Breaking news. Chen Guanan, ranked 99th on the Frost ranking, allegedly collapsed in fright before a mysterious woman on the floating battle platform. Uffed, that news spread too quickly. Yun Qianqian clicked on the post, which vividly recounted the afternoon's incident, albeit portraying Su Yueli as an extraordinarily captivating and formidable figure, with the comments section overflowing with excitement. Is this real? An epic-level powerhouse. Chen Guanan really met his match. I was right there. That aura was absolutely legendary. My bronze-tier Gale bird nearly lost control on the spot and is still sulking in the beast space. Please, any photos of the powerhouse. I need her contact information. Goddess. My deity. Yun Qianqian read on with great delight, sneaking a glance at Lu Yuan, who was engrossed in exploring the wristband's features, and mischievously typed in his name. However, the search yielded nothing. TSK, how boring, she pouted, undeterred, and entered Su Yueli's name instead. This time, the forum lagged for 3 full seconds before displaying a prompt. According to Academy regulations, this entry is classified as high-level encrypted information. Your access is insufficient to view it. Yun Qianqian's jaw nearly dropped. Her own mother was a classified entry on the Biming Academy forum? What kind of stature did that imply? As she recalled Su Yueli's awkward demeanor earlier and Lan Liuli's teasing tone, her curiosity intensified exponentially. Lu Yuan, however, remained oblivious to the commotion, his thoughts consumed by another matter. The next morning, when Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian finished their morning routines and stepped out of their room, they found the entire villa eerily silent, with no sign of Su Yueli. On the dining table lay a warm breakfast and a note. I have some matters to attend to. You two go report yourselves. Su Yueli. Huh. Where did Mom go? Yun Qianqian asked, nibbling on her sandwich, a look of confusion on her face. Just then, both their wristbands vibrated gently. Notification, new students Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Please gather at Training Ground 3 before 9 a.m. Your guiding mentor will be waiting there. Guiding mentor? Yun Qianqian's eyes lit up. Are we getting a mentor this soon? Lu Yuan nodded. He had perused the freshman handbook on his wristband the previous day. The educational model at Biming Academy was indeed distinct from other institutions, as mentors were assigned to students from the moment they enrolled, guiding them in teams for both daily training and external missions, with mentors bearing full responsibility. This elite teaching model was highly efficient, but came with elevated expectations for the mentors. But who would their mentor be? Following the map on their wristbands, the two traversed through various uniquely designed buildings until they arrived at the expansive outdoor Training Ground 3, located on the western side of the academy. The ground was covered with special energy-absorbing material, and the area was devoid of any other presence, save for a familiar figure standing in the center with hands clasped behind her back, dressed in a simple blue outfit, radiating an air of serenity. Instructor Lan Liuli. Yun Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Are you our mentor? What a delightful surprise. Lan Liuli was a formidable epic-level powerhouse. Having her as their mentor would be akin to winning the lottery. Lan Liuli turned to face them, amused by their astonished expressions. I am not your mentor. I am currently preoccupied with preparations for the high school Beastmaster competition, and I have no time to tend to you two little ones. Yun Qianqian's expression fell instantly. Huh, not you? I am here to fulfill a promise, Lan Liuli said, flipping her wrist to reveal 2 items emanating powerful energy waves. One was a fist-sized iridescent crystal, shimmering as if sealing countless illusions. The other was a diamond-shaped, transparent crystal, within which intricate golden patterns flowed gently. These were the Thousand Illusion Crystal and the Synchronous Crystal. Take these. Lan Liuli handed the two epic-level materials to Lu Yuan. As he grasped them, he could feel the terrifying energy contained within. He offered no further pleasantries and stored them away. Thank you. You're welcome. As for you, Qianqian, think carefully about what you want and let me know. Lan Liuli replied with a smile. All right, the items are delivered, and I must be off. Your mentor should be arriving shortly, she added. Casting a knowing glance toward the entrance of the training ground, her lips curling into a smirk of anticipation. Without lingering further, she leapt onto the radiant celestial horse that appeared out of thin air and vanished in a flash of golden light. Once again, only Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian remained in the expansive training ground. Why the secrecy? Yun Qianqian murmured. Yuan, who do you think our mentor will be? The fact that even Mentor Lan Liuli showed such a reaction suggests they must be someone extraordinary. Lu Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the training ground, where a vague premonition began to form in his mind, an inkling that felt somewhat absurd, yet undeniably plausible. As time trickled by, a figure finally appeared at the entrance of the training ground, clad in a sleek martial arts outfit. The person was tall and walked with a steady gait, approaching them step by step, though still too far to discern their features. As the figure drew nearer, the curiosity on Yun Qianqian's face gradually morphed into sheer astonishment. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, convinced she had yet to fully awaken. When the individual was within 20 meters of them, Yun Qianqian's mouth fell agape, her delicate face etched with disbelief, rendering her momentarily speechless. Although Lu Yuan had sensed this moment coming, his pupils involuntarily contracted when he finally recognized the newcomer. The figure removed the sunshade hood from her head, revealing a visage they were all too familiar with. Her long hair was casually tied back, exuding a newfound vigor that contrasted with her usual gentleness. She regarded the two wide-eyed youngsters with a slight smirk, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. What? Surprised to see me? Su Yueli's voice was as gentle as ever, yet her words detonated like a bomb in their minds. From today onward, I shall be your guiding mentor. Did you enjoy the surprise I mentioned yesterday? Chapter 48, The Freshman Challenge Tournament. The training ground fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of the wind. Yun Qianqian's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief. She glanced at Su Yueli before instinctively turning to Lu Yuan, as if to confirm whether they had both fallen into some collective illusion. After a moment of intense shock, Lu Yuan regained his composure. All the fragments of clues in his mind suddenly aligned into a coherent picture. What? You? How did you become our mentor? I thought you were. She stuttered, her thoughts a tangled mess, finally managing to blurt out. Did you not say you were home taking care of kids, and nearly out of touch with the world? Lu Yuan struggled to contain his laughter. Stealing a glance at Yun Qianqian, he mused that her thought process was indeed quite unconventional. Su Yueli, too, appeared amused by her daughter's peculiar reasoning. Approaching Yun Qianqian, she playfully flicked her finger against the girl's forehead. Raising an eyebrow, her tone turned unapologetically authoritative. Had it not been for you two insisting on coming to Beiming, I wouldn't have bothered to involve myself in the Academy's affairs. The weight of her words rendered Yun Qianqian's mind utterly overwhelmed. Aunt Su, Lu Yuan's voice shattered the silence, as he fully accepted this revelation. So, your becoming our mentor is by the Academy's arrangement, or? It is my own decision, Su Yueli replied, her gaze shifting to Lu Yuan, admiration evident in her eyes. I exercised a little privilege as an honorary mentor to retrieve you two from Lan Liuli. Otherwise, you would have been under her guidance, and I shudder to think what that would entail. Pausing, her tone grew serious. Now that I am your mentor, you must adhere to my rules. First, forget my previous identity. Here in the Academy, you may refer to me as Mentor Su or simply Mentor. Outside the Academy or back at the villa, I remain your elder. Second, and most importantly, her gaze sharpened. This is Beiming Beast Taming Academy, not your playground back at the Yun family in North City. Here, talent and background hold little value, as every entrant is a genius in their own right. The only currency that matters is your strength and achievements. She gestured towards the distant floating battle platform. In Beiming, resources will not be handed to you. You must seize them for yourself. Challenge the rankings, complete arduous tasks, and survive treacherous realms. Every drop of sweat and blood you shed here will translate into tangible points and resources, enabling you to grow stronger. Conversely, if you choose a life of ease, you will quickly find yourselves trampled by those behind you, with no chance to even struggle. This is the survival rule of Beiming Academy, simple yet ruthless. Yun Qianqian listened intently, her innocent demeanor fading as the weight of reality settled in. Though she adored fun and play, she was, after all, the daughter of the Yun family, with a warrior's spirit coursing through her veins. Su Yueli's words ignited the fighting spirit within her. Ah Yuan. Yun Qianqian turned to Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling. This is more interesting than I imagined. Lu Yuan nodded, appreciating this straightforward approach. It was simple and direct. All schemes would ultimately crumble before absolute strength. Seeing their reaction, a satisfied smile graced Su Yueli's lips. Your first battle in Beiming is fast approaching. She retrieved a fresh dossier from her Beast Taming space and handed it to Lu Yuan. This afternoon, after the opening ceremony, is the Freshman Challenge Tournament. This is your first opportunity to showcase yourselves before the entire faculty and student body at Beiming, as well as your best chance to secure your initial funding, which comes in the form of points. Lu Yuan took the dossier, his gaze scanning it swiftly. The rules for the Freshman Challenge Tournament were straightforward. Random draws for one-on-one elimination matches. The victors advance, while the defeated are eliminated. For others, this tournament might merely be an introductory competition, but for you too, it is the first task I have assigned. Yun Qianqian, your goal is to place in the top 10. With your capabilities, as long as you avoid basic mistakes and proceed steadily, achieving top 10 should not be difficult. As for you, Lu Yuan. Su Yueli's gaze locked onto him. I want you to claim first place. Yun Qianqian looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes brimming with trust. In her heart, her Yuan was destined to be first. I understand, Lu Yuan nodded. Well, I've said all I needed to. Su Yueli clapped her hands. Now, with less than 6 hours until the competition begins, you may return. Whether to relax and rest or to practice with your beasts is entirely up to you. Remember, I only care about the results. With that, she turned and left the training ground, leaving the two new students to prepare for their impending first battle. Yuan. As soon as Su Yueli departed, Yun Qianqian rushed over, her small fists pumping with excitement. First place. We must secure first place. Indeed, Lu Yuan replied, his mind already racing with strategy. The mirror storage of the peeping mirror was his ultimate trump card. Chapter 49, The Stakes. In the afternoon, at Beiming Academy, the central hall was a colossal auditorium, capable of accommodating thousands. By the time Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian arrived, the atmosphere was electric, with every seat occupied. Thousands of the most exceptional young beast tamers from across the Dragon Kingdom have converged here, each face radiating an unmistakable blend of excitement, curiosity, and pride. The air is imbued with the vigor of youth, interlaced with the subtle energy fluctuations inadvertently emanating from various beasts. Wow, there are so many people, Yun Qianqian exclaimed, tugging at Lu Yuan's sleeve as they navigated through rows of seats in search of an unoccupied spot. After considerable effort, they finally settled into a position somewhat towards the center. Yuan, look at the forum, Yun Qianqian urged, projecting the holographic display from her wristband before Lu Yuan. Someone has opened a betting market for the Freshman Challenge. Bet on who will take first place. On the screen, a strikingly popular post caught their attention, titled, Exclusive Betting. First on the Cold Abyss ranking, Situ Nongyue predicts the top 10 of this year's Freshman Challenge. Bet wisely to reap blood profits. Beneath the post, the leading contenders for the championship were none other than renowned prodigies who had already made a name for themselves prior to enrollment, or direct descendants from prominent beast tamer families. Lu Yuan, who topped the national entrance examination for the North City Beast Tamer Academy, was conspicuously absent from this elite list. These people truly lack vision, Yun Qianqian pouted, swiping through the list with a hint of dissatisfaction. The first place is surely yours. She intended to place a bet on Lu Yuan's victory, only to discover that his name was not even an option in the betting market. Just then, a conversation broke out nearby. I believe the top contender this year will undoubtedly be Feng Xiao from Northern City. I've heard his Storm Griffin is on the verge of breaking into the silver tier even before school started. Indeed, Feng Xiao is the most outstanding prodigy from the Feng family of Northern. He is on an entirely different level than us. A group of students, clearly sycophants, crowded around a young man dressed in fine robes who was basking in their flattery. This young man, Feng Xiao, wore an arrogant expression as he surveyed the auditorium, his gaze lighting up upon spotting Yun Qianqian. What a beautiful girl, he mused. Straightening his collar, he approached her. Hello, this classmate. My name is Feng Xiao. You seem a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first time at Beiming? If you encounter any problems, feel free to mention my name. Yun Qianqian didn't even glance at him, her entire focus on how to place a bet for Lu Yuan, merely offering a distracted "oh" in response. Feng Xiao's smile faltered, his expression frozen in disbelief at being so completely disregarded by a girl for the first time. His gaze shifted to Lu Yuan beside her, and upon noticing Lu Yuan's ordinary casual attire and his excessively calm demeanor, any admiration he had quickly morphed into disdain. So, she has taken. What a pity that her companion appears to be an ordinary fellow without any notable background. He scoffed, a subtle chuckle escaping his lips. Classmate, one must be discerning when making friends. The waters at Beiming Academy run deep. Some may appear reliable, but could be eliminated in the first round. Don't let yourself be dragged down. His words were a clear jab at Lu Yuan. The surrounding chatter quieted as many turned to observe, their faces alight with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Finally, Yun Qianqian lifted her head, her enchanting eyes narrowing dangerously, just as she was about to unleash her indignation. Lu Yuan calmly pressed her hand down. He didn't even spare a glance at Feng Xiao. Instead, he focused on the holographic display from Yun Qianqian's wristband and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Create a new betting market for me. Yun Qianqian blinked in surprise. Huh. Just bet on my victory for first place. The market will close after the first round, Lu Yuan clarified. Use all the points from my wristband as the initial stake. His identity wristband contained only 10,000 points of freshman credit. Uffed. Feng Xiao burst into laughter. 1 to 100 odds? Betting everything? Is this person mad or just utterly foolish? Laughter erupted from those nearby. Ah Yuan, this is fantastic. Yun Qianqian exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Completely unconcerned with the opinions of those around her, she promptly began operating her wristband. And a sensationally audacious betting market materialized on the Academy Forum. Betting on the new king, mysterious freshman Lu Yuan presiding, 1 to 100 odds, betting on his victory. Is he a madman or a genius? This audacious market ignited a frenzy on the forum. Holy cow, who is this bold individual? 1 to 100? Does he think he is the illegitimate child of an epic tier powerhouse? This is hilarious. This guy must be here to hand out points. I'll bet 100 points that he gets eliminated in the first round. Feng Xiao, observing the rapidly rising stakes on the display, wore a smirk that deepened with derision. He returned to his seat and instructed his entourage, go, bet all our points on him losing. And find out more about this Lu Yuan. Unperturbed by the commotion, Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in tranquility. Meanwhile, Yun Qianqian gazed at the betting market with ecstatic anticipation, envisioning a future where countless points would come their way. At that moment, the lights on the podium flared to life, and an austere-looking elder ascended the stage. Without any preamble, he delved straight into the matter. I am Vice Dean Lei Qing. Welcome to Beast Tamer Academy. Here, I will only share 3 pieces of advice. First, forget your past. Your former talents, lineage, and honors are worthless here. Second, remember your goal, to grow stronger at any cost. Resources are there. Seize them with your fists and wisdom. Third, Vice Dean Lei Qing's gaze swept across the assembly. The freshman challenge begins now. As his words concluded, the ground beneath the new students gave way, their bodies enveloped by a sudden force. The sensation of weightlessness lasted but a fleeting moment. When Lu Yuan found his footing once more, he stood atop a circular stone platform floating amidst a sea of clouds. As he surveyed the expanse, he spotted countless identical stone platforms scattered throughout the boundless cloudscape. Above all the platforms, a colossal screen began to illuminate. Yun Qianqian appeared on another platform not far away. A grand voice resonated within the minds of all new students. Freshman Challenge, Round 1, commencing. Rules, random draws. One-on-one elimination matches. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. So, this was the arena competition. On the elevated screen, the names of numerous new students began to cascade like a waterfall, ultimately pairing off into a densely packed list of matchups. Almost instantaneously, the internal forum of Beiming Academy erupted in chaos. Wow, the arena competition. This just got interesting. We can finally see the true strength of those popular prodigies. Quick. Find out where Feng Xiao's match is. I want to watch it live. Where's that fool Lu Yuan? Whoever finds him, stream how he gets defeated in one move. I bet on his loss. Feng Xiao's entourage swiftly pinpointed the platform number where Lu Yuan was situated, posting the coordinates on the forum and drawing in countless eager spectators. With a flash of light, Lu Yuan's opponent materialized on the opposite end of the stone platform. He was a tall young man who, upon seeing Lu Yuan, first paused in surprise. Then his face broke into a broad grin. Haha, my luck is incredible. I've matched up against that Na'vi fool who opened the betting market. The youth laughed heartily, immediately summoning forth his beast. Before them stood a pangolin, its formidable body extending over 4 meters, enshrouded in rocky armor that radiated an aura reminiscent of the pinnacle of bronze, tantalizingly close to the silver echelon. Youngster, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Hao. The young man wore a proud expression. So, it is you who set this wager. Had I known it was you I would encounter, I would have wagered more points. Lu Yuan regarded him with serene indifference. Seeking demise, Wang Hao's countenance darkened as he realized his words were met with disregard. Rock-armored mountain beast, hurl that at him and knock him off. The beast roared as a colossal boulder, imbued with the might to obliterate anything in its path, hurtled towards Lu Yuan with alarming speed. This strike would have been enough to shatter the bones of an ordinary bronze-tier beastmaster. Just as the boulder was about to collide with Lu Yuan, He finally made his move. A venerable arcane mirror, nearly as tall as himself, silently materialized before him. Glimpse mirror. A mere mirror? Are you daft? Wang Hao scoffed. In the next instant, however, his smile froze in place. The rolling boulder, upon striking the mirror's surface, vanished into it, disappearing without a trace. A chilling silence enveloped the arena. How is this possible? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yuan remained impassive, merely uttering 3 words, returning it to you. With a resonant hum, the glimpse mirror emitted a brilliant light, and a spectral boulder, even swifter and more ferocious than before, surged forth from the mirror in a fierce counterattack. Reversal of light. Wang Hao had no time to react as the doubled assault crashed into the rock-armored mountain beast. With a deafening roar, the beast was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily into the clouds beyond the arena, swiftly teleported out of the competition. One blow, a swift execution. Neither Wang Hao nor Lu Yuan had summoned their second beasts. The arena fell into a profound silence. Those who had anticipated Lu Yuan's folly were rendered speechless. Feng Zhao's grin also froze, his gaze fixated on the mirror, brimming with incredulity. What skill is that? Absorption and return? Meanwhile, on another arena, Yun Xianxian had concluded her battle and was excitedly watching Lu Yuan's name illuminate with the glow of advancement on the screen. I knew it. In an office at the academy, Lan Liuli held a cup of steaming tea, observing Lu Yuan's calm victory on the screen, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Yuli, your little one has hidden his talents well. Such prowess is not akin to that of his father, who merely buries himself in research. Su Yuli, seated across from her, cast a fleeting glance her way. This is merely the beginning. Her tone was composed, yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her current elation. On the forum, a brief lull was followed by an explosion of activity. Holy cow, what have I just witnessed? A one-hit kill. That Lu Yuan just annihilated Wang Hao. What on earth is that mirror? It can actually reflect skills? What an extraordinary beast. Damn it, will my points be lost? Calm down, it's still the preliminary round. That kid is far from securing first place. Indeed, I just watched 2 contenders. One, Dongfang Shuo, the champion of the southern city, and the other, the little princess of the Yun family, Yun Xianxian. Both are stronger than Lu Yuan. The fervor surrounding the bets only intensified. While no one still believed Lu Yuan could clinch first place, their perception of him had undeniably shifted. The first round of eliminations progressed swiftly, with thousands of new students reduced to half in a mere 30 minutes. Soon, names began to scroll across the screen once more, signaling the start of the second round. Lu Yuan's opponent was a peak bronze-tier beastmaster. This time, he offered Lu Yuan no chance to underestimate him, summoning 2 peak bronze-tier beasts positioned to flank him. However, by unfortunate coincidence, both of the opponent's beasts were of the shadow type. Surely, that mirror must have lost its utility now. Such skills should have usage restrictions. Feng Zhao's expression lightened a fraction. In his view, Lu Yuan's trump card had been revealed, and against the assault of 2 peak bronze-tier beasts, defeat was inevitable. Yet, this time, Lu Yuan did not even summon the glimpse mirror. A golden radiance erupted behind him. Light of primordial beginning. What kind of beast is that? Such a potent aura of light. The moment the light of primordial beginning manifested, a divine radiance, domain enveloped the entire arena. The energies of the opponent's 2 beasts visibly diminished, suppressed at an observable rate. Judgment of light. Lu Yuan's voice resonated above the arena. The light of primordial beginning coalesced into a spear wholly formed of condensed light energy, exuding a devastating aura against darkness. Whoosh! The light spear sliced through the air, instantly piercing the chest of one of the opponent's beasts. Before the new student could comprehend the situation, the light of primordial beginning unfurled its luminous wings and, in a swift motion, conjured another spear, launching it at the second beast. The entire sequence unfolded like a seamless flow, reaching its climax within mere seconds. In less than 10 seconds, both Shadow Element Peak Bronze beasts were reduced to motes of light, dissipating upon the arena. The new student remained in a daze, bewildered, even as he was teleported out of the arena. Another victory. Moreover, this time it was achieved with an even more overwhelming and astonishing display of power. If the first round had been a stroke of luck, this was an unadulterated demonstration of strength. Feng Zhao's expression darkened considerably. The forum erupted into chaos. The name, Lu Yuan, surged dramatically, propelling itself into the top 3 trending topics. All in, I'm betting everything on Lu Yuan for first place. What a spectacle. What breed of beast is that? Why can't I find any information? From this moment on, I am an ardent fan of Lu Yuan. In an instant, the tide had turned completely. Lu Yuan's prowess had transcended the comprehension of all the new students. In the subsequent rounds, any opponent matched against Lu Yuan almost instantly chose to forfeit. Why would they willingly seek punishment when two peak bronze beasts had been dispatched with mere 2 shots? Lu Yuan advanced effortlessly into the top 32. The next match would determine the 16 finalists. This time, the names displayed on the screen sent the atmosphere of the entire arena soaring to a pinnacle of excitement. Lu Yuan versus Feng Xiao. Chapter 51, Reversal of Light. As those two names appeared side by side on the screen, the entire Cloud Sea arena, along with the Academy Forum, erupted into fervent discussions. Holy cow, it's happening. They're facing off. Young Master Feng against that Lu Yuan who set the wager. Now this will be entertaining. Haha, justice descends from the heavens. Young Master Feng, give him a good thrashing. I've staked my entire fortune on your victory. Lu Yuan, you can do it. My points depend on you. The forum was flooded with countless comments and posts, the heat reaching an unprecedented peak. On the arena, a flash of brilliance heralded Feng Xiao's appearance. He adjusted his lavish battle attire, his gaze settling on Lu Yuan. I never expected your luck to be so poor, encountering me so soon. I only need one beast to deal with you. Feng Xiao's voice carried an air of condescension. Kneel now, and you might retain a shred of dignity. Otherwise, I fear my beast may unleash its fury, leaving you utterly humiliated before the entire school. At this moment, countless projected screens converged on this spot. Thousands of gazes fixated upon the unfolding drama. This was his stage, the focus of public attention. Lu Yuan lifted his head and cast a glance at him. He uttered no words, merely beckoned Feng Xiao with a casual gesture. That singular motion ignited Feng Xiao's wrath instantly. You are courting death. Feng Xiao roared. A piercing, high-pitched cry resonated through the skies. A colossal beast, with a wingspan exceeding 7 meters, its body draped in emerald feathers, and a head resembling that of a lion with the body of an eagle, emerged, circling ominously above Feng Xiao's head. Each powerful beat of its wings conjured fierce winds that enveloped the arena, forcing spectators to shield their eyes. It was the Storm Griffin of 3-star potential. A formidable beast at the pinnacle of the bronze tier, just a hair's breadth away from the silver rank. This was Feng Xiao's Storm Griffin. The aura it emitted was overwhelmingly potent. It was over. Lu Yuan was doomed. Although his light-type beast had an advantage over dark types, it stood no chance against the Storm Griffin. Do you see? This is true genius. Feng Xiao's entourage loudly lauded from the observation area. Feng Xiao reveled in the attention, pointing at Lu Yuan as though pronouncing his death sentence. Storm Griffin, tear it apart. Use wind blades. The Storm Griffin let out a fearsome roar and violently flapped its wings, conjuring dozens of crescent-shaped emerald wind blades that formed instantaneously. The wind blades wove together into an impenetrable net, descending from above and cutting off all escape routes for Lu Yuan. Each blade was sharp enough to slice through steel with ease. Just as everyone believed Lu Yuan would be eliminated by this attack, he finally made his move. Instead of summoning his light-type beast, he conjured the mirror once more in front of him. The scrying mirror. This mirror again. Does he truly think it can withstand the wind blades? Feng Xiao scoffed. However, in the next instant, the smirk on his face vanished completely. The multitude of wind blades, upon touching the mirror's surface, emitted no sound of collision. Instead, they were mysteriously devoured by the mirror. Feng Xiao's expression transformed from derision to shock, then to sheer disbelief. Impossible, he gasped. This sorcery. Does this skill have no limitations? Lu Yuan raised his gaze to the flustered Feng Xiao and uttered 3 words. Back to you. Buzz. The surface of the scrying mirror glimmered with a silvery light. In the next moment, wind blades, now double in density, speed, and power, shot forth from the mirror, hurtling back with ferocity. Reversal of light. Feng Xiao's pupils constricted, and the color drained from his face. Get away, he screamed at the top of his lungs. The Storm Griffin sensed the impending threat and emitted a terrified cry, desperately flapping its wings to gain altitude. But it was too late. The attack it had unleashed, when returned with double the force, exceeded its capacity to respond. Puff, puff, puff. The dense wind blades enveloped the Storm Griffin's massive form in an instant. Emerald feathers mingled with blood. The Storm Griffin failed to emit even a complete scream before it was torn apart by its own mightiest attack, dissolving into a myriad of luminous particles that scattered across the Cloud Sea arena. With a single blow, it was vanquished. Using its own skill, on the arena, Lu Yuan retracted the scrying mirror. Outside the arena, all spectators before the projected screens, whether newcomers or veterans, stood agape, their minds blank. Feng Xiao remained frozen in place, staring at the empty sky above. Had he lost? The prodigy of the Feng family from Bei'an had been defeated just like that. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into chaos. What just happened? Am I seeing things? The Storm Griffin was defeated by its own wind blades. That mirror again. How can that mirror even reflect physical attacks? What level of skill is this? Isn't Feng Shao a bronze-tier beast master? He should have another beast. Why didn't he summon it? Ah, you may not know this, but Feng Shao's other beast is a Hellhound, a typical dark-type beast, which wouldn't be able to unleash even half its power against Lu Yuan's light-type beast. Indeed, Lu Yuan's beast is truly enigmatic. Isn't it? Does this skill really have no restrictions? Didn't he use it once before? In the forum, a storm of discussion erupted. In the office, Lan Lioli observed Feng Zhao's expression on the screen and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yuli, your boy is too ruthless, she chuckled, her laughter resonating with delight. To defeat someone while also shattering their spirit, Feng Shao is bound to be haunted by this experience. Su Yuli lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. Her eyes filled with satisfaction and admiration. He brought this upon himself. Lu Yuan cannot be blamed. Having concluded her match, Yin Qianqian watched the unfolding battle on Lu Yuan's side. I knew it. Maya Yuan is the strongest. Well done. Meanwhile, as the center of attention, Lu Yuan was directly teleported back to the resting area after the referee announced his victory, awaiting the conclusion of other matches. Chapter 52, the top 8. 10 minutes passed, and the other matches concluded as well. Round of 16 to top 8, matching begins. The names on the screen began to scroll rapidly once more. Yun Qianqian felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively clutching Lu Yuan's sleeve, muttering, please don't let me face a Yuan, don't let me face a Yuan. The light settled. Lu Yuan versus Lu Yin. Yun Qianqian versus Zhang Ming. With a sigh of relief, Yun Qianqian exclaimed, thank goodness. A Yuan. We will meet in the top 8. In the round of 16, the pace noticeably slowed down, with only 4 matches occurring at a time. Yun Qianqian's match was scheduled for the first round. A Yuan, watch me. The girl waved at Lu Yuan, turning with spirited confidence as she stepped onto the stage. Her opponent, Zhang Ming, was a burly young man, his primary battle beast a bronze-tier thick earth rhino, renowned for its astounding defensive capabilities. Classmate Yun, I look forward to your guidance, Zhang Ming said earnestly, bowing politely. Bring it on, Yun Qianqian replied, brimming with enthusiasm. As the battle commenced, the thick earth rhino glowed with a yellowish light, a layer of rocky armor swiftly enveloping its body. Yet, Yun Qianqian paid little heed to the rhinoceros. Her target had always been the beast master himself. Dark Ranger, a shadowy figure manifested beside her, wielding a dagger, its eyes gleaming with a dangerous red light. Shadow Strike. At her command, the Dark Ranger's form blurred, darting through the thick earth rhino and lunging toward Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's expression changed as he hurriedly commanded a defense. But the Dark Ranger was far too swift. Shadow Arrow. Piercing shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, imbued with dark energy, sealed off all of Zhang Ming's escape routes in a triangular formation. Left with no choice, Zhang Ming summoned his second beast, an ironclad giant ape, to shield him. However, just as he thought he had blocked the attack, a fiery figure suddenly appeared at his flank. It was Yun Qianqian's second beast, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Blazing dive. The searing flames erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfing Zhang Ming in an instant, swiftly transporting him out of the arena. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluid grace, executed with remarkable precision. Wow, so impressive. This girl is formidable too. An assassin-type beastmaster. I'm absolutely captivated. Yun Qianqian withdrew her beast, triumphantly signaling a victory gesture towards Lu Yuan. Soon, it was Lu Yuan's turn to take the stage. His opponent, Lu Yin, was a man wielding a half-length staff. However, after witnessing Lu Yuan's instantaneous defeat of Feng Shao, trepidation was etched across his face. The match commenced. Lu Yin promptly summoned his 2 beasts, a water screen turtle and a vine armor grass demon. One excelled in energy defense, while the other specialized in physical defense. Together, they formed a nearly impenetrable shell around him, a testament to his preparation against Lu Yuan's enigmatic mirror, opting for a strategy of attrition. Observers in the spectator area speculated that as long as he could withstand the mirror's rebound and prolong the battle until Lu Yuan depleted his mental energy, victory would be within reach. Everyone anticipated that Lu Yuan would again summon the Mirror of Insight. However, this time, a golden radiance blossomed behind him. The light of primordial dawn had descended once more. Yet another light-type beast. What could he be planning? A direct assault? Lu Yan's dual-wall defensive strategy would pose a challenge even for a silver-tier beastmaster. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Lu Yuan's voice resonated. Servants of light. Behind the light of primordial dawn, brilliance coalesced, and 3 ethereal beings, each wielding a luminous blade and shield, materialized from pure light particles. Each of these light servants emanated a low-tier bronze aura. Was this a summoning skill? Lu Yan's pupils constricted. Before he could react, the 3 light servants charged toward his shell formation from 3 directions. One raised its shield, crashing into the water screen turtle's barrier, while another slashed at the vines woven by the grass demon. The last one deftly maneuvered behind, incessantly using light particles to disrupt Lu Yan's command. The scene grew somewhat comical. Lu Yan's defensive system was designed to counter the Mirror of Insight's reverse light and the light of Primordial Dawn's judgment. In his mind, without energy attacks, the mirror would remain inactive, and the light-type beast's energy consumption would be considerable. He believed that once Lu Yuan's beasts ran out of energy, he could confidently rely on his defenses. Little did he expect that Lu Yuan's beasts possessed summoning skills as well. Although the attacks of the three light servants were not particularly potent, their resilience and coordination were impeccable, akin to three bothersome flies, continually draining the energy of his beast's defenses. He hesitated to launch a counterattack, fearing the repercussions. The water barrier rippled from the impact, while the vines were severed only to regrow anew. Sweat began to bead on Lu Yan's forehead. How is this possible? This is too underhanded. How am I supposed to fight like this? In the spectator area, everyone was left dumbfounded. They had envisioned Lu Yuan employing cataclysmic attacks to breach defenses, but never anticipated he would adopt such a seemingly unscrupulous method to gradually erode his opponent's beast energy. 10 minutes later, Lu Yan raised his hand in surrender. His two beasts had exhausted over half their stamina, and Lu Yuan's light of Primordial Dawn and that peculiar mirror had yet to make their move. Lu Yuan retracted the light of Primordial Dawn. Thus, the top 8 of the Freshman Challenge was established, with Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's names prominently listed. Lu Yuan had transformed from a Na'vi newcomer into the most formidable dark horse of this year's freshman. Chapter 53, The Human Sea Tactics, The Birth of the Champion. Following a brief intermission after the quarterfinals, the luminous screen above the cloud sea once again flickered, as two familiar names finally came into focus. The fervor of the entire Beiming Academy forum surged to new heights. Lu Yuan versus Yun Qianqian. Here it comes. Finally, the strongest dark horse of this freshman competition faces off against the most beautiful girl. This promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. I'm betting on Yun Qianqian to win. Her Dark Ranger's speed is astonishing. Lu Yuan's mirror may not even react in time. Nonsense. Lu Xin's light-type beast completely counters Yun Qianqian's Dark Ranger. This is a sure win. Countless discussion threads erupted, with supporters of both sides embroiled in heated disputes. Everyone anticipated a thrilling battle between dark horses. On the arena, radiance flickered as the two stood facing each other. Go, Yuan. Yun Qianqian beamed sweetly at Lu Yuan. He nodded, already prepared to give his all. A grand voice announced the commencement of the match. Just as everyone held their breath, awaiting the moment the beasts would be summoned, Yun Qianqian raised her hand, her voice resonating throughout the arena. I concede. Outside the Cloud Sea arena, including the forum, a profound silence fell. Huh, she conceded? What is happening? I've barely settled in, and now this? The audience erupted in confusion, many feeling they had been deceived. A flash of light, and both were transported back to the resting area. Qianqian, what is going on? Lu Yuan questioned, perplexed. Hee. Yun Qianqian leaned closer. My task was to make it into the top 10, and now that I've reached the top 8, I've exceeded my goal. I wouldn't want to drain your energy before the finals. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Lu Yuan said nothing more, simply reaching out to affectionately ruffle her hair. However, the narrative in the forum took a bizarre turn after a moment of shock. No way. She conceded just like that? Their relationship must be quite special. I found out. They are from the Yun family in Beijing and grew up together. TSK. I thought Lu Yuan succeeded through his own merit. Turns out he's riding on the coattails of his childhood sweetheart. What a so-called dark horse. He's more like a freeloader who needs a woman to win matches. Caustic remarks began to surface, quickly garnering numerous likes. Those who had previously been harvested by Lu Yuan's betting had seemingly found a release, fervently proclaiming that Lu Yuan was merely living off of others. Lu Yuan paid little mind to all this. In the subsequent semifinals, he displayed an almost crushing dominance, once again deploying the light of Primordial Dawn to deliver several decisive judgments of light, swiftly sending his opponent off the stage and powerfully advancing to the finals. This undeniable display of strength silenced many of the freeloader criticisms. Yet, a significant number of people stubbornly believed that had it not been for Yun Qianqian's concession, he would not have reached the end. Meanwhile, on the other side, the finals contender was a young man named Dongfang Shua. In the final showdown of the Freshman Challenge, Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shua stood atop the final arena. Clad in white, Dongfang Shua, with his handsome features and composed demeanor, greeted Lu Yuan with a friendly clasp of fists. Brother Lu, I've long admired your name. Unlike my previous opponents, I've known about you for quite some time. You ranked first in the National Joint Entrance Examination for Beastmasters at Beijing. I have watched every one of your matches. They were truly spectacular. You are too kind. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dongfang Shuo, a silver-tier beastmaster of the lower echelon, and I proudly secured the first position in the National Joint Entrance Examination of the Beastmaster Academy in Nanjing. Truth be told, it has been a long-held aspiration of mine to face a formidable opponent like Brother Liu in the finals, Dongfang Shuo articulated. However, I am aware that Brother Liu has currently contracted only 2 beasts. Although I possess 3, in the spirit of fairness, I shall only summon 2 for this competition. I sincerely hope for a duel devoid of regrets. Upon hearing this, the spectators and online forums instantly elevated their admiration for Dongfang Shuo to unprecedented heights. Well done, Junior Dongfang. This is the true demeanor of a strong individual. Such grace, a true exemplar for us students of Beiming. In the observation area, Feng Xiao watched this scene with a grim expression, feeling as though every word from Dongfang Shuo was a slap across his face. Lu Yuan, however, merely chuckled at Dongfang Shuo's words. Gazing into the earnest eyes of his opponent, he shook his head slightly. No need, feel free to bring your best. He paused for a moment, adding in a jesting tone, but do bear in mind, I may have a few more on my side. Dongfang Shuo was momentarily taken aback, misinterpreting Lu Yuan's words as mere politeness. The match commenced. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan was the first to summon. A golden radiance erupted, and the light of primordiality descended upon the arena. Servants of light. At Lu Yuan's command, behind the light of primordiality, 3 bronze-tier lower-grade light spirits wielding blades of light and shields materialized out of thin air. Observing this, Dongfang Shuo summoned his own beast, a silver-tier lower-grade hurricane mantis. He regarded the 3 light spirits and cautioned, Brother Liu, 3 bronze-tier lower-grade spirits may not significantly impact this level of competition. A smirk curved upon Lu Yuan's lips. Who says there are only 3? Before his words could settle, the eye of reflection quietly manifested beside the light of primordiality. The eye of reflection. Instantly, a beast identical to the light of primordiality emerged from the mirror. This was the light of primordiality, replicated in advance through mirror storage. Before anyone could react, the eye of reflection emitted another brilliant flash, targeting the original light of primordiality. Instant duplication. A third light of primordiality appeared. Free 5-star potential. Mid-tier bronze light of primordialities now hovered in the air, their sacred brilliance nearly suffusing the entire arena with a golden hue. Dongfang Shuo's smile faltered. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lu Yuan's calm voice resonated once more. Servants of light. The remaining 2 light of primordialities simultaneously executed their summoning abilities. The arena was soon awash with brilliance as 3 groups, totaling 9 light spirits, materialized behind the 3 light of primordialities. In an instant, the arena transformed into a dazzling spectacle, a legion of light. 3 mid-tier bronze light of primordialities, 9 lower-tier bronze light spirits, and an eye of reflection that remained inscrutable to all. On the opposing side, Dongfang Shuo stood forlornly beside his hurricane mantis, utterly bewildered. He opened his mouth, glancing at the magnificent beast army behind Lu Yuan, then at his lone mantis, rendered speechless. He finally grasped what Lu Yuan meant by having a few more. Is this what you call a few more? The forum erupted into chaos. What am I witnessing? 3 light-type beasts? 9 light spirits? Is this a quantity any one person can summon? Cheating. This is undoubtedly cheating. Where is the referee? Is the referee even here? Has he never seen the mirror of the god of Lu? This is standard procedure. Everyone sit down. I take back my previous words. Junior Dongfang, run. What on earth is this? Dongfang Shuo was on the verge of tears. Surrender? This was the finals, with the entire faculty and student body watching. How could he run? How could he concede? If he surrendered, how would he ever show his face at Beiming again? I will fight you. Dongfang Shuo gritted his teeth and summoned his remaining 2 beasts, a peak bronze-tier cannon bear and a silver-tier lower-grade nether spider. The moment the ominous nether spider appeared, it emitted a chilling cry. The effects of 3 layers of sacred radiance overlapped, purifying, dispelling, and suppressing darkness with overwhelming energy. Not only was it unable to engage in combat, but the aura of the nether spider was even subdued beneath that of the 3 lower-tier bronze light spirits. It trembled uncontrollably, its 8 legs quaking, yearning to retreat to the beast space immediately. Up! Lu Yuan uttered a single word. In the next instant, the Legion of Light surged forth. The 9 light spirits advanced like a tidal wave, while the 3 light of primordialities conjured 3 radiant judgment spears. Locking onto Dongfang Shuo's 3 beasts, the scene swiftly devolved into a chaotic melee. No matter how swift Dongfang Shuo's hurricane mantis was, it could not evade the onslaught of luminous particles and the blockade of 6 light spirits. The cannon bear's formidable defense was insufficient against the relentless assault of the 3 light spirits. As for the pitiful nether spider, It barely had time to react before it was impaled by a judgment spear, disintegrating into a myriad of luminous particles. The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes. When Dongfang Shua and his beast were teleported from the arena, his expression was one of utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? The freshman challenge concluded with the emergence of the champion. Chapter 54, The Rift of Origins. As Dongfang Shua's figure vanished, the Legion of Light on the Yunhai arena slowly dissipated. Lu Yuan stood in the center of the arena, seemingly unaffected by the recent melee. A grand voice echoed through the heavens, announcing the final result. Freshman challenge, champion, Lu Yuan. In the next moment, all freshmen remaining in the Yunhai arena were teleported back to their seats in the central hall. The champion is indeed Lu Yuan. My goodness. What was that Legion of Light? How could one person summon so many beasts? My accumulated points have vanished. Oh no, my points. Lu God, from this day forth, you are my deity. Please teach me how to outnumber opponents. Countless gazes converged upon Lu Yuan. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Lu Yuan quietly returned to his seat beside Yun Qianqian. Ah Yuan, you were so cool. Yun Qianqian's cheeks flushed with excitement. Lu Yuan's wristband buzzed with a notification. Bet settlement notification. Congratulations on winning the championship bet for the freshman challenge. Your wager of 10,000 points has been settled at an odds of 1100, totaling 1,000,000 points. Ah Yuan, we have struck it rich. Yun Qianqian leaped beside Lu Yuan, jubilantly waving her wristband, her face alight with glee at the string of zeros displayed. Lu Yuan's initial investment of 10,000 freshman points had multiplied 100-fold, transforming into 1 million. On the podium, the vice dean, Lei Qing, reappeared. His normally stern visage displayed an unusual fluctuation, his gaze lingering on Lu Yuan for a full 3 seconds. The freshman challenge has come to a successful conclusion. Lei Qing's voice resonated throughout the entire hall. The list of the top 10 has been unveiled on the Academy forum, and the corresponding point rewards will be distributed to your identity wristbands after the meeting. As for the champion of this challenge, he paused momentarily, causing everyone to hold their breath. Lu Yuan, step forward. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Yuan rose and gracefully approached the podium. Lei Qing, without any unnecessary words, flipped his wrist, revealing a badge in his hand. This is the reward for the champion. Lei Qing handed the badge to Lu Yuan. With this badge, you shall gain an opportunity to enter the Origin Rift. The specifics will be communicated through your wristband. The Origin Rift? Lu Yuan accepted the badge, feeling its chilling touch. The freshman assembly concludes here. Dismissed. After Lei Qing finished speaking, he turned and departed. The students gradually rose, leaving the auditorium in clusters, buzzing with shock and conversation. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were also preparing to leave when a figure blocked their path. It was Dongfang Shua. He had changed out of his disheveled attire, returning to his composed, handsome self, though his eyes still held the remnants of a dazed expression. Brother Lu. Dongfang Shua addressed Lu Yuan, earnestly clasping his fists, displaying no signs of defeat, but rather an excitement akin to that of worthy adversaries. Today's battle has left me thoroughly impressed. Your tactics have opened my eyes. Merely luck. Lu Yuan replied modestly. No, it is not mere luck. Dongfang Shua shook his head, his gaze intense. I look forward to our next duel on the Han Yuan rankings. With that, he offered a carefree smile and turned to leave. This fellow is quite intriguing, Yun Qianqian remarked, watching Dongfang Shua's retreating figure. Lu Yuan chuckled, choosing not to respond. At that moment, his identity wristband vibrated twice in quick succession. Lu Yuan raised his wrist, and a light screen projected out. The first message was an official notification from the Academy, detailing information regarding the Origin Rift, its location, and some precautions. The second message was brief, sent by Su Yueli. Come to my office, bring Qianqian. A coordinate location was attached. It's a message from Mom. Yun Qianqian also received the same notification. Leaning over to glance at Lu Yuan's screen, she exclaimed with excitement. Let's go, Mom must be praising us. Following the coordinates, the two soon located Su Yueli's office. Upon entering, they found Lan Lioli casually seated on the sofa, her legs crossed. As she spotted them, she immediately whistled. Ah, our grand champion has arrived. Come, let sister see what splendid reward awaits the first of the freshmen. Su Yueli, standing before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, turned at the sound, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Well done. She first acknowledged their performances, particularly commending Lu Yuan, stating that his final response was executed beautifully. Yun Qianqian chimed in, Mom, I exceeded the task. You did wonderfully as well, Su Yueli said, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. However, do not think this allows for complacency. This freshman challenge was merely an appetizer. She retrieved a document, projecting it into the air. According to the Academy's latest announcement, a month from now, There will be a collective trial for all first-year students. The location is a newly discovered subspace secret realm. While it is termed a trial, it is indeed more of an opportunity. Within it, you will not only gain substantial practical experience, but also have the chance to acquire rare materials and a wealth of points. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged glances, each recognizing the fighting spirit in the other's eyes. Comfort has never been their pursuit. Therefore, you must not show any signs of slackness in this month, Su Yueli admonished. By the way, Lu Yuan. Suddenly, Lan Lioli interjected, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Show me the specifics of your first-place reward. Lu Yuan nodded and shared the Academy's notification with her. After a mere glance, Lan Lioli's expression shifted from curiosity to astonishment, ultimately morphing into unabashed envy. My goodness, the Academy is being extraordinarily generous this time, she exclaimed. What is it, Aunt Lioli? Is this rift particularly formidable? Yun Qianqian inquired, puzzled. Not particularly formidable, just somewhat unique. Lan Lioli's tone shifted. Beiming Academy currently controls dozens of space rifts, both large and small, but this origin rift is the most exceptional one. She explained, it opens annually, and its internal rules are peculiar. It seems one can only enter once in a lifetime. Yet, regardless of the rank of the Beast Master, one can reap benefits within. Only 50 slots are available for this rift each year. Lan Lioli extended 5 fingers. Of these 50 slots, 30 are held by the Academy's higher-ups as rewards for students. The remaining 20 are sold in the points marketplace. She paused, presenting a piece of information. Do you know how many points one of these slots costs? Without waiting for Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian to respond, she revealed the answer. 500,000. A full 500,000 points. 500,000. Yun Qianqian's eyes widened in shock. Lan Lioli turned to Lu Yuan. My boy, after this newcomer competition, you've saved enough to rival a year of hard work in the Academy. Chapter 55, Prodigal Child. The atmosphere among the group shifted subtly due to Lan Lioli's remark. 500,000 points. Yun Qianqian instinctively glanced at her wristband, where her points had just been credited. 100,000 points sounds substantial, but to spend half on just one slot? Her mind raced. Swiftly, Yun Qianqian's small hands danced across her identity wristband, directly accessing the Academy's points marketplace. Qianqian, what are you doing? Lu Yuan began to ask. Yun Qianqian had already located the item priced at 500,000 points. Qualification for entry to the Origin Rift. Inventory, 14. Without hesitation, she clicked to purchase. Purchase successful. You have spent 500,000 points to successfully acquire the qualification for entry to the Origin Rift X1. Your exclusive badge will be delivered within an hour by the Academy's Swiftbird. Please keep an eye out for it. A cascade of notifications popped up, and her 100,000 points dwindled to half in an instant. After completing the transaction, Yun Qianqian raised her head, presenting her wristband screen to Su Yueli. Mom, I bought it too. Now I can go with a yuan. Lan Lioli watched, dumbfounded, nearly spitting out her tea. You girl, prodigal, truly a little spendthrift. Just like your mother, she pointed at Yun Qianqian, her expression one of heartfelt dismay. Yun Qianqian stuck out her tongue, retreating behind Su Yueli. Observing her daughter's decisive action, Su Yueli not only refrained from scolding, but instead displayed a look of approval. She pulled Yun Qianqian from behind her and gently patted her hair. Well done. Su Yueli's tone was calm. Points are merely a string of numbers. It is only by spending them and transforming them into tangible strength that they truly belong to you. She glanced at Lu Yuan, then back at her daughter, her gaze softening considerably. The survival principles of Beiming Academy have been unveiled to you today. To traverse further, one must seize every opportunity to strengthen oneself. In this regard, you both have performed admirably. This affirmation not only acknowledges Yun Qianqian, but also commends Lu Yuan. Upon receiving the praise, a radiant smile blossomed on Yun Qianqian's face as she mischievously made a face at Lan Lioli. Lan Lioli shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, All right, with a mother like Yueli, you think you're remarkable. The atmosphere in the office lightened considerably due to this small exchange. Well, you two must be exhausted today. It's best you return to rest, Su Yueli suggested. I will send you the training plan later. As for the Source Rift, since you both have secured your spots, you may decide when to venture forth. Mom, we'll go tomorrow. Yun Qianqian interjected eagerly. Upon returning to the hillside villa, Yun Qianqian kicked off her shoes the moment she entered, leaping onto the sofa and rolling around twice before contentedly lying back. The events of the day had been exhilarating for her. It was her first battle far from the Yun family in Beijing. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan approached the window, gazing down at the badge in his hand. He softly murmured the name Source Rift. Just then, a melodious chirping of birds broke the silence outside. A sleek, elegantly sized swift bird, adorned with metallic blue feathers, flapped its wings, hovering outside the villa's balcony. Clutched in its talons was a small metallic box bearing the emblem of Beiming Academy. Wow! My badge has arrived, Yun Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she rushed to open the balcony window. After confirming her identity, the swift bird released its grip, placing the metallic box on the balcony table before emitting a chirp and soaring away. Curiously, Yun Qianqian opened the box, revealing a badge identical to the one Lu Yuan held. She rushed over to Lu Yuan, presenting the two badges side by side. Look, a Yuan, ours are matching. Lu Yuan shook his head in bemusement at her giddy expression. The following morning, under the guidance of the Academy's map, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian arrived at an isolated valley situated at the far eastern edge of Beiming Academy. The valley entrance was heavily guarded, with 2 rows of expressionless Academy guards clad in standardized combat uniforms standing vigil. Beside them were formidable beasts, all at least platinum rank, exuding an aura that warned against approach. Contrary to expectations of a natural wonder, the valley's center housed a vast, silver circular structure, replete with futuristic technology. At its core, a distorted, swirling spatial rift seemed to consume even light itself. This was the entrance to the Source Rift. Students, please present your admission badges and identity wristbands. A middle-aged man approached. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian complied. The man utilized a specialized device to scan the badges and wristbands, allowing them passage only after verifying their authenticity. The internal space of the Source Rift is independent. Upon entry, you will be randomly transported to different areas. This is both a rule and an opportunity. Best of luck, he stated in a routine manner. A Yuan, I'll wait for you outside when I come out. Yun Qianqian waved her small fist at Lu Yuan, her face brimming with anticipation. Be careful, Lu Yuan nodded. The two stepped forward, crossing into the profound, twisted spatial rift. A sensation of weightlessness engulfed them, far more intense than the feeling experienced during the freshman challenge. Chapter 56. The 9 Transformations of Spirit Refining. When Lu Yuan regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Simultaneously, Yun Qianqian experienced a similar disorientation. As she blinked her eyes open, she discovered herself standing amidst an endless sea of multicolored flowers. The air was imbued with a fragrant sweetness, and countless vibrant stars danced above, creating a scene reminiscent of a dream. Wow! Yun Qianqian gasped in awe. 50,000 points for a ticket to this enchanting paradise? Just as she was about to take out her identity wristband to snap a few photographs, an ethereal voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated through the space. A promising seedling, with a pure disposition, most intriguing. Who is speaking? Yun Qianqian asked, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. The Dark Ranger and Holy Flame Fire Sparrow were summoned and stood ready for battle. The voice offered no reply, but a gentle white light illuminated the air above the flower sea. As the light faded, a small, crystal-clear vial and an ancient-looking summoning stone inscribed with the image of flames and a goddess floated before her. Is this for me? Yun Qianqian blinked in astonishment. Is this what they call fortune? It feels akin to unboxing a mystery gift. Tentatively, she reached out and grasped the 2 items. The vial felt warm in her hand, seemingly containing some sort of elixir, while the summoning stone emanated a sacred, fiery aura that excited her Holy Flame Fire Sparrow into a joyful chirp. Thank you? Yun Qianqian called out to the sky. Regardless of who the benefactor was, she believed in seizing the gifts offered. Just as she stored the 2 items in her space, the ground beneath her shone with a teleportation light once again. Is that it? Yun Qianqian exclaimed in bewilderment, vanishing from her spot. 50,000 points had yielded merely a 10-second glimpse into another world, along with 2 mysterious gifts, in stark contrast to Yun Qianqian's dreamlike experience. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a sea of pure white, boundless white. Beneath his feet lay a white ground extending to the horizon. Above him was a white expanse, devoid of clouds, sun, or any point of reference. The place was empty, silent enough to hear his own heartbeat. As Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, surveying the peculiar space, an emotionless voice echoed. Welcome to Trial Ground 0. Detection indicates this is your first entry. Mental energy strength, high bronze. From this moment, for every major tier you advance, you will gain the qualification to challenge Trial Ground 0. Please complete your first trial. Success will grant you the Trial Ground 0 token, which allows you to freely enter this place and undertake subsequent trials. Bronze tier trial task. Cultivate the first turn of the 9 transformations of spirit refining, illuminating the heart and witnessing the nature. Task requirement. Successfully visualize the heart lamp and transform its initial pale yellow color into a crimson hue. The instant the words fell, a torrent of immense information surged into Lu Yuan's mind. It was an exceptionally profound method for refining mental energy, known as the 9 transformations of spirit refining. Struggling against the throbbing pain in his head, he swiftly absorbed the information. Unlike beastmasters who passively enhance their mental power through their beasts, the 9 transformations of spirit refining was a secret art that allowed one to actively refine and strengthen their spiritual essence. This was nothing short of a revolutionary treasure that could transform the existing beastmaster system. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Lu Yuan immediately seated himself cross-legged, attempting to practice the first turn of illuminating the heart and witnessing the nature as instructed in his mind. He closed his eyes, clearing his thoughts, and endeavored to visualize the so-called heart lamp within his mental realm. However, while it is easy to speak of, the execution proves to be challenging. His mind was a tempest of distractions, one moment fixating on the evolutionary path of the mirror of insight, the next contemplating the sacred realm of the primordial light, followed by the rigorous training regimen outlined by Su Yuli. Even the cheerful visage of Yun Qian persistently intruded upon his thoughts. The more he endeavored to concentrate, the more chaotic his musings became. After what felt like several hours, he had not glimpsed even a flicker of illumination, let alone a guiding flame. With a sigh, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling a breath laden with impatience. His yearning to seize this opportunity and grow stronger had, paradoxically, become his greatest hindrance. Rising to his feet, he began to meander slowly through this expanse of pure white. In this void, devoid of distractions, one could truly discern the depths of their own heart. The survival tenets of Beiming Academy, the teachings of Su Yuli, and the myriad moments from the freshman challenge flickered through his mind. Ultimately, his gaze returned to a state of tranquility. Haste makes waste. Lu Yuan seated himself once more. This time, he relinquished any deliberate pursuit, even releasing his fixation on becoming stronger. He simply sat in silence, attuning himself to his breath and embracing the profound stillness of this pristine realm. He emptied himself of all thoughts. Time became nebulous, perhaps passing in an instant or stretching into eternity. Deep within the recesses of his spiritual sea, a flicker of a faint, almost extinguishable, pale yellow flame quietly ignited. The heart lamp. Lu Yuan's spirit sharpened, but he immediately quelled his excitement, striving to maintain an unruffled state of mind as he directed all his focus upon that flickering flame. It ceased its undulations and steadied itself. Here, time lost its significance. Lu Yuan sank into this enigmatic state, where he could distinctly perceive that pale yellow heart lamp, gradually brightening and becoming more robust under the nurturing influence of his spiritual energy. The pale hue transformed into a resplendent golden glow. This golden radiance persisted for a significant duration before beginning to shift towards orange. When the light of the heart lamp fully morphed into a warm orange hue, Lu Yuan sensed a palpable expansion within his spiritual sea. He did not falter. The orange glow continued its transformation, with strands of crimson beginning to emerge at the flame's apex. The crimson intensified, gradually enveloping and suffusing the orange. At last, in a moment of culmination, the entire heart lamp blazed into a deep crimson. This crimson light illuminated Lu Yuan's entire spiritual sea, instilling within him an unprecedented clarity and strength. He had succeeded. At that precise moment, the grand and mechanized voice echoed once more. Trial task of discerning one's true nature, completed. Congratulations, trialist. You have officially acquired the complete inheritance of the 9 transformations of spirit refinement. The reward of the 0 trial field token has been issued. As the voice faded, the complete teachings of the 9 transformations of spirit refinement, encompassing the subsequent 8 transformations, coalesced into a stream of purple-golden data, deeply imprinting upon Lu Yuan's soul. A pitch-black token, cool to the touch and inscribed with an ancient character, materialized before him. Lu Yuan gradually opened his eyes and grasped the token. Chapter 57, Spoils of War. The 9 transformations of spirit refinement was no longer a fragmented manuscript, but a comprehensive inheritance. First transformation, enlightenment of heart and nature. Second transformation, threads of thought into lines. Third transformation, heart lake reflects the moon. Fourth transformation, spirit transforms into matter. Fifth transformation, soul fire tempering the body. Sixth transformation, 1,000 thoughts, 1 heart. Seventh transformation, spirit roaming the void. Eighth transformation, 1 thought, eternal. Ninth transformation, refining spirit into realm. Lu Yuan closed his eyes. The 9 transformations of spirit refinement appending his 18 years of understanding of this world. It dawned upon him that spiritual power could be actively cultivated. This revelation was poised to unleash monumental waves throughout the realm of beast tamers. Historically, the enhancement of a beast tamer's spiritual power was solely reliant on the nurturing return from their beasts. The higher the tier of the beast, the greater the energy returned, thus elevating the beast tamer's spiritual strength. The stronger the spiritual power, the higher the tamer's realm, enabling the opening of new contract slots to summon further beasts, creating a cyclic dependency. Consequently, the potential star rating of a beast often predetermined a tamer's upper limits from the outset. Should a tamer initially summon a beast with 1-star potential, incapable of ascending to higher tiers, the tamer would remain forever ensnared at the lowest echelons. Indistinguishable from an ordinary person, high potential beasts were the coveted treasures of all beast tamers. Yet now, with the 9 transformations of spirit refinement in his possession, Lu Yuan was set to shatter this ironclad rule. It signified that beast tamers would no longer be entirely reliant on their beasts, but could fortify their spiritual essence through personal cultivation. This meant that even if a tamer's initial beast possessed low potential, mastery of this technique could still provide opportunities to transcend limitations and unlock new contract slots. Glimpsing the token in his hand, Lu Yuan noted the information it conveyed. For the next trial, he must attain the status of a silver-tier beast tamer to proceed. In this void, he sensed that an extensive period had elapsed, long enough for him to nearly forget the passage of time. Having completed the task, it was time to depart. With a thought, he chose to exit the zero trial field. Instantly, the pure white world collapsed into an abyss of darkness. In the following moment, the familiar sensation of spatial distortion washed over him once more. When Lu Yuan's feet touched solid ground again, he found himself outside the silver-white, futuristic circular structure. The valley breeze carried a hint of chill, rustling the edges of his garments. "A Yuan," a familiar voice called out. Yun Qianqian stood not far away, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, she hurried over. "You're out. I thought you would take much longer. But you only came out 2 or 3 minutes later than I did." 2 or 3 minutes. Lu Yuan paused slightly in his stride. In that pure white realm, from the visualization of the heart lamp to finally achieving the first transformation, it felt as though he had spent several hours, if not longer. Yet here, with Yun Qianqian, it had merely been a brief span of 2 or 3 minutes. Was it due to the differing flow of time within the zero trial field compared to the outside world? Or was it a distortion of time induced by his deep immersion in cultivating the 9 transformations of spirit refinement? Lu Yuan leaned towards the former explanation. "The trial provided me with some insights, which is why I lingered for a while," Lu Yuan explained. "Let's head back." "Okay," Yun Qianqian replied eagerly. "Let us return and show Mom what I've obtained. I still have no idea what these 2 items are." The 2 departed from the heavily guarded valley, making their way towards the mountainside villa. Upon returning to the villa and pushing open the door, they found Su Yuli elegantly seated on the sofa in the living room, savoring a cup of hot tea. Blue Yuli was present as well, though she was unceremoniously sprawled on another sofa, engrossed in her wristband-esque display while munching on snacks. Upon noticing their return, Su Yuli set her teacup down and surveyed them with a keen gaze, her eyes lingering on Lu Yuan for a moment, revealing a hint of subtle surprise. "This lad seems to have changed in some way. You're back?" Su Yuli inquired with genuine concern. Blue Yuli perked up with curiosity, sitting upright on the sofa. Quick, show me what you got. I have heard that the entities emerging from the Origin Rift are diverse and multifaceted. Ranging from rare materials of the silver tier to summoning stones, the possibilities are boundless, contingent solely upon one's fortune. Goodness, Aunt Lioli, look!" Before Lu Yuan could utter a word, Yun Qianqian, brimming with anticipation, unveiled her treasures. From her storage space, she retrieved 2 items, a small crystal vial, no larger than the palm of her hand, within which something appeared to be stirring, and an ancient-looking summoning stone, also palm-sized, etched with flames and humanoid figures. With a flourish, she placed her spoils on the coffee table. "These are what the rift bestowed upon me, but I am uncertain of their nature." Su Yuli's gaze fell upon the 2 objects, her eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. She sensed the remarkable energy emanating from them, yet could not ascertain their origins at that moment. The energy within the vial felt extraordinarily pure, as if it contained a form of primordial essence. The carvings on the summoning stone were unfamiliar to her. Su Yuli scrutinized them, withholding immediate judgment. Lan Lioli approached, expressing her astonishment. "You, my dear, are quite fortunate. These items do not appear to be ordinary." However, while they were engrossed in their examination, Lu Yuan, standing nearby, found himself ensnared in a state of suspension. The instant Yun Qianqian produced the 2 items, the Beastmaster's compendium in his mind flickered open autonomously. A golden stream of data, visible only to him, materialized above the objects, constructing 2 attribute panels. As Lu Yuan's gaze traversed the text upon the panels, the calmness of his eyes faltered for the first time, contracting in disbelief. He had always believed his composure was unshakable, yet at that moment, it felt as though his breath had halted. He stared at the crystal vial, then at the summoning stone. The 2 phrases that surfaced in his mind struck his nerves like hammers. Chapter 58, The Radiant Saintess. On the coffee table, The ancient summoning stone and the translucent crystal vial lay quietly, regarded by Su Yueli and Lan Lioli as extraordinary artifacts. Yet, in Lu Yuan's perception, two panels of purple gold, visible only to him, hovered above them. Artifact, Beastmaster Elixir. Effect, a celestial treasure containing the essence of spatial origin. Upon consumption by a Beastmaster, it grants an additional permanent contract slot within the Covenant consciousness. Note, this item is unique. Each Beastmaster may consume it only once in their lifetime. Artifact, Radiant Saintess Summoning Stone. Effect, upon use, it allows the summoning and binding of the Radiant Saintess. Beast, Radiant Saintess. Potential, 5 stars. Rank. Special note, the potential of this beast will remain permanently fixed at 5 stars and will not diminish with any form of advancement. When the Radiant Saintess reaches the rank of Sovereign, she will automatically evolve into the Goddess of the Sun. Lu Yuan's breath momentarily stilled. The 9 turns refinement technique had already upended his understanding of the Beastmaster system, but these two items before him, particularly the elixir labeled Beastmaster Elixir, seemed to challenge the very foundational rules of this world. One realm, one contract slot. This was an immutable law in the realm of beasts, the cornerstone of all Beastmaster power systems. Now, this cornerstone was effortlessly displaced by a mere elixir. As for the summoning stone, with its permanent 5-star potential and automatic evolution at the sovereign level, this was no simple stroke of luck. It was as if a future top-tier beast had been neatly packaged and delivered to Yun Qianqian. He felt that these two rewards surpassed even the 9 turns refinement technique in their incredibility. The vial, shimmering with radiant energy fluctuations, was a testament to Qianqian's astonishing luck. Qianqian, Lu Yuan's voice suddenly cut through the air, interrupting Lan Lioli's attempt to reach for the crystal vial. His tone was urgent. All eyes in the living room converged upon him. Lu Yuan's gaze bore into Yun Qianqian, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Consume the contents of that vial. Yun Qianqian was taken aback for a moment. Lan Lioli halted, her face a mask of confusion. Kid, how can you suggest she consumes something unknown? What if it's poison? Su Yueli remained silent, merely observing Lu Yuan with unwavering focus. She did not intervene, for she understood that Lu Yuan would not endanger Qianqian. All right. Yun Qianqian acquiesced without hesitation. She seized the crystal vial, uncorked it, and swallowed the iridescent pill without even discerning its flavor, as if it were merely a glass of water. Once completed, she raised her gaze toward Lu Yuan, her eyes sparkling like blossoms in spring. Yuan, I've finished it. Witnessing this, Lan Lioli opened her mouth in disbelief, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. What a little fool. She'd help count the money even if someone sold her. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into a warm and peculiar energy that surged through Yun Qianqian's limbs and coalesced within her spiritual consciousness. She felt her Beastmaster space tremble violently, as if an invisible force had torn it open, creating a third, entirely new contract slot beside the 2 originally designated for the bronze tier, radiating an aura of spatial essence. What is this? Yun Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment as she perceived the clarity of this new contract slot, her face a canvas of disbelief. Only then did Lu Yuan gradually elucidate for the others. That item is called the Beastmaster Elixir. Its effect is to grant the user an additional contract slot. What? Lan Lioli sprang from the sofa, her snack tumbling to the ground, unnoticed. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Yuan, as if to confirm he was not jesting. An extra contract slot? Do you realize what you're saying? Su Yueli, her hand holding the teacup frozen midair, also exhibited a rare expression of shock. Even with her composure as an epic tier Beastmaster, this revelation was beyond comprehension. Yun Qianqian stood dumbfounded, initially astonished by the elixir's effect, but in the next moment, a thought struck her. She understood why Lu Yuan had urged her to consume it before explaining its effects. Had she known the elixir's extraordinary power in advance, what would she have done? The answer was singular. She would have relentlessly sought to force it upon Lu Yuan instead. Realizing this, Lu Yuan had crafted a means to eliminate any possibility of her reluctance. A warm surge emanated from the depths of her heart, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. This fellow always acted in such a manner. Yun Qianqian gazed at Lu Yuan, her lips moving as if to voice something. Yet, Lu Yuan seemed to anticipate her thoughts and redirected her attention to the ancient summoning stone on the coffee table. Don't dawdle. There's also this. He indicated the summoning stone. Take it to the open area outside and use it to forge a contract. This time, Yun Qianqian exhibited no trace of hesitation. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of emotion, and nodded resolutely. Grasping the summoning stone that radiated a fervent heat, she turned and sprinted towards the lawn outside the villa. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli exchanged a glance, both reflecting the lingering astonishment in each other's eyes, and promptly followed her outside. On the open ground outside the villa, Yun Qianqian stood at the center of the lawn, cradling the radiant summoning stone of the Dawn Maiden in her hands. She infused her mental energy into it. A hum resonated. The summoning stone erupted with a blinding golden-red brilliance, soaring into the sky. The energy of the entire space began to oscillate violently, as countless light and fire elements surged forth. The aura was sacred, fervent, and brimming with vitality, as if a miniature sun was about to be birthed in that very place. What an astonishing wave of energy! Lan Liuli gazed skyward, captivated by the celestial phenomenon. What sort of creature would be summoned forth? Su Yueli remained silent, yet her beautiful eyes were filled with a mixture of shock and anticipation. A graceful humanoid silhouette slowly coalesced at the heart of the radiance. She stood barefoot, draped in a golden veil woven from light, her resplendent golden hair cascading down. Her features were so exquisitely refined they seemed beyond mortal comprehension. With her eyes gently closed and a serene demeanor, a small sun mark glimmered on her forehead, emanating a soft halo. She hovered quietly in midair, exuding an aura of sanctity that compelled one to instinctively revere her. As she manifested, a panel reappeared before Lu Yuan, showcasing the Beast Master Codex. Beast, Dawn Maiden. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low silver. Race skills, 1. Sacred Radiance. Condenses a miniature sun to inflict light attribute damage on a wide area of enemies. 2. Celestial Judgment. Gathers light energy at the fingertips, launching a divine beam that causes significant single-target damage. 3. Fiery Halo. Expands a flame ring centered around herself, inflicting continuous fire damage to nearby foes each second. 4. Dawn Leap. Teleports to a designated area, unleashing holy flames upon landing to cause damage. 5. Scorching Chains. Summons 3 fiery chains to bind an enemy for 2 seconds, inflicting fire damage each second during the duration. 6. Sacred Flame Baptism. After use, the attributes of the Dawn Maiden are significantly enhanced. Low silver. Upon being summoned, she possesses the strength of a low silver rank. In midair, the figure slowly opened her eyes. They were pure, devoid of any impurities. Her gaze traversed over Su Yueli, Lan Liuli, and finally settled upon Yun Qianqian below. Immediately, she transformed into a streak of light, merging into Yun Qianqian's forehead. The contract was established. Chapter 59, Secret Alliance. At the instant the contract was formed, Yun Qianqian felt a surge of power flowing back through the contract. Her mental sea, washed by this force, transcended the pinnacle of bronze and ascended into the realm of low silver. This was utterly astonishing, leaving Yun Qianqian momentarily speechless. She turned her head, eager to share this joy with the others. However, the words that Lu Yuan subsequently uttered rendered the 3 women, including the epic-ranked Su Yueli and Lan Liuli, frozen in place. Qianqian, your beast, the Dawn Maiden, will permanently retain a potential of 5 stars. The air seemed to crystallize at that moment. The expressions of awe and relief on Su Yueli and Lan Liuli's faces were swiftly replaced by shock. Wait a moment. Lan Liuli was the first to react, her voice shifting in pitch as if she had heard an absurd tale. What did you just say? The wind was too strong. I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Permanently retaining 5 stars? What does that even mean? The potential of a beast typically diminishes by 1 star with each significant advancement, a common understanding. Countless beast masters have stagnated due to their beast's potential being capped at 1 star. Thus, the number of beast masters at the king rank is exceedingly rare, with none surpassing it. They are unable to contract any beast with a potential above 2 stars during the epic rank. But now, Lu Yuan proclaimed that the potential of the Dawn Maiden is permanently fixed at 5 stars. What does this imply? It signifies that Yun Qianqian's future apex will no longer be confined to the king rank. Given ample time and resources, she will effortlessly transcend into uncharted territories, becoming the first being in thousands of years on Blue Star to surpass the king rank. Su Yueli's breath momentarily faltered. She slowly turned to face Lu Yuan. She understood better than anyone the frenzied covetousness this revelation would incite if it were to spread. Liuli, Su Yueli's voice grew grave. Today's events are known only to us. Heaven and earth know, you know, and I know. From this moment forth, the matter of the Dawn Maiden's potential is to remain locked within our hearts. Lan Liuli cast aside her usual nonchalance, her demeanor now marked by an unprecedented seriousness. She nodded heavily. I understand. With that, 2 pairs of distinctly different, yet equally inquisitive gazes fell squarely upon Lu Yuan. The unspoken question they shared echoed louder than any words. How can you possess knowledge of something even we do not? Lu Yuan met their scrutinizing gazes with composure. He had anticipated this outcome and was prepared with an explanation. Let us return indoors. In the living room of the hillside villa, Yun Qianqian was still enveloped in the overwhelming impact of the revelations. She glanced at her newly born beast, then at Lu Yuan, her mind a chaotic swirl. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli took their seats on either side of the sofa, watching Lu Yuan expectantly, awaiting his elucidation. The opportunity one encountered within the source rift was a technique. Lu Yuan wasted no time, presenting his answer directly. A technique? Lan Lioli raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied with this response. How could a mere technique possibly yield such profound insights? Lu Yuan continued. It is known as the 9 turns refining spirit technique, and it serves 2 primary purposes. The first, and most crucial, is that it allows me to actively cultivate my mental energy. Before he could finish, Lan Lioli leapt up from the sofa in shock. Cultivating mental energy, without relying on the beast's feedback? Are you suggesting that you can elevate your beast master rank independently? Su Yueli's pupils constricted suddenly. The impact of this revelation was no less profound than the permanence of the 5-star potential. It too was poised to upend the entire power structure of the beast master world. Lu Yuan nodded in affirmation of her deduction and added, this technique is quite unique. It is directly imprinted upon my soul, and I am currently unable to replicate it. Lan Lioli gaped, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally returning to the sofa, muttering, unbelievable, this world is truly insane. And its second function, Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the crystal vial on the coffee table, is that it contains an immense wealth of detailed information regarding various beasts, rare artifacts, and secret realms. The data on the beast elixir and the Dawn Maiden summoning stone is included within. He shrugged, adopting a jesting tone as he concluded, thus, in a sense, I can now be regarded as a walking encyclopedia of rare beasts. This explanation is both reasonable and enlightening, simultaneously showcasing the extraordinary nature of the cultivation technique, while perfectly elucidating why Lu Yuan could instantly recognize the Beast Master Spirit Pill and comprehend the astonishing potential of the Radiant Sanctus. Su Yueli cast a profound glance at Lu Yuan, her astonishment beyond the reach of mere words. This child, whom she had watched grow since childhood, had matured to such an extent in a mere span of time that even she found it necessary to ponder his capabilities. After a prolonged silence, Su Yueli finally spoke again, her tone now an order far more solemn than when she commanded Lan Lioli. Little Yuan's matter must remain a closely guarded secret, Lioli. And you too, Qianqian. Everything that transpired today must not be disclosed to anyone beyond us. She emphasized her words, not even to your elder, Yun Jintian. Yun Jintian, the father of Yun Qianqian and the patriarch of the Yun family. That even he should remain unaware speaks volumes of Su Yueli's grave concern regarding this issue. I understand. Mother, Yun Qianqian nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Yueli, I can keep my lips sealed, Lan Lioli assured, thumping her chest. From now on, Su Yueli turned her gaze towards Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. If anyone inquires about your gains at the Source Rift, you shall say that you acquired a piece of Golden Grade Fire Sun Crystal and a Golden Grade Stargrass. These 2 items are of considerable value, sufficient to correspond with your performance, yet will not attract unnecessary trouble. Both Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian nodded in unison. Thus, a secret alliance of 4 was quietly established. Chapter 60, The Serpent's Lair. On the following day after their expedition to the Source Rift, Su Yueli did not issue the specialized training tasks as previously stated. In her own words, she believed they should first digest their newfound fortunes. Consequently, the 2 were granted a rare day of freedom. Yun Qianqian successfully advanced to the silver tier, the 4th contract slot within her Beast Master space beckoning to her like a confection. Yet, she chose to immediately utilize the Mirror Source Stone obtained from the Shadow Mirror Realm. Ah Yuan, you are still at the bronze tier. I cannot leave you behind. The girl declared, hands on her hips. I will wait for you. Once you reach the silver tier, we shall contract new beast companions together. Not contracting a 4th beast also concealed the existence of an additional contract slot. He said little, merely nodding in agreement. At present, the most crucial task was to convert points into tangible combat power. Beyond the points system, the Biming Academy's Points Mall stood as a renowned landmark of the institution. The Points Mall was one of the most bustling places throughout the academy. When Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian strode into the mall side by side, they instantly attracted numerous glances. Look, it's Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, the champions of the freshman challenge. They're here to shop. I heard Lu Yuan opened a betting market and made a fortune. Lu Yuan paid no heed to the chatter, leading Yun Qianqian directly toward the resource section. Ah Yuan, pick whatever you fancy. Today I'm treating, she exclaimed with grand enthusiasm, waving her hand. Lu Yuan smiled, remaining silent as his gaze began to sweep across the shelves. In his vision, alongside each material, the Beastmaster Compendium automatically displayed detailed descriptions, far exceeding the official annotations of the mall, even enumerating numerous hidden effects unknown to most. This, the prism crystal, is 10,000 points per piece. I'll take 10. Lu Yuan pointed at a row of stones emanating a faint light element. The sales assistant hesitated for a moment, but politely reminded him, "Classmate, the prism crystal is merely a silver tier material, mainly used for illumination and simple energy transmission. Are you certain you want that many?" "Absolutely." The analysis from the Beastmaster compendium indicated that this crystal contained an extremely minuscule amount of light dust, making it the optimal material for enhancing the primordial light's power. And that, the discarded shadow ore, is 50,000 points for a pile. Lu Yuan gestured towards a corner where a heap of black, coal-like substance lay. Not only the sales assistant, but even Yun Qianqian was taken aback. "Ah, Yuan. The mall indicates this material is used for evasion and concealing one's aura. It's unnecessary." The compendium revealed that this so-called ore was actually a byproduct of contaminated void sand. Although most spatial energy had dissipated, it was tailor-made sustenance for the scrying mirror. Subsequently, Lu Yuan entered a fervent shopping spree. Spirit flower stamen, silver tier material, containing pure soul energy, priced at 80,000 points. Can be used to enhance Dark Rangers. Purifying fire glass, silver tier material, capable of refining energy within flames, priced at 100,000 points. Significantly beneficial for the sacred flame fire sparrow. Moonlight holy water, silver tier material. A mild healing treasure, priced at 120,000 points. The Radiant Saintess can utilize this to enhance her strength. Initially, Yun Qianqian followed excitedly, exclaiming "Buy, buy, buy." However, as she witnessed her point balance plummeting at a visible pace, the smile on her face gradually froze. Lu Yuan's points dwindled from 1 million to 800,000, then to 500,000. When he finally settled on a material worth 200,000 points, Dubstar Iron Mother, Yun Qianqian could no longer contain herself. She grasped Lu Yuan's sleeve, her voice a whisper filled with sorrow. "Ah, Yuan, my heart is bleeding." Lu Yuan chuckled at her money-minded demeanor, displaying the mere 10,000 points left on his wristband. Upon seeing this, Yun Qianqian instantly found solace. "All right, let us both be broke together." She sighed, soon regaining her spirits. "No worries. Once we spend it all, we can earn more." The two returned laden with goods, having nearly exhausted all the points earned from the challenge and betting market. For the following month, they delved into a secluded and rigorous training regimen. Su Yueli also devised specialized training content for them. With a deluge of resources poured into their endeavors, the effects were immediate. After a month, both the primordial light and the scrying mirror reached the pinnacle of the bronze tier. Lu Yuan himself, through the dual influence of the 9-turn refining god technique and the nurturing of his beasts, smoothly ascended to the pinnacle of the bronze tier. Yet, at the moment of his breakthrough, he keenly sensed something amiss. The total amount of mental strength required for his advancement seemed significantly greater than that of an ordinary beast master, nearly exceeding 3 times that of his peers. Was it due to the 9-turn refining god technique? This thought flickered and vanished. Lu Yuan did not delve deeper. A more stable foundation signified a farther-reaching future, which was indeed a positive development. Yun Qianqian's progress was nothing short of miraculous. With the aid of the spirit flower stamen, her Dark Ranger also advanced to the pinnacle of the bronze tier. The most remarkable advancement, however, was that of the sacred flame fire sparrow. Ever since its contract with the Radiant Saintess, it seemed to have unblocked its meridians. With the enhancement from the purifying fire glass and other resources, its tier surged forward, leaping from high bronze to low silver. As for the Radiant Saintess, whose starting point was already low silver, under the nurturing of the moonlight holy water, her strength steadily increased from low silver to mid-silver. At this moment, Yun Qianqian wielded 2 silver-tier beasts, her prowess significantly surpassing that of her performance during the freshman challenge. Time flew, and the month of arduous training swiftly passed. On that clear morning, all the identity bracelets of the freshmen simultaneously vibrated, heralding an official announcement from the school. "Attention, all freshmen. The collective trial will officially commence in 1 hour. All students are to gather immediately in the central auditorium. The trial will take place in the subspace secret realm, the Cave of 10,000 Serpents. Special reminder, this trial carries the risk of death." Chapter 61, Abundant Rewards. Inside the central auditorium, unlike the atmosphere during the welcoming ceremony, the air was now charged with anticipation and tension. Every freshman bore expressions marked by expectation and anxiety. The entrance of Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian instantly captivated the attention of all present. It is Lu Yuan. The one beside him must be Yun Qianqian, right? After a month apart, it feels like her aura has ascended to the silver rank. What? Is that true? From the peak of bronze to silver in just a month? Has she been using drugs? Not far off, Feng Xiao stood with several followers, his countenance darkening upon seeing Lu Yuan, turning his head away in disdain. The words spoken by Dongfang Shua during the finals had left him unable to hold his head high in the academy for the past month, leading him to harbor resentment towards Lu Yuan as well. In another corner, Dongfang Shua also spotted Lu Yuan, still clad in his white garments, his demeanor exuding an even greater calm. He cupped his hands in greeting from a distance. Lu Yuan returned the gesture. Silence. A commanding voice rang out as Vice Dean Lei Qing appeared on the podium. You have likely received the notification. This collective trial will be held in the subspace secret realm, the Cave of 10,000 Serpents. The Cave of 10,000 Serpents is a newly discovered secret realm that the Academy explored just a few months ago. Its internal environment is complex, teeming with various serpent-type beasts, ranging from the black iron rank S spike-tailed viper to the silver rank S three-headed crimson serpent. According to energy scans, there may even be gold rank serpent-type beasts lurking in the depths. This trial has two objectives. Lei Qing raised a finger. First, survive. Your bracelets will monitor your vital signs, and should you encounter life-threatening danger, the Academy will attempt to rescue you. Remember, it is an attempt. The word attempt caused many students' faces to pale. Second, hunt. For every serpent-type beast you kill, your bracelet will automatically record points. At the end of the trial, the top 100 students will receive additional rewards, with the top 10 receiving bonus points. Of course, all of this is merely an appetizer. A massive light screen unfolded behind him, revealing a giant egg, entirely black and shrouded in mist. This was an egg of a deep abyss magic python, soon to hatch. Analysis suggests it possesses a potential of at least 4 stars, possibly even reaching 5 stars as a dark-type beast. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 5-star potential. Those 4 words were enough to drive any beastmaster mad. However, even if you manage to obtain this egg, you cannot form a contract with it. Therefore, your task is to locate it and bring it back. The first team or individual to successfully extract the deep abyss magic python egg from the secret realm will not only receive a wealth of points, but will also gain a trial qualification in the secret realm of their choosing, with a value of 1 million points or less. Now, you have 3 minutes to freely form teams or choose to withdraw. After Lei Qing spoke, he quietly observed the crowd below. Yun Qianqian immediately clung to Lu Yuan's arm. Almost the moment Lei Qing finished speaking, countless gazes turned towards Lu Yuan. As the champion of this year's freshman, his strength was undeniable. Brother Lu, we are. Lu God, take us with you. Many rushed forward, eager to join Lu Yuan's team. Lu Yuan merely shook his head calmly, saying nothing. Yun Qianqian, like a protective little beast, shielded him from all the invitations. 3 minutes quickly passed, and no one chose to withdraw. Very well, Lei Qing nodded. Since there are no cowards among you, prepare to depart. At the back of the auditorium, a colossal spatial door slowly opened, emitting a damp and foul odor. A Yuan, we can fight side by side again this time. Yun Qianqian's small face was brimming with excitement. Lu Yuan nodded, just as he was about to step through the spatial door. The Beastmaster's encyclopedia in his mind quietly turned a page, revealing a line of golden text. Secret Realm Analysis. Cave of 10,000 Serpents. Main species, serpent-type beasts. Environmental characteristics, humid, full of miasma, rich in snake saliva grass. Snake saliva grass, a low-tier spiritual plant of black iron rank. It has a slight attraction effect on serpents, but the juice extracted from its crushed roots can neutralize over 90% of the nerve toxins from bronze-rank serpent-type beasts. Hand in hand, the two stepped into the darkness. After a dizzying sensation, a wave of hot, humid air mixed with the stench of decaying earth hit them. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian found themselves in a dim, primordial jungle. The surroundings were eerily silent, broken only by the faint chirps of unknown insects. This place feels so oppressive. Yun Qianqian wrinkled her little nose. No sooner had she spoken than a sudden change occurred. Hiss! From the surrounding grass and tree trunks. 7 or 8 green shadows lunged at them like arrows shot from a bow. Beast, green-scaled strangling python. Potential, 1 star. Rank, low-tier bronze. Encyclopedia hint. Extremely adept at concealing itself in the environment, typically acts in groups. It was the mid-tier bronze green-scaled strangling python. Their bodies blended perfectly with the surrounding environment, revealing themselves only at the moment of attack. Be careful. Yun Qianqian reacted swiftly. Let me handle this. With a shout, a fiery red figure burst forth from her contract space. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. Compared to a month ago, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow was now significantly larger. Its formerly crimson feathers now adorned with a magnificent and sacred golden hue. Holy Flame Impact. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow let out a clear cry, unleashing a torrent of golden flames from its beak. Sizzle. The first few green-scaled strangling pythons, unable to even emit a cry of despair, were instantly reduced to charred remains in the flames. The remaining serpents, upon witnessing this, expressed fear in their eyes, and attempted to flee. But it was too late. A dark figure appeared behind them. Dark Shadow Ranger. Pierced through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows infused with dark energy accurately pierced through their skulls, pinning them firmly to the tree trunks. The entire battle unfolded seamlessly and decisively, lasting no more than 10 seconds. Done. Yun Qianqian clapped her hands. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby foliage. 3 seemingly disheveled students emerged from within. Drawn by the sounds of battle, they had hoped to seize an opportunity, only to witness this breathtaking display of skill. The 3 stared at the charred remains of the serpents on the ground, then glanced up at the holy flame fire sparrow hovering above Yun Qianqian. Is that really Yun Qianqian? Has her fire sparrow turned golden? To take down 7 or 8 mid-tier bronze strangling pythons in one move. What a joke. Damn it. Wasn't she just a mere decoration relying on Lu Yuan? Her strength surpasses mine. Lu Yuan approached one of the serpent corpses and crouched down, the Beastmaster's encyclopedia automatically appearing. Green-scaled strangling python gallbladder. Bronze can provide energy to poison-type beasts. It can also be applied to clothing, effectively repelling serpents of the same rank and below. Yun Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, Yuan's points have increased by 800. This time we can harvest a significant amount of points. Lu Yuan nodded. These dropped items should also be redeemable for points. With that, he tucked the gallbladders into his storage space. The two continued onward. Chapter 62, The Shedding Fragment. As they ventured deeper, a piercing scream pierced their ears. Someone was in trouble. Yun Qianqian halted. As expected, Lu Yuan remarked, his demeanor unperturbed. She turned to him. Yuan, should we go take a look? What if it's a formidable creature? Her words trailed off. But the implication was clear. They were but 2 in this unknown environment, and it was wiser to avoid unnecessary risks. Lu Yuan did not respond immediately. He merely gazed in the direction of the scream. After a brief moment, he spoke. Let us go take a look. Why? Perhaps it could save us some time in finding our way, he replied, leaving Yun Qianqian somewhat puzzled, yet she followed him without hesitation. The pair applied the serpent gallbladder extract, and along their path, the low-tier serpentine beasts lurking in the grass and branches retreated as though confronted by a natural enemy. In just a few minutes, they traversed a dense thicket. In a small clearing, 7 or 8 students huddled together back to back, forming a rudimentary defensive formation, struggling to fend off the surrounding attacks. At their feet lay a classmate, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, evidently afflicted by a potent toxin. Their adversaries were a dozen venomous snakes, entirely cloaked in black scales, with a small crown of flesh as hard as iron atop their heads. Beast, black-scaled iron-crowned serpent. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, high bronze. Pokédex hint, the black-scaled iron-crowned serpent possesses formidable defense, operates in packs, and is highly venomous. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the scene, and the information from the Beast Pokédex flashed momentarily. In the center of this encirclement, a familiar figure, Feng Xiao, was desperately directing his beast to fend off the attackers. His complexion pale and his earlier arrogance completely evaporated. His infernal hellhound bore numerous black, corrosive marks, while another of his beasts, a storm griffin, was ensnared by several iron-crowned serpents, unable to assist. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yun Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight. She tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve and whispered gleefully, Yuan, look, it's that annoying fellow. Feng Xiao noticed the two emerging from the thicket. His expression transformed dramatically, from hope at the sight of saviors to immediate humiliation. The thought of calling for their aid flickered in his mind, but was quickly extinguished. Isn't this Feng Xiao? Yun Qianqian's voice echoed through the forest. What a sorry state you're in. How is it that with so many of you, you can't handle a few little snakes? Her words pierced through, striking directly at Feng Xiao and his companions. His face flushed a deep shade of purple as he bellowed. We don't need your false sympathy. We can handle this ourselves. Is that so? Yun Qianqian arched an eyebrow, pointing at the nearly lifeless classmate on the ground. He doesn't seem to be in a position to handle things, does he? You. Feng Xiao trembled with fury. At that moment, an iron-crowned serpent seized the opportunity of his distraction, opening its gaping maw and unleashing a stream of dark green venom straight at him. Feng Xiao's pupils dilated. He had no time to react. His companions were equally preoccupied, and he was on the verge of following his fallen comrade's fate. Mirror of the Faceless. A calm voice resonated. A mirror appeared silently before Feng Xiao, blocking the lethal venom. The dark green liquid struck the mirror, not splattering but being wholly absorbed. In the next moment, the mirror shimmered. Reversal light. A stream of venom shot forth from the mirror, propelled at a speed that instantaneously struck the ambushing iron-crowned serpent. With a piercing hiss, the high-tier iron-crowned serpent was swiftly corroded by its own doubled venom. This action froze both the students and the serpents alike. However, This was merely the beginning. Light of primordial beginnings. Lu Yuan's voice rang out once more. A sacred radiance blossomed, and 3 orbs of primordial light hovered in the air. Behind them, 9 high-tier light spirits wielding blades and shields of light appeared. The sacred brilliance layered thrice. And upon contact with this divine light, the black-scaled iron-crowned serpents, as creatures imbued with dark attributes, instantly wilted under its might. Up, Lu Yuan commanded with a single word. The 9 light spirits transformed into streaks of light, plunging into the serpent horde. An unilaterally one-sided massacre commenced. With the enhancement from the light of primordial beginnings, these light spirits had ascended to high-tier bronze. Although they matched the iron-crowned serpents in rank, the divine light bestowed an overwhelming advantage upon the light spirits. Blades of light cleaved through scales, shields of light crushed bones. Feng Xiao and his companions ceased their futile struggles, rendered powerless against the serpents that they had once ridiculed. The entire battle lasted less than 30 seconds. When the final iron-crowned serpent was pinned to the ground by the judgment of light, Lu Yuan retracted his beasts, and the Legion of Light gradually dissipated into the air. The clearing was left littered with serpent carcasses and a group of stunned students. Disregarding them, Lu Yuan walked directly to an inconspicuous patch of green grass, the serpent saliva grass he had just identified with the Pokédex. He had someone dig out the root, crush it in his hand, and squeeze out the foul-smelling juice. Administer it to him, he instructed. The person, startled, quickly pried open the mouth of the afflicted classmate and poured the juice inside. In mere moments, the twitching body of the poisoned student began to stabilize, and the bluish tint on his face visibly receded. Having completed this, Lu Yuan turned as if nothing had transpired and prepared to leave. Feng Xiao's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. For him to express gratitude to Lu Yuan, that would be more painful than death. Ultimately, he merely clenched his fists in silence. Lu Shun, someone from the group, called out. Thank you. Truly thank you. You eliminated those iron-crowned serpents. All the spoils belong to you. Lu Yuan turned back, collecting the items, all of which would yield a fair amount of points. After gathering the drops from the iron-crowned serpents, he approached the center of the nest they had guarded. There, the Pokédex prompted him to discover something even more intriguing. He approached and retrieved a black fragment from beneath a pile of serpent eggs and rubble. Curio, fragment of the young shedding skin of the abyssal python. Effect. Holding this item allows one to vaguely sense the location of its main body or other shedding fragments within a 100-mile radius. Ah Yuan, I'm all set. Yun Qianqian bounced up behind him. That guy didn't even say thank you. He really lacks grace. Yet, observing his conflicted demeanor, caught between the urge to strike out yet restrained from doing so, eager to hurl insults but unable to utter a word, was far more satisfying than delivering a blow. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, tucking away the shed skin fragment in his hand. Let us proceed, he said, affectionately ruffling Yun Qianqian's hair. We have important matters to attend to. Chapter 63. The Radiant Saintess unleashes her might. As Lu Yuan's words lingered in the air, Yun Qianqian immediately grasped his intent. Feng Xiao watched the retreating figures of the duo, a tumult of emotions, relief from survival, jealousy, resentment, and powerlessness, flashed across his face. Ultimately, he could only lower his head in despondence. The disparity was simply too vast. Deep within the jungle, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian continued their journey. With the protection of the snake gallbladder extract, they ambled along as if on a leisurely stroll. Yuan, is that tattered skin truly of any use? Yun Qianqian inquired with curiosity, eyeing the black shed fragment in his hand. Lu Yuan weighed the fragment, revealing that the Beast Taming compendium had already outlined a rudimentary map with a faint light pulsing in a certain direction. Of course, otherwise, why would I have rescued that insufferable fellow? Yun Qianqian paused, realization dawning upon her. So that was your motive. I thought you were merely being benevolent. Lu Yuan smiled lightly, choosing not to respond. To be a good person? That is acceptable. But the condition is clear. One must expect a return for good deeds. Guided by the shed skin fragment, the pair ventured deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered an increasing number of signs of battle, shattered vines, cracked earth, and some discarded low-tier materials. Occasionally, they glimpsed other student teams, most of whom hurried by, their expressions wary. Sounds like a skirmish up ahead. Yun Qianqian suddenly halted, her ears twitching. Not far ahead lay an expanse of swamp, the air thick with a pungent, damp scent. At that moment, a team of 5 was engaged in a fierce struggle with a colossal swamp python. The python was as thick as a barrel, its body covered in muddy yellow scales, an authentic low-tier silver beast. The 5-member team exhibited impressive synergy, led by a tall young man whose beast, a lava crocodile, was also of low-tier silver, locked in a fierce clash with the swamp python, clearly a standout among the newcomers. It's the frenzied battle squad, led by Luo Chun. Yun Qianqian whispered to Lu Yuan. This guy is quite notorious among the newcomers. He is said to be quite domineering. However, Lu Yuan's gaze transcended the chaotic battlefield, fixating instead on a larger shed skin fragment behind the swamp python. They had reached their destination. With a thunderous roar, the lava crocodile seized an opening, jaws agape. It clamped down on the python's vital spot. The searing lava energy erupted, instantly charring the scales in that vicinity. The swamp python emitted a pained hiss before collapsing, lifeless. Well executed, boss. A member of the frenzied battle squad cheered. Another low-tier silver material in our possession. The leader, Luo Chun, was panting, his face adorned with a victorious smirk, approaching the python's carcass. He prepared to collect the magical core, but caught sight of Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian emerging from the thicket. His movements paused, brow furrowing slightly. Oh, isn't this the top newcomer, Lu Yuan? What brings you here? Hoping to share in the spoils. A lanky youth beside Luo Chun taunted, recognizing Lu Yuan, his tone dripping with provocation. I merely seek that black shed skin. I have no intention of engaging in conflict, Lu Yuan replied. Luo Chun straightened, scrutinizing Lu Yuan before glancing at the charming Yun Qianqian beside him, a sneer forming on his lips. Lu Yuan, I am aware of your prowess as the champion of the newcomer challenge. However, I advise you not to meddle. This area was discovered by our frenzied battle squad first, and thus, everything here belongs to us. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave promptly. His words served as an ultimatum. Yun Qianqian's expression darkened instantly. Stepping forward, she retorted, and who do you think you are? The treasures of this secret realm belong to whoever claims them. Who are you to lay claim? How shameless. Another team member scoffed. This isn't a game. I suggest you return home for some milk before you end up crying. You. Yun Qianqian's face flushed with indignation. Qianqian, Lu Yuan's voice interjected at the opportune moment. Yun Qianqian turned to see him nodding slightly, immediately comprehending his intent. Her anger faded, replaced by a mischievous smile. She stepped forward, gazing at Luo Chun and the others, her eyes sparkling with challenge. Since you assert such claims, how about a wager? Oh, Luo Chun's interest piqued. What do you propose? Yun Qianqian extended a delicate finger towards them. You five, can you withstand a single attack from my beast? If you can, we will turn and leave without a second glance and relinquish all materials we gather along the way. If you cannot, however, the carcass of that python and the shed skin shall rightfully belong to us. Upon hearing her proposition, the 5 members of the frenzied battle squad were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha, did I hear correctly? She believes she can challenge all 5 of us alone? Little girl, have you lost your wits? Do you know what level our boss's lava crocodile is? Fine, you asked for it. Luo Chun laughed, finding her proposition utterly ridiculous. He turned to Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with mockery, as if to say, is this your teammate? A girl who knows no bounds? Crossing his arms, he adopted a posture that suggested he was merely there to watch the spectacle. All right, I accept your challenge. You may strike first, to avoid accusations of bullying. That's your word, no backing out. With Luo Chun's confirmation, Yun Qianqian's smile brightened radiantly. Taking a deep breath, she felt her aura shift dramatically. Amidst the mocking gazes of Luo Chun and his team, a brilliant golden light erupted beside her. A sacred and fervent energy enveloped the entire swamp. Within the brilliance, a graceful figure began to coalesce. She stood barefoot, draped in garments woven from radiant light. Her cascading golden hair flowing like a waterfall, a sun emblem upon her brow radiating a gentle halo. The radiant saintess had arrived. As she materialized, she hovered serenely before Yun Qianqian, her pure golden eyes casting a detached gaze over the 5 opponents. That look resembled a deity surveying mere mortals. What kind of beast is this? The smiles on the faces of the frenzied battle squad instantly froze. They could palpably sense the terrifying pressure emanating from that figure, far surpassing their lava crocodile. That pressure sent tremors through their very souls, transcending mere rank. Luo Chun's expression shifted dramatically. Prepare for battle, he barked, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, it was already too late. Observing their ghostly expressions, Yun Qianqian's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as her melodious voice rang out. The radiant saintess, bathed in divine light, slowly lifted her hand. In an instant, a miniature golden sun coalesced within her palm, only to erupt with a thunderous explosion. The blinding golden radiance engulfed the entire battlefield. This was not merely light, but a torrent of sacred energy imbued with the powers of purification and judgment. Luo Chun and his comrades found themselves enveloped in a blinding white haze, perceiving nothing, hearing nothing, their minds rendered utterly blank. The magma crocodile and several other earth and water-type summoned beasts were forced to the ground, emitting piteous wails under the oppressive brilliance. The brilliance arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When tranquility returned, the 5 members of the Frenzy Squad lay sprawled on the ground. Their summoned beast severely injured and devoid of any combat capability. It was all over in a single move. An oppressive silence blanketed the arena. Yun Qianqian clapped her hands, grinning as she remarked, "Hey, as agreed, it's time to settle the wager." Luo Qin's lips trembled as he gazed at the girl before him, along with the godlike figure of her summoned beast looming behind her. Lu Yuan approached a large piece of black rock, retrieving an even larger fragment of molted skin. With both pieces in hand, the information stream of the summoned beast encyclopedia refreshed instantaneously. 2 fragments of the juvenile abyssal python's molting have been collected, initiating information integration. Locational accuracy enhanced. Final target locked, a subterranean cavern 3 kilometers ahead, at the deepest part of the serpent's abyss. They had found it. Well done, Yun Qianqian. Upon receiving praise, instantly beamed with joy. Chapter 64, The 9 Nether Serpent. After walking a while longer, a massive black cliff emerged before them. At the base of the cliff, a vast cavern continuously exhaled dark mist and vapors. This was indeed the innermost depths of the serpent's abyss. However, they were not the first to arrive. On the dry ground before the cave entrance stood 4 individuals, each radiating a steady and refined aura, evidently a formidable elite team. The leader among them, clad in white, was none other than Dongfang Shua. He seemed to have sensed the arrival of Lu Yuan and his companion long before, turning to face them with a calm gaze, devoid of hostility or surprise. "Lu, you have arrived as well," Dongfang Shua greeted. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yun Qianqian immediately grew vigilant, whispering to Lu Yuan, Yuan, his team appears quite formidable. Are they also here to seize the egg?" Dongfang Shua noted her actions, but paid them no mind. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan as he remarked, "It seems we have both fortuitously encountered this place. Yet, the entrance appears somewhat peculiar." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding splash shattered the silence. The dark surface of the water at the cave entrance erupted violently. A colossal silhouette, so immense it was nearly suffocating, began to rise from the depths. It was a serpent, its body adorned with dark golden scales, exponentially larger than the swamp giant python they had previously encountered. But the most terrifying feature was its head. It bore 9 serpent heads, each locking on to everyone present. An overwhelming pressure, far exceeding that of the silver tier, surged forth. Species, 9 Nether Serpent. Rank, low gold. Potential, 3 stars. Weakness analysis, among the 9 heads. Only the central main head is the core entity. The remaining 8 are mere energy and toxin constructs, possessing formidable regenerative abilities. Striking the main head can induce chaos and weakness for a brief period. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the information stream of the summoned beast encyclopedia flashed rapidly. Gold tier, someone exclaimed. The mere mention of those 3 words caused the expressions of everyone present, save Lu Yuan, to change dramatically. Even Dongfang Shua's countenance grew gravely serious. The Academy has taken a considerable risk with a gold-tier summoned beast, one of his female teammates observed. Yun Qianqian gasped. Our attacks may not even be able to breach its scales. Hiss. The 9 heads of the 9 Nether Serpent hissed in unison, their sound waves causing the swamp's surface to tremble violently. It seemed thoroughly enraged by the intrusion of these mere ants into its territory. In that tense moment, Lu Yuan moved. He calmly stepped forward, directly into the space between the 2 teams, unwavering in the face of the suffocating pressure. This action drew the collective gaze of all present. Brother Dongfang, Lu Yuan called without turning around, his voice clear. This creature is beyond the capability of either of our sides to handle. Dongfang Shua's pupils narrowed slightly, taken aback by Lu Yuan's composure in the face of such overwhelming pressure. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly asked, "What do you propose, Lu?" "An alliance." Lu Yuan replied succinctly. "We combine our strength to break through its defenses and enter the cavern. Once inside, we can rely on our own abilities to compete for the serpent's egg. What do you think?" This proposal sparked a momentary stir among Dongfang Shua's team. Join forces with them? Who could guarantee they wouldn't betray them? Yun Qianqian hurriedly approached Lu Yuan, tugging at his sleeve and whispering urgently, Yuan, we can't trust them. What if they turn on us during the fight?" Though her words were hushed, the keen ears of the beast tamers present caught every syllable. Dongfang Shua disregarded the murmurs from his teammates and paid no heed to Yun Qianqian's caution. He simply regarded Lu Yuan's back and declared, "I trust your character, Lu. How shall we proceed with this alliance?" Lu Yuan turned to face him directly. "I know its weakness." Those words transformed Dongfang Shua's expression into one of sharp focus. Lu Yuan continued without hesitation. "This 9 Nether Serpent possesses 9 heads, but only the central head is its vital core. The other 8 are mere energy constructs. Even if shattered, they can regenerate instantly, rendering such efforts meaningless. We must create an opportunity to concentrate our might and deliver a decisive blow to its main head. If we can severely wound it, its defenses will collapse for a brief period, granting us the chance to penetrate inside. While others only recognized the serpent's formidable might, Lu Yuan had swiftly discerned its critical vulnerability. There was no doubt in Dongfang Shua's mind regarding the reliability of Lu Yuan's intelligence. In such dire circumstances, no one would joke about such vital matters. A decisive man, he made his judgment instantly. He turned to his teammates. Did you hear that? Prepare for battle. Target the central main head. Yes, Captain. The three teammates immediately cast aside all doubts. Observing this, though still somewhat apprehensive, Yun Qianqian chose to place her unconditional trust in Lu Yuan's decision. Thus, a powerful temporary alliance comprising the finest talents of the new generation was officially formed. A subtle smile graced Lu Yuan's lips as he gazed at the nine-nether serpent, which was now impatiently swinging its 9 heads, poised to launch an attack. Qianqian, prepare your radiant saintess and await my command. Chapter 65, Decimation. Roar. Before the two teams could devise further tactics, the nine-nether serpent had completely lost its patience. 9 fearsome serpent heads simultaneously opened their gaping maws, not to unleash venom, but to emit an invisible sonic roar. The sound waves surged forth, reverberating towards the gathered crowd. This is not good. It is a mental assault. Defensive positions. Dongfang Shua was the first to react, his voice booming with authority. A female team member stepped forward, summoning a colossal turtle forged from solid rock, shielding everyone behind it. Beast, Xinyan giant turtle. Rank, low silver. Boom. The intangible sound waves collided violently against the turtle's shell. The shell, reputed to withstand the full force of a high-ranked silver beast, revealed spiderweb-like cracks from the impact. The Xinyan guardian emitted a pained wail, its vitality instantly diminished. The terror of a gold-ranked beast was laid bare. The expressions of the other members of Dongfang Shua's team darkened considerably. How can we possibly fight like this? Doubts began to creep into their minds. Stay calm. Lu Yuan's voice resonated at that moment. Before his words faded, 3 brilliant lights erupted beside him. 3 Taichu lights floated in unison, their sacred radiance enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. Soon after, the light coalesced, and 9 bronze-ranked light elves, wielding radiant blades and shields, formed a formidable phalanx. The Legion of Light had returned. The triple-layered effect of the sacred light dispelled the remaining sonic assault completely. Brother Dongfang, allow me to counter its mental attack. Lu Yuan's voice rang out once more. You focus on offense and create opportunities. Dongfang Shua glanced at Lu Yuan's silhouette, and without hesitation, he commanded loudly, follow Brother Lu's lead. Attack the flanks of the serpent heads. Apply pressure to the central head. Yes. With the support of the Legion of Light, Dongfang Shua's team regained their confidence. The Hurricane Mantis unleashed a flurry of wind blades. The Rending Armadillo launched a ground spike assault. In an instant, powerful beams of skills soared past the Xinyan Guardian, striking towards the 8 energy serpent heads of the Jiuyu Mingxi. Hiss! The Jiuyu Mingxi was thoroughly enraged, its 8 heads agilely swaying, spewing venom. Shadow orbs, corrosive rays, and a myriad of other attacks, colliding fiercely with Dongfang Shua's team's offensive. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly, transforming the marshland before the cave entrance into a chaotic realm of energy. Dongfang Shua's team, true elites, coordinated seamlessly. With the mental assault mitigated by Lu Yuan's Legion of Light, their attacks were precise and fierce, managing to entangle several of the Jiuyu Mingxi's energy heads in a remarkably short time. Yet, as Lu Yuan had indicated, those heads, even when shredded by wind blades or pierced by ground spikes, would reconstitute from the black mist within mere breaths, as if inexhaustible. This cannot continue. The consumption is too great. A team member beside Dongfang Shua remarked, his beast already showing signs of fatigue. Not yet. Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle. Taichu Light, Judgment of Light. The 3 Taichu lights suspended in midair simultaneously coalesced into 100-meter-long light spears. Buzz. The 3 maximized Judgment Light spears shot towards the 3 different angles of the central head of the Jiuyu Mingxi. This audacious move momentarily stunned everyone. Attacking the core of a gold-ranked creature with a pinnacle bronze skill from different directions? The central head of the Jiuyu Mingxi seemed to share this incredulity. Its enormous pupils conveyed disdain as it merely tilted its head, allowing the seemingly harmless light spears to approach. However, just as the spears were about to make contact, Lu Yuan's voice echoed hauntingly, explode. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 light spears did not seek penetration. Instead, upon brushing against the scales of the Jiuyu Mingxi, they detonated with a thunderous blast. The violent surge of light elemental energy erupted instantaneously. The explosion's force failed to damage the serpent's scales, but the blinding brilliance and violent energy shock successfully rendered the central head momentarily blind and rigid for 1 full second. 1 second. This fleeting moment of vulnerability was a fatal opening. Qianqian. Now, Yun Qianqian's eyes, devoid of their usual mirth, were filled with unprecedented focus and combat fervor. As Lu Yuan's command echoed, she was already in motion. I've waited long enough. A Yuan. The girl's melodious voice was tinged with excitement. The sacred figure that had been quietly hovering before her slowly opened its eyes. The Radiant Maiden, celestial light punishment. At Yun Qianqian's command, the Radiant Maiden raised her fair hand, palm directed towards the central head of the Jiu Yu Ming Shi, which was ensnared in rigidity. Golden light particles coalesced in her palm. The next moment, the light transformed into a slender golden beam, shooting forth with precision. Before anyone could react, the beam struck the central head of the Jiu Yu Ming Shi directly at its brow. The astonishment on Dongfang Shuo and the others' faces, and the dazedness in the serpent's pupils, were frozen in that instant. Crack! A faint sound of shattering resonated in everyone's ears. Before their astonished gazes, the central head of the Jiu Yu Ming Shi began to fracture like a spider web from its brow. Hiss! It emitted its final, bewildered cry. Boom! The massive serpent head exploded into fragments. With the annihilation of the central head, the remaining 8 energy heads let out a roar of defiance before completely dissipating into the air. The colossal body, bereft of all vitality, crashed heavily back into the water, sending forth towering waves. Gold-ranked low-tier, Jiu Yu Ming Shi, perished. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Dongfang Shuo and his team stared blankly at the Radiant Maiden, who slowly retracted her hand, her expression devoid of emotion. One strike to annihilate a low gold-ranked beast. What manner of beast was this? Why did the beasts of these 2 individuals always exude such an aura of mystery? Their minds had completely short-circuited. After a lengthy pause, Dongfang Shuo struggled to swallow. Glancing at Lu Yuan. Brother Lu, Miss Yun, I am in complete admiration. Lu Yuan withdrew his beast and ruffled Yun Qianqian's head, who had rushed to his side, eager for recognition, then turned to Dongfang Shuo. Stop dawdling. He pointed towards the now unobstructed, bottomless dark cave. The entrance is open. Chapter 66. Choices. He took Yun Qianqian by the hand and led the way into the cave. Dongfang Shuo followed closely behind. The 2 temporarily formed teams entered the core area of the secret realm, stepping foot into the cave. Upon entering, the light dimmed abruptly. Oppressive dark energy surged forth. The cave walls were not ordinary rock, but a crystalline substance resembling obsidian, exceedingly smooth, with occasional flashes of ghostly blue light deep within the crystal. The ground was no longer the muddy marsh but a hard rocky layer, covered with a layer of moisture, rendering it extremely slippery. Everyone, be cautious. The concentration of dark energy here is quite high and may affect our beast conditions, Dongfang Shuo quietly warned his team. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Lu Yuan, who was walking ahead, suddenly come to a halt. Dongfang Shuo and the others immediately became alert, fearing they had encountered some danger. However, they saw that Lu Yuan merely approached a smooth section of the cave wall and gently tapped it with his finger. Qianqian, take a step back, he instructed. Yun Qianqian obediently retreated a few steps. Lu Yuan formed his fingers into a sword shape and lightly traced a line against the cave wall. With a soft sound, the rock wall was effortlessly sliced open as if it were mere tofu. To the astonished gazes of Dongfang Shuo's team, Lu Yuan reached inside and retrieved a fist-sized, jet-black crystal. Rare item, Abyssal Star Core, fragment. Effect, contains a trace of primordial abyssal power and stellar energy, usable for enhancing dark-type or spatial-type beast tamers, and can also be used to forge high-tier beast taming equipment. The information from the Beast Taming Codex flashed before them. Is this the Abyssal Star Core? A team member exclaimed in astonishment behind Dongfang Shuo. This is a golden tier material. How could it be here? And how did you know it was hidden inside the wall? Lu Yuan tossed the Abyssal Star Core to Yun Qianqian. Just luck, he replied nonchalantly. Luck? Dongfang Shuo's lips twitched. If this was considered good fortune, then what did their arduous battles yielding mere bronze and silver materials amount to? Yun Qianqian gleefully stored the Abyssal Star Core in her storage ring, not forgetting to make a face at the others behind her, her expression seemingly saying, jealous? This is all mine. The group continued onward. Following this incident, the way Dongfang Shuo's team regarded Lu Yuan shifted from confusion to a quiet admiration. They no longer attempted to comprehend Lu Yuan's actions, silently trailing behind him while maintaining a subtle distance. After about 10 more minutes of walking, the path ahead opened up dramatically. A vast underground space emerged before them. At the center of this space lay a bottomless underground lake, its waters as black as ink, perfectly still without a ripple. On the opposite shore of the lake, a small altar could be vaguely seen. At the center of the altar hovered a massive egg, entirely black and shrouded in ominous mist, radiating waves of energy. The abyssal serpent's egg. We found it. Everyone's breath quickened involuntarily. However, a natural barrier separated them from their goal. This enormous underground lake divided the area in two. On the left and right sides of the lake, two bridges constructed of dark energy connected to the opposite shore. The left bridge was broad and flat, its energy solid and appearing remarkably stable. In contrast, the right bridge was extraordinarily narrow, the energy unstable, flickering ominously as if it could collapse at any moment. It was an unmistakable choice. We'll take the left, Dongfang Shuo declared without hesitation, immediately making a judgment. His team members nodded in agreement. Any sane person would opt for the seemingly safer route. Yet, just as they prepared to move, Lu Yuan, alongside Yun Qianqian, strode directly towards the precarious right bridge. Lu Gu, Dongfang Shuo couldn't help but call out, "That bridge is too dangerous." Lu Yuan paused, glanced back at him, and the corner of his mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Perhaps. With that, he ignored the warning, took Yun Qianqian's hand, and stepped onto the ethereal narrow bridge. The surface of the bridge wobbled slightly, releasing tendrils of dark energy, as though it might collapse at any second. Yet Yun Qianqian showed no fear. Instead, she excitedly shook Lu Yuan's arm. "Ah, Yuan, this is so fun, like walking a tightrope." "Steady yourself," Lu Yuan said with a hint of exasperation. Dongfang Shuo stood rooted in place, his brow furrowed, intently watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure. He was perplexed. Lu Yuan was certainly not a reckless individual. His previous actions had demonstrated that he was a remarkably meticulous person. Why would he choose a path that appeared to lead to certain doom? An absurd thought surged uncontrollably within Dongfang Shuo's mind. Was it possible that the seemingly safest thoroughfare was, in fact, the true trap? And this perilous single-log bridge was the only route to safety? "Captain, we should hurry. If we delay, that kid will get the serpent's egg," a team member urged anxiously from behind. Dongfang Shuo's heart was caught in turmoil. Should he trust his own judgment and common sense, or place his faith in the enigmatic man? It was a gamble. Losing could lead to dire consequences. He watched as Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian moved steadily across the swaying narrow bridge, seemingly perilous, yet resolutely advancing towards the opposite shore, his gaze shifting uncertainly. Finally, it seemed he made a firm decision and gritted his teeth. Chapter 67, The Bridge of Heart Refinement. "We'll take the right," he declared suddenly. "What?" his team members exclaimed, their expressions shifting dramatically. This was no longer a mere risk, it was a death sentence. Dongfang Shuo did not offer explanations. "I'll say it again, we're going right. That's an order. Anyone who doesn't wish to follow can withdraw now." The team members exchanged glances, struggling with uncertainty and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Yet ultimately, their trust in their captain outweighed their fear of the unknown. They gritted their teeth and nodded. "We'll follow the captain." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the cave. Another 5-member team rushed in, and upon seeing the scene before them, they were momentarily stunned, soon erupting into wild joy. The abyssal serpent's egg. "Look, Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shuo are over there." The captain of this new team immediately spotted the two bridges and the respective teams standing on the narrow right bridge. Initially confused, he then burst into unabashed laughter. "Ha ha, I must be seeing things. Have Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shuo gone daft? Why abandon such a wide road to traverse that precarious bridge? They must be terrified and out of their minds. Good thing they cleared that giant serpent for us, or we wouldn't even be able to enter." A team member beside him chimed in. The captain waved his hand dismissively. "Forget those two fools. We're taking the left. Brothers, the greatest opportunity lies before us. Charge." With that, the 5 of them dashed boldly onto the wide, flat energy bridge. Dongfang Shuo's team watched this unfold, while Lu Yuan didn't even glance back, as if he were observing a play with a predetermined outcome. As soon as the 5 stepped onto the center of the bridge, disaster struck. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the seemingly solid energy bridge shattered without warning from the middle. Countless shards of black energy scattered wildly. "Ah, help." Their piercing screams lasted barely 2 seconds before abruptly falling silent. The 5 team members and their beasts plummeted like dumplings into the silent, black waters below. Bubbles surfaced on the lake's surface, then it returned to complete tranquility, as if those 5 vibrant lives had never existed. In an instant, an icy chill surged from the soles of Dongfang Shuo and his team, penetrating to the very core of their being. Their faces turned ashen as they beheld the tranquil surface of the lake, then glanced down at the precarious narrow bridge beneath their feet, which, though teetering, still remained intact. The overwhelming fear of having narrowly escaped disaster, coupled with their foreboding awareness of Lu Yuan's predictive abilities, left their minds utterly blank. Ah Yuan. They are in a dire predicament, Yun Qianqian remarked with a teasing tongue, lacking any semblance of sympathy. Lu Yuan gently patted her hand, his gaze fixed on the fragile bridge below. According to the analysis in the Beastmaster's compendium, the bridge on the left was the bridge of enticement, which would collapse under the slightest pressure of energy. In contrast, the bridge they stood upon was called the bridge of heart refinement, testing not strength but the mental fortitude of the Beastmaster. Only those of at least silver rank could traverse it. Although Lu Yuan was merely a peak bronze Beastmaster, his mastery of the 9 transformations of divine refinement endowed him with a mental prowess that surpassed that of his peers by threefold, making the challenge trivial. He walked with ease and comfort, as did Yun Qianqian, who had long since surpassed the silver rank and, thanks to the breakthroughs of the Radiant Saintess, had firmly established her footing within that tier. She even had the leisure to skip about, much to the alarm of Dongfang Shua's team trailing behind. "Dear lady, could you please behave yourself?" The members of Dongfang Shua whimpered, nearly in tears. They were far from as relaxed, although all had attained silver rank. They had only recently made their breakthroughs. With every step they took, a heavy burden pressed upon them, and their minds were beset by haunting illusions. The weakest member of the team, a female, had even lost focus, her body swaying precariously. Dongfang Shua barked, "Steady your minds. Do not be deceived by illusions." After expending extraordinary effort, they finally stumbled onto solid ground on the opposite bank, utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian stood nearby as if on a leisurely outing, waiting for them. "Hey, why are you so slow?" Yun Qianqian inquired. Dongfang Shua remained silent, and his teammates echoed his disbelief. The disparity between individuals was staggering. No sooner had they caught their breath than their attention was drawn to a diminutive altar not far ahead. The altar, constructed from unknown black bones, exuded an eerie and ominous aura. At its center, a gigantic egg, roughly the size of a human head and shrouded in abyssal mist, floated silently. Waves of pure and potent dark energy emanated from the egg, seemingly beckoning all living beings. The abyssal serpent's egg. The ultimate objective lies before us. The fleeting alliance formed earlier disintegrated in that moment. The ambience shifted abruptly from the weight of survival to a tension ready to snap. Dongfang Shua inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his fatigue, and stood tall. His teammates summoned their beasts, adopting combative stances, their gazes warily fixed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan appeared unfazed by the tense atmosphere. He merely turned to Dongfang Shua, his expression calm and a smile gracing his lips. "Brother Dongfang, the entrance is open. The 9 nether serpent has been dispatched. From here on, let us rely on our own abilities as we agreed." Chapter 68, The True Prodigy. "Brother Dongfang, the entrance is open. The 9 nether serpent has been dispatched. From here on, let us rely on our own abilities as we agreed." Lu Yuan's voice was gentle. In an instant, Dongfang Shua's teammates positioned their beasts protectively in front of them, their gazes fixed intently on Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. A great battle was imminent. Dongfang Shua remained motionless, his complex gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. That excessively calm countenance, those eyes seemingly capable of discerning all. Images flashed uncontrollably through his mind. The 3 rods of judgment of light, seemingly ineffective distractions, had exposed fatal flaws in their golden rank beasts. The divine presence of the Radiant Saintess, with a mere gesture, had caused the golden rank 9 nether serpent to fall, and those 2 bridges required only a fleeting glance to make a choice. These visions doused the flames of battle that had ignited in his heart like a bucket of icy water. "Captain, let us strike," urged one of his teammates in a hushed tone. "We are 4 silver ranks, with our beasts in support. Even if they are strong, they only have 2. Do we have a chance?" Dongfang Shua suddenly interjected, interrupting his teammate. His voice was eerily calm. "Of course," the teammate replied instinctively, yet as the words left his lips, he felt a pang of uncertainty. Dongfang Shua smiled, a self-deprecating twist to his lips. He turned to face his highly motivated yet visibly intimidated teammates and slowly inquired, "Which of your beasts can withstand a blow from Miss Yun's humanoid beast?" No one responded. The image of a single strike annihilating a golden rank beast was indelibly etched into their souls. Or does anyone possess the confidence to approach that egg while being besieged by 3 initial lights and 9 light spirits? Dongfang Shua pressed further. Silence enveloped the scene. Indeed, how could they fight? Their greatest reliance lay in their numerical advantage. Dongfang Shua drew a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, as if expelling all his frustration and struggle from within. His taut shoulders relaxed. Under the incredulous gazes of his teammates, he cupped his fists towards Lu Yuan, adopting a posture of utmost humility. "Brother Lu, it is unnecessary. We shall forego the abyssal serpent's egg. At this proclamation, the expressions of his teammates shifted dramatically. Captain, we haven't even fought yet. That beast has 5-star potential. Are we just going to abandon it? Abandon? Dongfang Shuo turned to face his team, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. This is not surrender. It is merely a recognition of reality. If you wish to fight, I ask you, how will you do so? He gestured towards the smiling Yun Xianqian, then pointed at the indifferent Lu Yuan. Do you prefer to be purified by that golden light or experience the sensation of being besieged by a dozen beasts? Our journey thus far has been reliant on strength and discernment, not the foolishness of blind passion. His words rendered the team utterly speechless. Their faces flushed, lips moved, yet no words emerged. Indeed, from start to finish, every action they took had been anticipated by Lu Yuan. This individual was not only unfathomably powerful, but possessed a mind of unparalleled cunning. To stand against such a figure was, without a doubt, folly. Yun Xianqian muttered softly. Yet her voice was clear enough for those opposite to hear. Count yourselves fortunate. Otherwise, my radiant saintess had just warmed up and was eager for some exercise. Dongfang Shua's lips twitched. He turned once more to Lu Yuan, his tone now imbued with sincerity. Brother Lu, we concede. We are convinced. Lu Yuan regarded him and suddenly smiled. Brother Dongfang is a wise man. He uttered no further words, taking Yun Xianqian's hand as they walked directly towards the skeletal altar. Dongfang Shuo and his companions stood rooted in place, silently observing. They felt no resentment, only a profound sense of helplessness. As Lu Yuan stepped onto the altar, the abyssal serpent egg, suspended in midair, trembled violently. A deep, rich black mist surged forth from the shell, transforming into an invisible, colossal maw that lunged fiercely towards Lu Yuan's head. Within that black mist resided an overwhelming array of negative spiritual energies, fierce, chaotic, and depraved, capable of causing any silver-tier beastmaster to lose their sanity in an instant, rendering them utterly foolish. Be careful, Dongfang Shuo instinctively exclaimed. Yet, Lu Yuan did not even flutter an eyelid. Just as the black mist was about to make contact, a flame ignited in his eyes. The surging black mist appeared to confront the most terrifying adversary imaginable, dissipating instantly, as if it had never existed. The 9 turns refining spirit technique within Lu Yuan operated autonomously. Such a degree of spiritual assault could not even stir a ripple within him. Dongfang Shuo and his team members stood in utter numbness. The entire process unfolded with a sense of calm detachment. All done, Yun Xianqian cheered. Bouncing over to Lu Yuan's side, he stowed the egg into his storage space before turning to face the still-stunned Dongfang Shuo and his companions. Brother Dongfang, since you are here, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. His gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner of a rocky wall across the underground lake. Beneath the head of the broken bridge, where water met stone, a few strands of black water shin snake grass grew. Though merely silver-tier materials, they should prove useful for your beasts. Having said this, he did not linger, pulling Yun Xianqian along as they made their way towards the exit of the cave. It was only after their figures completely vanished into the darkness that Dongfang Shuo slowly regained his senses. Captain, what does he mean by this? A female team member asked in confusion. Is he pitying us? Dongfang Shuo remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, he does not pity us. He is issuing a warning. He is conveying, through this manner, that we are fundamentally not on the same level. He can effortlessly discern opportunities that we cannot perceive, and he can easily determine our fates. What he has given us is akin to an adult casually tossing a few candies to a child, utterly meaningless. The others were struck profoundly by his words. They gazed in the direction Lu Yuan had departed. In this trial, we have not suffered unjustly, Dongfang Shuo sighed, then rallied himself. However, we have not returned empty-handed either. At the very least, we have witnessed firsthand what a true prodigy is. Remember his name, Lu Yuan. From today onward, he shall be our target to chase. Come, let us retrieve the black water shin snake grass. Our fortunes are ours to seize. Chapter 69, The Secret Realm concludes. Just as Lu Yuan informed Dongfang Shuo of the location of the black water shin snake grass, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated in the minds of all survivors at the moment Dongfang Shuo departed. Warning, the abyssal serpent egg has been obtained. The secret realm of the 10,000 serpents will close in 1 hour, and all challengers will be forcibly teleported. This announcement shattered the silence before the altar. Dongfang Shuo and his team members watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure, their eyes devoid of any intent to contend, replaced solely by sheer admiration. They had borne witness to a miracle and had come to a stark realization of the chasm that lay between themselves and a true genius. Lu Yuan did not look back. He merely held Yun Xianqian's hand and vanished into the darkness of the passageway from which they had come. An hour slipped by in a flash. When the countdown reached its final second, an irresistible force enveloped everyone instantaneously. The sensation of the world spinning once again assailed them. In the next moment, as Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian found their footing once more, they were no longer in the dim, damp cave, but within the grand central hall of Beiming Academy. All first-year students had already been teleported back, and the entire hall was in a cacophony. Some were excitedly boasting about their achievements, while others recounted the dangers they had faced with trepidation, and still others hung their heads in dejection, clearly having reaped little. Yet, all the noise gradually subsided as everyone's gaze settled upon the two massive light screens at the center of the hall. The left screen displayed a live-updating leaderboard of scores. That glaring, crimson list captivated all attention. First place, Lu Yuan. Score, 101215. Second place, Yun Qianqian. Score, 99995. Third place, Dongfang Shuo. Score, 34259. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into exclamations akin to a tidal wave. Over 100,000. I must be seeing things. Lu Yuan's score exceeds 100,000. How is that possible? I fought tooth and nail just to slay a dozen black iron tier snakes. And my score barely surpassed 1,000. Did he wipe out the entire 10,000 Serpents Cave? Yun Qianqian's score was also astonishingly close to 100,000. Dongfang Shua's score, over 30,000, was several times their own, yet in comparison to the two ahead, it paled in insignificance. In a nearby corner, Feng Xiao stared at the leaderboard, his companions beside him too intimidated to even breathe. The total score of their entire team did not even reach a fifth of Lu Yuan's. Such a disparity could not be bridged by mere effort. Meanwhile, Dongfang Shuo and his teammates, having just been teleported back, exchanged glances and smiled upon seeing the leaderboard. To lose to someone like him is no disgrace. If the left leaderboard brought a numerical shock, the right screen displayed images that were even more breathtaking. It showcased the battle footage of Lu Yuan and Dongfang Shuo's teams joining forces against the Gold Tier 9 Nether Serpent. The footage began with the 9 Nether Serpent bursting forth from the water, the terrifying pressure of the Gold Tier overwhelming the arena. What on earth is that? A 9-headed serpent? Gold Tier. It must be the pressure of a Gold Tier. Someone exclaimed incredulously. What a joke. Such monsters exist in the first-year trial secret realm? The audience gasped as they witnessed one of Dongfang Shuo's teammates' beasts being shattered under the impact of a sonic wave. However, the scene shifted dramatically. 3 radiant beams of light erupted forth, 9 light spirits arraying themselves, their sacred radiance instantaneously filling the battlefield, counteracting the pressure of the Gold Tier with sheer force. Those are Lu Yuan's beasts. He summoned 9 light spirits once more. Wait, look at those 9 light spirits. Their auras are all of bronze high tier. This is different from last time. The following scene sent everyone's hearts racing. 3 light spears shot forth in a manner akin to a distraction, targeting 3 different directions. What is he doing? Is he giving the Gold Tier boss a massage? Someone quipped without thinking. Yet, the next second, the light spears detonated. The blinding brilliance and energy shock successfully immobilized the main head of the 9 Nether Serpent. This is the moment. A figure materialized before Yun Qianqian, the Radiant Saintess. She merely raised her hand slowly, a slender golden beam landing precisely on the center of the 9 Nether Serpent's main head. Crack. The footage was deliberately slowed down, allowing everyone to see clearly as that Gold Tier Serpent's head erupted into fragments. One strike a kill. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared blankly at the looping footage, their minds utterly blank. The word shocking was insufficient to describe their current feelings. What kind of beast master was this? Able to slay a Gold Tier beast with a single blow? This must be Yun Qianqian's contracted beast. I haven't seen it before on the freshman arena. It appears she has forged a new pact with a formidable creature. The prowess of her beast is indeed remarkable, but it is not solely due to its attack strength that it vanquished the Golden Tier beast so effortlessly. Moreover, Lu Yuan's energy spear rendered the 9 Nether Serpent master momentarily dazed, leaving it unable to defend itself. Such a flawless synergy. Oblivious to the gazes surrounding him, Lu Yuan's eyes swept across the crowd, pausing abruptly in a dim corner. There stood several students, their faces ashen and their gazes vacant. They were the very group that had mocked their misdirection, charging recklessly onto the bridge of entrapment, only to plunge into the inky waters below. Remarkably, they were still alive. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. Silence. A commanding voice resonated throughout the hall. The figure of Vice Dean Lei Qing appeared on the podium. His piercing gaze swept over the assembly, prompting all students to instinctively straighten their posture. It seems you have all experienced the brutal reality of the secret realm, he declared with authority. Some have returned with bountiful rewards, while others are left in disarray. Indeed, there are those who have faced death within the secret realm. His words left most students in stunned silence, while those who had narrowly escaped death, including the 5 who had fallen into the lake, trembled violently. fear evident in their eyes. Our Academy's trial secret realm is equipped with the highest safety protocols, Lei Qing elucidated. When your life signs drop to a critical level, the wristbands will automatically activate a teleportation mechanism, forcibly transporting you to a medical chamber for recovery. You will not truly perish, but the terror and despair of that fleeting moment of death will be an experience you will fully comprehend. This is the first and most crucial lesson imparted by the Academy. Never underestimate any secret realm and always maintain a sense of reverence towards the unknown. In this trial, some have exhibited exceptional performance, while others have revealed fatal weaknesses. I hope this experience will instill in you a greater caution for the future, as you tread into truly uncharted secret realms, allowing you to survive longer. His gaze traversed the assembly, ultimately fixing upon Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian. Lei Qing's voice resonated clearly in every ear. Step forward. Chapter 70, The Rewards. Under Lei Qing's watchful eyes, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian ascended the podium side by side, becoming the center of attention. Excitement and pride radiated from Yun Qianqian's youthful face as she linked her arm with Lu Yuan's. In contrast, Lu Yuan maintained his serene demeanor, calmly accepting the scrutiny of thousands of gazes below. As Lei Qing's eyes swept over the duo, a rare expression of approval broke through his typically stern visage. The Academy has observed the performances of each and every one of you during this trial. Some have showcased the potential of true elites, while others have displayed courage and discernment. Dongfang Shua's team. Upon hearing his name, Dongfang Shua immediately stood at attention. In the face of adversaries far beyond your capabilities, you made the most judicious decisions and provided indispensable assistance at critical moments that led to ultimate victory, Lei Qing remarked, directing his gaze towards Dongfang Shua's team. The Academy never hesitates to reward the astute. The Academic Committee has decided to double the points earned by Dongfang Shua's team in this trial. As the words fell, Dongfang Shua's identity wristband vibrated momentarily. Glancing down, he found his previously accrued points of over 34,000 instantaneously transformed into over 68,000. His three teammates behind him were momentarily taken aback before sheer joy illuminated their faces. They had initially believed their gains from this secret realm were concluded, but this unexpected windfall was beyond their wildest dreams. Thank you, Vice Dean. Dongfang Shua bowed deeply towards the podium. The students below erupted into a chorus of envious whispers. However, this was merely an appetizer. Lei Qing's gaze returned to Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. As for Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, his voice suddenly rose in intensity. You two, as the only team to achieve the ultimate objective by retrieving the abyssal python's egg, have surpassed the bounds of excellence. You not only demonstrated absolute strength that eclipsed your peers, but you also proved to everyone that in the world of beast masters, wisdom and courage far outweigh mere tier rankings. Thus, the Academy will bestow upon you rewards. Lei Qing paused, extending 3 fingers. Your final points will be tripled. Tripled? Did I hear that correctly? Lu Yuan's initial 100,000 points would balloon to 300,000. Yun Qianqian would be nearing 300,000 as well. Heavens, how enviable. First place, Lu Yuan. Points, 303,645. Second place, Yun Qianqian. Points, 299,835. Yun Qianqian beamed at the soaring points displayed on her wristband, her eyes narrowing with delight. Leaning towards Lu Yuan, she excitedly whispered in a voice meant only for them. Ah Yuan, this is fantastic. I can purchase countless resources to nourish my fire sparrow and holy maiden. However, Lei Qing clearly had no intention of concluding there. He addressed the students once more. Moreover, in light of your successful elimination of the golden tier beast, the 9 nether serpent, thereby alleviating the secret realm's peril, the Academy has decided to grant Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian an additional reward of 200,000 points each. Furthermore, you will each receive a qualification to select any secret realm valued at under 1 million points from the Academy's point exchange system for trial. A secret realm worth 1 million points. The opportunities and dangers contained within such a realm were utterly incomparable to the likes of the newcomer's secret realm, the Snake Pit. At this moment, a distinct smile finally graced Lu Yuan's face. While points were undoubtedly important, this opportunity was the true treasure beyond measure. His Beastmaster Codex was practically yearning for new additions. After a prolonged silence, the hall erupted in a fervor more intense than ever before. Someone pinch me, please. Tell me this isn't a dream. In 6 months, no, perhaps in just 3, the chasm between us and him will widen to an insurmountable degree. This is the true prodigy. We are merely the supporting players. In that moment, jealousy evaporated entirely. When the disparity grows vast enough, all that remains is to gaze in awe. Dongfang Shua stood amidst the crowd, watching the illustrious pair on stage, exhaling deeply. His teammates shared expressions of relief. They had lost, but they had done so with full acceptance. Silence. Lei Qing's voice once again cut through the tumult, forcibly quelling the commotion. The rewards have been distributed. The summary assembly for this trial is hereby concluded. Dismissed. With that, he turned and exited the podium. The moment Lei Qing departed, the order within the hall descended into chaos. Countless students surged toward the podium. Lord Lu, please take me with you. Will there be team trials in the future? Lord Yun, what breed is that humanoid beast of yours? Junior Lu, here is my contact information. Yet before they could reach the front, a petite figure interposed herself before Lu Yuan. Yun Qianqian, hands on her hips and puffing her cheeks, resembled a protective she-beast, her peach blossom eyes glaring fiercely. What are you doing? Keep your distance from my Yuan. He was weary and ready to return for some rest. The aura emanating from her, unmistakably belonging to a mid-tier silver beast tamer, was unabashedly palpable. Coupled with the psychological shadow cast by that golden-tier saintess of dawn, it astonishingly caused that frenzied group of students to halt in their tracks. Lu Yuan smiled wryly, affectionately ruffled her hair, and, hand in hand with this fervent protector of husbands, descended from the podium with a composed demeanor, leaving the auditorium amidst the gaze of onlookers. Only when their figures had completely vanished did the atmosphere within the hall reignite. This night was destined to be an insomniac one for countless new students of Beast Taming Academy. Moreover, the name Lu Yuan would, on this very night, become an insurmountable monument in the hearts of this year's freshmen. Chapter 71, The Valley of Falling Stars. Upon Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's return to the mountainside villa, Lan Lioli was sprawled on the sofa, stuffing chips into her mouth while exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, I just watched the live replay on the Academy forum. Were you two there for the freshman trials, or to demolish something?" Su Yueli, holding a cup of fragrant tea with a gentle smile, inquired, "You're back. Are you tired?" "Not at all." Yun Qianqian plopped down beside Su Yueli, affectionately linking arms with her. "Mom, Aunt Lioli, look." Weevee struck gold. She projected a holographic display of her wristband, revealing a striking number. 539,835 points. Quite impressive. Lan Lioli rubbed her eyes and wailed. "I've worked tirelessly for a week leading a team on tasks, and after deducting costs, I barely earned this much. You two simply strolled through a secret realm and became wealthy." She pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yuan, lamenting, "Kid, honestly, how many points do you have?" Before Lu Yuan could respond, Yun Qianqian, like a protective hen, interjected, "That's all thanks to my dear Yuan's own merit. Just be envious and jealous." "I am indeed envious and jealous," Lan Lioli retorted, then donned a fawning smile, leaning towards Yun Qianqian. "Oh Qianqian, my goddaughter, see how good I am to you? Look at these points, not a chance." Yun Qianqian resolutely declined. Yuan's points are reserved for buying resources for his beasts, and mine are for my beasts as well." Lan Lioli rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Su Yueli chuckled softly, gently patting her daughter's hand. Lu Yuan was already accustomed to this daily banter. He turned to Su Yueli and calmly stated, "Aunt Su, points are secondary. Vice Dean Lei Qing also rewarded us with an opportunity to enter a realm valued under 1 million points." At this revelation, the previously light-hearted atmosphere in the living room shifted dramatically. Lan Lioli straightened in seriousness. "A realm worth 1 million points? The Academy has truly invested heavily this time." Su Yueli set down her teacup. "This is indeed the greatest gain from this venture." Her gaze swept across Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. "The higher the value of the Academy's points realm, the more refined its rules and the higher the energy levels within. For you too. This represents both a tremendous opportunity and a perilous test." With a graceful motion, she traced her hand through the air, and a light screen unfolded, showcasing the data of dozens of realms. There were many realms valued under 1 million points, each with distinct focuses, some honing combat skills, others abundant in rare minerals. Su Yueli's finger glided across the screen, ultimately pausing on one particular option. The display magnified, and clear lines of information emerged. Realm name, Valley of Falling Stars. Value, 950,000 points. Realm description, in ancient times, a shard of a star imbued with the primal powers of light and fire fell here, forming this unique valley. The valley is rich in both light and fire elements, perpetually bathed in intense stellar radiance. Main outputs, various rare materials of light and fire attributes, shards of star essence, with a very low probability of producing elemental life forms such as light sprites and fire spirits. Danger rating, extremely high. The energy within the valley is chaotic, presenting a formidable challenge to the mental fortitude of beast tamers. Additionally, it is home to numerous powerful elemental creatures, the lowest tier being high-tier silver. Recommended for low-tier gold beast tamers. Valley of Falling Stars. Yun Qianqian read aloud, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, Su Yueli nodded. This realm is, in my estimation, the most suitable place for both of you at this stage. She first turned her gaze to Lu Yuan. Your primordial light is purely of the light attribute. Then, she looked at Yin Qianqian. Your sacred flame fire sparrow and Saintess of Dawn are both favored by the dual attributes of fire and light, especially the Saintess of Dawn, who inherently possesses divine qualities. The resources here could not be more fitting for you. Lan Liuli chimed in, I've heard of this place. It's renowned as a paradise for fire and light beast tamers, as well as a hell. A paradise due to the sheer abundance of resources. Merely turning over a patch of earth might yield bronze-tier materials. Hell, however she clicked her tongue, the lowest level monsters are high-tier silver. Meaning that any small creature you encounter could be more troublesome than the ordinary head of the 9 Serpent Caves Infernal Serpent. After hearing their descriptions, rather than feeling frightened, Yin Qianqian became even more exhilarated. Light sprites, fire spirits. That sounds incredible. Ah Yuan, let's south go to this place, shall we? She turned to Lu Yuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. For her, the destination was unimportant. What mattered was the company. Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixated on the description of the various rare materials of light and fire attributes and the shards of star essence. His primordial light was, after all, the sovereign of light elements. Its light servants, though lower in tier, were the most unadulterated forms of light elemental life. Entering the Valley of Falling Stars would be akin to a dragon returning to the sea. Moreover, Yin Qianqian's sacred flame fire sparrow, under the influence of the Saintess of Dawn, was already beginning to evolve towards a more divine lineage. The frenzied fire elements of the valley would serve as the best catalyst for its ascension. As for the Saintess of Dawn, Lu Yuan had an inkling that this place seemed tailor-made for her. Aunt Su, Lu Yuan raised his head. I choose the Valley of Falling Stars. Su Yueli looked into his eyes and slowly nodded, a smile of approval gracing her features. She had known that this child would never opt for a path of ease. Very well, Su Yueli replied, retracting the light screen. Since you've made your decision, prepare accordingly. You both need to elevate your beast's tiers quickly, as you are now. Entering the Valley of Falling Stars would be too perilous. Got it, Mom. Yin Qianqian cheerfully responded, grasping Lu Yuan's hand and dashing out. Ah Yuan, let us hurry to the Points Mall to purchase resources and elevate our beasts. Watching the spirited backs of the two children, Lan Liuli reclined on the sofa, lazily remarking, Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Back in our day, before entering such realms, we had to burn incense, bathe, and fast for 3 days, fearing for our lives inside. Su Yueli lifted her teacup, taking a gentle sip as her gaze turned towards the window. Times have indeed changed, she murmured softly. Their era has finally arrived. Chapter 72, Ascending to Silver. The Beiming Academy Points Mall was still bustling with activity. At this moment, the sales assistant in the materials resource area and the students surrounding them gazed curiously at Lu Yuan and Yin Qianqian, who were fervently engrossed in shopping. That charred coronal stone, priced at 50,000 points per piece. I'll take it, Lu Yuan declared, pointing at a pitch-black stone. The sales assistant cautioned, Dear student, this item is a byproduct of failed solar essence extraction. Its energy structure has completely collapsed and holds no value. Are you certain? Absolutely, Lu Yuan replied. According to the introduction in his Beastmaster Compendium, this seemingly worthless stone contained a trace of the true fire of the sun's embers, suitable for enhancing fire and light dual attribute beasts. This item was practically tailored for the Radiant Saintess and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. And that pile of solidified Shadow Swamp, let us have a portion of that too. Wrap up the shattered light guiding core as well. Yin Qianqian trailed behind, ready to settle the bill for Lu Yuan. However, as she observed the increasingly absurd items Lu Yuan selected and watched her bracelet S points plummet at an alarming rate from over 500,000, her expression fell. Ah Yuan, she tugged at his sleeve, my heart aches. These items seem utterly useless. Lu Yuan smiled gently, placing a newly purchased material called Thunder Kiss Grass into her hands. The compendium indicated it was an excellent material for enhancing Dark Rangers. Trust me, looking into his eyes, Yin Qianqian's internal conflict dissipated in an instant. She nodded firmly, clutching the grass, her small face once again resolute. All right, I'll follow your lead. If worse comes to worst, we can just clear another secret realm. The surrounding students stumbled in disbelief at her words. After the two had squandered nearly 1,000,000 points, they returned to the villa halfway up the mountain, laden with what others deemed worthless materials. You're back, Su Yuli remarked, scanning the two, noting their substantial haul. Lan Luli lounged with her legs crossed, tossing a dragon-shaped badge their way. Here, the matter with Longshao Academy is settled. In 3 months, the Dragon Nest secret realm will be open to you. Young one, I sacrificed quite a bit of my charm and haggled with Qin, Yin's godmother for this. Are you moved? Lu Yuan accepted the badge. Thank you, Aunt Luli. Merely saying thanks one tea suffice. Lan Luli winked at him. Next time we have a sale, remember to reserve a spot for Andy. Lu Yuan gestured an okay sign. All right, enough chit-chat. Starting today, until your departure for the Meteor Valley, you will undergo a month-long special training. She waved her hand, and a luminous screen unfurled in the middle of the living room, densely populated with a detailed training schedule, down to the hour. The goal of this month was simple: elevate all your beasts to the silver tier. The upcoming month would be a bittersweet ordeal for Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Su Yuli's training regimen was nothing short of grueling. Mornings were dedicated to fundamental physical and mental fortitude training. Lu Yuan practiced the 9 revolutions refining divine technique, while Yun Qianqian honed her bond with her beasts. Mornings consisted of theoretical studies and resource absorption. Under the guidance of the Beast Master Compendium, Lu Yuan meticulously processed those seemingly worthless resources. Afternoons involved the most brutal practical combat drills. Qianqian, your Dark Ranger's rhythm for heart-piercing shot is all wrong. Your aim is suppression, not annihilation. Create opportunities for the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow's blazing descent. Su Yuli's voice rang out from the sidelines. Just as her words fell, 3 shadow arrows sealed off all escape routes for the first light. First light, light wings. Mirror of facade, synchronize. Lu Yuan commanded calmly. The wings of first light flared behind it, soaring at an angle to narrowly evade the arrows. Simultaneously, an ethereal chain linked it to the mirror of facade below. Too late. Yun Qianqian exclaimed, Shadow Strike. The Dark Ranger vanished in an instant, reappearing behind first light, a dagger glinting with cold radiance aimed at its vital points. However, just as the dagger was about to strike home, the figure of first light shattered like a bubble. The Dark Ranger hesitated for a moment after missing its strike. Inverted light, Lu Yuan's voice echoed. On the ground, the oft-overlooked mirror of facade suddenly sparkled. The energy from the Dark Ranger's shadow strike was entirely absorbed, then reversed and released with double the intensity. A beam of black light shot from the mirror, arriving first and crashing into the Dark Ranger. Bang! The Dark Ranger let out a muffled groan, forcibly expelled from its stealth state. Well done, Yun Qianqian exclaimed with delight, her battle spirit soaring. But it wasn't over yet. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, blazing descent. In the sky, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, already poised for action, emitted a piercing cry. With a powerful flap of its wings, a massive spectral flame detached from its body, trailing a long burning arc, like a falling meteor, hurtling toward Lu Yuan's beast. The terrifying heat distorted the air around the battlefield. Yet, in the face of this ultimate silver tier skill, Lu Yuan's gaze remained tranquil. First light, servant of light. Mirror of facade, release stored images. Buzz. 3 pinnacle bronze tier light spirits materialized on the battlefield, confronting the descending firebird. Meanwhile, beside Lu Yuan, the mirror of facade shimmered, conjuring another identical first light out of thin air. 2 first lights, 6 light spirits. The Legion of Light doubled in scale. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in the heart of the battlefield. As the dust settled, the sight before the spectators, including Lan Luli, made them gasp in astonishment. The battlefield had transformed into a scorched wasteland. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's beasts were both at their limits, panting heavily. It was a draw. 2 pinnacle bronze tier beasts had withstood the combined onslaught of 1 pinnacle bronze tier and 1 low silver tier beast. This grueling training continued day after day. A vast array of resources, relentless training, and an increasingly seamless synergy culminated in a significant breakthrough just 2 days before Su Yuli planned to enter the secret realm. After training concluded, 2 powerful energy fluctuations erupted simultaneously within Lu Yuan's room. The suspended first light and the adjacent mirror of facade radiated formidable energy. Silver tier. They had succeeded. Almost concurrently, Lu Yuan felt 2 streams of mental energy surge back through the contract, flooding into his sea of consciousness. The barrier of pinnacle bronze tier shattered under this overwhelming energy. Lu Yuan's eyes shot open, achieving the rank of low silver tier beast master. Chapter 73, The Advancement of First Light. Silver tier beast master. Just as he was savoring this newfound realm, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Ah Yuan, are you all right? We felt a tremendous surge of energy just now. It was Yun Qianqian's voice. Lu Yuan rose to open the door, revealing Yun Qianqian and Su Yuli standing outside. Yun Qianqian's face was slightly flushed from her hurried run. Su Yuli stood beside her, her gaze warm and inquisitive. I'm fine. Both First Light and the mirror of facade have broken through, Lu Yuan explained. Really? Yun Qianqian exclaimed, leaping with joy. Her joy emanated from the depths of her heart, surpassing even her own breakthroughs in happiness. Just 2 days prior, my Dark Ranger had also successfully ascended to the silver tier. Yun Qianqian was filled with aspirations for the future. With this, Our chances of success in the Starfall Valley have greatly increased. When the time comes, we shall seize all the treasures within. Su Yuli observed the spirited demeanor of the two children, a smile gracing her lips. She could sense that Lu Yuan's aura had firmly settled into the low silver tier, his foundation solid, devoid of any frivolity. Since he had already made his breakthrough, it was prudent to solidify it further. The day after tomorrow, I shall escort you to the entrance of the secret realm, Su Yuli admonished before turning to leave. All right, Yuan, you should rest quickly. Tomorrow we will contract a new beast. Yun Qianqian chimed in, following in her mother's footsteps. As the door closed behind them, Lu Yuan found himself alone in the room. He exhaled deeply. At last, he had reached the silver tier. From being ridiculed for summoning the luminous butterfly to becoming the foremost among the new students of Beiming Academy in just a few short months. With a mere thought, the Beastmaster's compendium materialized before him, opening to the page dedicated to the primordial light. The attributes before him were clearly displayed. Beast, primordial light. Potential, 4 stars. Each major ascension results in a loss of 1 star. A 1-star beast cannot ascend further. Tier, low silver. Racial skills, 1. Divine radiance. Existence is a domain, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energies. Can also emit light particles for purification. 2. Servants of light. Summon 3 light spirits of a tier always 1 rank lower than the primordial light to fight in unison. 3. Judgment of light. Condense light energy into a 1-meter-long light spear for throwing, inflicting devastating light damage with an absolute suppression effect on dark targets. 4. Wings of light. Allows for high-speed flight for a brief duration. 5. Sacred Guardian. Bestows a shield on allied units that absorbs damage. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the evolution pathway at the very bottom. Evolution pathway. Unique legend primordial light radiant spirit. 5-star potential. Evolution conditions. 1. Beast tier must reach silver. 2. Evolution material. Holy crystal, epic, X1. 3. Evolution material. Angel's feather, epic, X1. All 3 conditions were satisfied. Now is the time. Lu Yuan opened his storage space, retrieving the 2 epic materials sent by Yun Jintian. One was a completely translucent holy crystal, within which appeared to swirl countless points of light. The other was a pure white angel's feather, radiating a soft and sacred aura. As the 2 epic materials emerged, the room was filled with an intense concentration of light elements. The option for evolution leading to the radiant spirit illuminated the Beastmaster's compendium with the words ready for evolution. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed the evolution. As Lu Yuan's will solidified, the Beastmaster's compendium emitted a gentle golden-purple radiance, enveloping the primordial light, holy crystal, and angel's feather that hovered in midair. Unlike previous evolutions, this time the brilliance did not flicker and fade. The holy crystal and angel's feather slowly dissolved under the golden-purple glow, one channeling a divine and overwhelming primal power, the other a pure and ethereal transformative force. The 2 energies gradually merged into the core of his light sphere. The light sphere of the primordial light began to violently contract and expand, akin to a heart nurturing new life. Lu Yuan could distinctly sense the leap in the life tier of the primordial light. This evolution persisted for a full 10 minutes. When the last trace of liquid light energy was completely absorbed, the light mass finally stabilized. Boom! A surge of power, far more potent than before, coursed through the contractive force into Lu Yuan's body. This power washed over his recently solidified low silver tier foundation, causing his mental strength to surge once again. Yet he still fell short of breaking through to the mid-silver tier. Lu Yuan was unconcerned, as all his focus was directed towards the ultimate outcome of the evolution before him. As the brilliance receded, the once visible light sphere vanished. In its place, a small spirit figure, half a meter in size, floated in the air. Unlike the primordial light, this new spirit wielded a staff, and behind it, a pair of magnificent wings formed of light energy slowly unfurled. This was the radiant spirit. The Beastmaster's compendium automatically turned to a new page, presenting the radiant spirit's complete panel before him. Beast, radiant spirit. Potential, 5 stars. Tier, mid-silver. Racial skills. 1. Sacred radiant domain. Existence is a domain, continuously purifying, dispelling, and suppressing all negative and dark energies. Can also emit light particles for purification. Can actively release radiant shockwave, inflicting light damage over a range. 2. Spirit servants. Summon 3 light spirits of a tier always 1 rank lower than itself to fight in unison. When the light spirits perish, they will self-destruct, causing localized light damage. 3. End of days sacred spear. Maximize condensed light energy into a 100-meter-long light spear for throwing, inflicting devastating light damage. with an absolute suppression effect on dark targets. Upon hitting the target, the spear splits into two smaller light spears to attack nearby foes. 4. Ethereal Wings of Light allows for high-speed flight for a brief duration, leaving a trail of light. Allied units passing through gain a 10 speed boost. 5. Divine Guardian bestows a shield on allied units that absorbs damage. When the shield is broken, it releases a light wave that repels surrounding enemies. 6. Radiant Nova leap into the air, condensing light energy before striking the ground, triggering a large-scale light explosion that inflicts damage. 7. Spirit's Blessing bestows protection on all allied units, rendering them immune to mental attacks. Duration, 8 seconds. Not only did the tier directly ascend from low silver to mid silver, but its potential also reverted to 5 stars. The original 5 skills received comprehensive enhancements, and 2 brand new skills awakened. Radiant Nova, a powerful area attack skill, addressed its previous deficiency in group damage output. Meanwhile, Spirit's Blessing left Lu Yuan astounded. Immunity to mental attacks. In the treacherous secret realms, many high-tier beasts' physical attacks were not particularly fearsome. Often, the most lethal threats were those unforeseen mental shocks. This skill undoubtedly served as a trump card. Lu Yuan's gaze continued downward, resting upon the new evolution conditions. Evolution Pathway, Unique Legend Radiant Spirit Eternal Light Envoy, 5-star potential. Evolution Conditions. 1. Beast tier must reach Platinum. 2. Evolution Material, Divine Crystal, King, X1. 3. Evolution Material, Star Core, Epic, X1. King tier materials. Lu Yuan was taken aback to discover that the third evolution already required King tier materials. However, he felt a sense of relief. After all, each evolution granted unparalleled enhancements to his beast, making it unsurprising that the materials needed for evolution were of the King tier. Chapter 74, Talent. The mental fortitude of a silver-tier beast master expanded like a broadened lake. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness. According to conventional wisdom, upon the ascension of a beast master to a higher rank, a new contractual position would invariably manifest within their sea of consciousness. Indeed, beside the existing contractual positions representing the Radiant Sacred Spirit and the Mirror of Facades, a new position had emerged. However, Lu Yuan's attention was instantaneously captivated by another anomaly. Not far from the nascent contractual position, a swirling mass of chaotic golden light was gradually coalescing, taking on form. What could this be? Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. He immediately recalled a term that only existed among the elite beastmasters: talent. The talent of a beastmaster is ethereal and capricious, manifesting unpredictably during any ascension, or perhaps remaining forever beyond reach throughout one's life. Yet, without a doubt, every beastmaster who awakens their talent is destined to rise as a paragon atop the waves of their era. Talents are wondrous and diverse. A lesser talent may merely enhance the beastmaster's own power or speed, while a formidable talent could even forge an independent space for beasts or alter the very fabric of reality. Lu Yuan held his breath, concentrating all his mental faculties on the ever-shifting golden light. Eventually, the radiance coalesced. The talent known as Mark was unveiled, accompanied by its detailed information, which materialized in Lu Yuan's mind. Talent, Mark. Effect 1, All Beasts Mark. When applied to any of the user's beasts, it grants a doubling of all attributes for 10 minutes, instantly restores all injuries, energy, and negative statuses. There are no side effects, and the user will not be left in a weakened state once the effect concludes. Effect 2, Not yet unlocked. Effect 3, Not yet unlocked. One imprint can be automatically generated each day, with no storage limit. The imprint can only be applied to the user's own beasts. Note: All Beasts Mark has been awakened. 2 additional marks remain dormant. Uniting the 3 may yield a new transformation. The first thought that crossed Lu Yuan's mind was that the effects of this talent resembled a supercharged recovery skill. Yet, the second thought struck him with clarity. This was no mere recovery skill. Imagine, in the heat of battle, when the Radiant Sacred Spirit is exhausted, energy depleted, and covered in wounds. Just as the opponent is about to reveal a victorious smile, the user need only release an imprint. In the next moment, a fully rejuvenated Radiant Sacred Spirit, with attributes soaring beyond its peak, would re-enter the fray with unparalleled prowess. Such an occurrence would be sufficient to utterly shatter any opponent's resolve. Not to mention, it could also be applied to the Mirror of Facades, and even to the reflections stored within it. The tactical combinations available were virtually limitless. With a deep exhale, Lu Yuan forced himself to quell the tumult within. The arrival of this talent was remarkably timely. He was about to venture into the Starfall Valley, rated as extremely dangerous, where even the weakest creatures were of high silver grade. Despite having made thorough preparations, it was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. The existence of the imprint talent undoubtedly provided a significant safeguard for this expedition into the secret realm. His thoughts returned to the newly formed contractual position. Silver rank. Free beasts. It was time to augment his collection with a new member. The following morning, under the radiant sun, in the private training grounds of the hillside villa, Suyu Li and Lan Lu Li focused their gazes on the two young individuals in the arena. Are you ready? Suyu Li inquired gently. Ready. Yun Xianxian was the first to leap forward. She retrieved a peculiar summoning stone from her storage space. The Mirror Source Stone. This was her acquisition from the Mirror Shadow secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xianxian began to infuse her mental energy into the stone. Buzz. The Mirror Source Stone emitted a soft chime, and the myriad of mirror surfaces began to spin rapidly, refracting countless rays of light. Shortly thereafter, a rift in space quietly opened before the stone. From this rift emerged a sleek, entirely black cat, its form exuding elegance. At first glance, it appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary black cat, yet its eyes resembled the vastness of the starry sky. Its face bore white markings that outlined a delicate and enigmatic mask. The cat surveyed its surroundings before finally fixing its gaze upon Yun Xianxian, tilting its head with a gentle curiosity. Yun Xianxian's eyes sparkled with delight. So adorable. She eagerly extended her hand, and the contract was formed the moment the black cat appeared. Beast, Void Masquerade Cat. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low silver. Attribute, Void. Species skills, 1, Void Walk. Passive, can briefly slip into the void dimension, ignoring most physical and energy attacks, and is immune to all forms of targeting. 2. Masquerade Mimicry, can perfectly replicate the aura and energy fluctuations of any creature up to 2 ranks above itself, undetectable by any probing skills. Note, this is merely a mimicry and does not grant the skills of the mimicked creature. 3. Dimensional Claw, imbues its claws with dimensional cutting energy, allowing attacks to bypass part of the target's defenses, with a chance to inflict persistent damage through spatial rifts. 4. Absolute Silence, creates a spherical area of silence with a 10-meter radius, where all sounds, energy fluctuations, and mental probing are completely nullified, rendering beings outside the field unable to perceive any activity within. Lu Yuan's Beast Encyclopedia concurrently displayed the panel for the cat, with its void attribute and 5-star potential. Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. The skill set of this cat was decidedly tailored for assassination and infiltration, with passive immunity to targeting. The ability to actively simulate auras and create an absolute silence domain. It was a perfect complement to the Dark Ranger. Splendid. Another partner with 5-star potential. Yun Xianxian exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and embracing the cat. Wow, remarked Lan Lu Li, sitting upright with an expression of awe. Another 5-star. Your Yun family's luck is simply unreasonable. Suyu Li merely smiled, unfazed by the occurrence. To her, Yun Xianxian summoning a 5-star potential beast had long since become predictable. Her gaze shifted more toward Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. Xianxian summoning was a delightful surprise, but Lu Yuan's summoning was the true enigma. A Yuan, it's your turn. Yun Xianxian waved at Lu Yuan. You're sure to summon a beast even more formidable than my cat. Lu Yuan nodded, stepping forward. He gazed at the Mirror Source Stone in his hand, feeling an unusual stirring within. Even with the Beast Encyclopedia as his ultimate trump card, the moment of summoning always brought forth that familiar trepidation born of the unknown. He recalled the timid glowing butterfly on the high platform and the unassuming mirror spirit in the training ground. He did not wish to endure such an opening for a third time. Casting aside distractions, Lu Yuan infused his mental energy into the Mirror Source Stone. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The very fabric of space before Lu Yuan resembled glass, and without warning, a pitch-black fissure appeared. Within that rift, there was no light, only an abyssal darkness. An aura far more bizarre than that of the Void Masquerade cat seeped forth from the crack. The languor on Lan Liuli's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave expression. Suyu Li also retracted her gentle smile, her delicate brows knitting together as a flicker of bewilderment crossed her eyes. She found herself utterly unable to decipher the essence of this ominous aura. Yun Xianxian instinctively clutched her void-masked cat, its fur bristling and a low growl emanating from its throat. Under the gaze of all present, an entity slowly emerged from the depths of the pure darkness. This entity possessed no fixed form, resembling a living shadow or a pool of flowing ink. It writhed and morphed continuously. What is this? Yun Xianxian inquired. Lan Liuli, uncertain, responded, a distortion of energy resulting from a failed summoning? However, Lu Yuan's expression, initially serious, gradually transformed into one of unrestrained elation. For within his vision, an ethereal ancient tome had already opened of its own accord. Lines of golden text appeared with remarkable clarity before his eyes. Chapter 75, Void Phantasm. Name, Void Phantasm. Rank, Mid-tier Bronze. Potential, 5 stars. Species skills, 1. Void Body. Immune to the vast majority of physical damage, the Void Phantasm can assume any form. 2. Spatial Anchor. Can designate a location within 1 kilometer as an anchor point, then open a spatial passage to that location, currently limited to 2 anchor points. Cannot be used across dimensions. 3. Dimensional Blade. Compresses spatial energy to form an invisible blade that bypasses most defenses. 4. Void Map. Generates a map with a 5-kilometer radius centered on the Void Phantasm, displaying the location of creatures and resources. 5. Phantasmal Form. The Void Phantasm can transform into any shape. Evolution Path. The Void Phantasm remains as is, with no evolutionary direction, but can absorb spatial treasures to enhance its potential. Skills will manifest based on the treasures absorbed. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's breath caught in his throat. His heart raced uncontrollably, a wave of immense joy overwhelming his usual composure. He was truly experiencing a stroke of fortune. Immunity to physical damage, attacks that disregard defenses, a built-in radar map, and an evolution method that could only be described as a game-changer. This was no mere beast, it was a walking cheat code. A Yuan? Yun Qianqian approached Lu Yuan, observing the unprecedented ecstasy on his face with concern. Are you all right? This entity, it hasn't harmed you, has it? Lan Lioli's expression had reached a peak of seriousness as she fixated on the writhing shadow, her voice low and urgent. Boy, if things seem amiss, immediately sever the contract. Such energy distortions resulting from failed summons are highly unstable, and they could very well backfire on the Beastmaster. Su Yueli remained silent, yet she was poised to intervene at any moment. They all assumed Lu Yuan was rendered speechless by the unknown creature he had summoned. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions, his exuberance tempered. Aunt Su, Aunt Lioli, Qianqian, there's no need for concern. He turned to face the living shadow, his gaze filled with unprecedented satisfaction and admiration. It is not a distortion, it is my new companion. As his words fell, the writhing shadow seemed to comprehend, instantly halting its transformations. It floated to Lu Yuan's feet, resembling a docile puppy as it affectionately nuzzled against his pant leg. Companion? Lan Lioli inquired, her curiosity piqued. This thing? It lacks a fixed shape or even a sound. You call this a beast? Yun Qianqian also crouched down, extending her finger to cautiously prod the shadow. Her finger passed through effortlessly, as if it merely pierced through the air. It's called the Void Phantasm, Lu Yuan elucidated. It possesses spatial attributes, which are quite rare. Its abilities are rather unique, specializing in concealment and mobility. He only divulged the most basic information, naturally withholding details about its physical immunity and built-in map capabilities, which he regarded as trump cards. Void Phantasm. Su Yueli murmured the name softly, her gaze unwavering on the shadow, her skepticism undiminished. I have never encountered any records of such a beast in any tomes. Lu Yuan, your luck is indeed extraordinary. Lan Lioli leaned closer, circling around the shadow in awe. Spatial attributes. 5-star potential. Did Xiaoya perhaps consort with the goddess of fortune? This luck is simply preposterous. She felt her worldview shatter as these two young beings continuously upended her understanding of reality. First, Yun Qianqian summoned a 5-star potential void-masked cat. And now Lu Yuan had conjured an unheard of void phantasm. How could she, a beastmaster who had toiled to reach the epic rank, reconcile with this? Yun Qianqian beamed with pride upon hearing Lan Lioli's words. She was not at all surprised by what Lu Yuan had summoned. Observing the varied reactions of the three women, Lu Yuan merely smiled. With a thought, the shadow known as the Void Phantasm began to transform. It elongated from a pool of flowing ink, eventually morphing into a pitch-black spear of light, identical to the one he held, Judgment of Light, floating silently beside him. This display of ability caused Lan Lioli's eyelids to twitch once more. All right, enough showing off. If you keep this up, my heart won't be able to take it. She waved her hand, slumping back into her chair with an expression of exasperation. You youngsters can entertain yourselves. I need a moment of peace. Su Yueli smiled gently, observing the spirited exchange between the two children and their uniquely powerful companions with a sense of fulfillment. Since they had contracted new allies, it was imperative to foster their synergy swiftly. Her voice regained its authoritative edge as she declared, let us not waste time. Training begins now. All right, Yun Qianqian exclaimed, her fighting spirit ignited. The atmosphere in the training ground shifted instantaneously. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged glances, both recognizing the eagerness in each other's eyes. Radiant Holy Spirit, Mirror of the Faceless, Void Phantasm. Dark Ranger, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, Void Masked Cat, Dawnlight Saintess. They simultaneously summoned their respective beasts. In an instant, 7 formidable creatures, exuding powerful auras, stood arrayed on either side of the small training ground. The Beast Encyclopedia materialized, showcasing the panels of the 7 summoned beasts. Beast, Radiant Holy Spirit. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, Mid-tier Silver. Species Skills, 1. Holy Radiance Domain. Existence is domain, continuously purifies, dispels, and suppresses all negative and dark energies. Can also emit light particles for purification. Can actively unleash radiant shockwave, inflicting light damage over a designated area. 2. Spirit Servants. Summons 3 light spirits, each of a rank 1 tier lower than itself, to fight alongside. If the light spirits perish, they self-detonate, causing localized light damage. 3. End of Days Holy Spear. Maximizes light energy into a 100-meter spear for throwing, inflicting devastating light damage, with absolute suppression against dark entities. Upon striking a target, the spear splits into 2 smaller spears to attack nearby foes. 4. Radiant Wings. Allows for high-speed flight for a brief period, leaving a trail of light. Allies passing through gain a 10 increase in movement speed. 5. Divine Guardian. Bestows a shield upon allied units that absorbs damage. When the shield is shattered, it releases a wave of light that repels surrounding enemies. 6. Radiant Nova. Leaps into the air, gathers light energy, and strikes the ground with great force, triggering a large-scale explosion of light attribute damage. 7. Sacred Protection. Grants all allied units a protective blessing, rendering them immune to mental attacks for 8 seconds. Beast, Mirror of Insight. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, low silver tier. Racial skills, 1. Mirror storage. In addition to the promptly replicated beasts, 1 allied beast can be pre-duplicated and stored within the mirror space, ready to be released at any moment during battle, lasting for 3 minutes. Current storage capacity, 2. 2. Light of Reversal. Absorbs and doubles the energy or flight skill of an enemy beast, once every 9 minutes. 3. Phantom Synchronization. Selects an allied beast to establish a mirrored link, lasting 1 minute. During the link, all linked units share damage evenly. Currently, a maximum of 6 units can be linked. 4. Prismatic Death Ray. The surface of the magic mirror condenses mirrored energy, refracting a beam of ultra-high density light that inflicts penetrating damage on a single target. Meanwhile, the 4 beasts under Yun Qianqian exude immense power. Beast, Dark Ranger. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, low silver tier. Racial skills, 1. Shadow Arrow. After charging for 1 second, shoots an arrow imbued with shadow power, dealing damage to the first target hit and applying the shadow corrosion effect. 2. Piercing Barrage. Rapidly fires 3 penetrating arrows, if the target is in the shadow corrosion state. The last arrow inflicts substantial damage. 3. Shadow Strike. Teleports behind the target to deliver a lethal stab with a dagger. 4. Nightfall Stealth. Enters a 3-second invisibility state, increasing movement speed by 30. Beast, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. Potential, 4 stars. Rank, low silver tier. Racial skills, 1. Meteor Fire Rain. Summons several fireballs to rain down randomly on a target area, causing extensive fire damage. 2. Holy Flame Explosive. Launches a chargeable fireball that inflicts fire damage on the target, with damage scaling with charge time. 3. Blazing Dive. Dives at high speed towards a target area, dealing fire damage to enemies in its path, and creating a knockback effect upon landing. 4. Flame Wing Guardian. Gains a 3-second damage reduction. 5. Radiant Descent. Compresses flames into its wings to release a phantom of the Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, which moves at an accelerated speed and leaves a trail of burning fire, ultimately crashing down on the target for immense damage. Beast, Dawnlight Saintess. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, mid-silver tier. Racial skills, 1. Holy Light Radiance. Condenses a miniature sun, dealing light attribute damage to enemies over a wide area. 2. Celestial Judgment. Gathers light energy, focusing it at the fingertips before unleashing a divine beam, inflicting significant single-target damage. 3. Ring of Blazing Sun. Expands a flame ring centered on itself, inflicting continuous fire damage to surrounding enemies every second. 4. Dawnlight Leap. Jumps to a designated area, exploding with holy flame upon landing to deal damage. 5. Solar Chains. Summons 3 chains of fire to bind enemies for 2 seconds, inflicting fire damage every second. 6. Holy Flame Baptism upon use. Significantly enhances the attributes of the Dawnlight Saintess. Beast, Void Facade Cat. Potential, 5 stars. Rank, low silver tier. Racial skills, 1. Void Walk. Passive can briefly slip into the void dimension, ignoring most physical and energy attacks while being immune to all forms of targeting. 2. Facade mimicry can perfectly replicate the aura and energy fluctuations of any creature up to 2 tiers above itself, remaining undetectable by any probing skills. Note, this is merely mimicry and does not grant the skills of the mimicked entity. 3. Dimensional claw envelopes the claws in dimensional cutting energy, allowing attacks to bypass a portion of the target's defenses and having a chance to inflict persistent damage through spatial rifts. 4. Absolute silence creates a spherical silent domain with a 10-meter radius, completely blocking all sounds, energy fluctuations, and mental probing within, rendering outside beings unable to perceive any events occurring inside the domain. Chapter 76. Battle against Yun Qianqian. Just as the two were about to commence their practice duel, Suyuli approached them. The Dawnlight Saintess was prohibited from participating in this training session. The other beasts were to give their all. Understood, Mom. Yun Qianqian responded, her face not betraying any dissatisfaction, but rather igniting a fervent fighting spirit. The call to battle required no words. Almost instantaneously, as all beasts appeared on both sides, Yun Qianqian launched the first strike. Void Cat go! The Void Facade Cat shimmered, leaving behind an afterimage as its true form silently melded into the air, betraying not a hint of energy fluctuation, stealth, and assassination. These were the trademarks of a beast of the void. Simultaneously, the Dark Ranger drew back his longbow. An arrow imbued with shadow power poised on the string, aimed directly at Lu Yuan's Dawnlight Saintess. Clearly, Yun Qianqian's strategy was straightforward. Use the stealth of the Void Facade Cat as a feint to distract Lu Yuan, allowing the Dark Ranger to launch a surprise attack. However, Lu Yuan's reaction was unexpectedly composed. He did not turn to regard the vanishing Void Facade Cat, but instead issued commands. Dawnlight Saintess, Sacred Spirit Attendant, Mirror of Insight, Phantom Synchronization, Buzz. Radiance flickered around the Dawnlight Saintess as 3 light elves, wielding light spears and exuding the peak aura of Bronze Tier, materialized in a formation to shield the Dawnlight Saintess at its center. Subsequently, an ethereal chain shot forth from the mirror's surface, precisely linking the Dawnlight Saintess, the 3 light elves, and the Mirror of Insight itself. Damage was to be shared. Everyone was linked. You think you can withstand it through damage sharing? Blue Yuli raised an eyebrow from the sidelines. This brat dares to be so audacious against Qianqian's 3 beasts. However, Su Yuli's gaze fell upon the shadow at Lu Yuan's feet. Noticing this, Yun Qianqian's lips curled into a sly smile. Ah, Yuan, you're being too careless. Dark Ranger, Piercing Barrage. Whoosh. The long-prepared shadow arrow was released. Yet, just as the arrow was about to breach the defensive line formed by the light elves, it vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a dark rift appeared behind the Dawnlight Saintess, and the vanished shadow arrow shot forth. It was the Void Facade Cat. It had utilized Void Walk to briefly transport the shadow arrow behind the Dawnlight Saintess. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. Just as the shadow arrow was about to strike the Dawnlight Saintess, the shadow at his feet stirred. The shadow shifted slightly. Dimensional Blade. The menacing shadow arrow disintegrated silently upon contact with the Dimensional Blade. What? Yun Qianqian's eyes widened in shock. Had her decisive combo been thwarted so easily? Now it's my turn, Lu Yuan's voice resounded. Dawnlight Saintess, Radiant Nova. Upon receiving the command, the Dawnlight Saintess flapped her wings, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the air. She raised her staff high, and a dazzling orb of light rapidly coalesced at its tip. Not good. Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow, Flame Wing Guardian. Yun Qianqian hastily commanded. The Sacred Flame Phoenix immediately unfurled its wings, enveloped in a crimson shield of flames that shielded it and the nearby Dark Ranger. Boom. The radiant Holy Spirit forcefully struck the ground with the sun it held, blinding white light engulfing the entire venue, while a ferocious wave of light emanated in a circular expansion. Utilizing its passive ability, the Void-masked cat of Yun Qianqian slipped into the void dimension at the moment of the explosion, narrowly evading the attack. However, the Sacred Flame Phoenix and the Dark Ranger were not so fortunate. The Flame Wing Guardian's shield shattered within mere seconds under the onslaught of the light wave. One strike had injured both of Yun Qianqian's primary beasts. Despite the setback, Yun Qianqian bit her lip, her fighting spirit ignited rather than extinguished. But that was not the end. Sacred Flame Phoenix, Radiant Skyfall. Even when wounded, the Sacred Flame Phoenix executed its command. It let out a resounding phoenix cry, compressing all its flames into its wings, and a larger fiery bird apparition emerged, leaving a trail of flames as it locked onto Lu Yuan's radiant Holy Spirit and plunged down with ferocity. Mirror of Reflection, Image Storage, Reversal of Light. Lu Yuan's command was calm and swift. The Mirror of Reflection shone brightly, conjuring an identical mirror image of the radiant Holy Spirit, which also summoned 3 light spirits. Instantly, Lu Yuan's combat power doubled. 2 radiant holy spirits, 6 light spirits. Simultaneously, the mirror's surface abruptly targeted the descending firebird. Boom. The cataclysmic energy of radiant skyfall was partially absorbed by the mirror, which then transformed it into a crimson beam of light, rebounding fiercely towards Yun Qianqian's position. Yun Qianqian's expression changed dramatically. The now weakened radiant skyfall was easily blocked by the divine blessing released in tandem by the 2 radiant holy spirits. The situation on the battlefield became clear in an instant. On Yun Qianqian's side, the Sacred Flame Phoenix and Dark Ranger were injured, leaving only a fully intact Void-masked cat. Meanwhile, on Lu Yuan's side, aside from the Mirror of Reflection having consumed energy for 2 skills, the Radiant Holy Spirits and their Mirror Legion remained virtually unscathed. The outcome was evident. Enough already. Yun Qianqian stomped her foot in frustration, actively recalling all her beasts. Yuan, you're cheating. Your mirror is far too oppressive. Lu Yuan also withdrew his beasts, the shadow formed by the Void Phantom returning to his side, resting quietly. He smiled and approached Yun Qianqian, habitually ruffling her hair. You haven't even used the Dawn Radiant Maiden. Humph. Yun Qianqian lifted her chin defiantly. Of course. If my Dawn Radiant Maiden had intervened, you would already be lying on the ground. I was merely saving face for you. By the sidelines, Lan Liuli yawned and remarked. All right, enough with the showboating. Overall, you both performed admirably. Qianqian's beasts coordinated well, and her tactics were decisive. As for Lu Yuan, he's as dirty as ever. His strategies intricately interlinked, leaving one defenseless. Especially that shadow, it was well concealed. Su Yueli's face radiated with satisfaction. You have all grown remarkably. Now go rest well. Tomorrow, we shall embark for the Starfall Valley. Hooray! Yun Qianqian instantly forgot her earlier defeat, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the Starfall Valley. Yuan, let's go empty the Starfall Valley. Chapter 77, Journey to the Starfall Valley. With the battle concluded, Lu Yuan stood in place, his mind still immersed in the recent confrontation. Not due to victory, but because of the sentience exhibited by his beasts in that fleeting moment. The Radiant Holy Spirit's Nova truly followed his command. Yet, at the moment of release, Lu Yuan keenly sensed that the Radiant Holy Spirit had delayed its attack by a few seconds. It was in those seconds that the damage was maximized. This was not Lu Yuan's judgment, but rather the Radiant Holy Spirit's own intuition. And then there was the Void Phantom. When the Shadow Arrow circled around for a surprise attack, Lu Yuan's instinct was to command the Void Phantom to intercept. However, before his command was fully articulated, the Void Phantom's dimensional blade had already launched. The sensation was peculiar. It felt less like a master-servant command, and more like a profound understanding shared between them, as if the Void Phantom had anticipated his thoughts and executed a perfect response. The autonomous consciousness of his beasts. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. This was not a secret within the realm of Beastmasters. When the bond between a Beastmaster and their beasts reaches a certain level, and when the beasts themselves evolve to a stage of intelligence, they cease to be mere tools executing commands. Instead, they begin to think, to judge, and to autonomously choose optimal strategies as partners. Typically, this is a capability that many gold and even platinum tier Beastmasters begin to focus on developing. Yet, his Radiant Holy Spirit and Void Phantom, having just stepped into the silver tier, had already exhibited such potential. Contemplating this, the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth unconsciously curled upwards. Hey, you're still smiling. Yun Qianqian, noticing Lu Yuan's distraction and his untimely grin, rushed over. Yuan, you've gone bad. Using your wretched mirror to bully my Phoenix and Ranger. And now you dare to smirk. Lu Yuan snapped back to reality, gazing at her, and unable to suppress his laughter as he pinched her cheek. I was pondering that my beasts seemed to possess a bit more intelligence than a certain little fool's. You're the fool. Yun Qianqian swatted his hand away. My maiden and little cat haven't even shown their full strength yet. If my Dawn Radiant Maiden were to use Sacred Flame Baptism, your Holy Spirit and mirror would have been shattered long ago. I was merely giving you face, humph. She lifted her delicate chin, resembling a proud little peacock, although the slight flush on her ears betrayed her inner delight. All right, enough with the flirtation. It's making my teeth ache, Lan Liuli interjected, waving her hand. By the way, you two should consider my capacity to handle this demolition-style training. Also, for the cost of repairing this venue. Yueli, you're responsible for that. Su Yueli gracefully sipped her tea, her gaze shifting between the two children, her eyes filled with an unshakable smile and pride. This was a necessary investment in their growth. She set down her cup. All right, tidy up a bit. The upcoming Starfall Valley will be the true test. Yuan, we're going tomorrow. Let's empty all the resources inside and convert them into a wealth of points. Observing the adorable, money-obsessed expression on the girl, Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. Though his fondness for her deepened, he could feel that through a month of collaboration and shared battles, the bond between him and Yun Qianqian had grown increasingly harmonious, resembling that of their beasts, more attuned and connected in thought. The following day, as dawn broke, when the first ray of morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the villa's living room, Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian were already prepared. Both donned operational gear suited for action. Yun Qianqian sported a vibrant red outfit, brimming with vitality, while Lu Yuan remained clad in his minimalist black attire, accentuating his tall stature. Their faces had shed youthful innocence, replaced by a calmness forged through trials. Su Yueli and Lan Lioli were already waiting in the living room. All set. Su Yueli's gaze swept over the two. Yes, Lu Yuan nodded. Ready. Yun Qianqian cheerfully replied. Mother, let us depart swiftly. My sacred flame fire sparrow can hardly wait to indulge in a feast of flames. Lan Lioli stifled a yawn, lazily retrieving 2 badges from her storage ring and tossing them to the others. Here, these are the Academy's specially crafted rescue badges. In the event of an insurmountable life-threatening danger, shatter it. The Academy's rescue team will arrive with utmost speed. However, do note that using this item is rather costly. Points will be directly deducted from your accounts. Unless absolutely necessary, do not be foolish. Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian accepted the badges and stored them away. All right. Time is of the essence. Su Yueli rose, her gentle, homely aura quietly receding, revealing a formidable presence befitting an epic-tier beastmaster. She stepped onto the expansive lawn in front of the villa and waved her hand. Caw! A cry echoed as the platinum-tier Yangtze Ocean Falcon appeared. Yun Qianqian cheered and rushed forward with familiarity. Lu Yuan stood still, quietly observing the scene. This was his second journey aboard the Yangtze Ocean Falcon to the Rift. The first time was when he ventured to the Mirror Shadow Secret Realm. At that time, he was merely a bronze-tier beastmaster, filled with awe and reverence in the presence of the platinum-tier behemoth, alongside a sense of alienation within the Yun family. Now, he had ascended to silver tier, accompanied by 3 immensely promising companions. He was no longer the boy in need of protection. Come aboard, Su Yueli's voice called. She gracefully leaped onto the broad back of the Yangtze Ocean Falcon, bringing the 2 with her. Off we go, destination, the Starfall Valley. The Yangtze Ocean Falcon flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of azure that swiftly vanished into the clouds, racing toward the distant horizon. On the Falcon's back, an invisible wind elemental shield isolated them from the fierce winds of the high altitude. Yun Qianqian leaned over the edge, excitedly watching the rapidly retreating mountains and rivers below, turning back to shout at Lu Yuan. Ah Yuan, look, we're flying so fast. Lu Yuan approached her side, standing shoulder to shoulder as he gazed toward the ever-diminishing North Meon Beastmaster Academy. Chapter 78, The Guardian of Molten Fire. Lu Yuan's consciousness delved into his mindscape, sensing the imprint, talent, which had now coalesced into 3. He then established a connection through a contract with the inconspicuous shadow at his feet. It seems to enjoy heights. Lu Yuan murmured. Does it? Yun Qianqian inquired curiously, reaching out to poke at the shadow, only to grasp at air. She shrugged it off and cheerfully returned to her position at the edge, eagerly planning. Once we arrive at Starfall Valley, I'll have my sacred flame fire sparrow and radiant saint pave the way, while your glorious Holy Spirit handles healing and protection. And the Dark Ranger and Phantom Cat take care of vigilance and ambush. As for your shadow, she pondered for a moment, let it handle collecting items. We shall clear the valley of all valuable materials. Seeing her adorably greedy demeanor, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He refrained from informing her that the Void Mirage's most potent ability might not be combat, but rather its 5-kilometer radius living map. Collecting items? No. What they were to do was precise treasure hunting. The Yangtze Ocean Falcon's speed was astonishing. Within mere hours, the landscape below had transformed. Forests and rivers vanished, replaced by an expansive crimson wasteland. The sky exhibited a bizarre purplish-red hue. Countless tiny particles of light began to float in the air, emanating a searing warmth. We've arrived. Su Yueli's voice resonated in their ears. She had risen at some point, her expression grave as she gazed below. The Yangtze Ocean Falcon began to descend gradually. Lu Yuan looked down, his gaze sharpening. The ground revealed an extraordinarily spectacular, yet eerie sight. The earth was torn asunder by immense chasms, crisscrossing in every direction. The entire valley was enveloped in a faint glow, causing the space to appear somewhat distorted. This was indeed the Starfall Valley. The Yangtze Ocean Falcon landed steadily on a relatively flat black rock. From here on, it is up to you too. Su Yueli leaped down from the Falcon's back, her gaze sweeping over the children. Remember, safety first. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, shatter the badge immediately. Understood, Mother. Yun Qianqian nodded. Thank you, Aunt Su. Lu Yuan added solemnly. Su Yueli cast one last glance at them, her eyes reflecting concern, yet predominantly trust and anticipation. She leaped back onto the falcon's back, which let out a resounding cry, flapping its wings and transforming into a streak of azure lightning, vanishing into the purplish-red sky. Only when that azure shadow had completely disappeared did Yun Qianqian retract her gaze, taking a deep breath. Ah Yuan, our adventure has officially begun. No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous rumble erupted from a nearby chasm, followed by a colossal entity composed of magma and charred rocks slowly emerging from the depths. Towering over 5 meters, it bore no facial features, with a fist-sized crystal radiating orange-red light embedded at its core. The raw and brutal essence of fire elemental energy emanated from it. Silver High Tier. Name: Guardian of Molten Fire. Rank: Silver High Tier. Potential: 2 stars. Skills: Lava Heavy Fist, Flame Jet, Rock Armor. Weaknesses: Energy Core, fearful of high-intensity water, ice attacks, and weak defenses at the joints. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the Beast Master Compendium's information, the Guardian of Molten Fire detected their presence, its enormous arms of magma striking the ground with a thunderous roar as it lumbered towards them. Just in time. Yun Qianqian exclaimed with delight, her fighting spirit ignited. Perfect for testing my new companion. Phantom Cat, go. The void Phantom Cat beside her flickered and seamlessly merged into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Dark Ranger, suppress it. The Dark Ranger knocked an arrow. Shadow-infused projectiles raining down upon the Guardian of Molten Fire, striking its body with pinpoint accuracy. However, those arrows, aside from sparking a flurry of embers, failed to inflict any substantial damage. The Guardian's rock armor was simply too formidable. Ineffective. Physical attacks yield poor results against it, Lu Yuan's voice rang out. He did not summon the glorious Holy Spirit or the Mirror of Insight. Void Mirage, Dimension Blade. The shadow unleashed an imperceptible slash. The rampaging Guardian of Molten Fire suddenly faltered, its massive form staggering. Then, to Yun Qianqian's astonishment, its stone legs broke cleanly at the ankles. The cut as smooth as a mirror. Boom. The Guardian, now legless, collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater on the ground. Before it could struggle to rise, a lethal shadow appeared ghost-like behind its fallen form. It was the Void Phantom Cat. Its eyes glimmered fiercely in the dim light as it unleashed its dimension claws. Infused with spatial energy, aiming for the Guardian's energy core. A faint sound echoed. The hard energy core was effortlessly pierced beneath the onslaught of the dimension claws. The colossal form of the Molten Guardian trembled violently, the magma that constituted its body cooling rapidly and reverting to ordinary black stone. The battle was over. From the moment the Molten Guardian appeared to its transformation into a pile of rubble, the entire process lasted no more than 30 seconds. Yun Qianqian, her mouth agape, remained in a daze for quite some time. She glanced at her void facade cat, which was elegantly licking its paws, and then at the shadow at Lu Yuan's feet. Now restored to its original state, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Ah Yuan, your shadow is remarkably powerful, isn't it? I didn't even see that last strike. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, offering no explanation. He approached the pile of debris and retrieved the now dim core from within. Name: Heart of Fire. Quality: Silver Grade. Effect: contains pure fire elemental energy, suitable for forging equipment or can be absorbed directly by fire attribute beasts, with a chance to enhance their flame resistance. Wow. It's the Heart of Fire. Yun Qianqian instantly forgot her earlier astonishment, her eyes sparkling as she moved closer. We can sell this at the Academy's points marketplace for a hefty sum. We're going to strike it rich. Lu Yuan handed her the Heart of Fire. Yet his gaze was directed deeper into the valley. In his mind, a three-dimensional map centered around him, with a radius of 5 kilometers, vividly unfolded. The map was dotted with luminous points representing life forms, densely packed. The vast majority were red, indicating hostility, with several points shining even brighter than the Molten Guardian had moments ago. Additionally, a few golden points representing resources flickered enticingly. Chapter 79, Crisis. He pointed toward a ravine on the left ahead. I sense something over there. You sense? Yun Qianqian stored the Heart of Fire in her spatial pouch. All right. If you sense it, then there must be something. The two of them proceeded in the direction Lu Yuan indicated. The terrain of the Meteor Valley was exceedingly complex, with scorching air currents occasionally erupting from fissures in the ground. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, making each breath feel almost scalding. It's so hot here. Yun Qianqian tugged at her collar, her small face flushed from the heat. And it's so rocky, it's not aesthetically pleasing at all. Beauty will come soon enough. Lu Yuan's steps did not falter. As they rounded a massive black spire, the view ahead became dramatically clearer. Before them lay a small basin, in the center of which thrived a patch of luminous plants. They bore no leaves, only crystalline branches, each topped with fruits resembling burning coals. A rich essence of fire elemental energy emanated from those fruits. Name: Flame Crystal Fruit. Quality: Silver Grade. Effect: high purity fire elemental crystals. When consumed by fire attribute beasts, they can slightly elevate their tier. Wow. Yun Qianqian's eyes lit up instantly. Ah Yuan, look. It's flame crystal fruit. So many. My holy flame fire sparrow can feast to its heart's content now. Lu Yuan observed her avaricious expression with a hint of amusement, shaking his head. Don't rush. His gaze swept over the fruit grove, his eyes narrowing slightly. Wherever there are valuable things, there are usually guardians. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of buzzing erupted from all directions without warning. Countless creatures the size of fists, entirely crimson and resembling locusts, surged forth from the shadows of the flame crystal grove. Their wings buzzed rapidly, emitting a piercing drone, while the stingers at their tails burned with orange flames. Name: Starfire Locust. Rank: Peak Bronze. Potential: 2 stars. Skills: Firetail Stinger, Suicide Charge. Weakness: Fear of area water and ice attacks, frail vitality. Tribe trait: Group attack. Fearless in death, led by a Starfire Locust Queen. As long as the queen lives, the swarm does not retreat. The sheer number of the Starfire Locusts, numbering at least in the thousands, formed a crimson cloud of insects, encircling the two of them. The overwhelming aura generated by the multitude of beasts was enough to make any silver-tier beast master's scalp tingle. So many. Humph. A bunch of little bugs. Watch me incinerate you all. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow. The Holy Flame Fire Sparrow emitted a clear, melodious cry as it soared from the contract space, engulfed in blazing holy flames. Hold on, don't act yet. Lu Yuan's hand shot out to stop her. His gaze calmly scanned the swarm of insects. On the map presented by the Void Mirage, a red dot, far brighter than ordinary Starfire Locusts, was concealed behind a rock deep within the fruit grove. Found it. Qianqian. Let your facade cat infiltrate the deepest part of that grove. That's where their queen resides. Yun Qianqian immediately grasped Lu Yuan's intent. Facade cat, go and extract their leader. The void facade cat elegantly called out, its form shimmering as it silently melded into the air. Almost simultaneously, the swarm launched their attack. Buzz. Thousands of Starfire Locusts flapped their wings in unison, their fire-tail stingers raining down like a torrential storm, forming an impenetrable net of flames. Radiant Holy Spirit, Divine Protection. Mirror of Revelation, Mirror Synchronization. Lu Yuan's commands were calm and swift. The radiant Holy Spirit soared into the air, a massive golden shield unfurling in an instant, enveloping the two and the beast within. Immediately afterward, the Mirror of Revelation shot forth several illusory chains from its surface, linking Lu Yuan, Yun Qianqian, the radiant Holy Spirit, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, and itself together. Clang, clang, clang. Countless fire-tail stingers collided with the golden shield, producing a dense, crisp sound. The shield quivered violently. Each hit's damage evenly distributed among all linked entities, rendering the attacks merely a slight tremor upon them. Wow. Ah Yuan, your mirror is incredibly useful. Yun Qianqian felt the damage she endured was almost negligible, akin to a gentle push. Prepare to counterattack. Lu Yuan disregarded her exclamations, his focus intensely concentrated. Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, Meteor Fire Rain. Got it. Fire Sparrow, show them who truly masters the flames. Upon receiving the command, the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow flapped its wings, gathering countless fireballs before it, unleashing them upon the swarm like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions melded into one. Vast numbers of Starfire Locusts turning to ash in the fire, plummeting from the sky. However, the sheer volume of the swarm was overwhelming, quickly replenishing any gaps left by their fallen comrades as they continued their assault. At that moment, a piercing wail suddenly emanated from the depths of the fruit grove. The void facade cat emerged from the shadows of a rock, its claws gripping a Starfire Locust Queen, significantly larger than its kin, its abdomen swollen. Well done, facade cat. Yun Qianqian shouted excitedly. Radiant Holy Spirit, Finality Holy Lance. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity. The radiant Holy Spirit raised its staff. A spear formed from condensed pure light energy materializing beside it. With a throw, it transformed into a streak of golden light, striking the Starfire Locust Queen held captive by the facade cat with precision. Boom. The queen barely had time to struggle before being utterly obliterated in the holy light. Upon striking its target, the sacred spear instantaneously split into two smaller beams of light, which pierced through the most densely packed cluster of insects, once again clearing vast swathes of space. With the demise of the Locust Queen, the previously frenzied Starfire Locust swarm was abruptly thrown into disarray, flailing chaotically in the air. rendering them no longer a threat. Dark Ranger, reap them. Yun Qianqian commanded without hesitation. The Dark Ranger materialized beside her, drawing back his longbow, unleashing shadowy arrows with pinpoint accuracy. Each arrow claimed the life of a Starfire Locust. The battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Moments later, the last Starfire Locust plummeted from the sky. With hands on her hips, Yun Qianqian reveled in her triumph, exclaiming, "All done." Lu Yuan chuckled, swiftly gathering the blazing crystal fruits, recognizing their value for feeding the fire sparrow or trading for points. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianqian promptly began her own collection, not only stowing them in her storage space, but also continuously feeding the sacred flame fire sparrow. The fire sparrow chirped joyfully, devouring the fruits with delight. Just as they were busy collecting their spoils, Lu Yuan's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. On the void map provided by the Void Phantom, a red dot of brilliance, far surpassing all previous creatures, hurtled towards their location at an alarming speed. A pinnacle of golden rank. "Qianqian, we must flee." Lu Yuan's voice was laced with urgency. A formidable presence was approaching. Chapter 80, The Starry Hound. Hurry. As Yun Qianqian stuffed the last blazing crystal fruit into her storage ring, Lu Yuan's warning froze the smile on her face. "What is wrong, Lu Yuan? No time to explain, run." Lu Yuan grasped her wrist and turned, sprinting away from the direction of the crimson light. A pinnacle of golden rank. That was a being far beyond the capabilities of a silver, high-tier molten guardian. Though Yun Qianqian was bewildered, her trust in Lu Yuan compelled her to follow without question, her thoughts already summoning. Radiant Saintess. A flash of holy light heralded the appearance of the Radiant Saintess beside her, who waved her hand, enveloping the two in a gentle halo of radiance. Leap of Radiance. Yun Qianqian commanded, and in an instant, the light beneath their feet shimmered, propelling them forward several dozen meters with a sudden surge of speed. Yet, this did little to assuage their sense of safety. Boom. The ground trembled, and the rumbling behind them grew increasingly nearer and louder. A terrifying pressure bore down from behind. Yun Qianqian's complexion paled slightly. She could sense the suffocating force without needing to turn around. The Radiant Saintess, a beast tamer of 5-star potential, assumed an unprecedented defensive posture. "Lu Yuan, what exactly is this creature you speak of?" Her voice trembled with anxiety. Lu Yuan did not look back. His voice echoed from ahead. "A creature we cannot possibly defeat." On his void map, the crimson dot was closing in at an illogical speed. The entity did not travel in a straight line, but instead navigated the complex terrain with erratic leaps, each flicker covering hundreds of meters. Space manipulation. This realization sent Lu Yuan's heart plummeting. "No, it's too fast. We want to escape." Yun Qianqian glanced back, catching a glimpse of a golden blur darting between the distant rocks, and in the next moment, the distance between them had been significantly diminished. "Prepare for battle." Lu Yuan abruptly halted, fully aware that mere flight was futile. The two found themselves cornered at the edge of a cliff. With a churning lava abyss behind them, there was no retreat. Glorious Saint Spirit, Mirror of Divination. Dark Ranger, Sacred Flame Fire Sparrow. They simultaneously summoned all their beasts. In an instant, 7 powerful beasts formed a protective barrier around them, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yun Qianqian's 4 beasts, including the recently contracted Void Mask Cat, were on high alert, emitting low growls of warning as they fixated on the direction from which the golden blur approached. Lu Yuan's glorious Saint Spirit radiated with brilliant light, while 3 Saint Spirit attendants wielded luminous spears with solemn expressions. The Mirror of Divination shimmered, ready to unleash its abilities. Finally, the golden blur came to a halt 100 meters away. The light dissipated, revealing its true form. It was a massive hound, comparable in size to a warhorse, its body cloaked in golden fur that shimmered under the purplish-red sky. Its limbs were powerful and agile, muscles taut, and ready to explode with force. Embedded in the center of its forehead was a diamond-shaped blue crystal, resembling a third eye. It stood there quietly, exuding such overwhelming pressure that Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian found it difficult to breathe. Name, Starry Hound. Rank, Golden Pinnacle. Potential, 5 stars. Skills, Stellar Shatterclaw, Astral Traversal, Celestial Roar. The information provided by the Beastmaster's compendium was bleakly simple. A Golden Pinnacle? Yun Qianqian's lips felt parched. This was an entirely different entity compared to the 9 nether serpent they had encountered earlier. However, to their surprise, the Starry Hound did not launch an immediate attack. Its eyes, filled with the essence of the Starry Sea, merely glanced over them before locking onto the sacred flame fire sparrow beside Yun Qianqian. No, more precisely, it fixated on the fire sparrow that had just ingested several blazing crystal fruits and was now burping contentedly. Roar. The Starry Hound emitted a low growl from its throat, its eyes revealing a mixture of anger and urgency. It moved. Without any grandiose display, its form blurred in place, and in the next heartbeat, it appeared right before the sacred flame fire sparrow. It was too swift, so fast that even Lu Yuan's dynamic vision could scarcely track it. Fire sparrow, be careful! Yun Qianqian screamed. Flame wing guardian. The sacred flame fire sparrow reacted instantly, enveloping itself in a protective crimson flame shield. Yet, against the assault of a golden pinnacle, all defenses proved futile. The starry hound casually raised its forepaw, with starlight flashing at the tips of its claws. Crack! The flame wing guardian's shield shattered with a resounding snap. The powerful claw descended upon the sacred flame fire sparrow with unrelenting force. Bang! The fire sparrow let out a sorrowful cry, its body sent flying, crashing against the rocky wall behind, its vitality instantly waning. One strike, just a single blow had rendered the silver mid-tier sacred flame fire sparrow incapacitated. Fire sparrow! Yun Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching. She yearned to rush forward, but was forcibly restrained by Lu Yuan. Don't go. His voice was chillingly calm, his gaze fixed intently on the starry hound, his right hand quietly clenching. The mark was already prepared. This was his only trump card. Applying the mark to the glorious Saint Spirit might just allow them to buy a moment's respite with its immense all-attribute enhancement. After striking, the starry hound did not pursue further. It turned its gaze back to the sacred flame fire sparrow, or rather, to the lingering aura of the blazing crystal fruits upon it, growling in agitation, seemingly urging something onward. Its actions were imbued with a sense of dissonance, possessing the formidable strength of thunderous might, yet devoid of a vicious intent to annihilate. What could its true purpose be? Just as Lu Yuan prepared to recklessly employ the brand, the Beast Taming compendium in his field of vision underwent a sudden transformation. Beneath the panel of the stellar hunting hound, a line of golden text gradually materialized. Status: stellar energy corruption, severe. The energy core is being tainted by foreign energy. Vitality is continuously dwindling, urgently requiring high-purity purifying power or life energy for neutralization. Chapter 81, Collaboration. Stellar energy corruption? In need of purifying power? His gaze towards the stellar hunting hound shifted. Anger, anxiety, aggression. This turmoil stemmed from the immense suffering within its body. Its attack on the sacred flame fire sparrow may have simply been a consequence of consuming the fiery crystal fruit imbued with fire elemental energy, which likely exacerbated the internal energy conflict. This was not a hunt, but rather a plea for help. Qianqian, do not engage. Lu Yuan restrained Yun Qianqian, who was poised to command the Dark Ranger into action. But a Yuan, it injured my fire sparrow. Yun Qianqian's eyes were red, a mixture of fury and urgency. It did not act with malice. Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the hound's eyes. It is unwell. Unwell? Yun Qianqian was taken aback, utterly unable to comprehend Lu Yuan's assertion. A golden-tier beast could fall ill, to the extent of seeking trouble with them, mere silver-tier tamers? Lu Yuan offered no further explanation. Time was of the essence. He made a decision that left both Yun Qianqian and all the beasts on the sidelines bewildered. Radiant Holy Spirit. Stand beside it and manifest the Holy Radiance domain to the fullest extent. Upon issuing this command, not only did Yun Qianqian hesitate, but even the Radiant Holy Spirit faltered momentarily, acutely sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the colossal hound. A Yuan, you're insane, Yun Qianqian exclaimed. Attacking it now will surely lead to our demise. Trust me. Lu Yuan's voice bore an undeniable authority. Do not attack. Release the gentlest purifying energy. Ultimately, the Radiant Holy Spirit chose to trust its master. With a hum, the aura surrounding it transformed from a majestic gold to a soft, milky white. A gentle wave of light, akin to ripples, gradually spread towards the stellar hunting hound. Upon witnessing this, the hound's body tensed, its golden fur bristling, issuing a menacing growl from its throat, clearly preparing for another strike. It perceived this as a provocation. Yet, the moment the milky white light wave made contact with its form, the hound's poised aggression abruptly froze. A suppressed, yet soothing, growl escaped its throat. The blue crystal embedded in its forehead flickered momentarily, and the nearly uncontrollable stellar energy surrounding it miraculously began to stabilize. This is working. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy within. His hypothesis was validated. Yun Qianqian, too, was rendered speechless, incredulously observing the scene before her. The golden-tier behemoth that had moments ago seemed ferocious enough to crush her fire sparrow with a single paw now appeared to calm. It even took 2 steps forward towards the Radiant Holy Spirit, allowing the gentle purifying light to envelop its entire being. What on earth is happening? Yun Qianqian felt her mind falter. It is suffering from energy pollution. The purifying power of the Radiant Holy Spirit can alleviate its pain, Lu Yuan explained. After a brief moment of purification, The stellar hunting hound seemed to finally recognize their lack of malevolence. It glanced at Lu Yuan, then at the radiant Holy Spirit behind him. The brutality in its starry eyes diminished. Suddenly, it opened its mouth. "Be careful," Yun Qian instinctively cried out. However, the stellar hunting hound did not unleash an energy beam. Instead, it emitted a soft sound and expelled a stone from its mouth. This stone, roughly the size of a fist, was pitch black yet shimmered with specks of starlight. Upon landing, it emitted a hissing sound as the surrounding ground began to corrode, a sinister aura wafting from it. Yet, the Beast Taming Compendium's panel left Lu Yuan momentarily breathless. Name: Contaminated Stellar Core. Quality: Epic, damaged. Effect: currently eroded by high concentrations of dark energy, cannot be utilized directly, requires thorough purification. This was precisely the objective of his journey. After performing this action, the stellar hunting hound raised its paw, pointing towards a pitch-black cave deep within the valley, then gestured towards the radiant Holy Spirit behind Lu Yuan, finally nudging the fallen fragment with its nose. Its intentions were unmistakable. A trade. Help me resolve the trouble within that cave, and this fragment shall be yours. An opportunity lay before Lu Yuan, yet it also represented a perilous trap. To have tormented a golden-tier beast with 5-star potential to such an extent, whatever lurked within that cave must be dreadfully terrifying. Yuan, we should leave. Yun Qian tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, speaking softly. This is too sinister. Let us grab the fragment and flee, shall we? In her view, retreating while ahead was the wisest course of action. Escape is not an option. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze grave. He surveyed the void map. The representation of the cave was marked by a significant black dot. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that during their brief confrontation with the stellar hunting hound, 7 or 8 new red dots had quietly materialized around the map. Each dot radiated a brightness comparable to the molten fire guardian they had previously encountered. They were encircled. If we decline its offer, we may not exit this valley today, Lu Yuan stated slowly. This stellar hunting hound is the sovereign of this domain. By agreeing to its trade, we may gain temporary refuge. To refuse would mean facing a sick golden-tier beast and a horde of silver-tier monsters drawn by the scent of blood. Following Lu Yuan's gaze, Yun Qian spotted the approaching figures in the distance. What should we do? Lu Yuan turned to her, his expression unusually solemn. Qian, I wish to take a gamble. A gamble? If we succeed, our strength will experience a qualitative leap. If we fail, Lu Yuan paused, gripping his hand tightly once more. Feeling the presence of the brand, we can still escape. He possessed the brand, talent, and the spatial passage of the void shadow. He had reason to utter those words. Yun Qian gazed into Lu Yuan's determined eyes, understanding that he had made his decision. She ceased her hesitation and nodded vigorously. All right, I'll join you in the gamble. If worst comes to worst, we can call for help. After all, we haven't used the rescue badge yet. Lu Yuan smiled, ruffling her hair before turning back to the stellar hunting hound, solemnly nodding. We accept your trade. The stellar hunting hound seemed to comprehend his words, releasing a roar from its throat, akin to a form of acknowledgement. It turned and strode towards the dark cave, with Lu Yuan and Yun Qian swiftly following suit. However, at the very moment they set forth, an anomaly erupted on Lu Yuan's void map. Centered around that pitch-black cavern, an invisible wave of energy suddenly radiated outward. Immediately, the 7 or 8 crimson dots that had been converging from all directions, as if receiving a command, abruptly altered their course and sped towards Lu Yuan and Yun Qian with alarming swiftness. The starry hound at the forefront cast a fleeting glance back at them before swiftly entering the cave, not waiting for the two. Chapter 82, The Contaminated Star Core. It's a trap. Yun Qian instinctively recoiled a step. The moment the starry hound vanished into the entrance, these monsters surged forward like mad creatures, unmistakably setting the scene for a meticulously orchestrated ambush. They intend to use us as bait to ensnare these beasts. Yuan, we've been deceived. Anger laced Yun Qian's voice as she prepared to summon the Radiant Saintess for a desperate fight. No, Lu Yuan's voice resonated at that moment. His gaze was fixed upon the void map in his mind. On the map, those 7 or 8 red dots, representing high-tier silver entities, had a clear objective. They were not encircling, they were charging forth. Like a group of subjects responding to a summons, they rushed heedlessly to their sovereign. And the one commanding them was not the starry hound. It was the creature within the cave. It is not toying with us. Lu Yuan's voice was urgent. It is racing against time. Racing against time? Yun Qian momentarily failed to grasp the implication. It entered first to delay the true enemy. And these monsters are the reinforcements for that enemy. Lu Yuan explained rapidly. The terms of our transaction have changed from this moment forth. Changed to what? Survive until these silver beasts are torn apart by the starry hound. As he spoke, the nearest monster was already almost upon them. It was a colossal scorpion-like creature, entirely composed of black stone, with two enormous pincers glinting ominously and a poisonous stinger at its tail, ablaze with eerie green soul flames. Name: Soul Scorpion. Rank: High Tier Silver. Potential: 3 stars. Not just one. There were also the Lava Sentinel and several other creatures, exuding the same formidable aura that Lu Yuan had never encountered before. 7. A total of 7 high-tier silver monsters. And now, their target was the cavern before Lu Yuan and Yun Xian. My Fire Sparrow will unleash the blazing heavenly descent. Let us focus fire to take down one. Yun Xian instinctively moved to execute the command. No, wait. Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly shifted from the approaching monsters to the void-masked cat beside Yun Xian. A thought crystallized in his mind. In the current scenario, fighting was futile, and fleeing was equally unfeasible. But what if we are not here at all? Qian Xian, do you trust me? Lu Yuan abruptly turned to her. Of course, I trust you. Yun Xian replied without hesitation. Good. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and issued a command. Qian Xian, instruct your masked cat to cast absolute silence on the space beneath our feet. Huh. Yun Xian was momentarily taken aback. Though puzzled, she promptly complied. The elegant black cat flickered, and an invisible wave radiated outward from it, instantly enveloping a 2-meter radius. Within this domain, all sounds, light, energy fluctuations, and even the flow of air seemed to be erased, plunging into an absolute silence. Phantom Mirror, retract. Radiant Spirit, return. Dark Ranger, Fire Sparrow, Saintus, all return. Lu Yuan and Yun Qian simultaneously recalled all their beasts. In an instant, only the 2 of them remained, along with the Void Mask Cat that had released the silence field. The Void Phantom melded into shadows, cloaking both them and the Masked Cat. Lu Yuan commanded the shadow at their feet through the bond of the contract. The shadow silently spread, completely engulfing their figures, merging seamlessly with the shadow of a rock on the ground. Having completed this, Lu Yuan pulled Yun Qian down, crouching low, holding his breath entirely. Boom. Almost immediately after they concealed themselves, the ground trembled violently. The Soul Scorpion was the first to reach the spot where they had just stood, pausing for a moment. Its flickering soulfire compound eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly puzzled by the sudden absence of some presence. Yet it did not linger for long. A more urgent summons emanated from the cave. It let out a roar, disregarding this minor anomaly, and dashed toward the cavernous entrance. Then came the second. And the third, the Lava Sentinel, the stone-skinned giant rhinoceros, the rotting magic flower. One by one, high-tier silver monsters rushed past the shadows where they hid. The violent energy stirred a fierce wind, causing Lu Yuan and Yun Qian's battle attire to flutter wildly. Yun Qian's eyes widened, her small hands tightly covering her mouth, fearful of making even the slightest sound. She could even smell the sulfur emanating from the Lava Sentinel. Her heart felt as though it would leap from her throat. This thrill of brushing against death was more exhilarating than any fierce battle. Finally, when the last monster's silhouette vanished into the cave, the surroundings returned to silence. The absolute silence domain dissipated quietly. Huff, huff. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yun Qian plopped onto the ground, gasping for breath, her forehead slick with fine beads of cold sweat. We survived. Lu Yuan also exhaled a long breath, his tense body gradually relaxing. Had any part of the plan faltered, they would have already met their demise. Ah, Yuan. Yun Qian lifted her head, looking at Lu Yuan with eyes filled with wonder, as if gazing upon a marvel. How on earth do you think? She could hardly fathom how Lu Yuan devised such a solution in the face of such peril. It was merely a coincidental thought inspired by the beast skill of our new contract. Lu Yuan chuckled, pulling her up from the ground. His gaze turned toward the cavern, where intense energy clashes echoed relentlessly. The true adventure is only just beginning. That starry hound is buying us time. It is battling the entity within the cave, and those monsters are reinforcements for that entity. Our transaction has been in effect since the moment it stepped into the cave. Yun Qian instantly grasped Lu Yuan's meaning, her expression tightening again as she nodded vigorously. I understand. Let us go in and assist it now. Let us go. Stay close to me. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, grasping Yun Qian's hand as they stepped into the cavern. The air inside was even hotter than outside, filled with a nauseating stench of decay. The walls were adorned with dark crimson, eerie patterns, pulsating like veins. This place feels utterly revolting. Yun Qian summoned the radiant Saintus, enveloping the 2 in gentle holy light, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The deeper they ventured, the more deafening the sounds of battle ahead became. At long last, after navigating the final bend, an expansive vista unfolded before them. It was an immense underground cavern, at the center of which lay the golden star hound, now drenched in blood. Its golden fur was marred with scorch marks and gaping wounds that exposed bone, while the blue crystal embedded in its forehead dimly glowed as it gasped for breath. Surrounding it were the lifeless bodies of silver-tiered monsters, scattered haphazardly across the ground. This was a brutal fight for survival, as the Starhound single-handedly felled 7 silver-tiered beasts. Yet, it seemed to be nearing the end of its strength. Roar! The Starhound sensed their arrival. Its starry eyes swept over Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, and with a sudden swipe of its paw, it sent a monster's corpse flying. The Starhound kicked the fallen scorpion tail of a phantom scorpion towards Lu Yuan's feet. Yun Qianqian, noticing the tail pointing at Lu Yuan, remarked, "That scorpion tail is worth a fortune in points. Are you just going to let it go?" Lu Yuan paid no heed to her words, his gaze fixed on the very center of the battlefield. There, a colossal black crystal, over 3 meters in diameter, was deeply embedded in the cavern's rock face. A thick, rich aura of abyssal magic continually oozed from the crystal, forming black chains that not only connected to the surrounding monsters, but also linked to the crystal core atop the Starhound's head. This was the source of all calamity. In Lu Yuan's line of sight, an ancient tome had already begun to manifest automatically. Name: Corrupted Star Core. Status: engaged in a struggle against the residual pure star essence within, persistently summoning and controlling surrounding creatures as guardians. Weakness: vulnerable to high-intensity, high-purity purification power. Chapter 83, Defense of the Cavern Entrance. Qianqian, hold the entrance. Lu Yuan's voice was remarkably calm. Huh. Oh. Yun Qianqian immediately tucked away her avarice, nodding in agreement. Lu Yuan's command was instantaneously conveyed to his summoned beasts through their contract link. Gaze mirror, mirror storage, instant replication of the radiant spirit. Buzz. The surface of the gaze mirror erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. The 2 mirrored slots stored within the mirror's space, as well as its instant replication ability, were simultaneously employed at that moment. The light flickered. 1, 2, 3. 3 identical mirror images of the radiant spirit materialized out of thin air within the cavern. Together with the original, there were now 4 radiant spirits. 4. Yun Qianqian gasped at the sight. A Yuan, when did your mirror become capable of replicating another? Don't get distracted. Lu Yuan did not elaborate. Holy light domain, purify. The 4 radiant spirits simultaneously raised their staves, unleashing the full extent of the holy light domain, interweaving and merging into one. In an instant, the entire underground cavern was enveloped in a gentle and sacred white light. Sizzle. The dense abyssal magic, under the illumination of the holy light, melted away like ice meeting fire, producing a piercing sound as it dissipated rapidly. The black chains binding the Starhound snapped in response. Roar. The Starhound emitted a roar laced with agony. It felt the alien energy that had tormented it for so long being swiftly dispelled, its waning strength rapidly replenished. It glanced back at Lu Yuan, who stood beside the star core, before abruptly turning and transforming into a streak of golden lightning, dashing towards the cavern's entrance. There, new monsters were already flooding in. Big Dog, I'm here to help you. Yun Qianqian shouted, her spirit ignited with fervor. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, Dark Ranger, Holy Flame Firebird, Void Faceless Cat, let's go. Thus began the defense of the cavern entrance. The rejuvenated Starhound exhibited the true terror of a golden-tiered beast. With its claws flashing like starlight, it effortlessly tore through the defenses of silver-tiered monsters. Meanwhile, Yun Qianqian's summoned beasts flawlessly fulfilled their roles of support and control. Big Dog, left side. Dark Ranger, shoot through its joints. Firebird, suppress that one in the back with Holy Flame Explosive. Faceless Cat, look for an opportunity to ambush. The girl's clear commands echoed across the battlefield. The Starhound seemed to comprehend her words, executing each maneuver with seamless precision. Golden streaks of light intertwined with shadowy arrows, while holy flames danced alongside deadly claw strikes. For a moment, they truly managed to hold back the tide of monsters surging towards the entrance. Behind them, the purification ritual was in full swing. The 4 radiant spirits floated around the massive crystal, continuously releasing purifying power. The surface of the corrupted star core, once black, began visibly shedding its dark hue to reveal a core that sparkled like the stars. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, the monsters outside appeared endless. For every one that fell, 2 more surged forth. Their eyes held no fear, only the madness instilled by the abyssal magic. Gradually, the defense line of Yun Qianqian and the Starhound began to compress. New wounds appeared on the Starhound's body, and the Holy Flame Firebird dimmed as its energy was severely depleted. A Yuan, there are more and more monsters. Yun Qianqian's voice grew frantic. Lu Yuan remained silent, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Worse yet was the time constraint. The mirrors from the gaze mirror could only last 3 minutes. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. In the center of the battlefield, The forms of two mirrored radiant spirits suddenly began to flicker, becoming ethereal. 3 minutes had elapsed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of light flashed, and the two mirrored radiant spirits simultaneously transformed into motes of light, dissipating into the air. The vast holy light domain that enveloped the entire cavern shrank by half in an instant, its brilliance significantly reduced. The black abyssal magic enveloping the corrupted star core surged back violently, reclaiming the star essence that had only just begun to emerge. The purification had failed at the last moment. Roar! The star hound at the entrance let out a furious roar of discontent, sensing the damned corrosive force returning. "Are you on? The mirrors are failing. We can barely hold on." Yun Qianqian's panicked scream rang out as her holy flame firebird was struck violently by a heavy punch from a flame giant, sending it flying. Lu Yuan's eyes flew open, scanning the precarious entrance and then glancing once more at the star core, now shrouded in darkness once again. Just a little more. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan plunged his entire consciousness into his sea of awareness. There, a brand hovered quietly. This was his greatest trump card and the hope for reversing everything. He gazed at the solitary radiant spirit, still valiantly emanating purifying light before the crystal. Talent, brand. Activate. Chapter 84, Purification complete. Within Lu Yuan's sea of awareness, the beast seal coalesced and, following the contract, entered the body of the radiant spirit. Buzz. Golden, enigmatic patterns emerged from the point of connection between it and Lu Yuan, swiftly spreading across its entire form. In an instant, the power that had been depleted from the radiant spirit was restored, surpassing its previous strength. The brilliance almost became tangible. At the cave's entrance, Yun Qianqian, who was struggling to fend off the onslaught, was rendered speechless by this sudden transformation. She could sense the breath of Lu Yuan's spirit soaring at an astonishing pace. Silver intermediate, silver advanced, silver pinnacle. In just a few breaths, it ascended to the threshold of the silver rank. A resounding roar, authoritative and unlike any sound a mortal creature could emit, reverberated throughout the cavern. It was the voice of the radiant spirit. Boom. A robust golden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the tainted stellar core. There was no ear-piercing sound of dissolution, nor a violent clash of energies. The abyssal miasma, thick as ink, was completely eradicated upon contact with the golden beam, leaving not even a trace behind. Crack, crack. A spiderweb of fissures appeared on the massive black crystal. Ultimately, with a crisp shattering sound, the entire black shell crumbled into dust. A fist-sized, resplendent, pure crystal core quietly floated in midair. Purification complete. Roar. Almost simultaneously with the purification of the stellar core, the celestial hound at the entrance, engaged in battle, let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the cave. The star energy corrosion that had plagued it for countless years vanished in an instant. A formidable pressure, belonging to the pinnacle of gold, even transcending this level, swept across the area. The diamond-shaped blue gem embedded in its forehead erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Its golden fur bristled as if stirred by an unseen wind, glowing with a starlit radiance, while all its wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. In this moment, it truly became the sovereign of the fallen Star Valley. The monsters manipulated by the miasma, upon sensing this overwhelming pressure, abruptly ceased their attacks, their eyes reflecting turmoil and fear. But it was too late. The celestial hound moved. Its form transformed into a golden streak of light, imperceptible to the eye, darting through the ranks of monsters. There were no extraneous movements, just a single claw. The hulking molten guardian was neatly torn in half, its molten magma unable to erupt, frozen and shattered by the ultimate power of the stars. Another claw. The proud obsidian shell of the Blackstone war golem crumpled as if made of paper, its body reduced to rubble. This was no battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Where the golden streak passed, starlight extinguished, and flesh flew. Yun Qianqian stood dazed. Her companions, the Dark Ranger and the Holy Flame Fire Sparrow, had long ceased their attacks. Mere seconds later, the entrance of the cavern returned to silence. Apart from the scattered remains of monsters, no living creature stood. Lu Yuan exhaled a long breath, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Yun Qianqian plopped down beside him, panting heavily, her face pale. The mental strain was far more exhausting than the physical toll. "We survived," she murmured to herself. At that moment, the golden celestial hound approached them with graceful and powerful strides. Its eyes, containing the vastness of the starry sea, glanced at Lu Yuan, filled with gratitude, scrutiny, and recognition. It lowered its head, gently placing the tainted stellar core before him. This was their initial transaction. Having completed this, it did not depart, but turned towards the chaotic battlefield. With a flick of its claws, starlight shimmered, and moments later, All the intact materials and crystal cores from the slain monsters were gathered and placed before Yun Qianqian. Molten heart, phantom scorpion tail, obsidian scales, and the core of the decaying demon flower. Various silver-grade materials quickly formed a small mound. Yun Qianqian blinked in disbelief. The moment before, she had been drained from the ordeal. In the next instant, her eyes sparkled brighter than the pile of crystal cores. We struck gold. She sprang up, her fatigue forgotten. Diving into the pile of materials, clutching a fist-sized molten heart, laughing without a care for her image. Lu Yuan, look. We've hit the jackpot. We can exchange these for plenty of points when we return. Seeing her adorable, money-hungry demeanor, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Struggling to stand, he stowed the tainted stellar core away. Then he placed the purified stellar core before the celestial hound, which swallowed it without hesitation. After completing all of this, Lu Yuan approached the mound, joining Yun Qianqian with a silly grin as they collected all their spoils into their storage equipment. All right, we should be on our way. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. The harvest exceeded his expectations. The celestial hound watched them, not hindering their departure, merely following silently behind as they made their way to the cave's entrance. Goodbye, big dog. Thank you for your gifts. Yun Qianqian waved farewell, reluctant to part. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, a silent farewell. The two turned to continue their exploration of the perilous yet opportunity-laden Fallen Star Valley. However, just as they stepped out of the cave, a gust of wind swept past them. They turned back to see the magnificent celestial hound had appeared at the entrance, its powerful form bowing gracefully as it lowered its noble head to the ground. Its intent was unmistakable. Come up, I shall take you away. Chapter 85, Treasure Hunt All Around. Yun Qianqian gazed at the starry, shimmering giant hound, then at its lowered head, her wide, peach blossom eyes filled with astonishment. Lu Yuan, is it asking us to get on? He did not refuse. The reason was simple. If the celestial hound truly wished them harm, it could have struck when they were exhausted in the cave. Moreover, the information in his Beast Mastery Compendium had subtly changed. Name, Celestial Hound. Rank, Low Platinum. Potential, 4 stars. Platinum rank. This represented an entirely new tier of life. It seemed the Celestial Hound had gained significant enhancement after absorbing the purified stellar core. Lu Yuan understood clearly that even if he were to summon the imprint now, he could never hope to contend with a platinum-ranked beast. Rather than futilely suspecting, it was better to see what it intended to do. Let us go, Lu Yuan urged, pulling the still-dazed Yun Qianqian along, stepping to the side of the Celestial Hound. Yun Qianqian responded with a soft "oh," instinctively following suit. Lu Yuan leaped onto the hound's back. The golden fur of the starry hound possesses an extraordinary texture, soft and silky, as if imbued with the power of the stars, radiating a gentle warmth that eases his taut nerves. He extended his hand towards Yun Qianqian. She gazed at his outstretched hand, her cheeks flushing slightly. Without further hesitation, she grasped Lu Yuan's hand and, using it for leverage, gracefully leaped to sit behind him, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. Steady now, let us proceed, Lu Yuan reminded her. The starry hound seemed to comprehend his words, emitting a low, resonant growl from its throat. In the next moment, its agile limbs surged with strength. There was no violent jolt nor fierce wind, its form merely blurred in place, and the surrounding crimson wasteland transformed into a cascade of vibrant hues. Star Realm Traversal. It was akin to the radiant leap of the Radiant Maiden. Wow! Yun Qianqian could not suppress her exclamation. She beheld the chasms and bizarre rocks flanking them morphing into receding phantoms, as if they were traversing through a tunnel paved with starlight. This sensation was both novel and exhilarating. Ah Yuan, it's incredible. It flies faster than Mother-S Cloud Howling Sky Falcon. The girl's voice brimmed with excitement. It is indeed a platinum tier, Lu Yuan thought, leaning back against the warm back of the hound, feeling an uncommon sense of relaxation. He had to admit that having a platinum tier guardian and steed amidst the perilous Starfall Valley provided an overwhelming sense of security. As Lu Yuan closed his eyes to rest, the starry hound gradually slowed its speed, ultimately halting before a pile of rubble. Have we arrived? Yun Qianqian inquired curiously, peering her head forward. Before Lu Yuan could respond, the pile of rocks stirred violently. Massive stones were thrust aside as a colossal creature, cloaked in heavy stone armor and resembling a pangolin, emerged from the ground. Its scarlet eyes fixed menacingly upon the two, releasing a low growl that exuded the aura of a Silver Peak beast. Name: Earthshatter Pangolin. Tier: Silver Peak. Yun Qianqian's heart raced, instinctively preparing to summon her beast. However, the starry hound merely lazily lifted an eyelid, casting a sidelong glance at the Earthshatter Pangolin. An aura of pressure emanating from the pinnacle of life's hierarchy was quietly unleashed. Just a second ago, the Earth-Shatter pangolin had appeared ferocious. Now, its massive form froze abruptly, the violent aura dissipating without a trace. In its scarlet eyes, human-like fear flickered as it cowered to the ground, trembling. Afraid to even draw a breath, the starry hound snorted in annoyance. The Earth-Shatter pangolin, as if granted amnesty, hastily burrowed back into the earth, disappearing without a trace. Yun Qianqian was left speechless, her mouth agape, struggling to find her voice. Was that it? Lu Yuan chuckled, leaping off the hound's back to inspect the spot where the Earth-Shatter pangolin had previously resided. Beneath the overturned soil, a plant of crystalline purity, emitting a gentle earthy glow, was quietly thriving. Name: Thick Earth Spirit Mushroom. Quality: Silver Tier. Effect: significantly enhances the defensive capabilities of Earth attribute beasts, or serves as a core material for forging defensive equipment. Wow, it's a thick Earth Spirit Mushroom, Yun Qianqian exclaimed, instantly forgetting the earlier incident. Her eyes sparkling as she hurriedly dug it out and carefully stored it in her storage ring. Ah Yuan, this is so much faster than searching ourselves. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. With the Starry Hound as their local guide, their efficiency was magnified tenfold. The Void Map could assist him in discovering treasures, but it could not directly bypass guardians like the Starry Hound could. The ensuing journey morphed into a frenzied shopping spree. The Starry Hound evidently possessed an intimate knowledge of this area, leading them to uncover one hidden treasure after another. Amidst a ravine ablaze with ground fire, they stumbled upon a substantial deposit of blazing golden ore. The flame lizards guarding the mine dared not reveal themselves upon sensing the presence of the Starry Hound. In a marsh shrouded in toxic mist, they gathered dozens of precious corrupt flowers. A few reckless silver-tier corrupted giant pythons attempted to ambush them, only to be swiftly dispatched by the Starry Hound, which sent them plunging into the mire, leaving no trace behind, save for a nearly intact toxic crystal core that the Starry Hound energetically tossed before Yun Qianqian. By now, she had become utterly desensitized. From her initial gasps of surprise to later shouts of excitement, and now to a state of accustomed ease, she sat cross-legged on the houndess back, akin to a little landlord collecting rent, skillfully directing the Starry Hound. Big dog, beneath that stone on the left, yes, that one, I sense something. The Starry Hound glanced at her with a hint of exasperation before complying, unearthing a chunk of star-fallen iron the size of a human head. Yun Qianqian's storage space was already brimming with an array of shimmering materials. Ah Yuan, my ring is almost full, she lamented sweetly, clutching a heap of spoils from the lair of a silver, peak corrupted python. Next time we embark on a secret realm adventure, I must bring a larger storage item. Big dog, you're simply marvelous. She patted the Starry Hound's neck, which merely wagged its tail in contentment, seemingly relishing the title. Watching her greedy enthusiasm, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. The rewards from this adventure had far exceeded his expectations. These resources would undoubtedly elevate both his and Yun Qianqian's beasts to new heights in a short span. Chapter 86. Bone Throat Digger Dragon. Ah Yuan, my ring is almost full. Yun Qianqian sat cross-legged on the broad back of the Starry Hound, sweetly yet distressingly complaining. She cradled a large mound of materials just scavenged from the nest of a silver peak corrupted python. The Starry Hound seemed to take pleasure in the title of Big Dog, happily wagging its tail as it continued to navigate deeper into the valley with the two of them. Under its guidance, they swept through the outer regions of the Starfall Valley, depleting the area of its celestial treasures. Lu Yuan, amused by Yun Qianqian's adorably greedy demeanor, found himself grinning. The bounty from this Starfall Valley venture had far surpassed his imagination. At that moment, the Starry Hound gradually slowed, ultimately halting before a collapsed ancient altar. The altar, constructed of an unknown black stone, was etched with ancient runes that had long since weathered into obscurity, emanating a chilling aura. At the center of the altar, a peculiar plant, bone-white and resembling a dragon's horn, radiated a faint white glow. Name: Platinum Dragon Horn Mushroom. Quality: Gold Tier. Effect: contains a trace of dragon blood and the essence of the earth, significantly enhancing a beast's physique and strength. The sight of a gold-tier treasure made both Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian's breaths quicken. The Starry Hound gently lowered them from its back and, with purposeful strides, approached the golden dragon horn mushroom. To it, dealing with the guardian and delivering the treasure to these two little ones had become second nature. However, the moment its front paw touched the black altar, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! In that moment, the ancient runes adorning the entire altar blazed to life, and golden chains materialized from the ground, ensnaring the limbs and body of the celestial hound. A low growl escaped the creature, tinged with uncertainty. Its platinum-tier power stirred not a ripple against these golden bindings. Amidst the astonished gazes of Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian, The celestial hound's massive form, akin to that of a warhorse, began to shrink at a visible pace. As the golden light dissipated, there appeared a diminutive creature, scarcely larger than a void-masked cat. Entirely enveloped in gold, sporting a bewildered expression as it sat in place, shaking its head as if still trying to comprehend the unfolding events. Big dog. Yun Qianqian's eyes widened, her voice tentative. The golden puppy lifted its head, bared its teeth in a playful snarl, emitting a sound that lacked any semblance of intimidation. Rather, it resembled a petulant whine. Yet, Lu Yuan's countenance turned grave. The panel for the Celestial Hound in his Beastmaster's compendium had undergone a complete transformation. Name, Celestial Hound. Tier, Mid-Silver, sealed. Status, Ancient Seal, Bloodline Confinement. Requires a soul contract with the Beastmaster. May slowly break the seal as the Beastmaster's power increases. It has been sealed. Lu Yuan conveyed the information from the compendium to the still bewildered puppy. Its strength had diminished to mid-silver, and a contract was necessary for restoration. The Celestial Hound froze, its starry eyes reflecting confusion, then anger, which ultimately morphed into a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. It had merely intended to repay a kindness while seeking treasures alongside these two intriguing humans. How had it become ensnared in this predicament? However, the land had no intention of granting them time for contemplation or communication. A thunderous rumble. The ground trembled violently, the earth behind the altar abruptly heaving upward before erupting with a resounding crash. A terrifying colossal beast, measuring over 30 meters in length and composed entirely of ominous white bones, emerged from the earth. Its head resembled that of a malevolent dragon, with an exceptionally large jawbone. Name, Bone Throat Burrowing Dragon. Tier, High Gold. Potential, 3 stars. Skills, Bone Breath, Death Crush, Earth Burrowing. Were the Celestial Hound in its prime, it might not have been able to withstand even a swipe from such a creature. But now, roar. The Bone Throat Burrowing Dragon had evidently identified the intruders. 2 ethereal blue soul flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets, fixating on the feeble golden puppy atop the altar and the 2 nearby humans. To it, they were mere insects easily crushed underfoot. The Celestial Hound let out an enraged roar, attempting to summon the power of the stars once more. But all it received in response was the hollow sensation of drained energy within. Run. Lu Yuan decisively grasped Yun Qianqian's hand and turned to flee. Quick to react, Yun Qianqian bent down to scoop the dazed golden puppy into her arms as they dashed away. Just as they cleared the altar, a torrent of bone breath, composed of countless shattered bones and corrosive energy, struck the very spot they had stood moments before. The force of this breath corroded the hard black rock into a sizzling pit. Without a glance back, the trio sprinted in the direction from which they had come. The Bone Throat Burrowing Dragon roared in fury, its massive form giving chase relentlessly behind them. This way, Lu Yuan's void map had already pinpointed a narrow rock fissure nearby. He pulled Yun Qianqian sharply to the side, and they hurriedly crawled into the narrow crevice barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Boom. The dragon's enormous claw followed closely, crashing against the rock wall outside the fissure, sending splinters flying and causing the entire cave to tremble violently. As if on the verge of collapse. Due to its sheer size, it could not enter the fissure, instead resorting to furious roars and impacts to vent its rage. Inside the cave, Yun Qianqian cradled the equally startled golden puppy, gasping for breath, her face pale. That was close, leaning against the cold rock wall. Lu Yuan appeared even more troubled. On his void map, the massive red dot representing the Bone Throat Burrowing Dragon had blocked the cave's entrance. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The dire reality was that, surrounding them, 7 or 8 additional red dots, each radiating a brightness comparable to high silver tier, were drawn to the commotion, converging upon their fissure from all directions. Blocked by a golden dragon ahead and pursued by countless high silver foes behind, they had fallen into a perilous predicament. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and turned to the still shaken Yun Qianqian. Qianqian, his voice steady yet laced with reluctance. Crush the rescue badge. Chapter 87, The Return. Yun Qianqian hesitated for a moment. The rescue badge represented the Academy's last safeguard, a symbol of acknowledging one's powerlessness. With her pride, she was loath to utilize it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, gazing into Lu Yuan's eyes, those typically calm orbs now devoid of hesitation, she understood. The adventure in the Fallen Star Valley had yielded rewards far beyond their expectations. The experiences from this venture, alongside the mountain of precious materials, would suffice for their sustenance for a considerable time. There was no need to gamble their lives further. Resolving her indecision, Yun Qianqian retrieved the exquisite badge from her storage ring and squeezed it firmly. Crack! A soft sound echoed as the badge transformed into shimmering motes of light, dissipating into the air, vanishing without a trace. Having completed this act, the trio remained silent, awaiting the inevitable. Outside, the bone-throat-burrowing dragon seemed to sense something amiss. Its attacks growing increasingly frenzied, causing the fissure to shake violently. Time ticked by. The onslaught from outside intensified, more frantic. Just as Yun Qianqian felt her heart racing, the air before them rippled suddenly. Then, a space gate, radiating a gentle white light, silently tore through the fabric of reality, unfolding before them. A languid figure emerged from the portal, yawning lazily. Lan Lioli, clad in loose home attire and fluffy slippers, appeared as if just roused from slumber. A stark contrast to the chaos outside. At her feet, a small creature, entirely snow-white and resembling a cross between a cat and a fox, curiously surveyed its surroundings. "Well, I never expected you two little ones to use it so soon," Lan Lioli remarked with a stretch. Her gaze sweeping over the somewhat disheveled duo and the golden puppy cradled in Yun Qianqian's arms, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Let us go. My little boy charges by the second, so remember to reimburse me for the points when we return." Lu Yuan's gaze lingered momentarily on the creature known as by before the Beastmaster's compendium began to materialize with information. But Lan Lioli had already stepped through the space gate, seamlessly pulling the white creature back into her contract space. He suppressed the curiosity bubbling within him and approached the dazed golden puppy, crouching down to meet its gaze at eye level. "Outside lies our world. If you accompany us, you may never return. Remain here, and when the seal is lifted, you shall still reign as the king of this valley." Lu Yuan's voice was calm. "Do you wish to walk with us?" The celestial hound, no, it should now be referred to as the golden pup, remained silent. In its eyes, which held the vastness of the starry sea, a flicker of struggle passed through. To leave this land, where it was born and raised, and venture into an entirely alien world, to become a mere beast of burden for a frail human, or to be tamed, such a notion was difficult for a former platinum-tier sovereign to accept. Yet, it glanced at Lu Yuan, the very human who had rescued it from ceaseless torment. Another glance was cast at Yun Qianqian, who had chosen not to abandon it during its most vulnerable moment, but instead took flight alongside it. The roars from outside grew ever closer, as if urging it to make a decision. Ultimately, it seemed to have resolved itself, and in the astonished gaze of Yun Qianqian, it leaped gracefully into her arms, nestling into a comfortable position, burying its head within her embrace. The choice had been made. "Let us go," Lu Yuan smiled, taking Yun Qianqian's hand, and without a backward glance, stepped through the spatial door. As they passed through a thin veil of water, the scenery before them opened up dramatically. The familiar living room, bathed in warm light, was suffused with a gentle aroma of tea. Su Yueli sat elegantly upon the sofa, as if she had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing the two emerge unscathed, her gentle eyes reflected no hint of surprise. Once all three, man and beast, had crossed over, Lan Lioli snapped her fingers, and the spatial door behind them quietly closed, vanishing without a trace. "But you've exhausted my little boy." Lan Lioli flopped onto the sofa, sinking into it as she waved her hand lethargically. "Little Lu Yuan, little Qianqian. The bill for this rescue service will be sent directly to your academy account. Do remember to check." Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian exchanged glances, each perceiving the mutual helplessness in the other's eyes. "Aunt Yueli, Mom." They greeted in unison, obediently. Su Yueli set down her teacup and looked at them with tenderness. "Do share the tale of your experience with me." Lu Yuan succinctly recounted their ordeal in the Starfall Valley. When Su Yueli and Lan Lioli heard of their encounter with 7 high-tier silver monsters and their unfathomable escape, even their expressions flickered with astonishment. Yet, when Yun Qianqian triumphantly emptied the spoils from her storage ring onto the carpet, the atmosphere in the entire living room shifted. The sound of clattering filled the air. The heart of magma, the phantom scorpion's tail, crimson flame gold, poisonous flower, and thick earth ganoderma, various silver tier materials gleamed with diverse lusters, some even of golden tier. In an instant, they formed a small mountain. The potent energy emanating from the heap thickened the air within the villa. Oh my heavens! The previous moment, Lan Lioli had been slumped on the sofa, feigning death. Now, she shot upright like a carp breaking the surface, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Fixated on the pile of materials, nearly drooling. "Did you turn the Starfall Valley upside down?" Yun Qianqian stood proudly, hands on her hips, chin raised high. All thanks to the big dog. She patted the golden puppy nestled in her arms. Su Yueli's gaze fell upon the little dog as well. She could sense that this small creature harbored an extraordinarily pure and potent power, yet it seemed bound by some greater force. "Is this the celestial hound you spoke of?" Su Yueli inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. "Indeed." Yun Qianqian proudly held the puppy before Su Yueli. "Mom, Aunt Lioli, you would never guess what tier it originally was." Lan Lioli leaned in closer, scrutinizing it carefully, her lips curling in a skeptical manner. Its aura suggests it's merely mid-tier silver, but the potential is decent. Perhaps 4 stars. Could it have been of golden tier? In her view, to be sealed from golden tier to silver tier was already an extraordinary feat. Lu Yuan looked at them and uttered 2 words. Platinum. Chapter 88. The Choice of the Celestial Hound. Platinum. When those 2 words escaped Lu Yuan's lips, the air in the living room, which had been heated by the pile of materials, seemed to freeze instantly, crystallizing into stillness. Just a moment ago, Lan Lioli had resembled a gopher that had stumbled upon treasure, eyes alight with excitement as she lunged toward the materials. Now, her teasing smile had completely faltered, her entire being seemingly frozen in time. Su Yueli's movements also paused imperceptibly in midair, her gentle gaze truly focused for the first time on the golden creature in Yun Qianqian's arms, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. In the living room, only Yun Qianqian remained, cradling the puppy, her chin held high in triumph. The golden pup, sensing the shift in atmosphere, grew restless and flicked its tail in irritation. Platinum? Lan Lioli's voice was hoarse. Little Lu Yuan, you weren't knocked silly by that big bone dragon, were you? This little creature is platinum? She nearly floated towards Yun Qianqian, cautiously extending her finger, as if to poke the puppy, yet fearing a bite. Her finger hovered comically in the air. It has been sealed by an ancient altar. Lu Yuan recounted the information from the Beastmaster's compendium succinctly. Both its bloodline and tier are confined. It currently possesses only mid-tier silver strength. To lift the seal, it must form a contract with the Beastmaster, after which its strength will gradually be unsealed as the Beastmaster's tier increases. This revelation left the 2 epic tier powerhouses present in silence. A beast with 4-star potential, once at the pinnacle of platinum tier, could be reared anew from mid-tier silver due to its seal. What did this signify? It meant that on the path of this beast's growth, there would be virtually no bottleneck. As long as its Beastmaster could continually break through, it could regain its former heights and then transcend its pinnacle. This was no mere opportunity. It was a divine gift that would drive any Beastmaster to madness. How intriguing. Su Yueli rose, slowly approaching Yun Qianqian. Her presence, though the pressure of an epic tier warrior was unmanifested, lent a heavy atmosphere to the air around them. She regarded the golden puppy with keen interest. The celestial hound seemed to sense the impending danger, abandoning its feigned slumber, its golden fur bristling slightly. A low growl emanated from its throat as it bared its still-developing milk teeth at Su Yueli, attempting to warn this unsettling human. Yun Qianqian hastily patted its head in reassurance. Good pup. This is my mom. She is not a bad person. A faint smile graced Su Yueli's lips. She did not retreat in the face of the celestial hound's threat, but instead extended her hand, seemingly wishing to stroke its head. Just as her fingertips were about to brush against the golden fur, the celestial hound suddenly opened its mouth, feigning a bite. In that instant, the entire living room's air thickened ominously. There were no fierce winds, no energy fluctuations, and not a sound to be heard. Yet, both Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian felt a profound shiver emanating from the depths of their souls. It was as if the entire space had been gripped by an invisible hand, constricting its heart. This was a force of sheer magnitude, a crushing pressure emanating from the epic tier. Just a moment ago, the once ferocious star hound froze, its eyes, shimmering like stars, suddenly filled with unending terror. It seemed to behold an insurmountable sea of stars, realizing itself to be but a trivial speck of dust within it. Not even at its zenith could it hope to withstand such overwhelming might. All it could do was flee. A mournful wail, tinged with despair, escaped its lips, as the pride inherent to its platinum lineage was obliterated by absolute power. Its entire being slackened, and with a swift motion, it buried its head deep into Yun Qianqian's soft embrace, its diminutive body trembling in fear. The image was one of utter timidity and profound grievance. Su Yueli, satisfied, retracted her formidable aura, and the oppressive atmosphere in the living room dissipated like mist. Amused, she observed the seemingly lifeless platinum-tier puppy nestled in her daughter's arms, and shook her head. So what are your plans? Su Yueli directed her gaze towards Lu Yuan. Neither of you has an available contract slot at the moment. Who among you will bond with this little creature? This was a rather pragmatic inquiry. Lu Yuan looked at the small puppy, its golden tail peeking out from Yun Qianqian's embrace. Let us discuss it once we both ascend to the golden tier and acquire new contract slots. At that time, it will choose for itself. This was undoubtedly the fairest and most prudent course of action. However, as soon as he spoke, the star hound, which had been feigning unconsciousness, suddenly stirred. It lifted its head from Yun Qianqian's arms, casting a wary glance at the smiling Su Yueli before turning to fix its starry eyes intently on Lu Yuan. Just when everyone assumed the star hound was about to make its choice, it unexpectedly extended its delicate tongue, gently licking the back of Yun Qianqian's hand. Then, finding a more comfortable position, it rested its head against her arm, closing its eyes, exuding a demeanor of unwavering loyalty. The choice was, without a doubt, self-evident. Yun Qianqian's heart melted instantaneously, and with the puppy cradled in her arms, she beamed with delight. Ah Yuan, look, the big dog chose me. Lu Yuan chuckled in disbelief and nodded. In that case, let this little one be entrusted to Qianqian for the time being, Su Yueli pronounced decisively, her gaze sweeping over the pile of glimmering materials. As for these, you may handle them yourselves. Both of you performed admirably this time. So I shall grant you 2 days of leave to rest and digest your gains. Yay, long live Mama. Yun Qianqian cheered. Thank you, Aunt Yueli. Lu Yuan sighed in relief, acknowledging that their adventure in the Meteor Valley had indeed been mentally taxing. Wait, Blue Yueli finally snapped out of her reverie. Recovering from the shock of the platinum tier puppy, rubbing her hands together, she approached the pile of materials with a scheming expression. Little Qianqian, consider this. I deployed my little bot to retrieve you across dimensions. The resources expended were considerable. About that, Bill. She trailed off, stealthily using her toe to pull a massive ember heart closer to herself. Yun Qianqian immediately opened her arms protectively, guarding her treasure like a mother dragon protecting her clutch. Aunt Lioli, Mama said these belong to us. We'll cover the rescue points. Oh dear. Discussing points is so disheartening. Blue Lioli feigned a heart-wrenching expression. Look at this piece of crimson flame gold. Its quality is exquisite. Consider it a treat for little Bai. Absolutely not. Observing the two nearly at odds over some materials, Lu Yuan shook his head in exasperation, though a smile danced in his eyes. The peace following their harrowing ordeal and the delightful banter among friends felt truly wonderful. Chapter 89, Exchange Points. In the living room of the villa, the atmosphere had turned quite peculiar. Blue Lioli and Yun Qianqian were locked in a struggle for ownership of the pile of materials. One resorting to cunning tactics while the other vowed to defend her claim. Ultimately, it was Su Yueli's light cough that brought the farce to an end. With Blue Lioli reluctantly retracting her foot from the crimson flame gold, Lu Yuan, on the other hand, cleverly slipped a piece of ember heart and some fire crystal fruits to Blue Lioli, instantly lifting her spirits. She made a silent gesture to Lu Yuan, signaling her approval. Well done, little Lu Yuan. All right, you two little ones, go organize the materials, Su Yueli said, shaking her head in resignation, clearly having noticed their antics. Take these 2 days to truly relax. Do not keep yourself so tightly wound. Yay, thank you, Mama. Yun Qianqian exclaimed, immediately pulling Lu Yuan towards her room. The golden puppy still clutched tightly in her arms. In Yun Qianqian's room, the carpet was soon inundated with an array of materials shimmering with fantastical hues. Ah Yuan, look at this, the stamen of the rotting demon flower. It's so beautiful. Yun Qianqian exclaimed, holding up a flower radiating a gentle violet glow. Utterly captivated and oblivious to the less than appealing name it bore. And this obsidian scale, it's so dark and shiny. Can we make a mirror out of it? Lu Yuan watched with amusement as she reveled in the materials, nearly rolling in the treasure trove. He chose not to engage in her whimsical ideas, but instead settled cross-legged and began sorting the items methodically. His movements were deliberate, albeit not rushed. Each time he picked up an item, information from the Beastmaster's compendium flowed effortlessly through his mind. Ember Heart, silver tier material, containing pure fire energy, can be used for the skill enhancement of the sacred flame fire sparrow. Thick earth spirit mushroom, silver tier material, can significantly enhance the defense and strength of earth attribute beasts. Starfall iron, silver tier material, can be directly absorbed by the void phantom, enhancing the sharpness of the dimensional blade. Most materials would greatly benefit their current beasts. Yun Qianqian soon mirrored Lu Yuan's focused demeanor, sitting opposite him and diligently assisting in the organization. The little golden puppy seemed to have finally recovered from Su Yueli's epic tear pressure. Cautiously, it poked its head out, curiously surveying the myriad of toys scattered about, ultimately selecting the lowest tier energy crystal and gnawing at it with its still developing baby teeth. After over an hour, they finally finished tallying their mountain of treasures. These materials are not useful to us for now, or their value exceeds their practical use. Lu Yuan pushed a small pile of items to the center, intending to exchange them for points, which would be more advantageous. Yun Qianqian gazed at the discarded materials. Even though they comprised merely 1/6 of the total, their quantity still left her breathless. She nodded vigorously, her little face glowing with excitement. All right, let us go now. I want to clear out the exchange list in the Points Mall. At Beiming Academy, the Points Mall was perpetually the most bustling venue, alive with chatter, as students passed through with expressions ranging from eager anticipation to reluctant pain. When Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian entered the exchange area side by side, they barely drew any attention. The exchange was overseen by a somewhat lackadaisical senior, who lazily raised his eyelids and asked in a scripted manner, "What would you two like to exchange for?" Yun Qianqian cleared her throat, triumphantly waving her hand. With a clatter, several fist-sized ember hearts, still radiating warmth, were piled onto the exchange counter, their dark red glow instantly capturing the attention of several nearby students. Wow, was that the heart of the molten fire dropped by the guardian of the molten fire? Its quality is quite exceptional, at least of silver intermediate grade. The languid senior's gaze sharpened slightly as he reached for his specialized instruments. However, this was merely the beginning. Lu Yuan, with an impassive expression, stepped forward and emptied the contents of his storage ring onto the table. The clattering sound echoed. If Yun Qianqian's offerings were but appetizers, then Lu Yuan's bounty resembled a lavish feast. Ethereal green scorpion tails, a pile of obsidian carapaces, glimmering red flame gold, and dozens of pristine toxic flowers were laid out before them. A myriad of silver-grade materials, showcasing diverse attributes and forms, instantly filled the expansive exchange table to overflowing. With several pieces tumbling to the ground, the entire exchange area fell into a profound silence. All gazes were fixated on the small mountain of materials, and the palpable energy waves in the air left every beast master present parched. The languid senior dropped his instrument with a clatter. "Am I seeing things?" A passing student rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice trembling. "That's the stinger of a ghostly scorpion. A silver high-grade material. I encountered one during a mission and nearly faced annihilation. And that pile of red flame gold. Goodness, how much is there? Surely enough to forge a set of top-tier silver armor? Who are these two? Did they plunder a high-risk secret realm?" The crowd erupted in a frenzy. An increasing number of students were drawn to the commotion, encircling the small exchange area so tightly that not a drop could pass through. Countless astonished, envious, and jealous gazes converged upon Lu Yuan and Yun Qianqian. Furthermore, the quick-witted among them had discreetly activated their storage rings recording functions, capturing this extraordinary spectacle, complete with an eye-catching title and uploading it to the Academy's internal forum. Shocking. 2 new students ravaged the points exchange, suspected of emptying the Meteor Valley. The commotion at the exchange soon attracted the attention of the mall's supervisor. A competent-looking middle-aged instructor hurried over, and upon witnessing the scene at the exchange table, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He cast a penetrating glance at the composed Lu Yuan and the proudly beaming Yun Qianqian before swiftly summoning several professional appraisers and several large precision instruments. The assessment commenced. The entire process lasted nearly half an hour. Each material was appraised, valued, and then transformed into a series of numbers projected onto the luminous screen above the exchange. The surrounding students had become utterly numb. They watched as the 2 scores on the screen skyrocketed, feeling as though their worldview was being relentlessly ground into the earth. Finally, the assessment concluded. When the middle-aged instructor announced the results, his voice was laden with disbelief. Student Yun Qianqian, total exchange, 231,400 points. Student Lu Yuan, total exchange, 215,000 points. Boom. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Over 400,000 points. What does that signify? Many students toiled throughout the entire academic year, completing tasks and delving into secret realms, only to accrue around 100,000 points. Yet now, these 2 individuals, with a single exchange, had accomplished what others achieved in an entire year. Yun Qianqian gazed at the sparkling numbers on her storage ring, her charming eyes narrowing into crescent moons in sheer delight, as she envisioned countless rare evolution materials beckoning her. Lu Yuan remained calm. Although this amount of points was considerable, he understood that the true, immeasurable gains from this adventure lay in the items he had not yet revealed, including the star core purified by the shining Holy Spirit. Under the multitude of gazes that scrutinized them as if they were monsters, the 2 collected their rings and turned to leave. Wherever they passed, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. "A Yuan," Yun Qianqian whispered excitedly into Lu Yuan's ear. "We're now the wealthy elite of Beiming Academy, aren't we?" Lu Yuan observed her adorable, avaricious demeanor, a faint smile curling at his lips. "Perhaps," he replied, "but wealth is merely a means to become stronger.